Chen Zhe is a mentally ill person. He has been in a mental hospital for 4 years. When he was a child, he pierced someone's hand with chopsticks, causing his family to lose a lot of money. As a result, his personality became extremely irritable and his temper was extremely unstable. During these 4 years, only his sister came to visit him occasionally. "Brother, I brought you your favorite cake. I bought it carefully with my pocket money." A neatly dressed girl with an innocent smile on her face slowly revealed a sweet smile. She was about 14 years old, quiet and elegant, with delicate features. If I had to give her a rating, she would get at least a 7. This was his younger sister, who was still underage. He is only 1 year older than his sister, but he looks particularly tall. When he saw his sister appear, the boy who usually acted manic in front of nurses and doctors actually smiled innocently. Perhaps only in front of his sister can he act like a normal boy and appear harmless. But the nurses and doctors at the mental hospital knew just how dangerous this 15-year-old boy was. When he was first sent to the mental hospital, due to lax management, several nurses and 2 caregivers were almost killed by him. "Brother, I'm not feeling well today. I seem to have a fever. I may not be able to stay with you for too long. You must be good and obedient in the hospital, okay?" The 14-year-old sister faced this dangerous mental patient without fear. She opened her arms and hugged him tightly. He used to be cruel and abusive even if he touched a mouse, but now he was unusually calm. Like a docile kitten, he tentatively reached out his hand and gently held his sister in his arms. The softness and warmth made him feel like he was back in his childhood when everyone was blaming him. Only his sister was willing to support him. He couldn't control his emotions and didn't understand why it became like this. He only knew that ever since he could remember, his almost abnormal emotions had been difficult to control. However, when Chen Zhe looked up, he noticed a large bruise on his sister's neck and a small wound at the corner of her eye, which could not be seen without careful observation. As a patient who was familiar with knives and had injured others many times, he was very familiar with this kind of scar. The bruises on the neck were caused by a blunt object. The little wound at the corner of the eye looks more like it was scratched by a pencil sharpener. He looked closely at his sister's clothes and noticed that there was a stain of blue paint on the left sleeve. My sister's third finger was still shaking, as if her nerves were out of control. He wanted to reach out and lift up his sister's sleeves, but she took a few steps back in panic. "Brother, I'm fine. I just have a fever. I'll come to see you in a few days." The girl smiled brightly, like a butterfly in the wilderness, particularly attractive. Even the nurses around couldn't help but look at her a few more times. But Chen Zhe couldn't understand the pain hidden behind these scars at the moment. He himself often caused harm because he couldn't control his emotions. "Since my sister said she's fine, then she should be fine, right?" He frowned, having no idea of injury or death. Or rather, in his world, these things don't exist at all. After all, it is unreliable to expect a patient to have normal thinking. "By the way, brother, I have a small bag of jelly here that you used to love. But remember to save some this time." The girl blinked her bright eyes. The bag of jelly in her hand was almost a month's worth, and it seemed difficult for her to hold it. The nurses around seemed to sense something was wrong, and their tones sounded like they were making arrangements for funeral arrangements. But this is not their business, and they are too lazy to ask more. After saying these words, the girl left, looking back every few steps. Chen Zhe stood blankly at the door of the ward, watching his sister's back, with an indescribable wave of emotions in his heart. Will she come back? Chen Zhe asked himself silently in his heart, but he could not find any answer. Over the next few days, the inexplicable emotional fluctuations became more intense. Every day, he would sit at the door of the ward, waiting blankly. Even after 2 hours had passed, he was completely unaware of the passage of time. This guy has been acting strangely lately. He hasn't hurt anyone, nor has he done anything else. I just sit at the door every day. I don't know what he's thinking. Maybe he's getting better soon? Why bother with him so much? As long as he doesn't hurt anyone, that's a good thing. The nurses were talking among themselves. To be honest, in these 4 years, they have been scared by Chen Zhe from the bottom of their hearts. This guy is like an immortal cockroach. No matter what means they use, he can recover as before the next day. As long as you dare to use electric shock, beating, or other means to deal with him, he would always fight back tenfold, and without anyone noticing, so that no one dared to bother him again. Unfortunately, these people don't know that he has activated a skill proficiency system since he was 7 years old. When he was a child, he used various methods to continuously improve his proficiency in various skills. Many things are not expressed. However, his skills in music, chess, calligraphy, painting, fighting, knife use, and even the 18 martial arts have all reached the maximum level. Especially during the 4 years in the mental hospital, he had nothing to do, but he concentrated on improving his skill level every day. Half a year ago, when he had perfected his last assassination and lurking skill, there was nothing left for him to learn. My sister used to come here every now and then. Will she come today? The clock on the wall next to her showed that her sister usually came to visit after school, mostly around 6:30. Even if something delays us, it won't be past 7 o'clock. But the strange thing today is that it is already past 7:20. But my sister still didn't show up. That feeling of anxiety suddenly spread in his heart. In the past, when his sister came every 3 days, he didn't feel much. Even when his sister left last time, he didn't show any emotional fluctuations. It was as if something important was being ruthlessly stripped away from him deep in his heart. Will she come back? Chen Zhe waited until 11:30, but his sister never showed up. He stood alone at the door, though the weather had turned cold. The nurses who passed by all huddled together. Chen Zhe was dressed even thinner than them, but he still looked calmly into the distance, as if the cold had no effect on him. Your You're crazy. It's so cold, and you don't even know to hide away and warm yourself up. It's almost bedtime, why not send him back? You go? Me? That kid is perverted and crazy, have you forgotten? If he holds a grudge against you, you'll probably suffer. Thinking of Chen Zhe's methods, the nurses passing by couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts and hurriedly dodged away. All patients have returned to their beds. Time stopped at 2 o'clock in the morning. My sister didn't show up. His face was gloomy and he returned to the room silently. I tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep, and subconsciously picked up the remote control to turn on the TV. According to the rules, you are not allowed to turn on the TV during this time. But he has his own separate bed and no one takes care of him usually. A news report was being broadcast on TV. Recently, several women have died accidentally in Shanghai City. A new body was discovered in Mongshan. The method of committing the crime was extremely cruel. The police have cordoned off the scene and expect to catch the murderer soon. This is followed by live coverage. However, Chen Zhe recognized at a glance that the corpse was definitely not his sister. His sister is not tall and her legs are not that long. There was also a noticeable mole on the left hand of the corpse, and he knew that his sister's left hand was unusually white and smooth. The one who died wasn't my sister. Will she come tomorrow? The sound of the TV gradually faded away, and Chen Zhe slowly fell into sleep. In the evening, my sister still didn't show up. Even stranger is, his parents come to see him once a week. Today is Sunday, and as usual, they should come this morning. However, they were nowhere to be seen until evening. Even they didn't come to see me? Have I been completely abandoned? Chen Zhe felt itchy all over his body and kept scratching himself with his hands. The itch seemed to penetrate deep into his bones. This nearly drove him crazy, and he even ended up banging his head against the wall. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30. He had no idea how much time had passed. There was blood on his forehead, but he was like a cold machine, without any sign of fatigue. It was not until he exerted too much force and fell into coma due to excessive blood loss that the nurse discovered him and quickly bandaged his wound. The doctor came immediately. Looking at Chen Zhe, whose eyes were empty and expressionless on the hospital bed, the doctor sighed softly. He asked the nurses around him about what had happened in the past 2 days. The doctor frowned and asked, "You mean, his parents didn't come today?" The other nurses nodded. A new nurse couldn't help but say, "His sister was supposed to visit yesterday, but she didn't show up either." The doctor seemed to understand something, walked out, took out his cell phone and made a call. After a long time, he returned to the ward again with a look of pity on his face. But he still said, "Your parents have some important things to deal with these 2 days, so they are delayed. After they are done, they will definitely come to see you. As for your sister, she just has a cold and a fever. I believe she will recover soon." Chen Zhe's eyes moved slightly and then returned to dead silence. The surrounding wards fell into silence. The doctor had someone inject him with 2 sedatives and only took him away after everything was done. Just sick? Chen Zhe got up from the bed and recalled what his sister said about the fever, which would be gone soon. Maybe his parents couldn't come to see him because his sister was sick? He thought so in his heart. But it was as if another soul was tearing him apart. Something may have happened to your sister. Although you have a mental illness, your parents have never given up on you over the years. Even when your sister had a fever, there was someone to take care of her. Why didn't your father or mother come to visit you all day? The voice was icy cold. It seemed to come from another side of his soul, representing cruelty, bloodthirstiness, madness, and negative emotions. However, it is undeniable that what that voice said is closer to reality. You clearly have the ability to leave, so why are you staying in this damn place? You could clearly help your sister, so why are you as silent as a rat in a sewer? Deep down inside, you're nothing but a coward, a wimp, and a worthless piece of shit. The spirit continued to insult him. Chen Zhe fell into frenzy again, grabbing his hair and letting out shrill howls. My parents and sister told me not to leave here. What if they all died? They said they wouldn't die. But who can guarantee that they won't die? Don't try to trick me. You already have the answer in your heart, don't you? There seems to be something. It was thrown into the calm lake, causing waves. Chen Zhe got up. His originally empty eyes began to twist, and he took a deep breath. Then get down from the bed. Walk outside. There was a nurse at the door who wanted to call him. But Chen Zhe walked straight towards the toilet without turning, so he didn't say anything. When he walked to the door of the toilet, a female nurse happened to be washing her hands at the sink. He walked closer with a dull look in his eyes and covered her mouth with his hand. He tapped the back of her neck gently, with just the right amount of force. With his various skills at the maximum level, this kind of control is a piece of cake for him. Wait until the nurse falls into a coma. He dragged her into the men's restroom, quickly took off the nurse's white coat and put it on himself. Next, hang your work badge on your chest and put on your hat. Walked out of the bathroom. Because he was wearing a white coat and the environment was dark, people around him didn't even look at him. He walked straight outside and soon arrived at the gate of the mental hospital. Stop, it's past the time to leave for the evening shift. You must get a certificate before you can leave. What if I don't have proof? The 2 security guards at the door frowned, feeling that something was wrong. The voice that answered just now was clearly a man's. They remembered that all the doctors on duty tonight were female nurses, and there were no male doctors. So where did this man in front of me come from? Just when they were about to speak, a figure in a white coat suddenly rushed over. Before they could press the alarm, they were hit hard in the abdomen by a punch. The security guard who was hit bent over in pain, unable to speak, and his breathing stopped for a moment. Another security guard tried to rush into the security booth, but he was hit in the face by a black object, screamed, and fell to the ground. What was smashed out was the keychain that was handed over by by another security guard. There are more than a dozen of them, and they are quite heavy. He quickly ran over and kicked the figure at the security booth door hard in the chest. Seeing that the other party had lost the ability to resist, he breathed a sigh of relief, took the bloodstained keychain, and opened the iron gate in front of him, accompanied by a dull thud. The door opened completely. He stood outside the mental hospital, took a deep breath, and felt the refreshing air outside. Even the wind blowing towards me seemed much fresher. The air outside is indeed much better than inside. Although he knew it might just be a psychological effect, the feeling of freedom made him tremble with excitement. I haven't been home for 4 years, but he still remembers the way home clearly. He ran along the path beside the mental hospital and into the woods in the distance. Covered by dense weeds, it disappeared into the pitch-black night. He returned to the familiar street. It was already late at night. The surrounding shops had already closed, and only the street lights emitted a faint orange-yellow light. I don't know if they were broken or the voltage was unstable, but the light was sometimes bright and sometimes dim. The light shone on Chen Zhe's face. Half of his face was bathed in glory, while the other half was hidden in darkness. The street before him was so familiar that it made him feel like he was back in his childhood. Their family opened a small shop and had some assets. Although we can't say we are rich, we can at least have enough food and clothing. But since he had mental problems, he has to take large amounts of medication every day, often hurts people, and faces huge compensation. Later, more and more people started causing trouble, and they were forced to transfer their shop. The day he was sent to the mental hospital, his parents had been tortured to the point of looking haggard and exhausted. Perhaps I am really a sinner. He lowered his head, a face that was originally half bathed in light and half hidden in darkness. At this moment, it completely disappeared into the night. He seemed to blend into the darkness, like a ghost, elusive. Until he returned to the familiar door of his home, he reached out to knock. But he retracted his hand, turned around and walked into the alley next to him, supported himself on the wall with his hands and feet, and slowly climbed up. The windows on the second floor were not closed tightly. He opened the window and climbed in. The room was dark. It seems that my parents have not returned home either. Chen Zhe frowned and opened door after door. There was no one inside. Dad, Mom, and sister are not at home. But he noticed. On the table next to the TV was a hospital bill list. The amount is 35,861 yuan. His father's signature is clearly below. He opened another bag and found several CT scans, showing a thin figure with multiple fractures in his hands, feet, and ribs, including a shattered bone in his left middle finger. I remember a few days ago, the finger that couldn't stop trembling when his sister came to see him. He seemed to have suddenly realized something. Someone used the same method I used on the little mouse on my sister. He was very familiar with this scene, because it is too familiar. He knew every modus operandi and tool used, and the injuries on his hands were clearly caused by a blunt force weapon. Maybe a stone. Maybe it was the corner of the table that was pushed over. Maybe even a hammer. The rib injury was more likely caused by falling from a height. His legs were obviously broken by someone stepping on them. In the past, whenever he saw this kind of scene, he was always extremely excited and wanted to do it again with his own hands. But this time, when he stared at the scene on the CT scan again, he couldn't say a word. An indescribable emotion, as if someone was tightly gripping his heart, making it difficult for him to breathe. Finally, he squatted on the ground. There was a squeak sound from outside. The door was pushed open. Chen Zhe quickly stuffed the things back into the bag and hid behind the cabinet. Soon, the lights in the hall came on and a haggard figure with white hair walked in. That was Chen Zhe's father. The last time we met, he was still in good spirits, with only a few white hairs on his head, and now, in just 1 week, he looked decades older. The middle-aged man walked into the kitchen, picked up a glass of water, and made several phone calls in succession. Brother Wang, can you lend me another 20,000 yuan? I'll definitely pay you back when I have the money. Uncle, you know my current difficulties. I plan to sell the house and borrow some money to pay for the medical expenses. Sister, please, I understand. 20,000 yuan is enough. He made 7 calls in total, and his father's voice was almost too humble to be true, as if he was afraid that if he said something wrong, the other party would hang up. 20,000 yuan may not sound like a lot, but it is definitely not an easy amount for their family to come up with. Although the other party's tone was not pleasant, the money was finally borrowed. Some borrowed 4 or 5,000. Some borrowed 7 or 8,000. After visiting almost all relatives and friends, my father finally received more than 25,000 yuan in his card. Seeing the money arrive, the man who raised him and tolerated him since he was a child and was willing to sell his shop to treat his illness, slumped on the sofa. The slightly thin figure looks more like a hero who was getting older but still standing tall. Chen Zhe, who was hiding in the dark, couldn't help but feel tears in his eyes. However, this brief peace, it was soon broken by a phone call. A sharp female voice came from the other end of the phone. What have you thought about what I told you before? My daughter is still a minor and has excellent grades. Even if she does something excessive, she will not be punished by law. You'd better be sensible. Don't let the money go unpaid and your daughter's treatment be delayed. I heard the woman's voice. Dad slammed the table, almost exploding with anger. I've already collected the medical expenses. We're not done with this. Have you collected enough? Don't you know your family's situation? This time it's only 20,000 yuan, but what about the subsequent surgery fees? It could cost 100,000, 200,000, or even 400,000 or 500,000 yuan. I advise you not to act rashly and harm your daughter. Get out of here. Dad yelled this hysterically. There was a disdainful sneer from the other end of the phone, and then the call was hung up. up. Dad smashed the cup in his hand against the glass table. With a bang, the table shattered into pieces. The cup broke and blood flowed all over his hands. He seemed to feel no pain, his eyes were empty and he lay on the sofa blankly. He doesn't understand. Obviously the family is fine. Why has it come to this? But not long after, my father pushed the door open and left again, probably to pay my sister's medical expenses. Chen Zhe, who was hiding behind the cabinet, walked out of the darkness quietly. He scratched his head. His brain, which had not been to school much, made him seem to understand but not quite understand at this moment. But staying at home all the time was not a good idea, so he sat on the sofa for about an hour, imitating the way his father had just made the phone call and pretending to smash the glass. However, he seemed to find it difficult to truly understand that feeling. Finally, he got up dejectedly and quietly climbed down from the window again. He just climbed down. There was a sound of something falling not far away, and from afar I saw a girl in blue clothes with several boys of similar age. What fell was a can of red spray paint. When he walked out, he found that the wall outside was covered with all kinds of dirty words. Bitch, slut, deserve to become a vegetable. Every word was piercing his eyes. Chen Zhe frowned and vaguely heard the cursing of the girl in blue and several boys. You're already lying in the hospital, but you're still restless. A bitch like that deserves to die in the hospital. What's the point of taking us to the police station? If we don't pay for their medical treatment, they will die. After that, they sprayed a few more curse words on the wall. When Chen Zhe appeared, they didn't care at all and curled their lips in contempt. I advise you to pretend you didn't see it, otherwise you'll be the one in trouble. The girl held the spray paint and aimed at Chen Zhe, but after seeing his face clearly, she found that he was quite similar to Chen Xiaomei, who was in the hospital. She suddenly remembered that Chen Xiaomei once said she had a brother. It's just that no one has ever seen it. Seeing that her identity was exposed, the girl in the lead was not afraid. Instead, she shouted a few times mockingly and quickly fled with her people. With a mocking sound of oh 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 in his mouth, one of the boys even raised his middle finger at Chen Zhe and called him an idiot. An inexplicable emotion surged in Chen Zhe's heart. He closed his eyes, took a deep breath, a cruel smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he followed silently. In terms of physical strength, these teenagers were no match for him, but this group of people were obviously smart and they scattered and fled when they reached a corner. Chen Zhe didn't chase the boys, but instead stared at the girl holding the red paint. Even a fool could see that this girl was the culprit. It took him nearly half an hour to finally block the girl at the alley entrance. The girl held the spray paint and shook her arms. You idiot, if you dare touch me, you're dead. Your sister deserves this bad luck. All the people in your family are bastards. Chen Zhe didn't get angry after hearing these words, but instead smiled happily. His body trembled uncontrollably and his eyes gradually became crazy. As if some unknown gene had awakened, he swallowed hard and picked up a stone from the ground, approaching step by step. What are you going to do? I tell you, I am. A muffled sound echoed in the alley. The stone hit the girl's forehead accurately. As the girl was backing away, she suddenly felt dizzy and fell to the ground. He continued to curse. You bastard, I want you to die miserably. I'll have my boyfriend kill you. After your sister leaves the hospital, does she still have to go to school? No matter which school she goes to, I'll make her life a living hell. Chen Zhe's voice was flat. It seemed as if nothing could arouse his interest. Only when he looked at the bleeding wound on the girl's forehead did he feel his body trembling and an inexplicable sense of comfort spreading in his heart. He stepped on the girl's wrist and with a crack, the bone seemed to be broken. The girl screamed miserably, fear flashed in her eyes, but she continued to threaten. Do you know who my dad is? My family owns a company. They can kill you for tens of thousands of dollars. I want my dad to break all your limbs and destroy your family. The girl's voice was hysterical. The family runs a business. There are always people willing to take risks for money. If the girl's family is willing to spend tens of millions to hire someone to kill Chen Zhe, there will probably be people willing to take the job. After all, an ordinary person may not be able to save that much money in his lifetime. The girl even thought that Chen Zhe would be afraid and retreat, but what greeted her was still that indifferent, almost icy face. He stepped on the girl's wrist, almost holding her up with his feet, and continued to spin with great force. The girl was in so much pain that tears were streaming down her face. She tried to pull her hand back, but found that the back of her hand was already covered in blood, until a panicked cry was heard not far away. The voice brought him back to reality from his uncontrolled madness. Ah Zhe, why are you here? It's my mother's voice. She stood at the entrance of the alley with a lunchbox in her hand, staring blankly at the bloody scene before her. Chen Zhe suddenly came back to his senses, as if he didn't want his mother to see him in such a sick state, but there was a dead end behind him and he had no way to escape. Mother came in. She did not shrink back in fear because of her son's madness. After all, this is her child. The current situation actually has little to do with Chen Zhe himself. Their home environment is warm, but for some reason, Chen Zhe is born with a dark side and an extremely twisted personality. No matter how hard they tried, they could not change Chen Zhe's mental state. Even doctors said it was the most extreme case they had ever seen. Even Chen Zhe himself admitted that his parents were very good to him and he loved his parents and sister deeply. The neighbors also know how harmonious their family is. But such a warm family gave birth to a devilish person. Mom! Chen Zhe's voice trembled. He wanted to cover his face, but he was afraid that if he rushed out he would hurt his mother and be stopped by her. The woman outside had red eyes and reached out to hug Chen Zhe's head. The almost sick Chen Zhe finally woke up a little at this moment. The girl whose wrist was broken and covered in blood took the opportunity to get up and rushed out frantically. I'm going to make sure you die, the girl screamed. Her voice was somewhat similar to the woman in the room who was calling her dad. bad. They are just like they were cast in the same mold. What kind of family you have, what kind of children you have. The mother also recognized the girl. Her initial pain turned into anger, and then she shed tears of unwillingness. Son, I'm sorry, and I'm sorry to your sister. It's all my fault. I couldn't protect her. The mother, with tears on her face, reached out and gently stroked her son's face. Chen Zai didn't say anything. I stayed like this in my mother's arms for more than 10 minutes. The mother seemed to remember something. I still have to send something to your sister. You go back first. But if I go back, where can I go back to? A mental hospital? The mother obviously thought of this as well. Perhaps Chen Zai's madness just now made her afraid that he would do something more pathological. She quickly called a taxi and personally sent Chen Zai back to the mental hospital. Returning to the yard, Chen Zai said nothing as he watched his mother leave in tears. Just let out a long breath. The nurses around him obviously noticed the bloodstains on his shoes and his drooping face, and none of them dared to step forward. Fortunately, Chen Zai was very obedient. After returning to the ward, he closed the door and remained silent. Outside the glass window, nurses would occasionally peek in. Until the next morning, many people came to the mental hospital. One of the men, in a suit, pushed aside the doctor in a white coat, holding a stack of documents and tapping them on the table anxiously. The document is Chen Zai's medical record and related information. The man in the suit even walked to Chen Zai's window and stared at him with resentment. Only then did Chen Zai realize that this man looked very similar to the girl from last night. The man picked up a photo and pointed at the girl in it, confirming his guess. 2 hours later, I will make you live a life worse than death. Although the man's voice could not be heard, the resentment in his voice was clearly conveyed. But Chen Zai recognized the meaning of the sentence from the man's lip shape. Faced with the man's threat, Chen Zai just slowly got up and walked to the window. Slowly, he opened his lips slightly. The white teeth flashed with a cold light. There was no emotion in his eyes. The face, illuminated by the light, was half bright and half dark. It makes people feel creepy involuntarily. The man in the suit couldn't help but take a step back. His eyes became sharp as hooks. He snorted coldly and turned away. Is he the father of the girl from last night? I just stepped on her hand and broke it, and he was so angry. But my sister is covered in bruises and has multiple fractures. Now she is lying in bed, and her life is uncertain. His smile was as sinister as a devil, as if announcing his arrival. However, there was a thick stack of cash on the doctor's desk, and a check. The $500,000 written in capital letters on the check was particularly eye-catching. The doctor in the white coat seems to be struggling between money and conscience. At about 8 o'clock in the evening, the doctor got up, put the money in his pocket, and put the check in as well. He turned and went into the infirmary, got some things, and walked towards Chen Zai's ward. Chen Zai in the room seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. The nurse outside tried some unknown method but still couldn't find any trace of him. Holding the infusion bottle, the doctor quietly pushed open the door of the ward and saw Chen Zai sleeping inside. The look in his eyes was complex and difficult to understand, but in the end, he still hung the bottle on the wall. He skillfully pulled out the needle, connected the tube, and aimed it at the back of Chen Zai's hand. In the dim light, the doctor in white stared for a long time. When preparing to give the acupuncture, Chen Zai's calm and cold eyes suddenly opened. A strange smile appeared on his face. When the doctor noticed the eyes opening, an inexplicable fear suddenly rose in his heart. He hurriedly stood up and tried to retreat, but was grabbed by the collar by two huge hands. The powerful force made him unable to resist. His hands quickly covered the doctor's mouth. Immediately afterwards, the previous needle was pierced into the doctor's skin. The doctor struggled for a few times, and then his body gradually became weak. Symptoms such as hand tremors, palpitations, and dizziness followed one after another. He was horrified to see the word insulin clearly written on the glass bottle. When the doctor stopped struggling, Chen Zai picked up his body and quickly returned to the infirmary. Perhaps the other party had made arrangements in advance, and both the nurses outside and the surveillance cameras had malfunctioned. The plan that was originally intended to kill him inadvertently helped Chen Zai. He cleaned up all traces, put the needle back into the doctor's hand, looked at the insulin that had not yet dripped out, and turned back to his ward. Around 3 o'clock, a female nurse's scream broke the silence of the night sky. The dead doctor was found. Many people gathered outside. Only Chen Zai stayed alone in the ward, holding the check for 500,000 yuan in his hand and looking at it carefully. In addition, there was a piece of paper with a phone number and address written on it, which he put into his pocket. The deceased doctor was named Wang Yang, and he was once the attending physician of a large hospital. He accepted a red envelope of 50,000 yuan from a patient during surgery, which resulted in the patient's death. He was sued, and if he hadn't proven that the accident had nothing to do with him, he would have been thrown into jail long ago. At the same time, he lost his job at the hospital because of accepting red envelopes. I was introduced by an acquaintance and had to use a lot of connections to get to this mental hospital. Chen Zai learned all this information from the nurses, not just Wang Yang. He knew the information of everyone in the hospital by heart. The various skills he has developed over the years have given him a memory far superior to that of ordinary people. After the police arrived at the scene, they quickly launched an investigation. However, due to the arrangements made in advance by Wang Yang, even if the police intervened, they would not be able to find find any problems. In the end, the matter was left unresolved and was delayed. After all, this is a mental hospital. Unless there is a problem with the other nurses and caregivers, the only possible reason is the last one. After all, the crime was committed by a mentally ill person, so even if they wanted to investigate, it would be very difficult. After a whole night of tossing and turning, the person finally left. The next day, it was just dawn. A man wearing blue work clothes and carrying food came to the hospital entrance on a motorcycle. Perhaps it was because his mother told him about Chen Zhe's situation, and someone died in the hospital last night, so his father seemed a little flustered when he came. He vaguely felt that this matter must be related to his son, but there is no conclusive evidence. I could only say a few words to the nurse and walked in with my things. Chen Zhe was still sitting on the bench at the door as usual, staring blankly outside, until my father showed up. His expression changed slightly. It seemed like they hadn't seen each other for more than a week. When the old father saw Chen Zhe again, his eyes were slightly moist. The various recent changes in his family have left him mentally and physically exhausted, and he may even find it difficult to pay for Chen Zhe's hospital expenses. Hug him tightly. Tears flowed uncontrollably down that wrinkled face, full of unspeakable sadness. Chen Zhe, who was hugged, felt some ripples in his heart. He reached out and patted his father on the back, and the old father reacted. He stared at him blankly for several seconds, as if he didn't expect that his son would comfort him. Since Chen Zhe grew up, he has shown an almost abnormal personality. Although she was afraid, she never gave up on the child. He even lost everything and sold all his family shops, just to let Chen Zhe live a normal life. Unfortunately, this thought now seems to be nothing but a foolish dream. You've been home before, haven't you? The old father sighed and continued. Do you see what's on the table? Chen Zhe did not answer, but the subtle change in his eyes made his father guess. His son must have seen what was on the table. Your sister is still in the hospital, in the intensive care unit. She has a comminuted fracture of her ring finger and multiple blunt force injuries. It's Daddy's fault. I couldn't protect you, and I couldn't give you a rich life, but Daddy's abilities are limited. His father opened the bag he brought, took out an apple, peeled it and handed it to him. Chen Zhe didn't eat, but said calmly, last night, a man in a suit was staring at me outside the window. She looks a lot like the girl I injured. Perhaps because Chen Zhe is mentally ill and young, it would be difficult to handle the case even if the police were called. Instead of calling the police, the other party bribed the doctor at the mental hospital. Unexpectedly, Chen Zhe was fine, but the doctor died that night. I heard that a man in a suit who looked like the girl who was beaten came to the hospital. A doctor died that night. Shen Yuzhang, who knew his son's character well, seemed to understand something and patted him on the shoulder. There was a flicker of struggle in his eyes, but he kept his fists clenched and said nothing. Looking at his son in front of him, he finally sighed deeply. He didn't want to harm Chen Zhe. Compared to before, his son had changed a lot. At least I don't lose control of my emotions so easily anymore. It is the changes in these 4 years that have given them hope for their son again, and perhaps he will really recover one day. But if we let our son's nature run wild, who can predict the consequences? Everything in the past always hangs over their heads like a nightmare. Don't worry about your sister's affairs. Dad will have his own way to deal with it. Chen Zhe did not answer. He neither agreed nor refuted, but just lowered his head. The whole face was hidden in the shadows, as if telling something silently. Shen Yuzhang sighed again, looking even more tired and depressed. I found myself as the head of the family, powerless and unable to change anything. A deep feeling of powerlessness seemed to drain his spine. That old face was full of confusion and helplessness. If Dad, you can't handle it, come and get me out. What? Shen Yuzhang seemed to have heard the most incredible words. Want to take your son out? What exactly does this mean? A near-manic mental illness with no way to control emotions. Once the nature is released, the consequences will be unpredictable. This is tantamount to destroying one's own son in disguise. By then, it will probably be impossible to make him recover. I know everything. You want to help Dad and your sister, but I can't ruin you. This time, Dad stayed in the ward and stayed with him for a full half day. The father and son talked a lot. Chen Zhe's mood was unusually stable today. He didn't look like a mental patient at all. Instead, he looked more like a high school student. However, this was just Chen Zhe trying hard to suppress his emotions. I don't know since when that almost perverted personality actually began to consider my father's feelings. I would worry about my sister, who would never be able to return home because of her mania. Watched Dad leave. Chen Zhe's face, which had been hidden in the shadows, finally emerged. The face that should be calm. Gradually it twisted, as if something devilish was completely released. Your old man can't handle it anymore, can he? He's so old, and the other party is so powerful. He'd just die if he went. He can buy your life in the hospital for $500,000, or he can spend 1 million, 10 million, to destroy your family and make your sister lying in the hospital suffer a fate worse than death. Thinking about your sister's current situation, will he come to visit you in the future? The inner voice? Like the devil's temptation, Chen Zhe's psychological defenses were broken down bit by bit. He stared out the window from noon until dusk, motionless like a wooden stake. He didn't say a word when the nurse asked him questions, until it was completely dark. He looked at the quilt behind him and stuffed the sundries into it. He took out the black plastic bag from under the bed, which contained the white coat he left behind when he knocked the nurse unconscious last time. After he came back, he kept carrying this thing with him, and also held fruits and snacks in his hands. The nurses and caregivers didn't pay any attention to it. Finally, this thing came in handy. They think that this will be alright? They think my sister and my parents are easy to bully. They think that since I'm in a mental hospital, I can only be be slaughtered by others. In the dark room, like a ghostly hum, it slowly echoes. He also noticed that the nurses and caregivers outside will take over in half an hour. Time passed little by little, and half an hour finally arrived. He took advantage of this opportunity, changed into a white coat, lowered his head, and left the ward quietly. After the shift was over, the nurse saw a bulging figure under the quilt on the bed from the window. Thinking that Chen Zhe was still in the room, she did not pay much attention to it. Chen Zhe did not rush to escape. Instead, he went to the warehouse, changed into a security uniform, and sneaked into the monitoring room quietly. In the monitoring room, a security guard was playing a mobile game, not paying attention to the screen at all. Those who work the night shift here are either lazy or sleeping, and the time they are actually monitored is very short. They will only retrieve the video if something serious happens. When the security guard turned around and walked out with his mobile phone because he had to urinate urgently, he quietly entered the monitoring room and deleted the surveillance video of himself leaving the ward. The whole process took only a few seconds. When he left again, the security guard didn't even finish using the toilet. Chen Zhe climbed out from a secret wall outside that was not monitored by anyone. Breathing the fresh air again, Chen Zhe smiled. The smile was extremely ferocious, with his mouth split open, revealing his sharp white teeth, making him look more like a demon that had been released from its cage. He took it out of his pocket. He took out the slip of paper with the phone number and address on it. The location of a villa area is clearly marked on it. He followed the clues and soon found the place. This is indeed a wealthy area. From a distance, the villas look heavily guarded and luxurious. There are several night security guards standing on both sides of the door, and densely packed cameras can be seen everywhere. But these are child's play for Chen Zhe and cannot stop him from moving forward. He chose a blind spot of the camera and sneaked in silently, with a silver-white scalpel in his hand. Finally, we arrived at villa number 8 indicated by the address. Only the windows on the second floor were lit. He climbed up the wall to the second floor and saw two figures inside through the window. A man and a woman were sitting by the bed. The man patted the girl's shoulder and said, "Don't worry, cousin, everything will be fine." "But cousin, I'm really scared. That guy is a lunatic. He even broke my wrist." Zhou Shushue recalled everything that happened last night and couldn't help but get goosebumps. She heard from her father that the man seemed to have escaped from a mental hospital, although he was re-imprisoned, but she was still uneasy. She turned around and said, "Isn't she just a little bitch?" The other students I bullied didn't say anything. She was obviously too weak and fell from the second floor by herself. "Why do you have to blame me? And her brother, what kind of bitch she is, what kind of family she has. I really hope my dad kills them both as soon as possible." The cousin in sportswear smiled and nodded, putting his hands on the girl's shoulders. Chen Zhe frowned, holding back anger, and stood outside on the guardrail waiting for more than an hour. After her cousin left the room, Zhou Shushue took out her phone and said in the group voice, "Go to the hospital tomorrow to see that bitch. It's best to remove the oxygen tube. That bitch's brother hurt me, and I can't let her have an easy time." After sending the voice message, Zhou Shushue lay on the bed with a satisfied smile on her face. The pervert was locked up in a mental hospital, and they finally had no worries. If you don't take revenge, you will be doing yourself a disservice. Besides, those two old guys have been guarding the hospital. Even if the oxygen tube is pulled out, they will come back within 10 minutes, and no one will be killed. It is this passage. Let Chen Zhe outside climb over the fence to the balcony. He stood straight outside the balcony. In the dim moonlight, the silver-white scalpel flashed with a suffocating cold light. Zhou Shushue, who was lying spread-eagle, seemed to sense something. She turned her head dazedly and saw Chen Zhe's face. She subconsciously widened her eyes and wanted to scream in horror, but was frightened speechless by the suddenly shattered glass and Chen Zhe who broke in. "What are you? What are you doing? This is against the law, you know? Breaking the law? When you hurt my sister, did you ever think about breaking the law?" Chen Zhe took a quick step forward and stepped on the gauze-wrapped wrist. Zhou Shushue screamed in pain, but was slapped hard in the face again. Then Chen Zhe grabbed her head and dragged her into the hall like a dead dog. The security guard's voice came from outside. "Miss Zhou, are you okay?" Zhou Shushue wanted to call for help, but the cold scalpel on her neck made her feel chilled to the bone. "No, it's okay, there's a mouse in the room." After hearing what she said, the security guard gave her a few simple instructions and told her to call for help if anything happened, then left. After confirming that everything had returned to calm, Chen Zhe grabbed Zhou Shushue's hair and walked outside to the bathroom and started filling the bathtub with water. When the water was full, he held her head and pushed her into the tub to submerge her. After about half a minute, he pulled her out. Zhou Shushue, who had choked on several mouthfuls of water, seemed to be enraged. She was no longer afraid and threatened. "My cousin won't let you go, and neither will my boyfriend. My parents will make you live a life worse than death." At this moment, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Still talking nonsense shamelessly, Zhou Shushue's stubborn and willful nature since childhood was almost fully revealed at this moment. Her eyes, filled with resentment, stared at Chen Zhe as if she wanted to tear him into pieces. But Chen Zhe just turned his back to the bathroom light and smiled a sick smile. It was only then that Zhou Shushue suddenly remembered that the man in front of her was a mental patient. The information his father brought back yesterday. More importantly, the information recorded in detail all the perverted behaviors that Chen Zhe had committed, like piercing someone's palm with a pencil. If they disagree with something, they will hit people on the head with stones until they bleed. If you expect to reason with or threaten such a mentally ill person who has almost no rationality at all, you are simply asking for trouble. "I was wrong. Please let me go this time, okay? I will make sure my parents pay for your sister's medical expenses. I will never ask anyone to cause trouble at your house again. As long as you let me go, I'm willing to pretend this never happened, even if it means I'll write off all my grudges with your sister. And I'm not the only one bullying your sister. Besides, she doesn't need me to be the only one bullying her. Why do you have to make things difficult for me? Facing Zhou Shushue's plea for mercy, Chen Zhe remained silent. He pushed her head into the water again. After about a minute, Zhou Shushue struggled desperately in the water. I choked on the water several times and was even about to pee. The bathroom was filled with a foul smell. He grabbed her hair tightly and pulled her out. Zhou Shushue widened her eyes and suddenly heard a commotion coming from outside. The voices of several security guards reached my ears. It's right inside. We just heard some strange noises and felt something was wrong. We called the police. Please go in and take a look. Then, there was the sound of the door lock being unlocked. Chen Zhe was not in a hurry to kill Zhou Shushue because he wanted the girl to suffer the same pain as his sister. Then she had to watch her family destroyed and eventually die in endless torture. He raised his right leg and stepped hard on Zhou Shushue's joints. There was a crack sound, and the sound of broken bones was clearly audible. He grabbed her hair again and slammed her against the wall again and again. The whole bathroom was filled with screams and cries. When Zhou Shushue's face was covered in blood, he used the scalpel in his hand to cut her tendons and licked the corners of his mouth like a devil. At this moment, Zhou Shushue was extremely frightened, and tears mixed with blood kept sliding down her cheeks. I was wrong. Please stop torturing me. I will apologize on behalf of your sister. I will never call her a bitch again. Please let me go. Please let me go. Chen Zhe simply wiped the blood from the scalpel on her clothes. When the footsteps outside the door suddenly disappeared, Chen Zhe quickly ran to the balcony and jumped down. The security guards outside immediately sounded the alarm, and the entire villa area fell into chaos. Even many wealthy people picked up binoculars to observe what was happening outside. Although these security guards were somewhat capable, they seemed helpless against Chen Zhe. In just a few minutes, Chen Zhe disappeared without a trace. The police rushed upstairs and broke into the bathroom, only to see Zhou Shushue lying in a state of devastation. At this moment, there was a large sunken spot on her forehead and her face was covered with blood. The bones in his foot were broken, and two cut-like wounds were clearly visible on his foot. Zhou Shushue had not yet recovered from her shock and kept muttering to herself, I was wrong. Please let me go. I won't dare to do that again. I will definitely go and apologize to your sister. Even the experienced police officers couldn't help but gasp when they saw this scene. Who did this? How deep must the hatred be to torture someone like this? However, a policeman recognized Zhou Shushue and remembered a case that had just been solved recently. An elderly father also came to report the case, saying that their daughter fell from the upper floor and suffered multiple fractures all over her body. Before jumping off the building, she had suffered inhuman torture. They followed the clues and quickly identified the suspect. One of the suspects was Zhou Shushue, who remained stubborn and unrepentant, making irresponsible remarks in front of the police station. He cursed at the elderly father. Just because she had power and influence behind her, the case was never thoroughly investigated from beginning to end. Unexpectedly, I met Zhou Shushue again in such a scene. The first thing he thought of was his tall and thin old father whose hair turned white overnight. But on second thought, I felt that it was not right, because of the figure that just jumped out of the window. Clearly young and strong, more like a young man in his 20s. What they didn't know was that although Chen Zhe was young, he was tall and strong due to his special physique. Seeing that the man had escaped, they could only call the emergency number. More than 10 minutes later, an ambulance arrived downstairs of the villa. Send the injured to the hospital quickly. Zhou Shushue's parents also received the news. I rushed to the ward where my daughter was. Seeing my daughter with an oxygen tube inserted, her eyes were empty and her face was filled with fear. A man in a suit holding a briefcase punches the wall. It seems that he thought of something. He said gloomily, it must be him, absolutely him. No one else can do it except him. Apparently, he had gotten some clues from the police. I had a rough guess in my mind who the murderer was. After all, if a series of conditions are met, there is only Chen Zhe who is still in the mental hospital. What's even more terrifying is that this guy has a golden ticket to avoid death, a certificate of mental illness. He is still detained in a mental hospital. Even the doctor he bribed that night died unexpectedly at night. Even if he is a fool, he can guess roughly. Old Zhou, who are you? Ever since my daughter got hurt, I've asked you countless times, but you refuse to tell me. Now that my daughter is like this, are you still going to hide it from me? They are all well-known figures in the city. Even several teaching buildings in the school were funded and built by them. Because of this, no matter how lawless their daughter was at school, she was never really punished. It was just Chen Xiaomei's bad luck that she ran into their daughter. Besides, how could their daughter be compared with that child from a poor family? One side is a rich lady. On one side is the dead girl of a working family. Even if something really happened to my daughter, they also have a way to send her out of the country. By then, the emperor will be far away. No one can control them. I didn't let you know because I was afraid you would lose your composure because of this. There are a lot of things in the company that need your personal attention recently. If even you mess up, what will happen to the company? But the woman obviously didn't buy it. With a cold snort, are those trivial matters at the company more important than our daughter? Seeing that the woman was determined to get to the bottom of the matter, Lao Zhou reluctantly took out a stack of documents from his briefcase. Hand it to her. Woman opens the file. Looking at the contents inside, I couldn't help but feel scared. How many people have been hurt in these 4 years? No matter what means you use, you can recover as before. before the next day. In this entire mental hospital, even with more than 20 nurses taking turns watching over a child like this, they can't keep an eye on him? These are just the simplest intelligence. In addition to checking this information, Lao Zhou also spent a large sum of money to interrogate in detail the caregivers who had been injured by Chen Zhe. Their answers were remarkably consistent. That seemingly young boy has become an unforgettable nightmare in the eyes of all the caregivers. If you dare to attack him, he will fight back tenfold. Isn't the doctor who died earlier the best example? That kid is very evil. What I found out is just the tip of the iceberg. The first time our daughter was hurt, he was the one who escaped from the mental hospital. I asked the retired bodyguards around me, and after watching the video, they all said that this guy is extremely difficult to deal with. That's why I didn't dare tell you. There was a hint of helplessness and disapproval in his words. Since those bodyguards are powerless, why not spend more money and hire foreign mercenaries? They fight under fire and hail of bullets every day, so how can they not handle a young boy? Lao Zhou couldn't help but cover his forehead with his hands. He had something else to say. In fact, all the bodyguards under him are retired foreign mercenaries. Each one is the best of the best. Even they admitted that Chen Zhe was extremely difficult to deal with. This means that no one can respond. On the street outside the villa area, he also arranged a dozen bodyguards. Keep a close eye on every intersection. However, Chen Zhe quietly entered the villa area and went straight upstairs. Their daughter was completely ruined. The bodyguards didn't notice anything unusual at all. If you think you have a way, you can find someone yourself. I still have to rush back to the bureau. The two are still talking. Not far away, a figure in a white coat. He walked slowly towards us, pushing a cart. Please move aside. It's time for the anti-inflammatory injection. Otherwise the wound will get infected and the consequences will be dire. The voice was calm and sophisticated, yet a bit dull. A figure in a white coat walked past Lao Zhou and the woman. The cart entered the ward. Then remove the syringe and insert the needle. Under the overhead light, only the forehead, eyes and nose are exposed. Zhou Shushue lying on the bed. He recognized Chen Zhe at a glance, but before he could even call for help, a big hand covered her mouth. The liquid in the syringe was injected silently into her blood vessels. Zhou Shushue struggled for a few times, and her eyes suddenly rolled up. Then he became motionless. In fact, what Chen Zhe injected was just a relatively common drug, fluoroquinolone. There are many types of this medicine, which can cause some adverse reactions. Mental disorder is one of them. After injecting the medicine, Chen Zhe walked out. Old Zhou looked up and met Chen Zhe's eyes, and the two passed each other. Chen Zhe looked familiar to him, but he couldn't remember who he was. Until Chen Zhe walked away. He glanced at his daughter in the ward again. Zhou Shushue, who had her eyes open and was muttering to herself from time to time. Now he was lying on the bed like a mummy, motionless. Lao Zhou has been working in the business world for many years and has encountered countless difficult situations. He immediately noticed something was wrong with his daughter. He hurriedly pushed the door open and walked in. Ring the call bell next to you. The doctor was called. After a series of inspections, the cause was quickly identified. Someone injected Zhou Shushue with fluoroquinolone drugs. This fact made Lao Zhou break out in a cold sweat. He immediately understood. Why did that figure in the white coat look so familiar? Those extremely cold, almost emotionless eyes. Weren't those the same eyes he saw through the window in the mental hospital? Looking back, everything is still vivid in my mind. Yes, it's him, that psychopath. When saying this, Lao Zhou himself felt that something was wrong. The other party's calm approach to doing things doesn't seem like a mental patient at all. If the other person is really mentally ill. Instead, he felt that he was worse than a mental patient. When his wife heard him say the word mental illness, frowning, she knew in her heart that the man was probably Chen Zhe. A few hours ago, he made his daughter look like this in the villa area. Now he dares to pretend to be a doctor. Ran into the ward and gave my daughter an injection of fluoroquinolone. It's crazy. Oh no, he was crazy. Doing things completely unconventionally. Lao Zhou, that guy is too brazen. There are police guarding outside, but he dared to sneak into the hospital and inject our daughter with drugs. If we let him go on like this, who knows what will happen? Who is his sister? How can she be compared with our daughter? Just look at the dirty blood flowing in their bodies. They are not even worth a finger of my daughter. Old Zhou was so angry that he suddenly shook off his wife's hand. What's the point of you telling me all this? They dared to come to the hospital and look at us face to face. Who knows what will happen next? Tomorrow morning, you come with me to meet their parents and pay the medical expenses first. Let's see if we can use money to settle this matter. When the wife heard that her husband was going to give money to the family who harmed her daughter, she was immediately unhappy. Why should I give them money? I asked that old man to withdraw the case a long time ago and was ready to give him a large sum of medical expenses, but he refused to agree. What's the point of going again? Old Zhou snorted coldly. I just got the news that the tens of thousands of yuan they collected earlier was only enough to cover the hospital bills. The surgery will cost at least another 400,000. Even if they sell their house in that remote and shabby place, they'd be lucky if they could fetch a few $100,000 or even a few $100,000. They're in dire need of money right now. If they don't have this surgery, it's doubtful whether their daughter can survive. As long as we go over and talk to them properly, I believe they will agree. Although the wife was still somewhat reluctant, she couldn't help but take a deep breath when she saw her daughter's appearance in the ward. I secretly swore in my heart that after leaving here, I would find someone to kill that mentally ill person named Chen Zhe. Only when he dies can he free up his hands to deal with that poor family. Since you've made up your mind, I'll go with you tomorrow. I just can't believe that with such a huge industry like ours, ours, we can't defeat them. What's more, it's not just our children who are implicated this time. If they dare to stand by and watch, I will never let them off even if I poke a hole in the sky. After the couple finished talking, they left behind a lot of people before walking out together. Just as I walked downstairs, a figure wearing a baseball cap suddenly appeared beside a tree in the distance. The man slowly raised his head. This time Chen Zhe was not wearing a mask. Under the dim street light, the flickering face revealed a terrifying smile. The 2 rows of sharp white teeth and the almost distorted face made Lao Zhou stop immediately. My heart was beating rapidly and my legs were inexplicably weak. His wife, who was standing next to him, didn't notice anything unusual in the distance and hurried to help him up. "What's wrong with you? Didn't you just take your blood pressure medicine?" Old Zhou swallowed and looked towards the tree again, but the figure had disappeared. That elusive figure, that suffocating smile, and that distorted face hit Lao Zhou's heart like a heavy hammer. Looking at his wife, who was unaware of the situation beside him, he could only take a deep breath. "It's okay, maybe I didn't eat dinner, so my blood sugar is a little low." Although Chen Zhe was extremely careful when leaving at night, he was still discovered by the nurse of the mental hospital. There were only some debris left on his bed. The first people to receive the call were Chen Zhe's parents. The father, who was guarding Chen Xiaomei, couldn't help but twitch his eyelids when he heard that his son had escaped from the mental hospital. "You mean, my son left the hospital without anyone noticing?" "Yes, Mr. Chen, it's all our fault for not taking good care of him. Your son's ability to escape was so amazing that even the monitoring room couldn't find any clues. So, now you don't even know where my son is? I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, we are helpless too." The apology on the other end of the phone was sincere. Despite having complaints in his heart, Chen Yuzheng said nothing more and turned around to hang up the phone. Chen's mother, looking worried, asked, "Has our son escaped again?" Chen Yuzheng nodded, feeling mixed emotions. Mother Chen's throat moved and tears fell like beans. There was a figure outside, quietly watching the situation in the ward. There lay my sister with tubes all over her body. She remained unconscious. Suddenly, hurried footsteps were heard outside. A man wearing glasses and looking gentle pushed the door open and walked in. Chen Zhe, who was outside, was wearing a white coat. When he saw the man with glasses, he thought he was a doctor and passed by him silently. As the man entered the ward, he heard his father snort coldly. "Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm the investigator in charge of this case. I heard that your son escaped from the mental hospital?" Dad nodded without denying it. The investigator pulled out a document and said, "As you know, your daughter's injuries require surgery, and the timing is perfect. Someone involved in the case just came to us and offered to provide 600,000 yuan for medical expenses. As long as we get this money, your daughter will be able to get through this safely." Dad gritted his teeth and asked, "What if I don't agree?" The investigator sighed deeply. "Your daughter will have to go to school sooner or later. Those people have complicated backgrounds. Unless you leave Shanghai City, the consequences of offending them will be unimaginable. What's more, this incident has been reported by journalists, which has brought very adverse effects. So we'd like you to drop the case and fight for more compensation, which will make your life easier." Chen's mother, who was sitting next to them, knocked on the table angrily. "We are the victims. Why are we asked to drop the case? The people who harmed my daughter haven't even apologized yet. Are you just trying to make things difficult for us old couple?" The investigator was speechless for a moment. The room fell into a brief silence, and the atmosphere became increasingly solemn. "You are also aware that the other party is a minor, and further investigation will yield no results. I remember that when we arrested people involved in the case last time, some of them were already adults." Chen Yuzheng stared at the investigator with a look that seemed to be able to spit fire. The investigator narrowed his eyes, realizing that the elderly couple had no intention of compromising. He stood up and said in a heavy voice, "I've already warned you. If you continue to be stubborn and cause trouble that affects our reputation, don't blame us for turning our backs on you." After saying that, he stood up and left. In fact, he is not a real investigator, but a role player sent by the Zhou family. The purpose is to use this identity to put pressure on the couple. Let them know that things cannot be done. Only during tomorrow's negotiations can we make them give up. His mission was accomplished. He walked down the hospital corridor and into the elevator. When you reach the first floor, Qin Zizheng used the check for 500,000 yuan to pay for his sister's medical expenses. He had already heard the other party's attitude and understood the man's intentions before he even finished listening. When the formalities were completed, the man just walked to the door. Chen Zhe followed him out. "I saw the other person get into a black car. If I'm not mistaken, the driver was the Zhou family's driver." He strode toward the car window. He knocked on the car window with his hand. The sound of dong 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 echoed. Chen Zhe, wearing a white coat, he made the fake investigator and the driver mistakenly think that he was in trouble and lowered the car window. Chen Zhe punched the investigator in the face. The punch made him see stars and bleed from his nose. Chen Zhe quickly opened the car door. A cold scalpel was pressed against the driver's back. The driver saw Chen Zhe's appearance through the rearview mirror. Although he frowned, he was obviously unaware of the situation and said in a low voice, "Sir, you're breaking the law by doing this, you know that?" The investigator next to him read the information and was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. "The person in front of me is indeed a mental patient. What's the point of talking about laws? He is a minor and mentally ill. Even if he has violated the laws of heaven, he cannot be punished." He wanted to warn the driver but was afraid that saying the word mental illness would anger Chen Zhe and make him do something excessive. I could only whisper a reminder, "Hurry up and do what he says, don't talk nonsense." The driver's expression was heavy. "But, no No buts, let's go, the investigator practically shouted. The driver also realized that something was wrong, so he had no choice but to bite the bullet and start the car. Chen Zhe held the investigator's neck tightly with his hands and raised the car window. The scalpel was pressed against the driver's back again. An abandoned factory. The two were tied up by Chen Zhe. Although the driver was panicking, he still insisted, "We live in a society ruled by law now. You should understand the consequences of doing this." Chen Zhe narrowed his eyes. "What about my sister? She is obviously a good student. What consequences did those who bullied her get?" The driver was stunned. "Are you that girl's brother?" Currently, only the Zhou couple and the investigators know that Chen Zhe is a mental patient, and the driver has no idea at all. He usually drives for Mr. Zhou and secretly contacts some shady people, so I didn't act too scared. After all, in his opinion, if Chen Zhe really wanted to kill someone, he would have done it long ago. Why wait until now? If he died, Chen Zhe would not be able to survive. Our lady is only 14 years old. She is young and doesn't understand things. Please forgive me. The driver was polite on the surface, but his voice was a little cold. It was as if I felt the same as the Zhou couple. How could a little girl from an ordinary family compare to their young lady? Chen Zhe raised the scalpel and squinted his eyes. "So, your lady did nothing wrong?" This. As soon as he opened his mouth, Chen Zhe stabbed out with the scalpel in his hand. It pierced the driver's palm without hesitation. The investigator next to him felt his scalp tingling and his heart sank. I thought that this driver was really brave. Even if this guy was killed, he wouldn't have to pay with his life. But since it had nothing to do with him, he could only choose to remain silent. The driver let out a terrible scream. The pain was so severe that tears and snot mixed together, and he said heartbreakingly, "Little brother, your future is still bright. Why do this? Mr. Zhou has a huge influence. You can't defeat him." Seeing Chen Zhe's face gradually becoming manic when he heard this, the investigator's heart tightened, and he whispered, "Look at the documents on the ground. It's already this late. Why are you still looking at documents? Look." The investigator raised his voice. When he came in, the documents fell to the ground. You can clearly see Chen Zhe's personal page. The driver took a quick look, and his face, which had originally been stern, turned pale in an instant. It read, 15 years old, 4 years in a mental hospital, injured over 80 people. This is information that has not been specifically counted. Investigators know that the number of people who were actually injured is definitely more than this. The driver's body was stiff and he turned his head mechanically, as if to say, "Why didn't you remind me earlier?" Chen Zhe was about to raise the scalpel again. No, Mr. Chen, everything was arranged by Chairman Zhou. We are just following orders." "Sorry." Chen Zhe looked at the investigator next to him again. The investigator felt a chill rising from the soles of his feet and was almost scared to death. "Even though I have followed Mr. Zhou for many years and experienced countless things, I have never felt such fear. In the past, people mostly used business tactics or frame-ups to get things done. I've never seen someone who wants to kill someone the first time they meet. Who wouldn't be scared? What's more, if you try to reason with a mentally ill person, does that mean you are mentally ill yourself?" Yes, little brother, we are just following orders. Please don't make things difficult for us." The investigator and the driver were both terrified, fearing that Chen Zhe would do something even more extreme. "Once that happens, it's really over. Tell me everything you know, or else." Chen Zhe pulled out the scalpel and stabbed the driver's thigh again. The driver wailed in pain, cursing inwardly, whining again. "I've already been pricked once. Can't we change someone?" The investigator next to him also stretched out his thigh and muttered to himself, "Go find him." But he could only keep these words in his heart and dared not say them out loud. "Brother, please stop. I'm scared." The driver only collected 20,000 yuan this time and came to do this matter. How could he risk his life for such a small amount of money? "How many people have harmed my sister?" Both the investigator and the driver were stunned for a moment. "How many people are there?" They heard that there were about 7 or 8, but the details were not clear. Just as the two were about to think carefully, Chen Zhe raised his knife high again, and the target was the investigator. The investigator's heart tightened, thinking to himself, "Oh no, this time they're targeting me." 7, more than 7. Besides Zhou Shuxue, who else? Now the two were completely confused. The investigator's head was buzzing. He only knew that there were about 7 or 8 people, but he had no idea who they were. "When I first went to the bureau, there was only Zhou Shuxue and another child named Wang. The matter was settled without even going to the police station." "I don't know, little brother." No. This investigator next to you is with Mr. Zhou every day. He must know." Seeing that Chen Zhe was about to attack him again, the driver suddenly had an idea and used a trick to divert the trouble. Chen Zhe pointed his scalpel at the investigator next to him again. The investigator looked at the driver in disbelief, his teeth chattering. "I only know that there's someone with the surname Wang, the son of the Wang Group. His power is comparable to that of the Zhou family, and he's also a well-known figure in Shanghai City. As for the others, they have never been to the bureau. I have no right to contact them." "Surname Wang? Wang Group?" Chen Zhe pinched his chin in thought. He has been locked up in a mental hospital for these years and knows almost nothing about the outside world. He didn't even know what Wang Group was. After releasing the investigator, he asked him to write down his address and several places he often visited. Then he narrowed his eyes and tied them up again. Thrown into the factory. He walked out on his own, got into the black car outside, and drove away at high speed. Bar Street. Many idle people in society gather here. They have neither skills nor abilities, so they can only hang around here, adding a lot of uncertainty to this street. As time went on, the whole city gradually became quiet. Only this street is becoming more and more lively. Chen Zhe Zhe squatted opposite a bar. He was wearing a blue long shirt of unknown origin, jeans, and a duckbill hat. He stared at the bar called Haze Moonlight, muttering to himself from time to time, looking thoughtful. It finally stopped at 2:40 a.m. Several drunk figures surrounded a boy of about 14 or 15 years old, speaking flattering words. Master Wang is amazing. Last time at school, I saw you beat that girl up like that, and you actually handled it. Exactly. Tonight he spent a fortune, even the bar manager was stunned. Ha, if I had half the strength of Master Wang, I could rest easy for the rest of my life. The boy who was being complimented had a black mole on his left cheek and looked dazed, but he really enjoyed the feeling of being praised. Thinking of the injured female student, he felt no guilt at all. Instead, he resented Chen Xiaomei even more because he was called to the police station last time. If he could do it again, he would make that girl suffer a fate worse than death. It's a pity that she didn't obey me that day, otherwise she wouldn't be so miserable now. She's just a stinky little girl from a poor family. It's her honor to be played with by us. I didn't even mind her being dirty, but she scratched me instead. As Wang Dong spoke, he took out a pack of cigarettes and the people behind him handed him cigarettes, one each. Normally, they only have the chance to take a puff when drinking with Wang Dong. In addition, Wang Dong is generous, so everyone is willing to make friends with him. But facing the crowd following him closely, Wang Dong waved his hands impatiently. Get the fuck away from me. Why are you following me? You still want to go home with me? Is that not possible? You are not women. If you were women, I would consider it. A burst of laughter suddenly broke out nearby. Then, a yellow-haired man said, Young Master Wang, although I know your family is well off, I heard some news this morning. I wonder if you are aware of it. Wang Dong frowned. What news? It's so mysterious? Zhou Shuxue was crippled and is now in the hospital. It said that when the police rushed in, her head was bleeding and her leg tendons were severed. Huang Mao shrank back subconsciously, even though they were people who frequented the bar street all year round and were considered marginalized members of society. But nowadays social control is becoming increasingly strict, and no one dares to hurt others easily. Only someone with Wang Xiao's identity and background, and a relatively intimidating power, could maintain stability. What's more, Wang Xiao is still a minor, otherwise who knows how much trouble he would cause. Zhou Shuxue was suddenly deposed, but the Zhou family didn't make any move at all. Isn't this weird? Wang Dong also frowned. He really hadn't heard of this news. Perhaps his family already knew about it but didn't tell him. Even when I went out today, I did it secretly without telling my family and went to the bar secretly. If it was really as Huang Mo said, this was indeed strange, but he quickly refuted. Nonsense. Are the Zhou family's bodyguards just for show? I heard those people are retired mercenaries from abroad. They've been through blood and rain of bullets. Now they've returned home, and they can't even protect a little girl? Although he was a little panicked, Wang Dong still remained tough. Before leaving, he had already notified the bodyguards at home. They should be arriving soon by now. He sent the location again. He saw a tall figure wearing a blue shirt, jeans, and a baseball cap walking towards him step by step. Several followers nearby became unhappy when they saw someone approaching Wang Xiao. Who is it? How dare you come near here? Get out of here. Huang Mao stepped forward and tried to push Chen Zhe. As soon as I reached out my hand, I heard a click. Chen Zhe grabbed that hand, exerted force with his elbow, and pushed it forward suddenly. The force was so great that it dislocated the hand. The yellow-haired boy screamed in pain, and the two people next to him were so scared that they turned around and ran away, not caring about whether Wang Xiao was Wang Xiao or not. It was obvious that the other person had bad intentions and was ready to kill as soon as they met. Even if the two of them went up, it would be of no use. Wang Xiao's throat rolled and goosebumps appeared all over his body. Chen Zhe pulled out a silver-white scalpel, took a step forward, and swung the knife towards Wang Dong. Along with the flash of silver light, a sense of oppression came over me. Wang Dong was so scared that his legs went weak and he fell to the ground. The silver-white scalpel scraped across the top of his head, cutting off a large piece of flesh with hair on it. Blood continued to gush out. Wang Dong howled in pain, and where was the arrogant and domineering demeanor he had just now? Just as Chen Zhe raised the scalpel again, ready to do the same thing to kill Wang Dong, a black car braked harshly and headed straight towards Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe frowned and quickly dodged. Immediately afterwards, 3 bodyguards in black suits appeared and protected Wang Dong behind them. When he saw the bodyguard, Wang Dong almost couldn't help crying. After all, he was only 14 years old. He was okay with bullying others normally, but when he really met a tough guy, he would be scared to death. Seeing the 3 bodyguards arrive, Chen Zhe was not afraid at all. The 3 bodyguards were also on high alert, ready to have a good fight with Chen Zhe. After all, as Wang Dong's bodyguard, and now that Wang Dong is injured, if he doesn't give an explanation, he doesn't know how much punishment he will receive when he returns. Just as everyone was about to take action, the square-faced man holding the steering wheel, I happened to look up and met Chen Zhe's eyes. He only felt a chill rising from the bottom of his heart and spreading throughout his body. It seemed that the person in front of me was no longer an ordinary person, but a ferocious beast, and I had a vague illusion. If they really start fighting, once the situation gets entangled, I'm afraid no one will be able to leave here easily. After all, they have experienced many storms. You can tell how strong someone is at a glance. He was already feeling conflicted, and when he saw Chen Zhe gathering his strength to leap up, he took a deep breath. He ordered in a deep voice, "Get in the car, Brother Zhao." The 3 bodyguards below looked back blankly. On weekdays, Brother Zhao is the most ferocious and brave among them. The man holding the steering wheel is also the one with the most outstanding skills. Whenever there was a chance to take action, Brother Zhao would always be the first to rush forward. Later, because he injured several people, The boss let him drive and would never allow Zhao Yong to take action unless it was a critical moment. But now, it was Zhao Yong who asked them to get in the car. Didn't you hear what I said? I told you to get in the car. If anything happens to the young master, you'll be waiting to collect his body. Seeing that the 3 bodyguards refused to listen, Zhao Yong could only threaten Wang Dong. The 3 bodyguards gritted their teeth and quickly got into the car with the young master and closed the door. The movements are neat and decisive. Then Zhao Yong stepped on the accelerator and rushed out without any hesitation. Even if Chen Zhe wanted to chase after him, it was too late. Seeing that Chen Zhe didn't catch up, Zhao Yong finally felt relieved. Brother Zhao, why is this happening? That kid doesn't look very old, but he messed up the young master like this. If we don't take him back, how are we going to report to the authorities? But Zhao Yong just sneered in his heart. I should be secretly happy if I can get back alive. He didn't say these words out loud because if he spoke based on his intuition, others might not believe him. I can only say casually, if there are any problems, I will take care of them myself. Let's go back first. The other 3 bodyguards saw Zhao Yong said this. I could only hum. This is to express dissatisfaction in one's heart. As for Wang Dong, he still felt a lingering fear. I felt a dull pain coming from the top of my head and thought that I might become bald in the future. He was so angry that his breathing became rapid and he spat out the window. Sooner or later, I'm going to kill that brat. When we get back, you guys have to investigate this thoroughly. You can't let this matter go. Although I say this, but when I think back to the scene just now, I still feel scared. He also saw clearly. The other party obviously used ruthless force. If he hadn't been so frightened that he sat down on the ground, I'm afraid he would have died long ago. The bodyguards nearby saw his worry and comforted him. Don't worry, master. He only has 2 legs. Even if he wanted to chase him, he wouldn't have the chance. Yeah, that guy did have some skills just now, but if a real fight breaks out, we won't necessarily be afraid of him, regardless of whether Chen Zhe can catch up with them. Even if you catch up, can he still gain an advantage when outnumbered? By then, it will be hard to say who will win. By the way, I just heard that Zhou Shuxue had both her legs crippled and was sent to the hospital. Did you know? Several bodyguards were stunned as they had just received the news. In addition, Wang Dong sent the location in advance, which allowed them to arrive in time. Otherwise, I really don't know what will happen. Madam did send us a message around 8 o'clock in the evening. Master, you should be more careful recently. This is undoubtedly confirmed. Zhou Shuxue was indeed lying in the hospital, and her legs had been crippled. The Zhou family and their Wang family are both famous and prestigious families in the upper class of Shanghai City. Can silently cripple Zhou Shushue's legs. It can be imagined that the person who did this had extraordinary means. But soon, his mood calmed down again, because when they arrived at the intersection, several more black cars were parked. More than a dozen people got off the bus one after another. They are all their bodyguards, and we have their protection. No matter how powerful the opponent is, it will be useless. He narrowed his eyes and simply put Chen Zhe's matter behind him. Lost any trace of Wang Dong. Chen Zhe was not in a hurry, because he still has the Wang family's address. Although I failed this time, but there will be next time, and more times. The other party can avoid the first day, but cannot avoid the 15th. Sooner or later, you will die in his hands. In addition to Zhou Shuxue and Wang Dong, he must know the information of the remaining 5 people. The one who knows these people best is. I'm afraid the only one is the teacher in my sister's class. Since he couldn't get rid of Wang Dong in a short time, he planned to wait near the school for a few days. Just find the teacher who taught that day. It's not too late to slowly launch revenge after getting accurate information about others. He put away his scalpel and crossed several streets. Soon we entered an urban village. There is a mixed crowd here, mainly migrant workers. Even in dark alleys, you can vaguely see a few women dressed up in fancy clothes, waving to the outside world. In addition to the check for 500,000 yuan from last time, Chen Zhe also had several stacks of cash. All of it was looted from the dead doctor. It's about 20,000 yuan, enough for his daily expenses. Big brother, do you want to come in? My mom is in there. It's very cheap, only 200 yuan. A girl in a washed-out school uniform greeted Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe glanced at her and indeed needed to find a place to rest. He was tall. Although he was only 15 years old, he was half a head taller than the average young man. His unusual physique since childhood made him look particularly scary. 200 is 200. Can I stay overnight? Staying overnight? Big brother, staying overnight costs 500. So expensive? It's not expensive. Others spend 1,000 for a night, so ours is cheap. Chen Zhe has rarely left the mental hospital. I don't know much about the market outside. I didn't even know that the overnight the girl was talking about was not just a simple hotel stay. Rather, it implies some dishonorable services. But think about it. It's getting late. I've traveled to so many places. He was indeed tired, so he took out $500 bills from his inner pocket, handed it to the girl. When the girl saw the money, her mouth was crooked with smile. He took Chen Zhe upstairs quickly. Just arrived upstairs, I saw a woman in her 20s, looking a little embarrassed. The little girl ignored all this and said with a sly smile, "Mom, I brought the guest you asked for." Once the words are spoken, the woman in her 20s opened her mouth. "Why don't you just return the money? I don't think I can accept it. We've already collected the money. If you don't do it, how are we going to pay the rent tomorrow? Are we going to sleep on the streets?" The little girl was used to this kind of thing in the urban village and seemed to have no idea about it. Just like Chen Zhe, after being stimulated by certain things, he thought that making money was just about taking a man upstairs and getting the money after a while. She had never seen those messy things and didn't know the darkness in them. The woman sitting beside the bed had a sad face. She glanced at the tall Chen Zai and felt inexplicably panicked. Chen Zai was not very old and frowned. I thought, this is just a place to sleep. Why does it seem like her life is about to be taken away? He turned to the girl next to him and asked, where do I live? There are 2 rooms inside. One is mine and the other is my mother's. If you want, you can use the hall. Chen Zai didn't hesitate and picked a room at random and walked in. Then, the door was locked. I heard the door lock. The mother and daughter outside were stunned. I don't understand what Chen Zai means. The hotel cost about 100 yuan, but Chen Zai spent 500 yuan. I ran to the urban village and fell asleep as soon as I entered the room. For a moment they were at a loss. Mom, why don't we climb up the windowsill and see what that guy is doing? Isn't this bad? What's wrong? Let me do it. The little girl climbed out of her mother's room and onto the balcony without hesitation, from where she could see Chen Zai lying in bed. She saw that the man was indeed lying on the bed, with his duckbill hat covering his eyes, and soon he began to snore. The little girl sighed and slowly crawled back. Mom, that guy seems to be really asleep? The woman in her early 20s stood there in a daze. Fell asleep so quickly? He had only been here for 3 minutes, but he fell asleep so quickly. I spent $500 to stay in a place like this, and it seems like I really came here just to sleep? What a weird person. The woman in her 20s scratched her head. He took his daughter and went back to his room to rest, but when I thought about it carefully, I felt something was wrong. The girl must be at least 7 or 8 years old. The woman was only about 20 years old. If this child was really her daughter, wouldn't she have become a mother at the age of 12 or 13? But if you know a little bit, it's definitely noticeable that a woman in her 20s doesn't look like she's ever given birth. The next day, Chen Zai woke up before dawn. He went to bed early last night and didn't feel tired at all when he got up. Instead, I feel full of energy. Stretched. When I opened the door, I found that the mother and daughter seemed to be still asleep. He hurried out. In fact, he had heard a lot about the school's address while spending time with his sister. Shanghai No. 2 Middle School is a pretty good school. Chen Zai's parents have always felt guilty about being sent to a mental hospital. They took out all this guilt on their younger sister. At that time, my sister's academic performance was not good enough, so my parents sent her there through connections. As a result, this became the source of trouble for my sister. Now my sister is lying unconscious in the hospital, while the perpetrators are still at large. The school's management is not strict, and there is only one security guard at the door. There are 100 ways for Chen Zai to sneak in, but he didn't rush into action. Instead, he stood outside and observed the people coming in and out. My sister told him a lot about the people in school. For example, the fat and big-eared chemistry teacher, that extremely strict math teacher. There is also the Chinese teacher who often causes trouble for her. Chen Zai also knows a little bit. Waited for a long time. A tall woman in a black teacher's uniform appeared at the school gate. She was about 30 years old and had a somewhat sarcastic look on her face. If any student dressed casually, she would scold him harshly. If you see such a scene at ordinary times, you will only think that the school's requirements are strict. But my sister once said that this teacher was their homeroom teacher, the Chinese teacher. He always causes trouble for his sister. When her sister got into trouble, she often ran to their house. I often say to my parents, why don't you bully others, but only your daughter? Putting everything aside, is it true that their daughter did nothing wrong? Although my parents had a shop in their early years, after the shop was transferred, they stayed in the factory for many years, and their fighting spirit had long been worn out. Plus, they are not good at speaking. I have been somewhat led astray by this class teacher. Thinking back to the grievances my sister had suffered, this sarcastic and mean woman in front of me was to blame. After determining the target, Chen Zai did not take action immediately. It was just dawn and it was time for students to go to class. There are many parents around, which can easily cause a commotion. He decided to wait until night. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, several figures around the corner stared at him. These people have obviously received rigorous training, well disguised, but Chen Zai still noticed it. He just frowned and walked out with big strides. I want to test whether these people are following me. As soon as Chen Zai turned and left, those people also moved in his direction. Make sure the target is you. Chen Zai took them to a remote place without hesitation. The few people who followed closely lost sight of Chen Zai in an instant. The bearded man walking in front frowned and picked up the walkie-talkie. The person has disappeared, and I have no idea where he went. Then, a dissatisfied question came from the other end of the intercom. What's going on? That guy is just a 15-year-old kid. What's the point if you can't even keep an eye on a kid? The bodyguard manager who was questioned wanted to refute, but remained silent. After all, the problem did lie with him. The other party is just a child, and they can't even keep up with the child. It's really embarrassing. Just as he was about to take further action, a silver-white light flashed before his eyes. The bodyguard manager, who had experienced many life and death tests, took a step back with his keen sense of danger. He narrowly avoided the knife. When he saw that the weapon that had slashed across his body was actually a sharp scalpel, cold sweat involuntarily broke out on his forehead. If the knife had hit the neck just now, it would probably have cut a hole in the neck. Even if teammates rescued and sent him to the hospital in time, the chances of survival were slim. What frightened him even more was that the other party's moves were ruthless and cunning, not at all like what a child should do. A 15-year-old boy is so skilled. He himself is considered one of the best bodyguards. In his early years, he made a name for himself in foreign mercenary groups, and his salary was among the highest among the Wang family's bodyguards. Annual salary easily exceeds 1 million. Because of his high salary, his skills are far far superior to those of ordinary bodyguards. He subconsciously wanted to fight back. However, before he could make a move, another silver-white knife light suddenly flashed. He was so scared that he stepped back repeatedly. The sharp blade light followed closely behind, extremely fierce. When the bodyguards nearby saw this, they couldn't help but frown. However, the kid's knife was flawless. While swinging the knife at the bodyguard manager, he also kept a tight guard over the others. If they rushed forward rashly, they would probably fall to the ground and bleed in the next second. Several people tried to surround them from behind. Relying on their rich experience, they wanted to besiege Chen Zhe. But Chen Zhe suddenly accelerated and passed by the bodyguard manager only 5 meters away. Then the bodyguard manager let out a shrill scream. There was a long cut on his abdomen, and blood was gushing out. The bodyguard manager fell to the ground. The bodyguards who followed were so scared that their scalps went numb. Their annual salary is only tens of thousands, far less than that of a bodyguard manager. Even if you have professional ethics, you will feel insecure if your salary is not high. Seeing the bodyguard manager, who could usually easily suppress 4 or 5 of them by himself, fall, they also dispersed. Only Chen Zhe was left, dragging his bodyguard manager, and he got into a black car and sped towards the suburbs. This black car was the one that the driver and investigator had parked outside the bar street. The driver drove over just as we were heading towards the school. It was not until Chen Zheyan left that the escaped bodyguards returned to the scene. They looked at each other. Someone pulled out a walkie-talkie. A man's deep voice came from the intercom. "Are you capable of doing this? I spend nearly 10 million every year raising you, but if you can't even handle a child, what's the point?" The long silence made the cursing man frown. After calming down for a long time, the bodyguard's voice finally came. "Chairman, someone's missing." The bodyguard manager was knocked down by a kid and taken away by that guy. The man couldn't help but gasp. Although he had just cursed, he was well aware of the fighting ability of the bodyguard manager. He still vividly remembered how a rival company had bribed a group of thugs to attack him. The bodyguard manager single-handedly beat up a dozen thugs with his bare hands, making them cry for their parents. He therefore offered the bodyguard manager an annual salary of several million. Later it was proved that the bodyguard manager was extremely capable and was worthy of the high salary. Even the 4 or 5 newly recruited bodyguards combined might not be able to defeat him. Such a person whom he valued so much was easily dealt with by that boy as soon as they met. He recalled the scene last night when the bodyguards came back to report to him. He was still wondering why he didn't even bring that kid back. If he really did fight, not only would his bodyguards have to stay, but even his son would not be able to escape. Just thinking about it made him feel cold. That shouldn't be the case. That kid has been locked up in a mental hospital. How did he get such strong skills? The other party is inevitably full of doubts. The Wang and Zhou families have been business partners for many years and have made countless enemies. The unbridled expansion in recent years has offended many wealthy families in Shanghai City. Could it be that those people did something secretly? But when he thought of the other 5 people who hurt the little girl, he became confused again. Could it be that those wealthy and powerful families were so bold and presumptuous that they didn't even care about the dignity of those 5 people? I can't figure it out no matter what. He could only bite the bullet and order. No matter what, we need to investigate that kid's background thoroughly. 4 people aren't enough, so we need 10, 20, or even 50. I have plenty of money, and the Zhou family is also looking for him. I don't believe that kid can escape this dragnet. I thought it was just a small case of bullying and I could suppress it by sending a few people to create momentum. As a result, the appearance of Chen Zhe, a variable, made him, as the head of the Wang family, feel vaguely uneasy. There is a feeling that a storm is about to come. Those foreign forces have been making moves recently. This won't last long. Looks like we have to go meet those guys. Do they really think this is just a private matter between our Wang and Zhou families? That they have no role in this? The man on the other end of the intercom snorted coldly, and then there was the sound of a door slamming, and the atmosphere returned to calm. Zhao Yong, who was driving a black Buick and parked on the street, also received news from other bodyguards. Did something happen to Sun Yaoyan? That guy's skills are second only to mine, and his strength should not be underestimated, yet he was taken down with just one move. Isn't that kid's strength even more terrifying than I imagined? Zhao Yong was the driver who drove in the bar district last night. It was because of his order that the other bodyguards took their young master away first without hesitation. Zhao Yong's personal combat capability is at an abnormal level among the Wang family's bodyguards. Although he had never fought with Sun Yaoyang had stated on many occasions in public that he had no power to fight back against Zhao Yong. There is more than just an ordinary bodyguard behind Zhao Yong. It is said that he is backed by a declining ancient martial arts family, of which only 4 people are left. Each of them is a well-known martial arts coach in the country, and one of them was once the personal bodyguard of the president of Eagle Country. Later, he was concerned about his motherland, resigned from his bodyguard position, joined the army, and specialized in close combat training. Now he is famous and extremely ruthless. In his early years, Zhao Yong was uneducated and had not learned all the skills, so he was often despised by his fellow apprentices. Eventually he became a bodyguard for a wealthy family, barely making ends meet. But even so, Zhao Yong is still far superior to other bodyguards. The horror of this ancient martial arts heritage is self-evident. Forget it, I'm just responsible for the Wang family's security. It was indeed the Wang family that was wrong in the beginning, but with so many people involved, I'm afraid that kid might not be able to avenge himself. He had never seen Chen Zhe take action personally, but Chen Zhe dared to fight against the the Wang family and Zhou family on his own and avenge his sister. He still quite approves of it. As for whether Chen Zhe is really mentally ill, that is not within his consideration at all. For those who practice martial arts, it is normal for most of them to have extreme personalities. Once someone has made up their mind about something, it's almost impossible to shake it. For this reason, calling it a mental illness doesn't seem out of place. Although the boy is young, his skills are amazing. With the guidance of my senior brothers, I am afraid he can reach a higher level. If he can escape the pursuit of the Wang and Zhou families and survive, he might be able to get in touch with his fellow brothers. Zhao Yong was present all day, but he did not put in any effort. After all, the money he got was for guarding the house. If the Wang family really wants him to hunt down others, then they will have to calculate a different price. Chen Zhe drove a black car. I bought a lot of food at the roadside stalls. Then we drove to an abandoned factory in the suburbs. Seeing the two men still tied up tightly, he threw the food on the ground. He then dragged the bodyguard manager out of the car. As for the wound on his abdomen, Chen Zhe had already prepared needles, thread, and alcohol. He needed to dig out more useful information from these people, so he naturally wouldn't kill them easily. Even if he killed these marginal figures, it would not relieve the hatred in his heart. After tying the man up again, he undressed the bodyguard manager and used needle and thread to forcibly suture the abdominal wound. The alcohol was poured directly onto the wound without any treatment, and the stinging pain made the bodyguard manager wail in pain. He woke from his coma, gasping for breath. When he looked up at the person in front of him, he was met with a pair of extremely cold eyes. It was as if there was another ferocious beast lurking in those eyes, flashing with cruelty, madness, viciousness, and other emotions. Especially when he saw his exposed wounds, the bloodthirsty rage he felt was almost uncontrollable. He couldn't help but shudder. I finally understood why the chairman specifically marked Chen Zhe as a mental patient in the information he sent them. This kind of look, this almost crazy expression, is definitely not what a normal person should have. The reason why the chairman was panicked was that, after all, who wouldn't be afraid when facing a person with amazing skills and mental disorder? Little brother, it's never too late to repent. After the wound was sutured, bodyguard manager Sun Yaoyang couldn't help but persuade. The two people next to him obviously recognized Sun Yaoyang's identity. There was an expression of inexplicable fear on his face. Everyone knows that the Wang family has 5 bodyguards who are skilled and ruthless. These 5 people usually help the Wang family do a lot of shameful things. Sun Yaoyang is even more famous. He is the right-hand man of the Wang group and has saved the chairman many times in life and death situations. Such a terrifying person had his abdomen cut open by Chen Zhe himself and was brought to this abandoned factory. This made the two of them feel their scalps tingling, their limbs weak, and their teeth chattering uncontrollably. Originally I didn't want to use the chain, but after thinking about it, I decided to use it. Chen Zhe returned to the car and took out a few dog chains. Tie the 3 of them up again. The investigator and the driver didn't feel anything. Sun Yaoyang was so angry that his whole body was shaking, and he felt extremely insulted. In addition to these, Chen Zhe also bought several rabbits and put them in the car. During the time I was away from the mental hospital, the tranquilizers I was taking gradually lost their effectiveness. Haven't taken medicine in a while. Another voice in my head was appearing more and more frequently. He was afraid that he would not be able to control the evil thoughts and would go completely crazy. If you want to release this emotion, you must find an outlet. These rabbits are undoubtedly the best choice. He paid no attention to the 3 people on the field and took all the rabbits out of the car. Looking at the rabbits, he swallowed subconsciously. The almost crazy look in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. All kinds of creepy actions and methods made the drivers and investigators nearby feel chilled. I couldn't help it. My stomach was churning. Then he began to retch on the ground. Sun Yaoyang's brows twitched slightly. At first, he thought Chen Zhe was threatening them in this way, but gradually, he realized that something was wrong. From Chen Zhe's ever-changing eyes, this lunatic is not threatening at all. It's about releasing the emotions inside. It is to vent the pent-up mania and madness in the heart. If these means and this way of venting fall on them, Sun Yaoyang couldn't help but get goosebumps all over his body just from imagining it. The mouth that was about to speak suddenly closed. He realized that when facing a mental illness, no matter what you say, the other person may not listen. You might even get yourself involved. What a lunatic, Sun Yaoyang muttered softly in his heart. He became even more wary of Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe caught Sun Yaoyang, where the hospital is located, but a large number of people came. The one walking in front was Zhou Buwei, the chairman of the Zhou family. As one of the famous dignitaries in Shanghai City, Zhou Buwei's reputation is by no means ordinary. With his reputation, he can easily solve many problems, but this is Zhou Buwei. Now, he was forced into a corner by a 15-year-old boy and had no choice but to come to the hospital in person. You should have heard about the Wang family's affairs. Soften your tone when you go in. Don't push people too hard, or it will backfire. Zhou Buwei walked forward with extraordinary momentum. Wearing a black suit, one feels heavy and depressed. He was followed closely by his wife. She is also Zhou Shushue's mother. They had originally planned to negotiate in a few more days. We can have a good talk when the surgery is closer. But just last night, an old friend from the hospital called to inform them. Someone transferred 500,000 yuan for medical expenses into the Chen family's account, and now the Chen family has no shortage of this money. In addition, when the news about the Wang family came out, Zhou Buwei suddenly felt panicked. I could vaguely feel a sense of oppression as if a storm was about to come. Besides that, I also heard that Sun Yaoyang is missing. That man is the Wang family's right-hand man and a capable terrible subordinate of that Wang. I don't know how many things he has done for the Wang family on a daily basis. His methods are evident, but now even he has disappeared. If you use your brain a little, you will know what happened. If something goes wrong again, the consequences will be disastrous. The wife behind him was somewhat unwilling. Is Shushue's matter over like this? Your daughter was abandoned in your own villa. Can you accept this? Zhou Buwei, who was walking in front, paused. His face was extremely gloomy. It would be fine if it happened normally. If the Zhou and Wang families join forces, even if Chen Zhe has 3 heads and 6 arms, they will still be able to deal with him. But recently those foreign forces have been causing a lot of trouble in the city, and now there is another serious threat. The impact on these local forces is really too great. Zhou Buwei turned around abruptly and glanced at his wife coldly. Recognize your own identity. I told you clearly when you first told me. Although you are my wife in name only, you eat my food, live in my house, and I gave you the villa and luxury car over the years. You can spend the money in the card however you want. Do you think all this was for nothing? Don't forget that you were just an ordinary college student, struggling to find a job. When will you ever get the chance to boss me around? Zhou Buwei's words reminded the woman beside him of the sword that had always been hanging over her head. The reason why she and Zhou Buwei can get to where they are today and enjoy the wealth and glory they have now, just because she is obedient enough. No matter what Zhou Buwei did outside, she never interfered. It is for this reason that we have been together for more than 20 years. Zhou Buwei was quite gentle to her, but this tenderness made her gradually become arrogant and seemed to have forgotten her original promise. When Zhou Buwei mentioned it again, her heart suddenly tightened and a feeling of panic quickly surged into her heart. I didn't mean that. I also know that you have other women outside. Xu Xue is not your only daughter. You have several sons, but she is my only daughter. Having said this, the woman couldn't help but feel sad and started crying. Zhou Buwei thought back to the past 20 years of getting along, and his heart couldn't help but soften. Okay, let's deal with those outsiders first. The road ahead is long and the days ahead are long. Although she was filled with resentment, the woman beside her could only bow her head and nod helplessly. After all, she still has to rely on Zhou Buwei. She has no business acumen and has done almost nothing over the years except spending money. Apart from being pretty, she seems to have no other qualities. She studied design in her early years, but after more than 20 years of neglect, she has forgotten everything she learned. My parents are old and there are many expenses that need to be taken care of. If Zhou Buwei cut off her financial resources, don't talk about your parents anymore. She was too embarrassed to face her relatives and friends. When she thought of losing Zhou Buwei, she felt like a stray dog and was in a state of panic all day long. The woman could only swallow the resentment in her heart. After all, her daughter wasn't dead yet. Even if you fall into a coma, even though Chen Zhe had injected drugs into him before, causing him to become mentally disturbed, there is still a possibility of salvation. But if I can be discharged from the hospital in the future, there will be some sequelae. But he believed that as long as she was still Zhou Buwei's wife, Zhou Shushui is still his daughter. From now on, you will be able to continue to enjoy wealth and glory, live a worry-free and radiant life. Putting aside the troubles, they walked into the hospital together. Arrived at the intensive care unit on the 7th floor. The bodyguards were all standing outside the door. Zhou Buwei pushed the door open and walked in with his wife. Inside the house were 2 elderly men who were over 40 years old and had white hair. They remembered that the last time they saw Chen Yuzheng, he only had a few strands of white hair on his head, but now, this slightly thin figure seems to have aged by 10 or 20 years. He has a hunched back and looks very old. Zhou Buwei sighed softly, ordered a stool to be brought over, and slowly sat down in front of the 2 elders. Before the words were spoken, Chen Yuzheng's eyes widened suddenly and he shouted angrily, "Get out! You are not welcome here." Chen Yuzheng certainly understood the purpose of the other party's visit. Since my son left the mental hospital, he could probably guess what his son would do. In fact, he is also extremely conflicted inside. If he would look for it, based on his understanding of his son and those clues, he would definitely be able to find and even contact his son. But in the past few days, he has been staying by his daughter's bedside and has not gone to find Chen Zhe. It seems like I am letting it go silently, but I also feel happy in my heart, especially after learning from the news that Zhou Buwei's daughter is also in the hospital. The look was so similar to his own daughter, and the almost twisted madness and joy were beyond words. He knew this wasn't right. I cried many times late at night. If he wishes, I can definitely take my son back to the mental hospital. Thinking of the death of the doctor in the hospital, and since his son once said that he had seen Zhou Buwei in the hospital, he had already made up his mind. Even if I take my son back to the mental hospital, he will only face endless targeting. On the contrary, it might be safer for my son to leave him outside. Although Chen Yuzheng was pedantic, he understood that it would be useless to take it back. It might even have harmed his son. At the same time, he hated his own incompetence and could only watch his son lose his mind little by little in the bloody storm outside. During this period, he suffered more than anyone else. Chen Yuzheng roared loudly. Even the bodyguards outside the door heard it clearly. But when they stepped into the room, the chairman had already made it clear that no one was allowed to enter without his permission. Seeing Chen Yuzheng's crazy expression, Zhou Buwei seemed to understand a little, because when he saw his daughter lying in the hospital, he felt the same madness and helplessness. However, he is a businessman who knows how to seek profit and avoid harm. If there is a better way, he will never compromise easily. At the same time, he also had a way to make Chen Yuzheng in front of him feel relieved, because the murderer who hurt their daughter was not from the Zhou family at all. I know how much pain you are in right now. When my daughter was was lying in the hospital bed, I felt as bad as you did. But I know my daughter's situation best. Although she sometimes forms gangs with others at school, she has never done anything to beat anyone up and put them in the hospital. I'm willing to cover all of your daughter's medical expenses. Besides, I heard you used to own a shop. I can help you get it back and give you some extra compensation. How about we just write off the grudge between the two families? After saying that, he took out a video of his daughter and placed it in front of the two of them. The parents looked at the girl of similar age in the video, who was also full of tubes and looked even more seriously ill than their daughter. A hint of pity gradually emerged in his eyes, but he soon became firm again. This is all your daughter's own fault. Zhou Buwei opened his mouth, but his throat seemed to be blocked by something. He originally didn't plan to release the video, but looking at the attitude of this couple of parents, it seems that they have no good intentions. He could only sigh helplessly. The video involved a lot of people, including those 5 people. Even though he felt extremely wronged, he had no choice but to bear the consequences. Although his daughter was stubborn during this period, she finally admitted that she had done it all. But who did it? Who taught her to say that? Zhou Buwei knew it very well. After all, with their strength, if they were to face those 5 people, even one of them could easily destroy the Zhou family. It's as easy as crushing an ant. I understand the hatred and pain in your hearts, but my daughter has been wrongly accused. Isn't it even more painful for me? After some hesitation, Zhou Buwei took out his mobile phone again. Another video played. This video was not shot by Zhou Shuxue herself. Instead, it was recorded by another boy, whose voice was cold and sharp, as if there was something wrong with his voice naturally. Coming from the phone, it sounded more feminine, like a girl. But anyone who has heard the voice knows that it is definitely a boy. Once you watch this video, you will understand that my daughter was wrongly accused. Although the couple was a little skeptical, they still stared at the phone screen. In the video, Zhou Shuxue soon appeared in front of them. During the whole process, Zhou Shuxue stood by, looking confused and helpless. There was fear in his eyes. The back of a boy in a white shirt was standing next to her, constantly pushing her. He kept whispering, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and do it. Don't you want your family's business anymore? You're just a toy for us to play with. Don't think you're any better than her. If you don't do it now, go back and take off all your clothes. We'll call a few more people and let you have a taste of our might." Zhou Shuxue trembled all over and her eyes couldn't help but turn red. Obviously, she took a lot of blame for this kind of thing. Seeing that she was hesitant to take action, the boy in the white shirt spat on the ground and pushed her aside, not knowing what had happened. Zhou Shushue's voice was choked with sobs, but there seemed to be a hint of enjoyment, and gradually she became silent. When the camera was pointed at her again, she had already hurried away with her school bag on her back. It's just that the clothes are a little messy. She looked back and saw Chen Xiaomei lying on the ground. Then he left the classroom step by step. This scene shocked Chen Yuzheng and his wife. In their hearts, Zhou Buwei has long been a well-known figure in Shanghai City. However, no one expected it. Even a man of his prominent status would have his daughter humiliated so shamelessly and made to take the blame. But Zhou Buwei didn't dare to say much and never made it public. This is not difficult to see from this video and previous confessions. Although Zhou Shuxue had led her daughter to the classroom and beat her, but those were not fatal injuries. The real atrocities began after Zhou Shuxue left. Zhou Shuxue in the video is certainly hateful, but the ones who should really be condemned are the remaining few people. After watching the video, Zhou Buwei's hand quickly slid towards the image of his daughter lying on the hospital bed full of tubes. With this strong contrast, the voice is mixed with regret. Now you should understand that the one who really harmed your Chen Xiaomei was not my daughter at all. Indeed, my daughter is an accomplice. She was the one who let Chen Xiaomei go to the classroom. She and Chen Xiaomei had a conflict, which ultimately led to this clash. But my daughter has received the punishment she deserves. As for the perpetrators, I cannot reveal who they are. Once I tell you, not only our Zhou family, but also your son and daughter will be caught up in this storm. The mastermind behind the annihilation of our entire Zhou family with just one sentence, young and old, must be incredibly powerful. Advise your son to stop and not wait until disaster strikes before regretting it. If you're willing to stop now, not only will you get a large sum of money for your medical expenses, but you can also buy back your old shop. I'll also give you a large check. Isn't it good to live like this? The two elders were stunned there. There was silence for a long time. Finally he sighed, and his heart seemed to waver. Zhou Buwei did not say anything more, but wrote a check for 3 million. He placed it on the table next to them, tapped it gently, and turned to leave, waiting for Zhou not to go far. The parents stared at the check sharply, looking at each other in silence. However, when they walked outside, the woman who had been following them suddenly began to breathe rapidly. He rushed forward and grabbed Zhou Buwei. Is the content in the video just now true? Just now in the room. She was so shocked that she was speechless when she saw the video. I only came to my senses when I got outside. Looking at his wife's expression, Zhou Buwei just sneered. What are you thinking about? The girl in the video who was cornered and humiliated had a noticeable birthmark on her foot. Does your daughter have one? No, you mean. I had the video specially compiled and edited a lot of things. Although my daughter took the blame, she would never have fallen to such a state. After all, no matter how powerful those 5 people are, they still have to rely on our Zhou family to do things, and they will never be cruel to our family. Recalling the girl who was humiliated in the video, the birthmark on the foot is clearly visible. The wife who was following behind him finally breathed a sigh of relief. Her husband's words made her completely sober. She then asked, did our daughter participate in the violence that harmed Chen Xiaomei? Zhou Buwei opened his mouth, then shook his head. When our daughter left, Chen Xiaomei in the video was still fine. Although the video content has been edited, it is based on real footage. It's hard to tell whether what I said was true or not, otherwise those two old men wouldn't have believed it so easily. The tragedy my daughter experienced is fake, but the conflict between her and Chen Xiaomei is real. It was my daughter who tricked Chen Xiaomei into the classroom. Although she later left, she is one of the culprits who led to Chen Xiaomei's current predicament. So don't think about revenge for now. You deserve what you've done. It's also the result of your indulgence. After he finished speaking, Zhou Buwei snorted coldly. He got into a black car, and his wife, who was sitting behind him, drove away before she even got in. He was also using his actions to warn his wife, don't do anything stupid. The Zhou family's situation now is far worse than before. Just like a small boat swaying in the wind and rain, it may be swallowed by the huge waves at any time. At the gate of number 2 middle school, the sky gradually darkened. Many students were leaving the school one after another. Some live in the school dormitory, while others are picked up by their parents. Others go home by themselves. Chen Zhe sat at the entrance of the convenience store, his hands on his legs, his fingertips crossed. The duckbill hat covered most of his face, but he could vaguely sense the movements outside. After catching a few rabbits in an abandoned factory in the suburbs to vent, his mood has stabilized a lot, especially from that teacher. He got more important information. Although he also interrogated Sun Yaoyang, the other party told him everything he wanted to know without hesitation. But there is still too little information. There are only 2 clues about the perpetrators who bullied his sister. Among the perpetrators were Wang Dong and Zhou Shuxue. Although they may not be the ultimate murderers who led to my sister's current tragic situation, they are definitely not unrelated. There were 7 perpetrators in total. Except for Wang Dong and Zhou Shuxue, the status of the remaining 5 people seemed to be much higher than he imagined. More importantly, these 5 people are not students from number 2 middle school. The day they entered number 2 middle school, all video recordings were erased. Even some people who have seen these 5 people have either left their hometowns long ago or are missing. Trying to find them is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If you want to find out the situation of these people, you can only integrate all the valuable clues and never miss any possibility. Wait until it's completely dark. Chen Zhe still didn't wait for the female teacher to show up. He frowned and thought to himself, did she leave halfway? The female teacher asked for leave at noon and did not come to school in the afternoon. It's almost 8 o'clock. I'm afraid it will be of no use if we continue to wait. He walked to the intersection with a frown, started the black Buick and left. At the hospital exit, Chen Zhe's mother, Li Yuefen, was carrying a lunchbox and some clothes. Got on an old black lady's motorcycle. It looked like he was getting ready to go home, eat and change clothes. However, as soon as Li Yuefen left, more than a dozen men with tattoos on their arms were staring at the hospital parking exit. After seeing Li Yuefen come out, someone took out a photo from his pocket for comparison. The man with a crew cut in the front row immediately narrowed his eyes and winked at the others. Soon he followed. Li Yuefen met many acquaintances and they had a good chat and laughed together because of their good relationship. At the street corner, she also met her daughter's classmates. Her name is Zhao Miner. She has fair skin and is not tall, but it exudes a petite and delicate beauty that is as beautiful as flowers in the moon. After seeing Li Yuefen, Zhao Minor hesitated for a long time. Finally, I found a small jar of paper cranes from my school bag. Auntie, how is Xiaomei? Seeing this familiar girl, Li Yuefen's eyes turned red, remembering that Zhao Minor often came to play at home. Occasionally, he would accompany Chen Xiaomei to visit Chen Zhe in the mental hospital. Although Chen Zhe was not impressed by this girl, but if we meet, I will definitely recognize her. Why are you here? Isn't your home in the south of the city? Auntie, I came here specially by car. I didn't dare go to the hospital because I was afraid of seeing Xiaomei like that. So, she hesitated for a moment and then continued. My mom said 1,000 paper cranes represent happiness and beauty and can be used for blessings, so I folded a lot. I hope Xiaomei can get better soon. Can you help me bring them to Xiaomei? Zhao Miner's face was full of sincerity, and her heart was filled with regret. When she returned that day, she did not wait for Chen Xiaomei. If they could have returned together, she might not have been hurt. Everything could have been salvaged, but whenever she recalled the incident, she always felt deep remorse and pain. Li Yuefen's eyes turned redder after hearing her words. She took the paper cranes in the transparent jar and said with relief, "Good boy, Xiaomei has a friend like you. I am really happy for her. Auntie, I also brought a blessing bracelet. Can I put it under Xiaomei's pillow with my own hands?" Of course, Auntie's house is just ahead. Let's go back together. Li Yuefen also got off the motorcycle. Since it was only a distance of less than 100 meters, she happily accompanied the little girl to walk this distance. However, just as they walked into the alley together, there was a sudden commotion behind them. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 men with tattoos all over their arms blocked the entrance to the alley behind. At the exit ahead, 7 or 8 men with ferocious looks on their faces also appeared. Some held water pipes, others held an iron handle with the front end wrapped in newspaper. Seeing this scene, both Li Yuefen and Zhao Minor beside her turned extremely pale. In a moment of carelessness, the heavy motorcycle fell to the ground. The lunchboxes, spoons, chopsticks, and many clothes hanging on the car were scattered all over the floor. Li Yuefen seemed to realize something and shouted anxiously, "No, don't come over. This little girl is innocent. She's not from our family. Please let her go back, okay?" But the dozen or so men who walked in from the exit and entrance did not show any change in expression on their faces. A man wearing a tunic, black trousers, and a crew cut pushed away the men around him. He glanced at Li Li Yuefan and Zhao Minor coldly, then bowed respectfully. I'm sorry, big sister. I took money from others and helped them get rid of their misfortunes. If you were the only one here just now, it would be fine. But now she has seen it too, and there is nothing we can do. Even the other men who gathered around nodded to Li Yuefan, without any of the rude looks of street thugs. They spoke clearly and each held a weapon in their hands. Their politeness and coldness made Li Yuefan's heart tighten suddenly. She knew that these were not ordinary hooligans. I paid 10 million to buy the lives of your entire family. The other party is too powerful to contend with. I know your son, and his whereabouts are still unknown. I've seen his videos, and he's very skilled, and his methods are extremely cruel. If your son ever comes looking for me, I'm willing to pay with my life. This is how the world is. Sometimes, everyone is helpless. The man held a knife and the distance between them kept getting closer. 100 steps, 80 steps, 60 steps, more than 40 steps. A sense of oppression came over them, causing Li Yuefan and Zhao Minor, who were lying on the ground, to tremble in their voices. What difficulties are you unable to overcome? You are all innocent. Why are you involved in this kind of thing? Facing Li Yuefan's questioning, the man in armor, with tattoos all over his arms and a buzz cut, paused slightly. My wife hasn't paid off her gambling debts, and my 2 children are still missing. They're forcing me to pay off these 7 million gambling debts. If I succeed in this, not only will I be able to pay off my debts and bring my wife and children back, but I'll also be able to get a large sum of money and run away. They helped me get a passport and several million in cash, which is enough for me to live comfortably for the rest of my life in those underdeveloped countries. My brothers are also protected. Everyone has their own frustrations. The crew-haired man looked up at the dark night sky and said in a heavy voice, I don't want to kill you, nor do I want to kill your man, and I certainly don't want to kill that girl lying in the hospital. But there was an invisible hand behind me, pushing me to this point step by step. I still say that, if one day your son comes to you, not only me, but my brothers as well, as long as he can win, we are willing to pay with our lives. As soon as the words fell, the distance between the two was very close. The man slowly raised the knife in his hand. The lingering guilt in his eyes was deeply engraved on his face. He turned his head and took a deep breath. There was a bit more complexity in his eyes. If he could choose again, why would he embark on this path of no return? The blade is about to fall, accompanied by the moment when the silver moon was covered by dark clouds. A sound of breaking air was heard not far away. A fist-sized stone hit his forehead like lightning. There was only a loud bang. The man with the crew cut swayed and felt a strong sense of dizziness instantly. My vision seemed to be blurred by blood. At this moment, even everywhere he looked was red. The other men around also turned to watch. A tall figure wearing a baseball cap, a white shirt and blue jeans appeared not far away. In his hand was a gleaming silver scalpel. When he raised his head slightly, a cruel gleam flashed in his eyes. Everyone present couldn't help but feel shocked. This is not the look of an ordinary person at all. It's more like a beast that has been imprisoned in a cage for many years. I was already starving and losing my mind. A trapped beast with no other thoughts except fighting and killing. Even the man with the crew cut who was hit by the stone couldn't help but tremble slightly with his hand holding the knife. Steadying himself, his eyes became icy cold again. Just like before, he pushed through the crowd. Holding the long knife tightly, he walked through the crowd step by step. The men around him wanted to come forward to help, but he stopped her. No, remember the photo you saw? He's that woman's son. I told you that if he comes to me and a fight breaks out, I can give him my life. Now that he's here, I don't want to take advantage of him. Little brother, do you dare to fight him barehanded? The man with the crew cut through the long knife to the ground, twisted his neck. Chen Zhe also put the scalpel on his waist. He kicked off the ground and rushed forward like a swift cheetah. The man with the crew cut did not hesitate and tore off his armor, revealing his muscular body covered with tendons. Just like an Australian kangaroo, it has a strong impact. Surrounded by the crowd, Li Yuefan felt the powerful oppression emanating from the fisted man. Even the men around him breathed a sigh of relief at this moment. No one believed that Chen Zhe was a match for their boss. Zhao Minor, who was leaning against the wall, also recognized that it was her classmate's brother. My eyes couldn't help but become moist. Auntie, isn't he locked up in a mental hospital? Can he really win? Li Yuefan clenched her teeth, feeling deeply worried. As they talked, two people passed each other in the distance. They fought each other. In that instant, fist shadows appeared one after another. Half an hour later, it was this moment of passing by. The man with the crew cut couldn't help but tremble slightly. There was a hint of excitement in his expression, and skilled fighting skills. Did he really come out of a mental hospital? In his memory, mental hospitals are nothing more than injections of various sedatives or lying in bed. Although there are occasional opportunities to go out for fresh air, it is no different from being a prisoner in a cage. Supervision is stricter. Where on earth did such a person learn these skills? The man with the crew cut turned around and punched out like thunder. Chen Zhe turned his head to the side and nimbly dodged the punch. She raised her leg and rammed her knee hard into the man's abdomen. The man felt pain and staggered. Chen Zhe took advantage of the situation and approached, but the opponent reacted quickly, raising his arms to defend himself. Then he turned over and rolled down for more than 2 meters. After stabilizing his body, he rushed forward again. The two men fought back and forth in the narrow alley, their fists swinging at a speed that was almost impossible to catch under the cover of night. But it is undeniable that, whether it was close combat or the force of the confrontation, the performance of both men exceeded everyone's expectations. Even the subordinates of the man in the distance did not expect that their boss would be barely able to hold his own in front of this young man. One of the men glanced at Li Yuefan and Zhao Minor, who were lying on the ground and was about to raise the steel pipe in his hand to threaten Chen Zai. But then he heard the crew cut man roaring, "Stop! I'm Sun Long. Even if you're a dragon crossing the river, if you want this money, you have to use fair and honest means to get it. If I die, it means I'm inferior in skill. If you use such despicable means, you're simply insulting me." As soon as he finished speaking, he punched out again with great force, hitting Chen Zai's shoulder hard. Chen Zai's arm was numb and painful from the beating, and even drooped weakly, but he was not afraid of the injury at all. On the contrary, the pain aroused his greater excitement and madness, and the speed of his punches increased dramatically. Sun Long in front of him gritted his teeth. The two exchanged punches, and their bodies were already covered with bruises, until Sun Long was hit on the forehead by a punch. Dang 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 retreated several steps. The battle paused temporarily at this moment. Sun Long was gasping for breath. The close combat had almost exhausted all his strength. After all, he is getting older and less able to do what he wants. If it were 10 years ago, he might not be afraid of the young man in front of him. But equally, if this young man had lived another 10 years, perhaps even Sun Long at his peak would have been unable to escape defeat. "Boss, no matter what, we are of the same mind. Even if he beats you, it doesn't mean he can take anyone away from here." As soon as he finished speaking, the remaining dozen or so people rushed forward. They are different from their boss and each of them has a sharp weapon in their hands. Chen Zai also took out the silver-white scalpel from his waist. He bent his waist slightly, like a tiger lurking in the dark, ready to strike. When everyone rushed to the front, the scalpel has flown out. The silver-white blade light is like a dancing butterfly. Under the siege of the crowd, she was like a woman dancing on the edge of a knife. It makes people obsessed and unable to look away. Every time he swung his sword down, always accompanied by a bright red blood color. It is deeply engraved in everyone's heart. His movements were clean and smooth, without a single pause. When facing a falling water pipe or a long knife, as long as it is not a fatal blow, he always relies on his judgment to respond toughly. It is by this method that, under the siege of more than a dozen people, he actually broke through calmly. When he stood opposite to the dozen people and came in front of Sun Long, the scalpel was still dripping with blood. But several people couldn't bear the pain and fell to the ground, covering their bodies and twitching. He gently raised the scalpel, holding Sun Long's neck. It seemed as if only a slight force was needed. Sun Long would die by the sword. He didn't hesitate at all. Like his cold heart, like the blood color that just bloomed, like a devil unleashed. His eyes were filled with blood, madness, and morbid distortion. Just as the scalpel was about to cut Sun Long's throat, a voice suddenly rang out from the alley. "Son, don't." Before he could finish his words, the man rushed over, stood in front of his son, and grabbed his hand tightly. This brief reminder, it suddenly woke him up from his killing frenzy. When he came to his senses again, his mother's voice was already ringing in his ears. "Son, I know you can't control yourself. This Sun Long is not a bad person. He just came here to make trouble because his wife and children were held hostage. Have you ever thought that a person's power is ultimately limited?" Mother has also understood this during this period of time. Although the Wang and Zhou families deserve to die, the 5 people behind them are the ones who truly deserve to die. If you want to kill them all, you need someone to help you. Your mother is old. If one day she is gone, I hope you can think more about yourself. Chen Zai's body shook slightly. Obviously he didn't quite understand what his mother said. Perhaps in his understanding, only when all dangers are completely eliminated can one be truly safe. It seems that only crazier and more violent means can instill fear and terror in the enemy. Just like in the mental hospital, he would retaliate against all the tortures inflicted on him by the nurses and doctors with several times or even dozens of times the intensity. Therefore, no one dared to provoke him easily anymore. When he raised his head, the fierce look on his face had disappeared without a trace, but he was still a little confused. He frowned and glanced at Sun Long, who was holding the silver-white scalpel. He then turned to look at the dozen or so people lying in a pool of blood not far away. He didn't really take his mother's words to heart. In fact, he wanted to kill all these people without leaving a single one alive, and then find the mastermind behind all this. But he couldn't disobey his mother's advice. After all, whether before he entered the mental hospital or while he was there, his mother had given him immense comfort and care. If there is a rope in his heart that can hold him back, it is only his parents and sister. It was because of their existence that Chen Zai did not fall completely into madness. Before he could speak, his mother reached out and gently pressed down his knife. He said to Sun Long beside him, "Have you ever thought that this might all be a trap set by someone else? Your wife and children are in huge gambling debts for no apparent reason, and then someone shows up at your door for no apparent reason, and then this is what happens." Sun Long had actually made up his mind to die, but after hearing what Li Yuefan said, he couldn't help but be stunned. He had never thought about it carefully before. After calming down, he felt that what the other party said made some sense. His wife was not a gambler. Although her best friend likes to play mahjong and often takes her to the casino, she only plays for a few thousand or tens of thousands of dollars at most. This amount of money is nothing to him, but anyone would find it unusual to suddenly lose 7 or 8 million. But even so, my wife and children are controlled by him, and I still have no ability to resist. Sun Long clenched his fists and smashed them hard against the wall beside him, hating himself for being so incompetent. Li Yuefan continued, "With your ability, as long as you are willing to investigate and follow the clues, you will be able to find the whereabouts of your wife and children. Besides, even if you really complete the task they assigned you, can you guarantee that they will let you leave alive? Isn't he going to kill you somewhere overseas again? After all, if this kind of thing gets leaked, the consequences will be disastrous. After your wife and children return home, if they really tell you something wrong, Long, given your personality, I'm afraid they won't let them go. Then your life would be a nuisance and an uncertain variable. Why don't they just kill you, throw you into the sea to feed the fish, and pay you a large sum of money to let you go? Li Yuefen's words were clear and reasonable. Sun Long was stunned. Given his personality, if his wife and children told him what happened and confirmed that he was framed, he would probably really bring people back to take revenge. But judging from the current situation, if there was no trap, his wife would never have lost 7 or 8 million. She is not that kind of person and would not take her children to a casino. From this point, it can be seen that there must be something fishy going on. The two are related to each other, which also shows that it is impossible for him to go abroad alive. There was no intention to give him money or release his wife and children from the beginning. Thinking of this almost undeniable possibility, Sun Long couldn't help but take a deep breath, and his voice became trembling. What should we do now? He seemed to be starting to panic. Finally, Li Yuefen said, "You should have seen what my son is capable of." Sun Long nodded. "He is indeed very strong, at least stronger than me. If you two work together and find clues to your wife and child, wouldn't it be possible to rescue them?" Sun Long scratched his head and looked at Chen Zhe beside him in disbelief. This guy doesn't look like a normal person at all. Can he help himself? If Li Yuefen had not stopped him in time, he had no doubt that this man would have killed them all. Even Chen Zhe himself couldn't help but frown. The scalpel in his hand was slightly raised, because he felt that things were too troublesome. The easiest way is to kill these people directly. Li Yuefen smiled and shook her head. "He listens to me, right, son?" His mother looked at him. Chen Zhe remained silent. The whole alley was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. His failure to deny it was tantamount to his acquiescence. He does listen to his mother. If his mother insisted on him doing so, he would naturally not kill Sun Long in front of him, but whether he would help rescue his wife and children was not certain. Once out of the mother's sight, whether to help or not is probably just a matter of thought. "Son, I know you don't want to. You saw what happened today. Mom and Dad don't have your abilities, and your sister is still lying in the hospital. If this happens a few more times, can you guarantee that nothing will happen to my parents and sister next time? Can you guarantee that you will arrive in time to save us every time?" Chen Zhe was silent. He really can't do it. Also unable to split himself. But if you have a group of like-minded friends, will they just sit back and do nothing? Li Yuefen did not force her son to agree immediately. Instead, guide him patiently step by step. She understood her son's paranoia and knew that he often couldn't control his temper. If you are not careful, even others will be implicated. Only by letting the son truly accept these people from the bottom of his heart can the outcome be changed. Even if one day she and her husband died because of someone, the son can also rely on this group of like-minded friends to protect his sister and even himself. Chen Zhe remained silent, but the mother had already sensed a change in his eyes. "He's already agreed, don't worry. As long as you find out the whereabouts of his wife and children, I believe he will definitely help." Sun Long's mouth twitched, still in disbelief. After all, being able to convince a mentally ill person is an extremely strange thing in itself. There seems to be no other choice. "Don't worry, Auntie. My men are injured, so I'll send them to your hospital for treatment. With them around, even if we can't stop the enemy, we can at least delay them for a while or two, and they can send us notifications as soon as possible. I can definitely protect your safety." After hearing this, Li Yuefen finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, what she cared about more was her son. She and her husband owed too much to this son. Even if they died, they didn't want anything to happen to their son. If I could have more friends like Sun Long, no matter how paranoid Chen Zhe is, he is at least a little more secure. With your words, I feel relieved. The two still need time to get used to each other. Li Yuefen didn't say much, but instead pulled up Zhao Minor, who was still sitting on the ground. Zhao Minor looked at Chen Zhe deeply and said politely, "Thank you, Xiaomei's brother. Thank you for saving me." Afterwards, under the leadership of Li Yuefen and others, everyone returned to the room and began to bandage the injured. It seems to be almost done. Everyone sat in the hall looking at each other. Chen Zhe pulled up his duckbill cap to cover his eyes, seemingly unwilling to communicate with others. It was Sun Long who took the lead in breaking the awkward atmosphere and started chatting with everyone. It was not until Li Yuefen had prepared everything and Sun Long arranged for his men to follow the hospital and report the situation at any time that he felt slightly relieved. Sun Long turned his head and glanced at Chen Zhe. "Aren't you going up to see your sister?" Chen Zhe said nothing, turned around and walked into the black Buick on the street. Sun Long moved quickly, opened the passenger door quickly, and got in. Chen Zhe gripped the steering wheel tightly, trying hard to suppress the urge to kill Sun Long. He stepped on the accelerator and the car rushed out quickly. However, a group of people had already arrived, right in the alley where the fierce battle had just taken place. Time passes by little by little. They carefully examined the traces of battle left around them. The team's leader was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, his gaze calm yet sharp. After inspecting the surroundings, several of his men came over to report. "Master Lu, we've checked. The spy who's been keeping watch reported that the kid who just got out of the mental hospital won the competition." Hearing these words, the middle-aged man called Master Lu couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The group that took action should be Sun Long, right? The person next to him nodded. "It is indeed Sun Long. He is just being used as a pawn by others. That idiot doesn't even know who captured his wife and children. He believes everything others say. He's a disgrace to us outsiders. But that guy is really capable. He was able to defeat Sun Long single-handedly. If I remember correctly, the photos my subordinates just sent me showed that Sun Long and that guy got into the same car. Although others expressed their feelings, they did not dare to say much. Only Master Lu squinted his eyes, slowly stood up, and looked into the distance. I saw a woman in a red evening dress walking towards me with a smile on her face. She was about 24 or 25, and her carefully made-up face was almost breathtakingly delicate. With her perfect figure, it is no exaggeration to call her a stunner. Any man who sees her will find it difficult to suppress his evil thoughts. Miss Su, why did you come here in person? The woman surnamed Su did not answer. She just walked in and stretched out her slender jade fingers to gently touch the wall that was hit by the fist. It seems the fight just now was quite intense. That's true. After all, it was Sun Long who took action personally. Aren't you going to help Sun Long and that kid? The whole Shanghai city has been in turmoil recently, and it seems to be related to that kid. Master Lu nodded and said, indeed, they are related. Our investigation shows that the boy had been living in a mental hospital. He has extraordinary skills, and I don't know where he learned them. I guess he may have a master behind him. His sister must have been thrown from the building. We don't have any clues as to who did it, but it's definitely related to the Wang and Zhou families. The woman in the red evening gown just smiled and shook her head. You should know that's not what I'm asking. That kid might be a breakthrough. Master Lu waved his hand and said, whether it's a breakthrough or not is hard to say. We can't expose our main forces too early. Shanghai City has the Tang family behind it, and they're not to be trifled with. So you mean to pretend not to see it? Not entirely. Master Lu pinched his chin in thought. Although Sun Long is just a local tyrant in the north, his boxing skills are amazing. He is known as one of the 4 tigers of Beichuan. Just based on this name, it should not be underestimated. But if we want to help, we have to wait until they achieve some results. Besides, the Wang and Zhou families are already busy, so there's no need for them to help. After saying that, Master Lu took out a black and gold card and said, a shopping mall has recently opened in Shanghai City. If you have time, Miss Su, you can go shopping. With this card, I will pay for all your purchases. Thank you, Master Lu. I'll take the card, but I'll still pay for it. Miss Su, you are so polite. We're not a family, so it's better to keep things separate. Master Lu smiled, said nothing more, and left with his men. Miss Su stared at the fist marks on the wall for a long time without saying a word. I just don't know how much trouble these two can stir up in Shanghai City. It would be best if we could force those people out. It's a pity that there are too many outsiders, like a pile of loose sand, difficult to unite. Otherwise, those people in Shanghai City wouldn't be able to stay so arrogant for long. She shook her head gently, twisting her slender waist slightly, and led her men into the night. The silvery moonlight gently spreads over the sky above the brightly lit city like a veil. It is like a masked girl, appearing and disappearing, with a mysterious atmosphere that makes people want to delve deeper. A black car slowly drove towards the factory in the suburbs and stopped at the end of the moonlit road. Then 2 people got out of the car. One wore a peaked cap, white shirt, and blue jeans. The other was wearing a black coat and was tall and burly. He is in his 30s, with a steady pace and a profound aura. Together they stepped into the dilapidated factory in front of them. Inside the factory, 3 people were chained and tied to a pillar. If they had been tied with ropes in the past, they might have been able to escape. But now, Sun Yaoyang, who had been dozing off, narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard footsteps outside. The scene of Chen Zhe using the rabbit to vent his anger was still vivid in his mind. Thinking that the almost sick boy had returned, he couldn't help but feel heavy in his heart. The other 2 also felt the movement outside and quickly turned their eyes to the factory gate. In addition to Chen Zhe, there was also a man in his 30s who came here this time. He had well-defined muscles all over his body and every step he took was steady and powerful. One can tell at a glance that he is a martial artist. Sun Yaoyang, who has seen countless people, is naturally very powerful. Otherwise, he would not be able to become the right-hand man of the Wang family. When he saw the man in his 30s, his brows couldn't help but twitch slightly. His throat rolled and he swallowed. Here comes another expert who is not inferior to Chen Zhe. The several hideous scars extending from his left arm to his chest, although covered by tattoos, could not escape his observation. This person is not only a master, but also someone who has experienced countless life and death trials. Even though he is not as powerful as Chen Zhe, he is enough to make people feel the oppression of a mountain. That kid, where did he find this person from? This shouldn't be. This guy is a complete psychopath. He's been locked up in the hospital for 4 years. Why does it feel like things are getting more and more complicated? They were not expecting the situation to turn out like this. After all, Chen Xiaomei is just a child from a poor family. With the means of the Wang family and the Zhou family, they could have easily taken control of the situation. Logically speaking, this should have been dealt with countless times. But this time, their foolproof plan caused a stir in the city. It seems that other forces have joined in. Chairman Wang, I'm afraid you've miscalculated. Sun Yaoyang muttered to himself. He closed his eyes and stopped looking at the 2 people. But Sun Long next to him obviously didn't intend to let him go. As soon as he came in, he realized that Sun Yaoyang was no ordinary person, at least a capable person with some skills. He glanced at Chen Zhe next to him and couldn't help but rub his hands. Give me the key, I want to fight him. Haven't you guys had enough fighting in the alley? Sun Long was speechless for a moment, but still snorted. You are different from him. Although I have skills in fighting with you, I am too brutal and there is no rules. It's like a fight between street thugs. I really don't understand why I lost to you. Fighting against Chen Zhe was a frustrating feeling. First of all, strength is no match at all. Secondly, the opponent's moves are disorganized and have no routine, making it difficult for you to understand or see clearly. The more you fight, the more restricted you become. Instead, the opponent fought more and more fiercely, and his attacks became faster and faster. The moves are still confusing confusing and you can't see the way out, but they can still convince you. And Sun Yaoyang in front of him became his punching bag. After all, I felt so frustrated in the alley just now, and I would feel uncomfortable if I didn't vent it out. Although Chen Zhe refuted a few times, he still threw the key to Sun Long. He knew in his heart that Sun Long couldn't be of much help, but he always kept his mother's words in his heart. After getting the key, Sun Long opened the lock behind Sun Yaoyang without hesitation and then pulled him out. You're tied up anyway, so how about we have a fight? If you win, I'll make things easier for you. I'll buy you anything you want to eat. Sun Yaoyang is definitely not a coward, otherwise he would not be able to be the right-hand man of the Wang family. He spat, twisted his neck, and rushed forward without hesitation. Both of them were very fast, but still a lot slower than Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe just glanced at them a few times, then looked away and walked straight to the investigator and the driver. He pulled the phone out of their pockets. You should have the Zhou family's internal group chat on your phone. Open it for me. I want to see what everyone in the Zhou family has been talking about these past few days. How dare the two of them resist? After unlocking the fingerprint lock, he found the Zhou family's group chat. There were two groups in it, and they had been kicked out. Obviously, the Zhou family had been prepared for this, suspecting that the investigator and the driver had been arrested and had made preparations for both scenarios. However, Chen Zhe still found some clues from the chat records. Someone from the Zhou family went to the hospital to look for my parents. Could they have done it? Suspicions arose in his mind, suspecting that the Zhou family had secretly planned and led to his mother being ambushed in the alley. If they are really members of the Zhou family, they must go to the hospital where Zhou Shuxue is and let them know the consequences. The Wang family is also on the suspect list. After all, the other party is also quite suspicious. He held his chin and thought for a few minutes. Suddenly, there was a bang. Sun Yaoyang was knocked to the ground with his left cheek swollen. He gasped for breath and couldn't get up for a long time. He was extremely shocked. The man in his early 30s and wearing armor in front of him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. If they really had to fight, among the Wang family bodyguards, I guess only Zhao Yong could compete with him. The rest are simply dying. He looked at Chen Zhe, who was frowning and thinking beside him. I was surprised that this kid actually brought a boxing master with him. With bare hands, there are only a handful of people in the entire Shanghai city who can beat Sun Long. It seems that Shanghai city is about to change. What may seem like a trivial matter to a big man is, in the eyes of this young man who just got out of a mental hospital, a truly earth-shattering event. If this isn't handled properly, there will be no peace between the Zhou and Wang families, and even the people behind the scenes might be implicated. Sun Yaoyang did not resist and was tied back to the pillar. Sun Long walked forward and patted him on the shoulder. You're quite capable, kid. Judging from the way you attack, you should be from the Xiang Sun family. It's a pity that you lack some of your charm, otherwise you could have fought me for a few more moves. Of course, it's also related to your abdominal injury. Even if the injury heals, you won't be able to defeat me within 10 moves. Sun Long sat aside with satisfaction. The previous depressing atmosphere in the alley was now completely gone. He went out to pick up some firewood, built a fire in the factory to keep warm, and leaned against the fire, falling asleep unknowingly. The night passed in a flash and Chen Zhe got up early, sat by the fire and added a few more logs. He only spoke when Sun Long curled up and shivered with cold. It's time to get up. Sun Long, who was lying on the ground, was stunned for a moment, then took out his cell phone and looked at it. It was just past 4 o'clock and still dark. What are you doing? Even if you go out for breakfast, the stalls probably won't open yet. Who contacted you last night when you went to see my mom? Where is he? We need to find these people and settle this account. Sun Long finally came to his senses. He also had to find out about his wife and children. He immediately cheered up and followed Chen Zhe into the car. Half an hour later, we arrived at a remote village. There is a small villa at the end of the village that is decorated quite luxuriously. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat in the study with a pale yellow light on. There was a laptop and several mobile phones in front of him. The mobile phone is constantly receiving various messages. The man rubbed his temples tiredly, feeling like his head was about to explode, until a woman walked in from outside with a cup of coffee. Brother Lu, why are you up so early? Hasn't that family's issue been resolved yet? They are nothing but ants at the bottom of society. Are they really not afraid of death? The woman's face was full of confusion. She really couldn't understand why such a small problem had become so serious. The middle-aged man known as Brother Lu had a bitter look on his face, because at the place where the street fighting took place last night, there were not only their people, but also outsiders. The matter has not been resolved yet. In his opinion, it was probably related to those outsiders. This time they just took advantage of Sun Long. In fact, Sun Long's wife and the 2 children were not captured by them. They don't know exactly where it is, but since the order has been given, he can only carry out the task to the end. Sun Long has disappeared. His men are now in the hospital and have not followed our orders. I'm afraid something has happened inside. The woman placed her coffee on the computer desk and glanced at the flashing phones. The shock on her face grew even more pronounced. No way. That guy is known as one of the 4 tigers of Beichuan. He's the most loyal and well known for being good to his wife and children. If I remember correctly, he came to Shanghai City this time because someone promised him an official identity. He came all the way here to help his wife and children escape from their dark background. Otherwise, with the money he earns, it's enough for the whole family to have food and clothing. Brother Lu, who was sitting in front of the computer desk, sneered. Having no worries about food and clothing? With the money he earns, his living standard is only slightly better than that of ordinary people. In the eyes of the real big take shots, it's nothing. Perhaps it was because he had some understanding of the internal structure of Shanghai City that Brother Lu always spoke of that person with a bit of awe. Just as he reached out to pick up one of the phones to check the message, there was a sudden commotion outside. This was followed by curses and the sound of things being pushed over. Brother Lu slammed the table. Those guys, are they going to clash with the villagers again? I've already told them to be more restrained. This operation must not be exposed. The woman next to her frowned, looking unhappy. Impossible. It's not even their turn yet. They're already exhausted and have no energy to cause trouble with the villagers. Besides, they have been quite quiet recently, and the villagers haven't made any trouble. Before he could finish his words, there were a few more bangs, followed by a few screams. The door of the room they were in was suddenly kicked open. The immense force caused the entire door to shake, and the door panel cracked when it hit the wall. A figure wearing a white shirt, blue jeans, a baseball cap, and holding a silver-white scalpel stared coldly at them in the room. What's even more horrifying is that he was dragging a corpse in his hands. The corridor was stained with blood, as if the god of death had descended from the underworld. That violent energy struck their hearts directly, making them tremble involuntarily. After this person appeared, there was another loud noise and sound of broken glass coming from downstairs. Then another person came up the stairs. He spat a mouthful of blood, held the big knife in his hand, and stared at them with gloomy eyes. Sun Long. Brother Lu couldn't help swallowing his saliva, and was scared to death. I never thought that my hiding place would be discovered. Actually, it's no wonder. Sun Long was worried before, so after contacting the other party, he arranged for his men to follow him, only to find out that the other party lived in a village in the suburbs. Although he rarely went out and had no conflicts with the villagers, he was still marked on the map by Sun Long. Therefore, when they came this time, they were already familiar with the route. It's the guy named Lu who contacted me. Brother Lu's brow trembled slightly, and he tried to grab one of the phones to report the leak, while he said hurriedly, do you know? The words were not finished. Chunzhe rushed forward, grabbed his hair, and slammed him against the table. There was only a click sound. The table was smashed and a crack appeared. Brother Lu was stunned. He was completely powerless to resist and was pulled to the wall by Chunzhe like a chicken. Then, Chunzhe grabbed his hair again, smashing against the cold wall again and again. The muffled sound of bang 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 echoed in the silence of the early morning. It's not daybreak yet. The people outside were also quietly dealt with. The surroundings were stained with blood. The woman who brought the coffee screamed in fear and collapsed to the ground. Although she knew that Brother Lu's activity should not be made public, but I never expected the situation to be so dangerous. It was obvious that he was here to seek revenge. According to what she heard, there were more than 20 thugs in the villa, and they were all killed in a short period of time. The other party even dragged the body of the thug upstairs. There were no obstacles along the way. To be able to do all this, it is self-evident how ruthless and skilled he is. Even Brother Lu was dizzy at this moment. His forehead was covered in blood and flesh, and the walls were stained bright red. Sun Long, who had been standing by, saw this and hurried forward to stop Chunzhe. Brother, stop. Aren't we here to find the mastermind? If you want to kill him, who else can we look for? Chunzhe's hand that was tightly grasping Brother Lu's hair finally stopped, and the hostility in his eyes was swallowed back. He turned and glanced at the woman not far away. Since this person cannot be killed, let's get rid of that woman first. The woman was terrified. It was like meeting a madman. From the moment he rushed in, he didn't say a word and his mind was full of thoughts of dragging people to death. Even Brother Lu could see it. There's clearly something wrong with Chunzhe's brain. Recalling the information he had obtained earlier, he realized that this person might be the mentally ill patient marked in the information. A pervert who couldn't control his emotions, was extremely violent, and had his palm pierced when he was 7 or 8 years old. If you struggle with mental illness, you may be courting death. As for the woman next to him, Brother Lu no longer cared about her. Chunzhe walked over and grabbed her hair. The woman panicked. Without even waiting for Brother Lu to speak, he hurriedly said, he won't say it, and he doesn't dare to say it. His entire fortune and life depend on that person. If he tells, his whole family will suffer. If he doesn't tell, at most, he'll be the only one who dies. Even if I open my mouth, I won't tell you a single word of truth. Brother Lu heard that this bitch was scared into betraying herself by a look from someone. I got up angrily and wanted to slap her twice, but I haven't rushed up yet. A silver white light flashed across his throat. Blood gushed out. Brother Lu covered his neck and looked at Chunzhe in disbelief. He never expected that Chunzhe, who had a blank expression on his face just now, would suddenly attack and kill him with one blow. Blood splattered all over the woman's face. Feeling the boiling blood and suffocating fear, the woman's teeth were chattering. Sun Long widened his eyes and thought to himself, buddy, there are some things you really can't communicate. What should they do if the woman is not telling the truth? However, Chunzhe didn't care about all this, but instead approached the woman step by step. The woman shouted in panic. Although I don't know much, all his secrets are hidden in those 3 phones, and I know the passwords too. I often see him unlocking his phone, so I can't be wrong. You can contact the person on the phone and call him out. Then you'll be able to tell the real from the fake. Please, don't kill me. I'm just his mistress, supported by his flower money. I'm also a person at the bottom of society who is struggling to live a good life. I didn't participate in those things at all. The woman knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. The smell of blood all around her completely broke the last line of defense in her heart. Sun Longqing was worried that Chunzhe would act impulsively and even take care of the woman, so he quickly pulled her to the table and asked her to enter the password. As soon as the phone was turned on, several information interfaces popped up. One is for contacting superiors, one is for daily life, and the other is for contacting subordinates. In addition to arranging Sun Long, the man surnamed Lu also contacted several gold medal fighters and promised them many benefits. Two of them have already been tempted. If these people take action, Sun Long's men will probably find it difficult to resist. Then they turned on the cell phone they had used to contact the man. There's a communication app inside, with only one friend profile picture in this one contact. There are also records of our usual chats. After a brief look, Sun Long slammed his fist on the table. Just as your mother said, they don't even plan to let me go. If I really succeed, they will throw me into the water to feed the fish when I sneak across to the open sea. Even my wife and children were not captured by them. Now they have fallen into whose hands they are. They don't even know for sure. Then they tried to contact the person on the phone. The response was, "Okay, see you at Nanjiangkou tomorrow night at 8:20. This short sentence made the woman next to him open her eyes wide and quickly reminded him, "No, don't believe what he says. I've been following that Lu guy for at least 2 years, and he never specified a meeting place. There are probably still people monitoring the area. The information here has already been spread out immediately." The woman's warning was simply to save her own life. After all, given the ruthless personalities of these two men, they would probably kill her immediately after obtaining the information they wanted. If you don't believe me, you can wait until around 8 o'clock tomorrow and go to the area near Nanjiangkou to take a look. There will definitely be an ambush. I just want to stay alive, and this is considered helping you. You can take me back first. If what I said is true, I only beg you to spare my life. The woman's words made Sun Long, who was standing next to her, more alert. He wasn't as bold as Chen Zhe, nor did he have Chen Zhe's elusive and suffocating methods. Especially when he just sneaked in, he found that he and Chen Zhe were not on the same level at all. The guy could determine the route, find the hidden camera, and sneak up behind the guard without making any noise with just one glance. Just based on these abilities, he is several times, even dozens of times, stronger than him. His most powerful skill is just boxing. Although he cannot be said to know nothing about the techniques of assassination, he only has a superficial understanding of them. More importantly, brother, I think this woman is still useful. How about taking her back to the abandoned factory first? Anyway, there are already 3 people in the factory. One more or one less won't make any difference. Of course, Chen Zhe also wanted to obtain more information, so after a little hesitation, he nodded in agreement. The woman was tied up and stuffed into the car. After taking a look at the villa behind them and cleaning up the scene, they returned to the car. As for the situation inside the villa, they were not worried at all, because Lu is too deeply involved. There are countless secrets hidden in it, and the mastermind behind it does not want these secrets to be leaked. Once we follow the clues, with the help of official background, we will be able to find out the trick quickly. After they left, the villa quickly caught fire and turned to ashes. Several people could be seen coming in and out, but their identities and purposes were unknown. Shanghai City, in a mysterious manner, there sat a man with a gloomy face. He has a large, noticeable black mole on his left cheek. Staring at the real-time monitoring appearing on the computer, his eyes narrowed into slits. It seems that Sun Long has teamed up with that kid. Lu doesn't have the guts to expose me, but that woman is a nuisance. If there's a chance, we must make her disappear along with the villa's secrets. What a shame. We can try tomorrow and wait at Nanjiangkou to see if we can catch those two. After saying that, his face became even gloomier. He turned his head to look out the window, then picked up the phone and dialed. Everything gradually calmed down after this phone call. The captured woman was thrown into the back seat of the car while Chen Zhe sped away. On the way, he also noticed that several cars wanted to follow him, but in just a moment, he had left those cars behind and put half a street distance between them. Sun Long, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was stunned. Chen Zhe is so ferocious in fighting and even drives so well. If he were put on the track, he would definitely get a good ranking. The following vehicle kept chasing for several blocks, but was finally completely left behind by Chen Zhe. "Boss, we've lost our target." After a long while, the black car behind finally stopped. "Report to the person on the other end of the phone." Then there was a burst of curses, and the person who was following showed a bit of bitterness on his face. Chen Zhe parked the car under an overpass and got out of the driver's seat. He didn't plan to go back immediately. He still had to go see the class teacher at school again. "Last time I let the other party escape, so that's all. This time, it won't be so easy. Drive the car back first. I still have something to take care of. I'll contact you if I need a car." After saying that, he walked away alone, leaving Sun Long confused, but he still walked to the driver's seat, scratching his head and thinking, "This guy, isn't he going to go back and interrogate that woman? Although I know that I can't get much information from her." But Sun Long still held on to a glimmer of hope. As long as he could find his wife and children, he was willing to give everything. Thinking of this, he started the car and drove towards the dilapidated factory in the suburbs. It was just dawn and the street seemed unusually deserted. Chen Zhe trotted towards the school step by step. The last trace of chill in his body gradually dissipated, and he stopped only when he was covered in sweat. In front of me, there was a girl about the same age as my sister standing at the street corner, selling breakfast. As the weather grew colder, she rubbed her hands together and occasionally reached out to the breakfast cart to warm them. The moment she stretched out her hand, Chen Zhe saw the circular scar that ran through her palm. It felt like being pierced by something sharp. Seeing the scar as big as the tip of a ballpoint pen, Chen Zhe couldn't help but frown. He was indifferent to these scars. But ever since my sister encountered that incident, his bottom line for hurting others seemed to become clear invisibly. It was like he could feel those emotions welling up inside him. He never took his parents' teachings or or the explanations given by the psychiatric hospital doctors to heart. There is no fluctuation in this emotion. His character seems to be born like this. Like a stubborn bull, he embarked on a path of no return. Now when I think back on it, I feel a strange feeling in my heart. He couldn't express it in words, but just frowned and remained silent for a long time. I looked up again at the girl who was about the same age as my sister. The girl also noticed him. When she saw Chen Zhe's face clearly, her body trembled involuntarily and she hurriedly pulled the breakfast cart and tried to escape into the alley. The movement was too hasty and in a panic, the things in the car were scattered all over the floor. A tinkling sound was heard. The girl fell in front of him. Chen Zhe was at a loss for a moment, not knowing what to say or what to do. He just felt that staying here, the strange emotion that kept spreading in his heart made him feel uneasy. He pulled his cap and disappeared silently into the distance of the street. The girl stared at his departing back in a daze, looking at the breakfast items scattered on the ground. The fear in his eyes had not completely dissipated. If I remember correctly, it was this man who pierced her palm with a pencil when she was a child. As a result, her hand was permanently damaged and she couldn't even hold a pen. Because of the injury on her right hand, she received countless cold stares. My heart was filled with grievances and tears kept falling. In the end, she quietly cleaned up the mess, pulled the breakfast cart and left. However, when she returned to the alley, the sound of breaking bottles was heard again. Accompanied by the man's cursing and the woman's pleading, the girl walked out again feeling aggrieved. The items on the breakfast cart have been replaced with new ones. Her face was full of fatigue and her body was trembling slightly as she stood at the street corner and continued to sell breakfast. The cold wind blew her thin clothes. It made her face even paler. Chen Zhe waited all day, wondering if the female teacher had gotten the news. No longer coming to school. After all, when he was squatting in the school that day, they were ambushed by Sun Yaoyang and others. His purpose seems not difficult to guess. I just want to get more information from these teachers. It seems that this homeroom teacher must know something, otherwise everyone else would still be in class while she is the only one missing. Chen Zhe frowned. The sky gradually darkened. As 8 o'clock approached, he began to feel a little restless, but he decided to wait until the evening study session was over and wait a little longer. If the person hasn't been found yet, we can only change the direction of investigation. As the bell rang, the students left school one after another. Some lived on campus, some were picked up by their parents, and I even saw some teachers leaving the school. The only person I didn't see was my sister's homeroom teacher. It seems that he has indeed received the news. He probably won't be back in the short term. He stood up, lowered his head and left the school. It was already late at night. It was past 10 o'clock, and he was too lazy to go back to the dilapidated factory. I planned to follow the small path next to it to the urban village to find the mother and daughter and have a good night's rest. His steps were steady. There was a bar street near the village in the city. He crossed the street, slowly walked into the slightly chaotic place. As soon as I entered, I met the girl who was selling breakfast at the street corner in the morning. She was holding some dishes and bowls, walking out of a restaurant. His hands were full of those things, and his pierced right hand couldn't help but tremble slightly as he held them. The girl obviously saw Chen Zhe and was so scared that she took a deep breath and took a few steps back. But she had so many things in her hands. If everything is broken, I'm afraid a lot of my salary this month will be deducted. If I don't have enough money, I will be beaten and scolded by my stepfather when I go back. Her mother was indifferent to her affairs and only cared about pleasing her stepfather. When I was a child, my palm was pierced. When I grew up, I was often scolded by my stepfather. She developed an extremely cowardly character. When she saw Chen Zhe walking towards her, she almost cried. Chen Zhe then realized that the girl's clothes had been washed white, and he didn't know how long she had been wearing them. In such weather, the clothes are so thin, perhaps because of the cold. My hands are already red. His face was full of fatigue. Fortunately, Chen Zhe did not say anything. He just pulled his cap and walked past the girl. It's as if they had never met at all. The girl breathed a sigh of relief and didn't dare to get close to the boy who had hurt her. Of course she heard it. Chen Zhe is a complete psychopath. Afraid of being hurt by him again, I just want to avoid him. As for Chen Zhe who walked over, he actually didn't go far. When I met this girl again, that inexplicable emotion spreading in my heart again, he couldn't help but touch his chest with his hand. It was like someone had grabbed something invisible inside him. I can't explain it clearly, nor can I explain it. Anyway, I feel extremely uncomfortable. So he quietly climbed up a 2-story building from the alley next to him, stood on the roof, and overlooked the scene below. The girl seemed extremely busy. After a few minutes of going in, she came out carrying a large pile of things. When these things were almost piled up, she put on gloves and sat quietly at the back of the alley. She began to wash the plates and utensils, even though she was already sweating from exhaustion and her injured hand was shaking uncontrollably. But the girl still had no complaints. She just continued to work without any fatigue, until a fat, greasy-covered man pushed open the back door of the kitchen. Gu Jia, your salary has been settled. This month, you knocked over a teapot and scalded a customer. The medical expenses alone will be over 1,000 yuan. Also, the customer's clothes weren't cheap either, so I'll deduct 600 yuan from you. After hearing this, Gu Jia couldn't help but widen her eyes and asked blankly, didn't the customer say that I don't need to compensate? At that time, because the customer knew her background, he didn't say much, just paid and left. But why are they deducting money from her salary now? Although the customer didn't say anything, I guess he won't come back again. This loss will be deducted from your salary. Gu Jia clearly knew that the man was deliberately making things difficult for her. She also also knew that the other party would find various reasons to deduct her salary, but she didn't expect that this time they would be so cruel and deduct 2/3 of her salary at once. If she goes back, how will she explain to her stepfather and mother? I'm afraid he will be beaten again. Love it or not, if not then pack up and get out of here. Seeing the fat man covered in oil and looking more and more irritable, the originally cowardly Gu Jia bit her red lips, lowered her head and said nothing. The fat and big-eared boss took out another 1,500 yuan and said, "Don't say I didn't take care of you. I was going to deduct 1,600 yuan from you, but since you're pitiful, I'll deduct 1,000 yuan from you. And what do you think about that thing I mentioned to you last time? Become my girlfriend, I'll pay your rent, and you can get away from your parents. When the time comes, you work for me and I'll raise your salary to 4,000. You can still save some money and do whatever you want." The man looked the girl up and down and swallowed subconsciously. There was a look of greed in his eyes, a somewhat wanton smile, and he was grinning with joy. Gu Jiajia naturally wouldn't agree. She usually saved a few hundred yuan every month from her salary and gave the rest to her stepfather and mother. When she saved enough money, she would leave the city and go to a place she liked, saying goodbye to those unbearable past memories. As for the man's proposal, she shook her head after taking the money and went back to washing the dishes. The fat, big-eared man curled his lips and said, "A stinky dishwasher, yet so arrogant. I can easily spend 300 or 500 yuan and find someone much prettier than you." After saying that, the boss turned around and left, slamming the door shut before leaving, as if he was afraid that Gu Jia would enjoy the heating inside. On the rooftop of the second floor opposite, Chen Zhe watched all this quietly, his eyes still calm. After the restaurant closed, Gu Jia was seen leaving from the back alley. The fat and big-eared boss was carrying a bag, humming a little tune as he closed the door and left. Chen Zhe climbed down from the upstairs and quietly followed the fat and big-eared man into a dim path not far away. The man seemed to notice something and turned around. A huge fist slammed into his face. The tremendous force knocked him away, his two front teeth fell to the ground, and blood gushed out of his mouth. He let out a shrill scream and rolled over several times. When he looked up at the figure that hit him, fists rained down on him again, each one heavy and powerful, causing him to cry for help and pain. "I was wrong, brother, I was wrong. Did I offend you in some way? Isn't it enough for me to admit my mistake? Please stop hitting me." The fat and big-eared boss's face was covered in bruises, several of his teeth were broken, and he spoke with a lisp. "Money, do you have any?" A silver-white scalpel was placed on the boss's neck. Under the dim moonlight, a pair of suffocatingly cold eyes stared at the man in front of him. He could feel that if he dared to say no, he would probably be killed on the spot. Is that really a human's gaze? The fat, big-eared boss in front of him suspected that the person staring at him was a ferocious beast. "Money, money, why didn't you tell me earlier? You just want money, right? If you had told me earlier, I would have given it to you. Why did you have to beat me like this?" The boss was almost crying. "Isn't it just about money? Isn't it okay if he gives it to me? What are you doing? Ouch. I know Chen Zhe wants money. The rest will be easy, because today is payday." He even went to the bank and withdrew a large sum of money. Now that the salaries have been paid, there is still about 30,000 left. He took them all out of the bag and gave them to Chen Zhe, but he was also afraid that the other party would think it was not enough. He took off the gold watch on his hand, the necklace on his neck, and all his valuable belongings, for fear that Chen Zhe would continue to attack him. He has no sense of propriety when hitting people. At least others will avoid hitting the fatal parts. But he saw it clearly just now. This guy wanted to hit him in a fatal spot. If he hadn't been lucky, he would have been able to dodge the punch by shaking his head left and right. "I'm afraid they have all been beaten to death now. It's all here. If you think it's not enough, I'll get you more. There's a 24-hour ATM nearby. I'll give you whatever you want." But what to say to a man? Chen Zhe just stood up, took these things, and left silently. Seeing that the surroundings had returned to silence, the fat and big-eared boss looked around. After making sure there was no one around, he ran a few hundred meters further, standing on the edge of a pool, cursing loudly. "What the hell? If I hadn't gained weight over the years, I would have fought you for 300 rounds. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian? I used to be the Kuan brother of Bar Street. Don't let me run into you again, kid, or I'll destroy you." Then there was a clang sound nearby, as if something was knocked over by the cat. The fat and big-eared boss trembled with fear. I peed on the spot. He ran out like crazy at lightning speed, using all his strength. He couldn't stop shouting, Don't hit me. I was just talking nonsense. I was wrong, brother. I won't dare to do it again." Got 30,000 cash from the fat boss. Adding the money he already had on hand, it was almost 60,000 yuan. The pockets inside were stuffed full. Even items like gold watches could probably be sold for around 10,000. Hurry up and hurry all the way. After crossing the street in the urban village, he finally found Gu Jia and stood in front of her. Happened twice in a row. Now he was even blocked by Chen Zhe in person. Gu Jia said she wasn't afraid, but that was a lie. Even a fat restaurant owner could bully her, not to mention the mentally ill Chen Zhe. What are you going to do? When you pierced my palm when I was a child, it has affected me for the rest of my life. Why do you still want to embarrass me? When I think of my childhood, I saw Chen Zhe playing with sand alone. I went there myself, wanting to be with him. As a result, the other party pierced his palm. My eyes couldn't help but turn red again. Her stepfather and mother were not very kind to her. That unbearable past came back to me again. It made her live in dire straits every day. The girl in front of me was about to cry. Chen Zhe, who was standing in front of him, just opened his mouth but was not good at speaking. "I don't know what to say. It's just that inexplicable emotion in my heart. heart. He hurriedly took out the money from his pocket, counted out 10 bills, and stuffed them into Gu Jiajia's hand. It seems that it is not enough. He stuffed all the money in his hand into her other hand. Gu Jiajia also looked at the money in a daze for a long time. When I looked up again, the person had disappeared. A figure could be seen flashing by at the corner, and then there was no trace of the other person anymore. Let's go, let's go. Gu Jiajia looked at the 1,000 yuan in her right hand, and then at the money in her left hand, which was probably about 10 or 20,000 yuan. My head is still buzzing. This guy came out of a mental hospital. What are you going to do? Could it be that he felt that what he had done to her before was too much? Want to make amends now? Isn't this 1,000 yuan the money deducted from her by that fat boss? Being timid by nature, she was bullied and didn't dare to say anything. But there are still some complaints in my heart. Someone helped her get the money back. I had a strange feeling for some reason, gently rippling in my heart. Like two souls at the lowest level, there is an inexplicable bond in the silence. But soon Gu Jiajia shook her head again. If you think that this little money can make it up to me, Chen Zai, then you are really bullying me. Gu Jiajia held the money in her hand tightly, walked forward with red eyes, gradually disappeared in the distance. At this time, Chen Zai returned to the corner of the street, silently watching the girl leave. It felt like something in my heart had been let go, but I didn't let go. He probably felt it was not enough himself, or it is difficult to make up for it. But now he urgently needs to find a place to have a good rest. I didn't say anything. Then he came downstairs to the house of the strange mother and daughter. The lights were still on upstairs, so he went up to the second floor, knocked on the door. The door creaked open. It's the little girl from last time. After seeing Chen Zai, his eyes lit up. Big brother, are you coming over to stay overnight? I'll just charge you 300 this time. The little girl's voice is loud and clear, with a fox-like smile on his face. Chen Zai didn't waste any words. He took out 300 yuan and stuffed it into the girl's hand, then walked in. Big brother, do you need any other service? My mother is in the next room. But Chen Zai just pushed open the door from last time. After entering, he locked the door, lay on the bed and covered his eyes with a baseball cap. I fell asleep without realizing it. The little girl was still standing at the door, and she said to the crack in the door, Big brother, I will prepare breakfast for you tomorrow. If you have no place to live in the future, you can come here. Next time, I'll charge you a couple $100 per night. Seeing that no one answered, the little girl curled her lips, closed the door outside, and went to her mother's room with 300 yuan. That strange guy came again. I charged him $300, but he just walked into the room and fell asleep. The woman in her 20s next to her also came to the windowsill out of curiosity and looked at the figure she could vaguely see. It's really strange. Other men who come to this area spend money looking for pleasure, but he doesn't stay in a hotel. Every time he comes to our place, he falls asleep. Who cares? If he comes every night, even if I only charge him 200 yuan each time, that would be 5 or 6,000 yuan a month. The little girl laughed so happily. With this money, they wouldn't have to go hungry, and they could even buy nice clothes and pay her tuition fees at the same time. She can go back to school happily. The woman didn't understand what was going on, but since the money has been collected, plus, the urban villages are a mixed bag. Protection fees have to be paid every month, and very few people come to cause trouble, so I don't take this matter to heart. The sky is falling anyway. With the tall guy supporting them, they only earn the accommodation fee and have no idea of the other person's true identity. Perhaps because there was a strange and unfamiliar person next door, the mother and daughter chatted until very late. When I woke up the next day, I had dark circles under my eyes, but I still made a bowl of egg noodles. Seeing Chen Zai coming out, the little girl greeted him happily. Big brother, come and eat. My mom made delicious egg noodles. I bought some pork this morning. This bowl is for you. Last time, he spent 500 yuan, and Chen Zai left before dawn. I didn't expect that I could have breakfast this time. Chen Zai, who was not picky about these things, sat down and started working hard. He quickly finished all the egg noodles in the bowl. The little girl gave her another bowl. Then Chen Zai gave the little girl money again. Asked him to help prepare a change of clothes. He went into the bathroom to take a shower. Soon the little girl came back, because every few stores in the urban village sell clothes. They're all cheap stuff. The amount ranged from a few dozen to 80 or 90 yuan. Chen Zai gave her 400 yuan, which was more than enough. Putting the clothes at the door, the little girl said to Chen Zai, who was taking a shower inside, Big brother, just leave the things outside. Just reach out and get them after you take a shower. I bought them all based on your previous style. I have a few more sets left. I'll put them in your room. Next time you come, you can change them directly. Reach in and take the clothes in. He came out again. Dry your hair with the hairdryer in the bathroom. Wearing a baseball cap, the tip of the tree is so low that it almost covers the eyes. He soon arrived at the place where Gu Jiajia sold breakfast yesterday. Gu Jiajia had already been pulling a small cart filled with various things. There are bread, soy milk, fried dough sticks, and so on. He walked to the side of the stall, his voice low. 4 loaves of bread and a cup of soy milk. Gu Jiajia was originally bending over and fiddling with some miscellaneous items below. Didn't pay attention to the situation ahead. Hear this voice. He first stood up, took 4 loaves of bread and a cup of soy milk, and was about to hand them to Chen Zai. I noticed the other person's appearance. First his eyes widened, then he looked a little panicked. But judging from what happened last night, Chen Zai had no ill intentions. She also learned from the employee group that the boss was beaten up last night. He also robbed tens of thousands of dollars, but the boss asked them not to make it public because the man gave him the impression of being too vicious. If something really really happens, it would not be worth it to risk yourself for a few tens of thousands of dollars. $7, thank you. The young girl, Gu Jia, bravely began to look at Chen Zai in front of her, compared to what I looked like when I was a child. Although Chen Zai has short hair now, wearing a relatively ordinary outfit, but it gives people a sense of sharp edges. He is a little handsome, but not too much. Deep down, he gives people a cold feeling, as if he always has something hidden in his heart. Chen Zai took out $100 bill. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Gu Jia called him. I'll give you change. No, thanks. What do you mean you don't need it? And the 1,000 yuan you gave me last night is already enough for my salary. I'll give you the extra money. Gu Jia was rummaging through the change. He ran up to him and stuffed a large stack of money into his hand. There was also 93 yuan in change mixed in. Chen Zai opened his mouth and looked at Gu Jia's delicate face. His heartbeat unconsciously quickened a bit. 3 simple words. It was as if he had used up all his strength. This was the first time he said these 3 words in his life. Gu Jia just frowned, went back to the breakfast cart and continued to pack her things. Gu Jia raised her head only after Chen Zai turned around, looking at his departing back with a complicated look in her eyes. But he was interrupted by a rough voice. What are you looking at, you little bastard? Have you finished packing up your things at home? You don't even need to take the steamer, right? Who would buy bread if it's left out and gets cold? Immediately afterwards, a pair of big hands slapped Gu Jia on the forehead. Gu Jia held her head in her hands in pain. I know, I'll go in and get it. This is a man who looks to be in his 40s. A slovenly man. He smelled strongly of cigarettes and alcohol. His hair was a mess. He picked at his ears and spat on the ground. I went back to my room and went to sleep. Gu Jia held on to her thin clothes, hugged her arms across her chest, and shivered from the cold, leaving the street entrance where breakfast is sold. Chen Zai sent another message to Sun Long and waited there for about an hour. Sun Long finally arrived. He opened the car door and threw the breakfast over. Where are you going? Last night, Sun Long used various methods. He also understood that he could not get the information he wanted after interrogating the woman. I want to get key information from these minions. It is almost impossible. If you want to know more, you can only get someone with a higher status. For example, the person who is always mentioned in the phone. Go to Nanjiangkou and take a look at the surrounding terrain and situation first. Chen Zai reclined his chair and began to rest with his eyes closed. Sun Long, who was driving next to him, understood what he meant. The two of them had the same idea. If only we could control that person. They have plenty of ways to get the other party to speak. The two arrived at Nanjiangkou, and the surroundings looked rather deserted. There is a big bridge in the distance, and after crossing the bridge you will reach the suburbs. Also because it is relatively remote. This place looks particularly desolate. There are shops around, but none of them are open. The two parked the car and began to check the surrounding situation. Several people in suits were also spotted. I started staring at them from a distance. Another one was holding a telescope. Then someone left. It seems they have arranged people here a long time ago. Chen Zai squinted his eyes and checked several times. Let Sun Long drive away and wait until they are far away. A man in sportswear with hawk-like eyes came out and glanced coldly in the direction of Chen Zai and Sun Long. Those two are the mentally ill people that Brother Tang mentioned, and also Sun Long? The Brother Tang they are talking about is the second in command of Shenghui Construction Group. He is now well known throughout Shanghai City. Whenever there is any demolition task in the surrounding area, the first place people turn to is Shenghui Group, who work under Brother Tang. I have experienced countless storms. They didn't expect that dealing with a few people would lead to such a situation. The contact is dead. Yesterday morning, before dawn, he was stabbed in the neck, and the villa was burned down. Someone also contacted Brother Tang and told us to meet at Nanjiangkou. Even deceiving Sun Long was Brother Zhao's idea. Now Sun Long obviously knows what happened, and he probably hates us. But the man with eagle eyes just said it gloomily. Who the hell is Sun Long? How dare he aid and abet the evil in Shanghai City? Arrange your men tonight. If you notice them coming, call me immediately. I'd really like to see what Sun Long, one of the 4 northern tigers, is capable of. He never took it to heart from beginning to end. He's just a kid from a mental hospital. He dealt with several bodyguards and crippled the ordinary lady of the Zhou family. But in his opinion, anyone with a little ability can do these things. He could also destroy Miss Zhou without anyone noticing, without any effort. Could it be that he is also invincible? As the saying goes, there is always someone better than you, and he doesn't think Chen Zai is that powerful. There were several men in black suits next to him. He quickly complimented him, saying, "Boss, you're amazing. You're worthy of being called the top fighter. The last time I saw you fighting Green Snake and his gang, several martial artists couldn't even last 10 moves in your hands. This time, the boss will take action, so it's a sure win." A burst of praise from the crowd. The Eagle Hook man nodded, very pleased. Then they began to arrange manpower. More importantly, it surrounded the whole place inside and out, hiding behind various shelters, quietly waiting for the arrival of night. The agreed time has arrived. A bright moon hangs high in the night sky. A silvery white glow enveloped the entire earth. But if you look closely, you can find that there are vaguely hidden figures everywhere near Nanjiangkou, except for these people. In fact, on the other side of the river, there were 2 groups of people quietly watching the situation here. These 2 groups of people were none other than Mr. Liu and Ms. Su, who had been discussing Chen Zai and Sun Long in the alley earlier. Master Liu, you have the most people in Shanghai City right now, and you're already in a mess with the local forces, right? Don't you plan to lend a hand? Miss Su was still wearing a red evening gown. Standing next to the pavilion on the opposite bank. Her enchanting figure was particularly eye-catching. Master Lu glanced at the beauty in front of him and just shook his head. I'm just playing the long game. See that intersection over there? If you go in through that alley, I'm afraid someone has been waiting for a long time. According to my observation, in addition to the people here, there are quite a few people lying in ambush at the intersection a few blocks away. The second in command of Shenghui Group is offering himself as bait. Do you think they will be unprepared? Master Lu shrugged. Although he has a lot of manpower here. But for the time being, I don't want to confront local forces head-on. Otherwise, even if he gains benefits, he will suffer heavy losses. Later, when the time comes to divide the cake, he may not get a share. But Miss Su, you have quite a few people, so why do you have to keep staring at my shabby belongings? When Miss Su heard this, she couldn't help but giggle. If Master Lu's family is just a bunch of rags, then I'm afraid the other forces are not even rags. But if these two people really die tonight, it will not be good news for us. It's definitely not good news. Master Lu narrowed his eyes. But we shouldn't be the first to strike. I don't believe that others don't know about what happened tonight, but only the two of us came. Isn't it to watch the fire from the other side and conserve our strength? Even if I withdraw from Shanghai City, I can't risk my life and property in a life-and-death battle with them. Master Lu curled his lips and found a place to sit down. Miss Su leaned against the railing of the pavilion, looking leisurely at the shimmering river surface. I just hope these two fools don't take the bait. Chen Zhe and Sun Long were also looking at the people hiding around them. With their strength, it would be too easy for them to find the hiding person. These minions cannot cause any harm to them. Besides, it is impossible for them to send out only these minions. There are many powerful people in the entire Shanghai City. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people coveting the prosperity of Shanghai City. Brother Chen, looking at the current situation, even if we go over, it will just be a tough fight and we won't gain any benefits. We can't achieve our goal, so we might as well just go back. Sun Long frowned. His idea was to catch a guy with a certain status. He sighed softly. This is used for interrogation to obtain more useful clues. There is not even a bait here except for the ambushers. If you don't leave now, when will you leave? But in response to Sun Long's words, Chen Zhe just shook his head. He walked towards the east on his own. In half an hour, you go out to the appointment and I'll take care of the rest. Sun Long was stunned and dumbfounded. They set up an ambush, clearly intending to kill them. He even ran out to keep the appointment. Isn't that courting death? Brother Chen, isn't this too risky? Also, should I go to the appointment alone? Even if I had 3 heads and 6 arms, I can't beat so many people. Sun Long wanted to say something, but when he turned his head, he could no longer see Chen Zhe. He was so angry that he punched the ground. Damn it! Do you think everyone is like you, appearing and disappearing mysteriously? If I had your ability, I wouldn't be forced to this point. But Chen Zhe had already left. He couldn't rescue his wife and children by himself. If he lost Chen Zhe, it would be difficult for him to do things later. This bastard, is he trying to kill me? But now that things have come to this guy swears that there must be a way. Do you want to believe him for once? Sun Long stood there, gritting his teeth, his expression extremely complicated. Chen Zhe quietly moved to the other side of the river. There was a small alley not far away with many people coming in and out. Chen Zhe supported himself by the walls and climbed up to a residential building. From the other end of the building, he looked down. I saw a black Mercedes parked at the intersection. A younger brother was very respectful and bent over. I don't know what he said to the car window. He just nodded and bowed, being extremely servile. Is this the bait? Chen Zhe narrowed his eyes. He discovered it just now when he was across the river. This alley is often visited by people. The other party has laid a tight net. There can't be no bait, because in the absence of bait, knowing there was an ambush, who would be stupid enough to be fooled? I just don't know how heavy this bait is. He glanced at the time again. Half an hour has passed. Sun Long, who was on the opposite side of the river, gritted his teeth and said viciously after a while, I trust you this time. Don't hurt me. After saying that, he stood up and walked outside. Soon we arrived at the bridge. I'm Sun Long, and I'm here to keep my appointment. You're hiding your head and showing your tail. What kind of person are you? Come out and fight me openly if you have the guts. The man with eagle eyes, who had been watching from the other side of the river, was surprised to see that someone actually dared to come out for the appointment. He also had a dazed expression and shook his head after a while. He's really a brawny guy. He knew there was an ambush, but he still dared to run out openly. I really don't know why the Wang and Zhou families have come to this point. The man with hooked eyes twisted his neck. He didn't show any weakness. He walked towards the bridge by himself, and many people in black suits surrounded him. But the man with eagle hook eyes raised his hand and gestured. Just watch from the sidelines. If he dares to come over here alone, I'll go along with my promise and fight him. No matter who wins between us, wait until one of us dies before you come up and collect the body. The other party dared to jump out so blatantly. If he doesn't even dare to fight a single battle, he doesn't deserve the title of Shenghui Group's gold medal fighter. If you continue to be involved in the underworld, you will easily become the subject of conversation after dinner. He couldn't afford to lose face. Looking at all this, Mr. Lu and Miss Su shook their heads with bitter expressions. Even though only one person came, I guess I can't go back. If Sun Long and that brat team up and hide in the dark, the Zhou and Wang families really won't be able to do anything to them. Even those people behind the scenes would be in a state of panic, but they are just two brainless guys. At this moment they suddenly felt a little relieved. They did not expose themselves, otherwise if they confronted the local forces head-on, it would be a devastating blow to them. Sun Long is beyond saving. By then, only that kid from the mental hospital hospital will be left. I don't think he can cause any trouble. Ms. Su, you've been urging me to help. Now you see, it's not that I don't want to, but these two people are not worth it. Ms. Su was originally quite optimistic about the two of them. Because of their presence, local forces can be restrained. Because of the affairs of these two people, they are still facing counterattacks from local forces. But that kind of counterattack has become much milder. He also dispatched a lot of people to inquire about the news about Chen Zhe and Sun Long. Shanhui Construction Group has mobilized almost one-third of its staff. It is precisely because of this that they can take the time to come and watch this wonderful show. I saw the good show, but it was just a joke. Even they couldn't help but shake their heads and smile bitterly. I was thinking too much. I was hoping these two people could contain the local forces. Now it seems that they can no longer stir up any waves. Even the man with a mole on his face who had been sitting in the car in the alley got the news. I am also speechless. I originally set up a bait, intending to lure them out using myself. I didn't expect Sun Long to be so brainless, but if he had a brain, how could his wife and children be taken away for no reason? I came here for nothing. It's such a waste of time. Everyone around had left. They went to the other side of the bridge and surrounded Sun Long tightly. Sun Long was standing alone on the bridge, making a loud noise. He suddenly tore off his coat. He revealed his muscular figure and twisted his fists. He looks particularly ferocious. The hawk-eyed man walking over from a distance raised the corner of his mouth and threw the short knife tied to his waist to the ground. Sun Long, one of the 4 tigers of the north, known for his unrivaled boxing skills, turned out to be a brainless idiot. But since you're here, I won't let you down. No one around here will get close to you until I beat you to death. It all depends on whether you have the ability to drag me down with you. Seeing the aggressive man in front of me, Sun Long took a deep breath, slowly opened his mouth, and suddenly exerted his energy. His muscles bulged and his bones crackled. He pushed his legs back and rushed forward like a human cannonball. The fist that was thrown out was extremely sharp, sweeping away with a sound of breaking through the air. The man with eagle hook eyes tilted his body slightly, and after dodging the punch, he began to fight back frantically. The two men fought very quickly and their punches were so powerful that an ordinary person would die instantly if hit by such a punch. But there are only 2 of them. During the fight, he took several punches from the opponent but remained calm. They kept passing each other, and sometimes even punched each other. Even though their hands were numb from fighting, neither of them showed any intention of retreating. Chen Zhe took a look at the bridge where Sun Long was and immediately understood that Sun Long's skills were indeed amazing, but he was still a little lacking when facing the man with eagle hook eyes. If he continued at this rate, he would probably collapse from exhaustion within 20 minutes. The man with eagle eyes is not a good person. If he wins the fight, he will naturally not let Sun Long go. However, it bought Chen Zhe some time. Everyone around has evacuated, and there are no ambushes on either side. Only the black Mercedes is left. It seems there should be no problem. Seeing Sun Long, he was still trying to buy time for him, but was beaten back step by step. Chen Zhe pushed his hands outward, then turned over and jumped down. Then, with a bang, he stepped on the black Mercedes-Benz. Still in the car, the man with a mole on his face was watching the live broadcast of the bridge on his mobile phone. I felt the car body shake, accompanied by the dull sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, and a large part of the roof was dented. Immediately afterwards, someone turned over and smashed the glass with a fist. The fist hit his face with terrifying force. A punch hit his head, causing it to tilt to the left. The glass on the left was broken again, and his head was bleeding. His expression changed again and again, and he knew he had been tricked. On the surface, Sun Long came out to keep an appointment. Sun Long was just the one who attracted the fire. The boy who came out of the mental hospital found the car he was in. He even wanted to open the car door and rush through the alley, but from the moment Chen Zhe made his move just now, with the other party's skills, there was no way he could escape from that alley. Coupled with the punch just now, his head was buzzing and he was no longer able to think about so many things. Yes, sir. You stop him first. I'll call the people on the other side of the bridge. As long as they come, we can still survive. The driver no longer hesitated, dragged out a steel pipe from the passenger seat, opened the car door and got out. I saw Chen Zhe not far away slowly taking out a silver-white scalpel from his pocket. He waved his gun towards the driver in the distance, and without hesitation, stabbed the man with the mole on his face. Along with a scream, a long bloody mark was left on the man's shoulder. The smell of blood filled the car, making Chen Zhe's expression even more crazy. The man with the mole on his face also opened the car door at this moment, covering his injured hand. He rushed out and ran to the other side of the alley without looking back. The driver holding the water pipe in front of him glanced at Chen Zhe and swallowed hard. He originally wanted to stop Chen Zhe, but now he felt like he was being targeted by a monster. My whole body couldn't stop shaking. The courage that had just been summoned disappeared at this moment. His legs went weak and he fell to his knees. I'm just a driver. If I hadn't agreed just now, I wouldn't be able to survive if I went back. I won't stop you. I just ask you to let me go. After saying that, he kowtowed 3 times. Just keep your head on the ground. As long as Chen Zhe takes action, he can take his life at any time. But Chen Zhe just walked past the driver indifferently, at a moderate pace. But she caught up with the man with a mole on his face, until the other person ran out of the alley and shouted. Chen Zhe held the silver-white scalpel upside down, pointed it at the back of the man with a mole on his face, and stabbed him hard. 1, 2, 3, 4. The man struggled continuously, but due to excessive blood loss, his voice gradually became weaker and he fell to the ground with a thud. Chen Zhe was covered in blood. He stood across from the river, his eyes cold and cruel as he swept over the people around around him. He picked up the man who was bleeding on the ground with one hand. The fight on the bridge was also coming to an end at this moment. Sun Long, standing on the bridge, was beaten beyond recognition. Although the man with eagle-hook eyes was also covered with bruises, he was much better than Sun Long. Until they heard the screams of the second-in-command of Shenghui Group. Everyone turned around in shock and found that the man with the mole on his face had been picked up by Chen Zhe, with a silver-white scalpel placed on his neck. Sun Long, who was beaten to the ground and couldn't stop vomiting blood, opened his mouth. Then he realized that this guy wanted to attract other people's firepower, so he went to the back to find the person behind the scenes. Now that the helmsman has been captured, no one present would dare to take action again unless they disregarded the other party's life or death. You know, when that guy came out of the mental hospital, your contact named Lu was killed before he could even interrogate him for information. I still feel a little regretful. I just don't know if the person who was captured will be so lucky and survive. Sun Long stopped pretending. He just lay there in a big letter, and blood kept flowing out of his teeth and his mouth. After coughing a few more times, I felt a lot more relaxed. The eagle-eyed man's face was terribly dark, his flesh twitched uncontrollably, and he clenched his teeth as he looked towards where his boss was. Then he said loudly, "Release our boss, and write off today's matter. I will return Sun Long to you." Unfortunately, Chen Zhe did not reply. He simply pushed the man with a mole on his face onto the bluestone armrest, raised the silver-white scalpel, and stabbed him without hesitation. With a whoosh sound, the entire left arm was pierced through. The man with the mole on his face let out a shrill scream. "It's like slaughtering a pig." The eagle-eyed man's mouth twitched, and he obviously understood what Sun Long meant. Negotiating with a mentally ill person means you must be out of your mind. I can let Sun Long go, but if something happens to my boss, not only you two, but even your family members will be implicated. Don't think that Sun Long's men can protect them. That's because we haven't yet extricated ourselves from another matter. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so arrogant in Shanghai City. The man with eagle eyes pulled Sun Long up from the ground, then pushed him and signaled him to get out. Then he just stood on the bridge, watching Sun Long and Chen Zhe meet up and take their boss away. Unable to help it, his face gradually became ferocious. He suddenly kicked the bridge fence next to him and let out a hysterical roar. "One day or another, I will tear you into pieces." But things have come to this. The second-in-command was arrested. If the boss finds out about this when we get back, he will eat them alive. Even Mr. Lu and Miss Su, who were watching all this in the pavilion in the distance, couldn't help but brighten their eyes. They actually caught that kid from the Tang family. This is a big fish. If we can get the Tang family involved, it won't be long before the group behind us start taking action. The current Shanghai City is ultimately still controlled by the 5 people behind the scenes. The last time they came to Shanghai City, he was driven out by those 5 people. Now that they have made a comeback, they don't know whether the methods of those 5 people have become stronger or weaker. According to the information they investigated, those 5 people should be strong inside and out. Once you find out the other party's situation, it is not enough to resist external forces. Then the entire Shanghai City will have to face it. It is shaky and the building is about to collapse. It looks like a violent storm is about to come. These 2 guys really broke the sky and made people take notice. Perhaps we can help them appropriately. With their skills, we might be able to recruit them and use them for our own purposes in the future. There was a hint of melancholy on Mr. Lu's old face. I'm afraid there will be quite a few outside forces. They will contact these 2 people and even provide a little help. Without angering the Tang family and those 5 people, they will definitely help if they can. But as for Chen Zhe's parents, there are outsiders like them. There will be no danger for the time being. Otherwise, why has the hospital been so peaceful since the last attack by Sun Long? It's just that the people in the hospital have been replaced by theirs. There are also quite a few outsiders around, watching closely. Whether it is the Tang family, the Wang family, or the Zhou family, none of them dare to get involved here easily. However, we still need to pay close attention to the situation in the hospital recently. We can't rule out the possibility that the Tang family and those 5 people will take risks. Miss Su next to her is now also smiling like a flower. Her watery eyes narrowed into crescents. She is so charming. Although the death of Chen Zhe's parents and even his sister was equivalent to forcing the kid from the mental hospital into a dead end. But at the same time, without any restraints, the devil in that boy's heart will be completely released. Those behind the scenes must also understand this. I won't act easily. Don't be afraid of 10,000 things, just be prepared for one. Regarding that kid's parents and sister, I heard the medical expenses and surgery fees will add up to at least 1 million. Miss Su, maybe you can go find that guy. Consider this 1 million a favor. Master Lu looked at the charming woman in Cheongsam standing next to him, but she just shook her head. I'm afraid it won't be my turn. When the time comes, someone will naturally transfer the money to the hospital card. Even if I really go, there will be too many people and the effect will not be obvious. That's right. As Miss Su, it's really beneath her dignity to take 1 million to look for that brat. Master Lu didn't say anything else. He turned around and walked outside with his man. He also urgently needed to arrange some things. The Tang family was arrested. The Tang family cannot stand idly by, and the big boss behind Shenghui Group must be furious. As long as the other party becomes chaotic and reveals their true colors, they will be like leeches attached to their bones, overturning the entire Shenghui Group and completely destroying it. Shenghui Construction Group headquarters building. The president's office was extremely luxurious, with animal skins on the floor, famous paintings hanging on the walls, and gold and silver decorations everywhere. In the back, sitting there was an old man in his 60s, smoking a cigar. When the old man saw the message on the phone. The cigar between his fingers couldn't help shaking and fell onto the expensive carpet next to him, but a big hole was burned in the carpet. He didn't notice it at all. Instead, he slammed the table and stood up. Xiao Tang was arrested? How do these bastards do things? As the head of the Tang family, he actually stooped to being bait. He's absolutely crazy. Doesn't he know how sensitive his identity is? Those outsiders are now eyeing us covetously. This idiot. The old man in his 60s in front of him gradually turned red in the face and smashed everything around him that could be smashed, accompanied by the sound of tinkling and the old man's roar. The door opened quickly. A woman about 24 or 25 years old walked in. See the scene in front of you. There was also an old man who was gritting his teeth and gasping for breath and asked with a look of shock on his face, "Chairman, what's wrong with you? Did something big happen?" The old man snorted coldly, glanced at the burning cigar next to him, and stepped on it. "It's all because of Xiao Tang." "Oh no, it's because of what those little princes did some time ago." One moment he's talking about President Tang, the next moment he's talking about the little prince. What's going on? Moreover, what the little princes did before. The other party's family is just an ordinary employee with their omnipotent abilities in Shanghai City. It should have been resolved long ago. That shouldn't be the case. Chairman, did you make a mistake? Are you mistaken? Those little bastards crippled someone's sister, but they have a son who was released from a mental hospital. I don't know where he learned this skill from. Even Sun Long, one of the 4 northern tigers, was defeated by him. First, he crippled the Zhou family's daughter, and then he shaved off half the scalp of that Wang family kid. It caused a stir in the city. Now even Xiao Tang has been stabbed multiple times and captured. His whereabouts are unknown. Hearing about Chen Zai's deeds, the secretary in the distance took a deep breath, feeling that it was a fairy tale. A kid from a mental hospital. How could it possibly cause such a big storm? Doesn't that kid have a family? Chairman, why don't you? But the old man in front of him snorted again. Do you think they didn't arrange anyone to go? Wasn't Xiao Tang the one who arranged Sun Long earlier? After Sun Long, there were many other great warriors in the martial arts world, but what happened to them? To this day, their whereabouts are still unknown. They must have been drowned long ago. Ever since the outsiders returned a month ago, the entire Shanghai city has never been at peace. Now, with this additional uncertainty, both the Wang and Zhou families are frightened. If we let that brat act recklessly again, if he dares to arrest Xiao Tang today, he will dare to attack me tomorrow. Will he have to go to the Tang family and kill people the day after tomorrow? The more the secretary listened, the more frightened he became. I vaguely felt that the situation was getting out of control. At the hospital, there were outsiders interfering. All the martial arts masters sent out were defeated in the end. Now, even the Tang family is involved. Outsiders will definitely not let go of this opportunity. The hospital will be surrounded by crowds of people. It would be difficult for them to take action. As for that mentally ill kid, who knows what he will do? Besides, if you try to reason with a mentally ill person, will he listen? The more I thought about it, the more panicked I felt. The old man in his 60s glanced at the secretary and knew that she was frightened. He immediately comforted her. "Don't worry, even though there are many outsiders and they've been making a lot of noise lately, this is still our territory. Come here, I've been feeling a bit irritated lately. Help me cool down." The old man closed his eyes and opened them again, but he was already looking out the window. That was the brightly lit Shanghai City. It is also one of the most prosperous cities in the country, and countless bones are buried here. It is the fat meat that countless people are salivating over whenever there is a chance. Those people couldn't wait for everyone to come up and take a bite. Recently, something's been amiss with the southern faction. Looks like we need to go to the villa. As 30 seconds passed, the secretary opened the door and left. He just held a ball of paper in his hand, covered his mouth, and walked into the bathroom. The entire Shanghai City. Everything started to get chaotic because the head of the Tang family was arrested. Countless figures in black suits can be seen everywhere. A secret place. A carpet search was conducted, sweeping across this already not so peaceful city like a storm. There are even venues with many outsiders. They were all wiped out. Even the hospital and the injured that night. The number of cases is increasing rapidly. In the east and south districts, all 5 hospitals are overcrowded. Some had injured their arms, some were knocked unconscious on the spot, and there were even several muscular men sitting in the corridor, covering their hands with something. His face was particularly gloomy. Tonight, the Tang family took action. The 2 footholds we just established were wiped out by the Tang family. A total of 35 people were injured, and 21 have lost their ability to fight. The man with muscular body and stubble on his face is called Chen Xiao. He is also one of the 4 tigers of the north and is as famous as Sun Long. His leg techniques are extremely famous throughout the north. Even when Sun Long faced him, he couldn't say that he was 100% sure of winning. But tonight, he encountered a tough enemy. After more than 20 rounds of fighting, he was knocked down by the opponent's sweeping kick. If it weren't for several of his men who fought desperately to stop the man and take him away, it would be a question whether he could be alive now. In addition to Chen Xiao, there are many people from other forces here. 2 of them, 1 man and 1 woman, came to Chen Xiao's side. We've found out. The person in charge of the Tang family was captured by Sun Long and a guy from a mental hospital around 11 o'clock. His whereabouts are still unknown, but he was stabbed more than a dozen times. If he hadn't received timely treatment, he would probably be dead by now. These 2 men and 1 woman are not from Chen Xiao's faction. The Tang family began an indiscriminate sweep. No matter whether it was the previous faction or the faction that entered Shanghai City later, they were all within their target group. As a result, all foreign forces in the entire Shanghai Shanghai City suffered unprecedented heavy losses. Chen Xiao said, Master Lu, what do you think about Miss Su? Master Lu and Miss Su are in charge of the South District. With such a big incident happening, aren't they going to step in and take care of it? Two men and one woman approached and said with a cold expression, how can we manage this? Just half an hour ago, Mr. Lu's newly built shopping mall was set on fire. Many people have gathered at the second hospital. I'm afraid there's a fight going on there. Speaking of the second hospital, Chen Xiao was also stunned for a moment. If he remembered correctly, the mentally ill boy, his parents, and sister were in the second hospital. Once the second hospital fell, the people inside would probably suffer unprecedented damage. Why not just let those people take over the hospital? Now they're causing a stir all over the city because of a mentally ill family member. I poured my heart and soul into building a bar, and now it's ruined. I've wasted over $10 million. Besides, those two old guys in the hospital and his sister are dead. That kid who came out of the mental hospital will become even more unscrupulous. Sure enough, said the girl among the two men and one woman who came over. The four northern tigers are all just brawn in their heads. They're already locked in a fierce battle with the local forces in Shanghai City, but they are just some small fish and shrimps on the surface. The people in the dark haven't made a move yet. If we really let that kid do something crazy, the situation won't be as simple as it is now. What's more, during this period of time, the area around the second hospital is full of us outsiders. I'm afraid the other party has already tied that kid to us. Once he's freed, he'll be like a tiger coming down the mountain. You've seen it recently. Both the Zhou and Wang families have sent out a lot of people, but they can't even find any trace of that kid. Now that the Tang family has also taken action, they are no match for the Zhou and Wang families. What's the result? So far, they haven't found a single hair. From this, we can see that this kid is definitely not comparable to ordinary people in terms of hiding and attacking. His parents can still control him, but if his parents are dead, he'll be like a devil crawling out of hell. Can you be sure of what he'll do? I'm afraid even the Tang family themselves can't guarantee that they can live safely in the future. Even the two men next to him agreed with this. Not to mention the Wang family and the Zhou family, they have also dispatched a lot of manpower during this period. But that kid is so elusive, he always manages to avoid all the cameras, as if he has an innate ability to sense these things. Even if that kid entered the hospital in public, that was also silent. By the time they found out, everyone was gone. Such a ghost-like character also suffers from mental illness. If you can't control your emotions, once things get out of control, it won't be as simple as just getting hurt now. We don't know how many people will die. If it's as dangerous as you say, why would the Tang family send people to attack the hospital? The girl rolled her eyes. Is it possible? They just think there are too many outsiders, so they want to clean it up. Before we catch that brat, the Tang family dare not push him too hard. Otherwise, he'll be cornered and the Tang family won't be able to bear it. Chen Xiao frowned. It's been so long since that kid's incident, and I still don't know who hurt his sister. But the two men and one woman just narrowed their eyes and shook their heads. Some things are kept secret by the other party too tightly. It goes without saying that it must involve those 5 people mentioned above. We don't know exactly who is involved. Seeing that the situation has reached a stalemate here, Chen Xiao had no choice but to invest more than 10 million yuan, which was now all gone. He felt extremely heartbroken, as this was almost all his belongings, and this time he was bewitched by those people above him. He came here from far away, but ended up not getting any benefits and instead pushed himself into a desperate situation. The forces of the outsiders have been wiped out, and a large number of small forces have been left with nowhere to go. A desperate counterattack is inevitable. Chen Xiao, after all, you are one of the 4 tigers of the north. How about we join forces? At least you can survive this storm and get a share of the profits. Otherwise, such a huge investment will be wasted. Can you swallow this? 2 men and 1 woman stated the purpose of their trip. Chen Xiao frowned and took a deep breath, knowing that he would not be able to handle the Tang family's next move on his own. He nodded with a gloomy expression. Since you all are interested, I can't refuse. In the next half month, perhaps only by joining forces can we have a glimmer of hope. The Tang family took action. Even the newly opened shopping mall of Luyi in the South District was burned down. This incident is undoubtedly a slap in the face of Master Lu and is also forcing outsiders to submit. On the top floor of a tall building, in the luxurious presidential suite, Master Lu and several younger generations from northern families were sitting in the hall, chatting happily. Although the shopping mall was burned down this time, the person in charge of the Tang family was arrested, which invisibly dealt a blow to the prestige of the Tang family. If the Tang family can't find the murderer, no matter how serious this incident is, it is an unprecedented blow to the Tang family. Even Shenghui Construction Group has become the target of everyone's criticism. This is one of the Tang family's sharpest minions. The Wang family and the Zhou family, these 2 dogs, are nothing compared to Shenghui Construction Group. If we can take down Shenghui Construction Group, what will this loss be? The Tang family has already taken action. Miss Su and I met an hour ago, and everyone should know that the reason the Tang family went crazy this time is because their leader at Shenghui Construction Group was stabbed more than a dozen times and his whereabouts are still unknown. Master Lu looked at these youngsters with a smile on his face. The mall burned down, not angry at all, but full of joy. It seems like good things are about to happen. The 5 youngsters who came here are all from the most powerful factions in their respective regions. Although they only sent younger generations, it was enough to show their sincerity. I think your elders have also seen that the Tang family is weak inside and strong outside. Now they can't even catch a kid from a mental hospital and Sun Long. If the Tang family can't give an explanation explanation, I'm afraid the forces below will start to become disunited. Once suspicion arises between the two sides, it will be our time to attack the Tang family's assets. In the past, the local forces in Shanghai City were all united and extremely xenophobic. It is like a fool's dream for these people to come in and get a piece of the pie. In fact, they had no hope when they came this time. Who knew that Chen Zhe would appear as a variable? Just one person pushed the entire Shanghai City to the forefront. At first, it was the Wang family and the Zhou family, and they didn't care much, but now even the Tang family is involved. Then the person in charge of Shenghui Construction Group was arrested, which undoubtedly told others. The Tang family is in trouble. They may be unable to bear it any longer. If you want to survive safely in this vortex, once the Tang family falls, you will have to choose a new force to rely on. As long as they lose their composure, the rest will be easy. Master Lu, my father told me when he came here that everything would be arranged by Master Lu. I brought over 20 people with me, all of whom are the best in the family. Their fighting power should not be underestimated. Master Lu will be in charge of everything. As for our Miao family, as long as Master Lu asks, we are willing to serve you. Our Lu family is no pushover. The Tang family really went too far this time. Our Lu family's subordinates are complaining and have suffered heavy losses. Seeing everyone's positive opinions, Master Lu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Okay, that's great. Tang Tiancheng is already old, and the Tang family has been entrenched in Shanghai City for many years. It's time for them to make way for us. At the same time, outside Shanghai City, on a small road, the black Mercedes is sprinting at full speed. There was a large dent in the roof. The rear window was also shattered. The strong wind rushed in, and there were many obstacles around, but the driver seemed not to see it. It's just right every time and avoids these things. Sun Long, who was sitting in the passenger seat, also asked the name of the person behind him on the way here. When Sun Long heard the name Tang Hao, his heart trembled violently. He thought about catching a big fish, but I didn't expect the fish to be so big. Tang Hao, the official head of the Tang family. At the age of 31, he is the chief military strategist behind Shenghui Construction Group. He has helped Shenghui Construction Group to turn crises into safety many times without the help of the Tang family. He did not even use the power of the Tang family to conquer countless territories for Shenghui Construction Group, which was once very prosperous in Shanghai City. More importantly, Tang Hao's wife is also an important hub in the Tang family's faction in Beijing. If something happens to Tang Hao, whether it is Shenghui Construction Group, the Tang family, or even the many forces below, they will probably fall into madness. The consequences are too great. Looking at Tang Hao, who is still bleeding, dying, and pale, as if he would die at any time, Sun Long's mouth twitched as well. Brother Chen, why don't you stop the car first? If this person dies, the consequences will be unimaginable. But Chen Zhe just glanced back and said in a heavy voice, he won't die for now. Every time I strike him with my sword, I avoid his vital points. He can still hold on for at least 10 minutes. Hear what he said. Sun Long opened his mouth, but he couldn't die now. He was also holding his breath. But once we reach the destination, without enough medical equipment, can we really save this person? Originally, he really wanted to capture someone with a pretty good status and position. Get more important information, but the problem is when he knows that this person is Tang Hao. Sun Long felt a little regretful. It would be fine for others, but Tang Hao was involved in the interests of the entire Tang family, and it also caused a tense situation in Shanghai City. If you are not careful, you will get burned if you play with fire. Even if he rescued his wife and children, it would be a question whether he could leave Shanghai City alive. So, deep down in his heart, he didn't want Tang Hao to die here. Brother, this person's status is too important. It's easy to put pressure on people. If we don't deal with it in time and he dies, the day will really fall apart. Chen Zhe still didn't stop the car. When he was in the mental hospital, he had upgraded all his skills to the maximum level. With just a glance, he had a general understanding of the man's injuries. With his ability, even without important equipment, he can still pull this person out of the brink of death. What's more, he bought a lot of medical supplies in the abandoned factory last time, so he didn't take it seriously. But Sun Long next to him didn't know. Looking at the cold and almost emotionless face in front of him, the corners of his mouth twitched violently. I feel like I'm talking to a mentally ill person and trying to reason with him, but it's like talking to a cow. I'm afraid that in Chen Zhe's heart, he doesn't realize how serious the matter is. Sun Long took out his cell phone. As an outsider, he more or less has his own channels for obtaining information. After arresting Tang Hao, he probably expected the Tang family to be furious. But when he held the phone and saw the numerous messages in it, he couldn't help but feel his scalp tingling and goosebumps appeared. It's a mess. A mess. The entire Shanghai City is in complete chaos. There are countless messages in the mobile phone. They all asked him whether Tang Hao was dead or alive. Only a small part told him that the foreign forces were being swept indiscriminately, and nearly 60% of the forces had suffered damage. Such a large-scale action would even force the foreign forces into a desperate situation. From this we can see how crazy the Tang family is now. Brother Chen, the truth may have been exposed. Sun Long's voice trembled. Chen Zhe, who was driving, still had a cold look on his face, without any emotion, as if he was listening to some trivial matter. If those who hurt his sister. This is the sky of Shanghai City, so what even if it is broken? They can bully their own sister. Then he also has his own way to make those who are high and mighty bend down and listen quietly to the sorrow. If we have to say who brought the disaster, then Chen Zhe can tell them responsibly. Their own sister is a disaster, and their own family is their nightmare. Even Tang Hao, who was standing behind him, had slowly woken up. There were many many wounds on his body, and blood was still flowing out slowly. He felt extremely weak, and the pain from his wounds made him gasp, even when he moved his fingers slightly. It seemed as if the wound was being affected, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He glanced at the driver, his pupils contracted slightly, and he remembered the scene of being pushed onto the bluestone fence by the river. Thinking of this kid swinging his knife almost crazily, I felt a chill, a sense of suffocation in my heart, and a sense of oppression that I had no one to express, because according to the situation at that time, this kid really wanted to kill him. Of course he doesn't know. Chen Zhe has already controlled the position where he will strike with his sword. After all, with such a fast knife drawing speed, who can tell what this psychopath wants to do? Let me go. I can make the Tang family stop. As long as you let me go, I can let those two guys from the Wang and Zhou families come out to pay for your sister's life. But if I really die, not only you, but also your sister and family will all be buried with me. Tang Hao didn't know if the other party could listen to him. After all, it is probably too small to expect a mentally ill person to be rational. The only reason this mentally ill man still has shackles on his body is that his parents and sister are still alive. As long as we don't catch this guy in one day, they don't dare to push the other party too hard. Especially after seeing Chen Zhe's methods today. Even Tang Hao couldn't help but feel chilled. The others are fine too. They use their methods, threats, and inducements, and have 100 ways to make those people submit and then commit. Just like the co-pilot Sun Long, just a few words from him could make the other party take risks. Chen Zhe is not a normal person. He is a complete lunatic. He is capable of doing anything. No one dares to bet on whether this guy is sensible or not. Originally, Tang Hao said these words in order to test Chen Zhe, and also to let the other party know his identity. But Sun Long, who was standing next to him, knew that something was wrong when he heard Tang Hao mention Chen Zhe's sister and family. Along with the urgent sound of brakes, a silver-white scalpel was quietly pulled out. Sun Long was so scared that his face turned pale. He couldn't help swallowing his saliva and rushed over quickly. It blocked in front of Tang Hao, and then there was a puff sound. A cut was immediately made on Sun Long's back. If Sun Long had not reacted quickly, Tang Hao's throat would have been cut. Tang Hao did not expect that the opponent would attack without any warning. Before he could even react, the silver-white scalpel had already swept towards him. He is indeed a madman. I said so much, but he didn't listen. He threatened his parents and sister. Brother Chen, calm down. He can't die yet. You have to get more useful information. And the 5 people who hurt your sister haven't been found yet, right? Sun Long endured the pain and kept warning Chen Zhe, hoping that he could regain his sanity. Otherwise, once Tang Hao died, the situation would be truly irreversible. Tang Hao himself was also scared half to death. He forgot the pain in his body and held Sun Long tightly. You should know the consequences. Control this madman. Otherwise, if I die, you and your wife and children will not be able to leave Shanghai City. Sun Long also hated the man in front of him, but he knew that this person could not die. At least not now. He carefully climbed up from Tang Hao's body. He reached out and grasped the silver-white scalpel. He also held Chen Zhe's hand and pressed it down little by little. We finally managed to capture this person. If he dies, how will we get more information? Brother Chen, be rational, don't be impulsive. Following Sun Long's admonishing voice and his hand pressing down slightly, Chen Zhe finally glanced coldly at Tang Hao and finally put the scalpel on his waist. Both Sun Long and Tang Hao breathed a sigh of relief at this moment, and Tang Hao didn't dare to say anything more. I was afraid that if I said a wrong word, I would make this madman angry again. Now he finally understood that if he tried to reason with a madman, he could be killed at any time. When he was at Shenghui Construction Group, he was in charge of all the affairs. As long as he wanted to, he could control the lives and deaths of countless people. He grasped human nature to the extreme. He holds the power of life and death over countless people. With the power of one person alone, Shenghui Construction Group can become a well-known presence in Shanghai City. It is because of his control over human nature and his strategic mind. It is such a top think tank in Shenghui Construction Group, but now he feels deeply powerless. Everything I was once proud of. In front of this madman, I become useless. Even if he dared to say one more word, it would be a question whether Sun Long next to him could stop him. No matter who you replace me with, even if it's the leader of the outsiders, I have 100 ways to deal with it. But why? He has to be a madman. Tang Hao clenched his teeth, feeling his head was in a mess. He used to be so powerful that he thought he could handle anyone with ease. Now my mind is just blank. It's like it's down. Sun Long, who was in the co-pilot seat, smiled bitterly. I advise you to be quiet. Last time, that Lu guy had his throat slashed just because of a disagreement. Your words and methods may be useful to me, but for Brother Chen, I advise you to take it easy. The car drove quickly to the abandoned factory. Chen Zhe took out something else and bandaged Tang Hao's wound. The wound was sutured even without anesthesia, even though Tang Hao kept struggling and screaming in the process. Chen Zhe's acupuncture technique was still fast and steady. Sun Long, who was standing next to him, twitched his mouth. After everything was done, Tang Hao had passed out from the pain. Sun Yaodong, the driver, the investigator, the mistress, and even Sun Long, who were present, all swallowed subconsciously. His life was saved. But the pain you have to endure along the way is enough to make your scalp tingle just thinking about it. And during the whole process, Chen Zhe seemed to slow down the acupuncture speed intentionally or unintentionally. I really enjoy this bloody process. They could sense that Chen Zhe would sometimes deliberately open the wound, watching the blood flowing out. The restlessness in his eyes could no longer be concealed. Sun Long was even afraid that while he was stitching the wound, Chen Zhe would suddenly lose his temper and kill the man. During this process, although Chen Zhe enjoyed it very much, especially when he saw Tang Hao. He let out a shrill scream. He licked his lips excitedly. A demon crawling out of hell. But after all the torture, Tang Hao saved his life. It's getting late now. Although this factory is quite far from the city, it's still not very safe. We've been here for too long and have left quite a few traces. Looking at the blood in his hand, Chen Zhe took a deep breath. The smell of blood filled the air. He showed his white teeth and said, "It's time to change places." Regarding Chen Zhe's proposal, Sun Long naturally had no objection. He quickly tied the man up and forced him into the car. They continued to move forward along the deserted road in front of them, and after they left, in less than an hour, in the pitch-black night, many lights were lit, surrounding the entire dilapidated factory area. More and more people are gathering here. Figures in black suits broke into the dilapidated factory area, but after searching again and again, I still couldn't find anyone. It was not until an old man in his 60s, smoking a cigar, walked in under the respectful gaze of everyone that people began to come forward to report. "Chairman, we found a lot of blood next to the innermost pillar. There's also a broken rope and a chain used to tie up a dog. It looks like the person must have left." Hearing that the people had left, the old man with a cigar in his mouth, he clenched his teeth, his eyes, which were already a little red from staying up late. A hint of coldness flashed across his face. "The Tang family has issued an order. If we can't find the person who took Tang Hao away, we will be the ones to pay for it. No matter where they run to, if you can't find them, don't blame me for being cruel." Now he is also forced into a corner. As the head of Shenghui Construction Group, he was the first to know that Tang Hao had been captured. At that time, he could already imagine that the Tang family would be furious about this, but he never thought that things would escalate to this point. Not only did the outsiders suffer, but they also continued to put pressure on him. If he couldn't find Chen Zhe and save Tang Hao, I'm afraid the Tang family will really use him as a sacrifice. In the past 2 weeks, the extremely powerful outsiders have begun to bow their heads under the pressure of the Tang family. You should be able to imagine what the consequences will be when the Tang family's wrath descends. It was alright before, but this time, there is no room for error. The old man's voice was sharp and cruel. Everyone present also felt a chill. It goes without saying how terrifying the Tang family's power is in Shanghai City. They are all vested interests of Shenghui Construction Group, and if they cannot play their due role at this time, then the things they had done were enough to send them all to jail. Looking back, it would be a pipe dream to rely on the giant Shenghui Construction Group to live a life of luxury. "Chairman, rest assured, we will do our best to rescue Mr. Tang." After saying that, everyone left one after another. Only the old man was left, gritting his teeth. Looking at the black clouds gradually clearing outside in the bright moonlight, I took a deep breath. I hope they won't act rashly. The implications are too great. Now the Tang family. I'm afraid they've already made up their minds to fight to the bitter end. Because they don't get an explanation, I'm afraid those people down there will really be chaos. Being in the center of the storm, Wu Jingyang was also quite helpless. "I just want to resolve this matter quickly. At least rescue Tang Hao. Only in this way can the turmoil in Shanghai City be calmed down." Driving all the way. Before they knew it, they arrived at a village that had been deserted for who knows how many years. There are many houses around here made of yellow mud bricks. It is covered with tiles. Because it is so old, many houses have collapsed. The little that remains is not enough to shelter from the wind and rain. This abandoned village has several long mountains behind it, and on the top of the mountains there are several red brick houses left by forest rangers. This provides them with natural shelter. Under Chen Zhe's coercion, everyone came to the hidden red brick house on the mountain. The water pipes here can still release water. It's just that the electrical appliances are no longer powered. The door is still good. If you prop it up with something, it can still be used to block the wind. There are just a lot of signs around saying things like, "Beware of brown bears and other ferocious animals." It doesn't look very safe. Chen Zhe slowly exhaled. It is true. He glanced at the still unconscious Tang Hao and tied up the driver, investigator, Sun Yayang, and the mistress again. He walked down the mountain on his own. There were still a lot of medical bandages and supplies in the car. It must be brought up, otherwise it would be a waste. But just as he arrived next to the Mercedes-Benz with the dented roof, but then I heard a bang from the trunk. Then the trunk door opened by itself. Chen Zhe walked to the trunk with a silver-white scalpel in his hand. I saw a woman about 24 or 25 inside. She was tied up and had a piece of cloth stuffed in her mouth. She tried to speak but could only make choked sobbing sounds. The woman was extremely beautiful. Although she was about 24 or 25 years old, she exuded a mature and gorgeous charm. She had a curvy figure and a pair of slender legs that, due to limited space, were bent together against her belly. There was a hint of clarity in her beautiful, tender eyes as she noticed someone next to her, holding a silver scalpel. The woman showed a trace of panic, and as she struggled, there was a ripping sound, and the extremely tight white shirt on her back was torn. Chen Zhe reached out and pulled the cloth out of the woman's mouth, and the woman finally spoke. "No, don't kill me. I won't tell anyone about this. Just let me go home and I can give you money, lots and lots of money." The woman didn't look like someone who was short of money. She had a jewel necklace around her neck that was worth a lot of money. The watch on the wrist also looks particularly exquisite, covered with densely packed diamonds. Just this rose-colored lady's watch. I'm afraid the value is over 100,000. Chen Zhe stepped forward and loosened the woman's rope. The woman quickly climbed out of the trunk and said pleadingly, "I know you must be Tang Hao's man, but you're doing things for Tang Hao just to make money. If you sell my watch, it will cost at least 200,000. And this jewel necklace around my neck was bought by my cousin at an auction for 2.58 million. If you sell it anywhere, you can at least get back around 1 million. The woman's eyes were filled with fear, because when Chen Zhe stared at her, she felt as if she was being stared at by a monster. This look is very cold. It was frighteningly cold. It's like a poisonous snake that can give you a fatal blow at any time. On the way home, Chen Zhe didn't say anything. He just took the things from the car and walked up the mountain by himself. The woman looked around and seeing that Chen Zhe ignored her, she wanted to turn around and run away. But after walking around for a few times, she found that this was just a desolate mountain range, with endless mountains behind it. In the abandoned village, there is still a large bluestone with the words Baiyang Village clearly engraved on it. She didn't know Baiyang Village, but she knew that she had nothing to eat if she was alone. Wanting to leave this desolate wilderness is simply a fantasy. It's getting darker and darker. From time to time, there were wolf howls around. The woman was so frightened that she was shaking and ran desperately towards the mountain where there were a few houses with faint lights of fire. Finally, half an hour later, she arrived at the door of the house. Her clothes were torn and tattered by the branches on the road because she ran too fast. Through the torn clothes, you can vaguely see the snow-white skin and a dozen small wounds. I'm scared down there alone. Big brother, can you take me back tomorrow morning? I'll pay you whatever amount you want. The woman stood at the door, her hands clasped to her chest, biting her red lips, looking very charming and seductive. There was a fire in the room. Sun Long turned his head to look at the woman, then looked at Chen Zhe with a strange expression, but Chen Zhe did not explain, still warming himself by the fire in the room. But the woman saw Tang Hao tied up in a corner, his body covered in blood. He couldn't help but shrink his pupils, revealing an incredible expression. Aren't you Tang Hao's men? Sun Long finally understood. It seems that this woman was captured by Tang Hao and was most likely locked in the trunk. As a result, when Chen Zhe went downstairs, he found this woman. After all, the only place in the Mercedes-Benz where someone could hide was the trunk. We are Tang Hao's enemies, so we captured him, Sun Long said. He took another piece of compressed biscuit from the side and a small bottle of mineral water handed to the woman. The woman heard that it was Tang Hao's enemy, and Tang Hao was tied up and lying on the ground. He was seriously injured and still unconscious. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the two in front of him are not Tang Hao's men, then she shouldn't be in too much danger. My name is Ning Niashu. Can you send me back to Shanghai City tomorrow morning? I'll give you 10 million as a reward for saving my life. 10 million? Sun Long was a little shocked, especially when I saw this woman. She didn't even blink when she said 10 million. You know that these 10 million is nothing to him. Chen Zhe also turned his head to look at the beautiful woman, although he had no idea about money. But when he was in the mental hospital, his attending physician was willing to kill him for $500,000. With this conversion, he knew what the money represented. It's impossible to go back. I'm afraid we're being hunted by the entire Shanghai city. Chen Zhe's voice was cold. It is devoid of any emotion and is like a machine, making people feel suffocated, especially in such a dim environment. The firelight illuminated his face, but his head was lowered, and there was an inexplicable sense of urgency that made the woman swallow subconsciously. I also understood what was going on. After all, Tang Hao was captured by them. The Tang family will definitely be furious, and the entire Shanghai city will be swept by huge waves in this storm. She really couldn't imagine how these two people had the courage to capture Tang Hao. Yes, miss, I'm afraid we won't be returning to Shanghai City in the short term. We won't be back for at least 3 to 5 days. Sun Long also whispered beside him. His cell phone can still be used to contact his subordinates. I know a little about the situation in Shanghai City. If I want to go back, I'm afraid only Chen Zhe has the ability to do so. But now, whether it is the Tang family, Shenghui Construction Group, or even the many forces below, they are all watching covetously. There's no need to take the risk. Well, can you please send me back in 3 to 5 days? Then I'll write you a check for 10 million, which you can cash at any bank. Chen Zhe glanced at the woman and said nothing. Sun Long didn't say anything, because he didn't dare to make any guarantees without Chen Zhe's consent. In this quiet environment, a long time passed by unknowingly. The woman did not ask any further questions, and Sun Long did not say anything. They just took turns sleeping and then continued to keep watch after getting up. Until dawn, everyone ate up the little food that was left. Sun Long saw that if he didn't do something, he would probably starve to death here, so he stood up and said, I'll go back to Shanghai City and have my men send some food out. Otherwise, we'll have to go hungry for the next meal. Chen Zhe picked up his silver-white scalpel, went up the mountain alone. Sun Long was stunned and immediately understood that Chen Zhe was planning to go up the mountain to find food by himself. But this is a desolate wilderness, surrounded by mountains. It is not easy for people who have no experience in the wild to get something to eat. Ning Niashu, who was standing next to him, looked at Sun Long, whose face was full of fat and hair, and stood up in fright. She followed Chen Zhe. Compared to following Sun Long, she felt that the younger Chen Zhe was more reassuring. Although Chen Zhe's eyes gave her a cold feeling, they were very pure and had no other thoughts. But it's hard to say about Sun Long right now. As if he knew that Ning Niashu was afraid that he would do something wrong, Sun Long was still speechless. I thought to myself, I am not even as good as a madman. How could anyone think that being around a madman with bloody knees would be safer than being around him? But everyone has already gone out. He didn't know what to say, lest people think he really had ulterior motives. As for Chen Zhe, he was holding the silver-white scalpel. He had no intention of waiting for anyone, even though Ning Niashu, who was following behind him, begged desperately. Chen Zhe still didn't look back. She looked at Chen Zhe, who was like a machine and had no sympathy for women. She was a little speechless and didn't know what to say, until the two of them walked to the the edge of a lake, Chen Zhe began to take off his clothes. Then with a splash, he jumped into the water. After more than a minute, blood bubbles were seen in the water, and then Chen Zhe was seen swimming to the shore, dragging a catfish with a pierced head. This catfish weighs at least 4 or 5 kilograms. It was also enough for them to have a lunch, but there were too many of them, and even if they ate the fish, they still had no idea where to get their next meal. She found out that she was wrong. On the way back, Chen Zhe caught 2 more rabbits and a weasel. It's time for lunch. Whether it was her, the 4 tied-up people, or Tang Hao who had just woken up, they were only given a small amount of food. Almost the entire fish was eaten by Chen Zhe and Sun Long. As for the 2 rabbits and weasels they caught, they were cleaned and made into bacon. It was obvious that the 2 of them wanted to have them as dinner. As for the rest of the people, whether they would have food to eat in the evening was not within Chen Zhe's consideration. In the next few days, Chen Zhe went into the mountains to find food. As for Sun Long, he was responsible for interrogating Tang Hao. Although it only took 3 days, I was able to get a lot of useful information. But for Chen Zhe, he was still not satisfied. Tang Hao was tied to a water pipe. Chen Zhe was holding a silver-white scalpel. He stared at Tang Hao quietly for a long time. Whenever Tang Hao was interrogated, the topic came up regarding those 5 people. Tang Hao always avoided the question. No matter what means Sun Long used, he could never get to the bottom of it. The long-accumulated depression had already made Chen Zhe a little manic and restless. Plus, I haven't taken any tranquilizers recently. Let this feeling become more and more intense. Ning Niaoshu will follow Chen Zhe into the mountains. But I have witnessed Chen Zhe's almost crazy methods several times. She was also scared. That is, 2 days ago in the afternoon, she no longer followed Chen Zhe to the mountain. Now that Sun Long couldn't get the truth from the interrogation, Chen Zhe had to take over personally. A wail of pain, a shrill scream, the almost desperate cry echoed throughout the mountains and fields. Birds and beasts were startled and flew away, and the chirping of insects disappeared. Only Tang Hao's almost pleading and wailing voice remained, echoing in the cold and windy night. Please, please, kill me. As long as it's not about those 5 people, I can tell you everything. If you must ask, can you please give me a quick death? This was his last plea. There is no color of life in his eyes. His body was covered in blood and had many hideous scars, making Tang Hao in front of him look like a ghost. Only Chen Zhe, holding the bloodstained scalpel, breathed a long sigh of relief. It was as if the violence had been pent up in my heart. At this moment it was finally suppressed. He really enjoyed this wonderful process. It's like carefully carving a piece of art. Every cut is just right. It hurts extremely, but doesn't cause too much damage. He would also carefully bandage Tang Hao's wounds. The bleeding was stopped, but the inhumane torture continued. Whether it was the tied-up Sun Yaoyang, the driver, the investigator, or the mistress, or perhaps Sun Long and Ning Niaoshu, who were watching nearby, were horrified by this method. During the whole process, Ning Niaoshu and her mistress were kidnapped, and she even had a mental breakdown at one point. If Sun Long hadn't locked the door tightly, who knows what else will happen. The sky was getting dimly lit. Chen Zhe restrained the violent temper in his heart. Looking at the scarred Tang Hao, he seemed very satisfied with his masterpiece. Tang Hao also fainted in agony, although he did not obtain much useful information. But from Tang Hao's nonsense, he got an important message. That is the one who hurt his sister, and among the 5 hidden people, one of them had an exceptionally delicate voice, just like a girl's, but he is a genuine man. Moreover, from that chaotic tone, he also got a name called Heaven and Earth. It seemed to be an entertainment club, but he asked Sun Long and Ning Niaoshu who was next to him. But no one knows where this paradise on earth is. The voice is delicate, but it's a man's. There must be some unknown clues in heaven and earth. Chen Zhe pondered these 2 important pieces of information. He did not wake Tang Hao up and continue to torture him, because he knew that slow progress is the key to success. Tang Hao's body was now on the verge of collapse. Continuing like this would only fulfill Tang Hao's wishes. After all, after what happened last night, Tang Hao is now determined to die. But now Chen Zhe doesn't want him to die. I want to go back to Shanghai City. Chen Zhe's voice fell. Ning Niaoshu, who was standing next to her, showed an expression of inexplicable surprise. Take me back. I can pay any price. Besides, my father has already chosen the wrong side, and there is no way he can turn back now. Otherwise, Tang Hao wouldn't want to kill me. Just let me go back and I can help you. After all, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. There was a hint of anticipation in Ning Niaoshu's eyes, just as she said, although she is from the Beijing school. But the Jing faction was also full of struggles. Some people sided with the Tang family, some sided with the outsiders, and their Ning family sided with the outsiders. He wants to tear apart the local forces in Shanghai City and get a piece of the pie. Because of this, she was arrested when she went out the next day after she and her father arrived in Shanghai City. According to Tang Hao's original idea, he probably wanted to use himself to threaten his father, but unfortunately he met Chen Zhe, which caused all his plans to fail. Even the mistress tied up in the corner seemed to remember something. You are Miss Ning? I was wondering why you looked so familiar when I saw you earlier. Are you Ning Lei's daughter? He recognized himself when he saw his mistress tied up. Ning Niaoshu nodded quickly. I am Ning Lei's daughter. I have long been at odds with the Tang family. We are like water and fire. When my father sided with the outsiders, it became impossible for him to walk the same path as the Tang family. Just like the second hospital, why are there so many outsiders around, always guarding the perimeter of the hospital? It's because they know that the current situation requires someone to muddy the waters so that they can fish in troubled waters. Their Ning family is not considered a big family in the Beijing faction, but they can obtain a lot of information from the Beijing faction faction and can even provide great help to Chen Zai. This force is no weaker than the outsiders from the north. Hearing Ning Miaoshu's words, even Sun Long next to her couldn't help but widen his eyes. If it is true as the mistress said, the Ning Miaoshu in front of us is Ning Lei's daughter, then the rest will be easy. The way they obtain intelligence and the help they can get will be far better than now. Brother Chen, wait a moment, I'll ask someone. Sun Long was not idle either. Use your own information channels. Start to inquire about Ning Miaoshu's situation. After about half an hour, someone finally sent him a piece of information. Inside was a photo of Ning Miaoshu. Moreover, Ning Lei, the head of the Ning family, also issued a reward of more than 18 million. Anyone who can bring his daughter back will receive more than 18 million. Brother Chen, there's no mistake. I just asked someone to investigate Ning Miaoshu's situation. His father did side with the outsiders and was swept away by the Tang family. Now he has suffered heavy losses, but they are just the vanguard of the Jing faction. If more people from the Jing faction enter Shanghai City, Ning Miaoshu will play a greater role. After getting Sun Long's affirmation, Chen Zai frowned and thought for a while, and finally nodded. He took Ning Miaoshu down the mountain. At the same time, there were countless fights near the hospital, and people with their wounds bandaged were often coming in and out of the hospital. A man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s, with exceptionally strong legs and arms, spat viciously on the ground. Damn it, if this keeps going on, when will it end? Several more people came out from behind, gritting their teeth and with faint bruises on their faces. One of them was a square-faced man with a slick back hair, and his back was covered with white bandages. The Tang family has gone crazy. In the past few days alone, there have been at least hundreds of waves of people attacking the hospital. The Tang family is everywhere, watching us closely. Even the affiliated forces under the Tang family have begun to make moves. When talking about this matter, they felt as if there was a lump in their stomachs. Although Mr. Liu and Ms. Su organized several counterattacks during this period, the results were far worse than expected. It seemed like some big shot was giving orders behind the scenes. I'm afraid there will be another bloody battle tonight. I really don't know what the point of guarding this shabby hospital is. The man with the slick back hair found a step to sit down and took out a pack of cigarettes. When he opened the package, he found that there was not a single cigarette left. It was the man with the particularly strong shoulders and thighs who handed him a cigarette. Then the two of them sat on the stairs together and lit the cigarettes in their hands. It's almost 7 o'clock now, and there are faint sounds of rioting around. When they ran to the roof, they watched what was happening below. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. I saw team after team of people in black suits, holding steel pipes and beating anyone they saw, as if they were not afraid of death. The forces of the surrounding outsiders were defeated and were about to lose the two surrounding streets. Fuck, here they come again. Don't these Tang family members have anything else to do besides watching the hospital? The man with thick arms and legs gave a sinister smile. That kid from the mental hospital and Sun Long are hiding so well. During this period, the Tang family has sent out at least 1,000, if not hundreds, of people, but they haven't found any news. Tang Hao is not only the head of the Tang family, but also the second in command of Shenghui Construction Group and the marriage partner of the Jing faction. Not to mention the Tang family themselves. I'm afraid the woman who married Tang Hao is also anxious. The Tang family is facing multiple pressures now, and they can't help but be crazy. As their discussion drew to a close, they knew that the situation was beyond redemption. Now the outsiders have suffered heavy losses and everyone is fighting desperately. If they withdraw from Shanghai City like this, I am afraid they themselves will feel unwilling. After all, many people poured in their fortunes this time, but ended up losing not only their troops but also all their investments. If I just run back in shame, from now on, they will not be able to stay in the north anymore. I don't know, how many more days can I hold on? The two men hurried downstairs and began to gather people, engaging with the oncoming enemies. On the outskirts of Shanghai City, two figures were weaving through the streets and alleys. They were Chen Zai and Ning Miaoshu. The reason why I returned to Shanghai City was at night. Or maybe it's because there are too many people from the Tang family around. You can see people taking walks at almost every intersection. If it weren't for Chen Zai, they probably wouldn't have gotten here. Just take me to the front. My dad is at the Yellow Sea Club. I'll help you find out the news about heaven on earth. Use your phone to contact me then. Seeing the building in the distance, Ning Miaoshu finally let go of the worry that had been hanging in her heart. Looking at Chen Zai's angular face standing in front of him under the moonlight, he suddenly felt much softer. It's not as cold as before. Of course, this was just her feeling after surviving a disaster. Chen Zai had not changed from beginning to end. He was still that suffocatingly cold madman. Also, after sending Ning Miaoshu here, Chen Zai left on his own without even looking at Ning Miaoshu, a beauty so beautiful that it was fascinating in the eyes of others. But it can't arouse the interest of a madman. Perhaps to Chen Zai, the woman in front of him was not as interesting as a struggling dying animal. After watching Chen Zai leave, Ning Miaoshu was not idle either. She rushed to the Huanghai building quickly, accompanied by banging on the door. The presidential suite on the top floor of the Huanghai building. He is a man who is somewhat similar to Ning Miaoshu. He was about 45 or 46 years old. Because he had not had a good rest for a long time, his eyes became a little red and he looked a little haggard. When the man saw his daughter appear in front of him safe and sound, his eyes widened. Ning Lei, who was a big shot in the past, was as happy as a child at this moment. Miaoshu, are you okay? How did you come back? I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you're back. Ning Lei actually knew a long time ago that his daughter's disappearance must be related to the Tang family. Therefore, during this period of chaos, he spared no effort, and the Ning family could often be seen in the battles at the hospital. It was just to take revenge on the Tang family, especially since Tang Hao's daughter was captured, which made him as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. After entering the room, Ning Miaoshu told her father about what had happened in the past few days. Hearing that his daughter had been following that madman, Ning lay secretly worried about his daughter. Don't tell anyone about that madman. If anyone asks, just say you were left behind along the way and came back on your own after waking up. Now there is something about Chunzhe. It's really too sensitive. If he is not careful, he will drag his daughter into a huge whirlpool. Sometimes even he, as a father, seems powerless. You must not reveal the agreement between you and that lunatic. Even though your father is now on the side of the outsiders, it would still be difficult for you to bear the wrath of the Tang family alone. He knew that outsiders might not be united either. They also have their own ideas. Especially during this period, many problems have been exposed. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been beaten so badly by the Tang family. To put it bluntly, it's a mess. They seem to have a large number of people and invested a lot, but when it came to real action, the Tang family alone was enough to make them helpless. Dad, don't worry, I'm not a fool. I will definitely not be exposed. But there's one thing I need to ask you. We got the address of a place called Heaven on Earth from Tang Hao. Could you help me check it out? Ning Lei was also stunned. I seem to have vaguely heard of this place, but I couldn't remember it for a moment. That place is full of celebrities. Each identity is extremely complicated, and the situation is too complicated. One careless move. It is easy to make yourself vulnerable to attacks from both sides. He could only pat his daughter's shoulder and comfort her. You should have a good rest first, and don't worry about what happens next. Dad will help you find out about Heaven on Earth, but that kind of place is where local forces gather for fun, and it's hidden very deeply. I'm afraid it won't be found in a short time. After saying that, he arranged a room for his daughter next door, came back and made a phone call. Half an hour later, no one knew what he said. Ning Lei himself went out with a frown. After saying goodbye to Ning Miaoshu, Chenzhe came to a crossbow shooting club alone. He also assembled a compound crossbow and a quiver according to his own feel and tied them to his body. Wait until he appears again. But he had already arrived outside the Zhou family's villa. All around were various bodyguards in black suits. They are neat and orderly, and their arrangement has its own rules, which is completely different from ordinary bodyguards. Just by looking at it, Chenzhe understood. These bodyguards were probably specially hired by the Tang family. It's not just here. I'm afraid that the hospital where Zhou Shushue works will also keep a strict control on it. However, if they want to rely on these few people to make him give up, then the Tang family, the Wang family, and the Zhou family will underestimate him. Chenzhe, squinting his eyes, climbed over the wall and entered from a hidden corner. He knocked down several more bodyguards and made sure that no one was around to see him before slowly climbing up to the third floor from the edge of the window. The lights are on and the interior is magnificent. Expensive porcelain can be seen everywhere. If these blue and white porcelains were placed outside, any one piece would cost tens or even hundreds of millions. For more expensive ones, it is possible to cost tens of millions. That blanket made of animal skins. There was a girl in a white skirt squatting. Wang Dong next to him was holding a long whip in his hand. A hearty laugh gradually appeared on his face. There is a hint of morbidity and madness. Ever since Chenzhe cut off a piece of his scalp, he almost became a laughingstock in the entire celebrity circle. Whenever I look in the mirror, I see the ugly appearance of my head. He wished he could skin Chenzhe and his sister alive. If you look closely at the girl kneeling in the middle of the animal skin blanket, you can actually make out some of Qin Xiaomei's outline. Wang Dong spent a lot of money to find a girl who looked very similar to Chenzhe's sister. I was trapped on the third floor and tortured and played with. Especially when he saw the girl with bloody wounds on her body, he seemed to have returned to being the arrogant young master of a wealthy family. Die! Wang Dong roared hysterically. The whip in his hand lashed out again and again. The girl covered her face and screamed. He was beaten to pieces and tears kept falling. She did receive some money, but that was only because her mother lied to her, saying that if she came to clean houses for rich people, she would get a large sum of money to pay for her brother's education. But when she got here, she found that it was not the case at all. But when she wanted to leave, but it was too late. From Wang Dong, she learned that her mother had accepted 3 million yuan from someone else. She was sold to someone else for half a year. Either she could hold on for 6 months or return the 3 million, but she remembered, my mother has already used 3 million to buy a house. After paying her brother's tuition, she bought a brand new car for her father. I don't know where the remaining money went. How can I possibly return the 3 million? Faced with Wang Dong's beating, she could only endure it silently with red eyes. Just when Wang Dong was fighting with all his might, at the foot of the stairs not far away, there was a sound of metal hitting the wall. The crisp, muffled sound made Wang Dong frown immediately, but when he thought about the tight security around him, even though the Wang family's villa is very big, with 50 well-trained bodyguards, not even a fly can fly in, I was able to put my mind at ease. What are you thinking? Even if that brat had 3 heads and 6 arms, there's no way he could openly enter my Wang family's villa. He raised the whip in his hand and was about to strike again, but then I heard a whoosh sound. An arrow flashed with cold light, accompanied by a sharp sound of breaking through the air, and a bright red blood flower bloomed in his palm. Intense pain. Wang Dong let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then he turned his head. I saw a man wearing a baseball cap, a figure holding a silver-white scalpel. When the man raised his head, he slowly opened his mouth. He revealed a hideous, emotionless face, like a devil. Wang Dong's heart trembled violently. Ignore the pain in your hands. Want to turn around and run away. But what greeted him was another cold arrow. With a whoosh sound, his calf was shot through and nailed to the the ground. The animal skin blanket stained red with blood. Every time I pulled my legs, I felt suffocating pain. Wang Dong looked up in horror and saw Chen Zai in front of him with a hint of excitement in his eyes. He was terrified to the extreme. But Chen Zai did not stop. Walked to Wang Dong's side, looking at the left leg where blood was constantly gushing out. Reach out, grab the tail of the arrow, and stir it vigorously. Wang Dong instantly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. But that's not all. Chen Zai came from a table not far away. Picking up a pair of scissors, he returned to Wang Dong, grabbed his hand, and pressed it on his ring finger. If I remember correctly, my sister's ring finger was shattered by you. Mention this matter. Wang Dong's eyes widened even further. His teeth couldn't stop chattering and he spoke in a trembling and fearful voice. No, you've already shaved off a piece of my scalp. If you break another finger, I'll really be crippled. What about my sister? Wang Dong opened his mouth and wanted to say, how can your sister compare with me? Your sister is just a beast raised by a few poor guys. I am the high and mighty prince of the Wang group. If the family assets alone were converted into money, they could block the river's mouth. What does your sister think of her? These words cannot be said, otherwise he will feel more painful than death. As long as you don't cut my fingers, I'll agree to anything you say. Money, our family has plenty of money. There are porcelain and antiques around. Take whatever you like. If you want to vent your anger, the girl next to you, her family took 3 million from me, you can do whatever you want. But what Wang Dong said? Chen Zai just shook his head, pressed his wrist down slightly, and snapped. The entire finger was cut off and blood gushed out. The whole room was filled with a strong smell of blood. Wang Dong was about to open his mouth in pain when Chen Zai raised the scissors and stabbed his throat hard. He didn't even have time to make a sound. His mouth was already filled with blood. Such means. The girl squatting on the ground next to her was so scared that her face turned pale and her pupils contracted. It was as if I had seen the most terrifying thing in my life. Tears welled up in her eyes. She shook her head uncontrollably, her voice choked with panic. He was afraid that Wang Dong would die in the next second and it would be his turn. Wang Dong's screams quickly alarmed the bodyguards below. In just a few minutes, there were bursts of chaos. More and more people began to rush up the stairs. Chen Zai picked up the silver-white scalpel. It was blocking the stairs. Looking at the dense crowd rushing upwards, there was no sign of fear at all, and those who rushed up also had red eyes. The people they risked their lives to protect were tortured to pieces right under their noses. If this gets out, they will be out of business in the industry. But when they rushed to the stairs and wanted to knock down the madman on the third floor, a flash of silvery white light with a sharp reflection cut the throat of the bodyguard who rushed over. The bodyguard covered his throat with both hands, and blood oozed from his fingertips. Everyone stopped, but after a moment's silence, they all rushed forward again. Although these people all have some abilities, they are all the best among bodyguards. But that's only for ordinary people. Facing such people, Chen Zai doesn't even have to take it seriously. The silver-white scalpel looks like a butterfly dancing on the tip of the knife. It slipped lightly through the gaps between everyone. He always finds a fatal spot so that once these people are stabbed, they can never get up again. Some of them were holding steel pipes and stun batons, but even though the figure was right in front of them, they always arrived at the critical moment. Dodging the sticks they were hitting, the keen sense of danger made everyone swallow their saliva. The staircase was already piled high with corpses. Bright red blood stained both sides of the stairs. It's like it was repainted red. It was like purgatory on earth, making everyone stop on the second floor. You looked at me, I looked at you, and no one dared to step forward. Chen Zai turned back with disdain, grabbed Wang Dong from the ground, picked up the broken ring finger from the side, and started to go downstairs on his own. As he got closer step by step, the bodyguards were also retreating step by step. The silver-white scalpel was still dripping with blood. Wang Dong opened his mouth and tried to speak, but all that came out was blood. He couldn't utter a word and could only look at the bodyguards in fear and pleading, hoping that they would come up and save him. But following the battle at the stairs just now, looking at the figure in front of me, he is like a single man blocking the way for 10,000. No matter how brave they are, knowing that they were going to die, no one dared to step forward. They could only watch Wang Dong being dragged away bit by Chen Zai, until it disappeared into the mangroves outside. A security guard in a brown suit took out his mobile phone, took a video of the surroundings, and sent it to the people over there. It was just waves of angry roars, throwing cups, smashing things, and yelling hysterically. But everything was useless. The man came back and broke into the Wang family's villa unscrupulously, under the protection of 50 well-trained bodyguards. Wang Dong was taken away openly. He blocked the stairs. One man beat 50 bodyguards, who dared not step forward. The middle of the stairs was filled with people lying on the ground, their lives uncertain. I want to tell everyone through my actions, no matter how many people they arrange, no matter how endless their methods are, it can also be done without anyone noticing. Even openly, they could go into a place and twist their heads off. Find out where that kid lives. Also, get everyone from Shenghui Construction Group to the vicinity of Zhou Shushue Hospital. I have a vague feeling that after Wang Dong, it will be Zhou Shushue. After the voiceover there ended, the bodyguard in the brown suit who had just posted the video revealed a bitter expression. What others just saw was just a video of the end of the battle. No one knew better than them how terrifying the young man standing at the top, holding a silver-white scalpel, with empty eyes and like a machine, felt. It's like a mountain that can never be crossed, a gap that countless people cannot fill. That person represented the abyss. He seemed to have crawled out of hell, venting his boundless rage and using the most cruel means to tell everyone. He will definitely get to the bottom of of everything and find out those who hurt his sister one by one. First it was Zhou Shushua, then it was Tang Hao, and now even Wang Dong is in trouble. If we continue investigating, won't those people be implicated? The bodyguard in the brown suit had a trembling voice. He didn't know who those people were either. But even Tang Tianshang, the helmsman of the Tang family, would only reveal fear and timidity in his eyes when he mentioned those people's names. Even the Tang family, the most powerful force in Shanghai City today, dares not mention the names of those people. What do those people represent? That is the sky of Shanghai City, a world that no one can reach. If we continue to investigate, we will have to face the risk of the sky collapsing and the earth collapsing. But that guy is a lunatic. Even if the sky falls, he might not care, right? The bodyguard in the brown suit sighed. Those are not what he should care about. It's not something he can ask about because of his status. He began to have people clean up the battlefield and clear out all the people at the stairs. The bodyguards whose throats were slashed. It's almost hopeless. Others, and some others, although injured, just need to be sent to the hospital in time. But there is still a glimmer of hope. Whenever the man in the brown suit saw those suffocatingly precise wounds, his scalp would tingle. Every visible wound on their body, not a single one is unnecessary. This technique, coupled with the speed of the knife and the short scalpel used, is unimaginable. The speed of this person's knife has reached a certain level. With his strength, he is considered to be among the best in the bodyguard industry. Before he met Chen Zhe, he also thought that others were exaggerating, but it was only when he faced him face to face that he became convinced. You will find out how terrible this person is. He swallowed subconsciously and pulled a corpse aside. The bodyguards around him all showed a hint of sadness on their faces. After all, they were just out to make money, not the Tang family's assassins. Now there are large-scale casualties in the team. Even if it has reached their point, I couldn't help but feel a different emotion rising in my heart. Boss, even though the Tang family gave a lot of money, that kid is a lunatic. If the Tang family had a solution, it wouldn't have dragged on until now, without even touching that kid. Boss, don't you feel hot holding this money? A man who was as powerful as the man in the brown suit walked out slowly. The Tang family gave them more than 3.7 million. He wanted to buy the lives of 50 of them. It is undoubtedly a pipe dream. The man in the brown suit opened his mouth but was unable to refute it. More than 3.7 million. Although the money is a lot, they can still earn it in 3 to 5 years if they work hard. Initially, the Tang family gave them the money, just hired them for a month, but everyone couldn't help but want to retreat. After all, if the money is divided and distributed equally among each bodyguard, even if many people die, it will only be tens of thousands of yuan. Let me think about this, and I'll give you the answer tomorrow. The man in the brown suit sighed. If you cancel the task for no reason, in the bodyguard industry, they are stigmatized, and it will be difficult for them to get assignments in the future. An abandoned old bridge, two lovers walked hand in hand nearby. The surrounding moonlight sprinkled on the surface of the river, creating ripples, and seemed to pull the bright moon into the water, making it particularly blurry. Perhaps it is because of this environment. Let the young couple holding hands. Unable to control themselves, they all moved their faces closer. They were about to kiss, but suddenly, it was interrupted by a hysterical scream. The boy on the left felt his legs go weak and he almost fell to the ground. Wait for them to check out the surrounding situation. There was only the pitch-black night, without a single light in sight. This was originally a small venue for dating. The places we chose were all deserted. The sound just now was like the howling of ghosts and wolves. They were so scared that their scalps went numb, and the boy quickly pulled his girlfriend. Hurry, let's go. I always feel like there's something dirty nearby. The girl was also a little scared. Following her boyfriend, she quickly left the old bridge. About 10 minutes later, screams were heard again. Right next to the river, there was a figure lying on the ground, covered in blood. But the only thing missing is the ring finger. The person who screamed was Wang Dong, who had just been captured, his eyes filled with fear. But there was a figure wearing a baseball cap and holding a silver-white scalpel standing not far away. With his back to the moonlight, he couldn't see the expression on his face clearly, but the hands that were trembling slightly due to excitement made Wang Dong in front of him even more scared. No, I beg you, let me go. I will kowtow to your sister. As long as you don't kill me, I can help you do anything. Chen Zhe squatted beside him, those cold yet excited eyes. He looked Wang Dong up and down. I won't kill you, but I have a way that's even more satisfying than death. After saying that, Chen Zhe took the scalpel and gestured up and down a few times at Wang Dong in front of him. Then, satisfied, he tied Wang Dong's hands with a rope, accompanied by hysterical screams. Not even a cat dared to come near. Chen Zhe, who was cutting Wang Dong's skin bit by bit, heard the other party's voice gradually becoming hoarse. It seems like I can't bear it anymore. The look he gave Chen Zhe was filled with fear, as if he was not looking at a single person, but it was a ghost that crawled out of hell. I can no longer endure the almost insane torture. There was no hope of life in Wang Dong's eyes. Suddenly he turned over and rolled into the river. As for Chen Zhe, he watched Wang Dong sink into the river little by little and disappear, shaked his head in disappointment. Compared to Tang Hao, Wang Dong is far inferior. At least Tang Hao was tortured for a whole night. He didn't even reveal the information of those 5 people. Just over 2 hours later, he committed suicide by jumping into the river. After doing all this, he quietly disappeared into the night. Soon we arrived at the Wang Group building, even though there were many people guarding around. But compared to the Wang family's villa, there seemed to be fewer bodyguards here. With his ability. But it took 10 minutes. I have already arrived at the chairman's office. The lights in the entire building had been turned off long ago, and there was no one in sight. He was sitting on the bench in the chairman's office. He took out the severed finger from his pocket. Throw it on the table not far away. Also thrown out was a silver necklace that Wang Dong had been wearing around his neck. Then he closed his eyes and fell asleep here as if no one was around. When he woke up again, it was almost dawn. Yawned. He then took out an employee badge from the drawer outside and put it around his neck. In the staff lounge, you can also see a lot of work clothes. Just change into any other outfit. He got his breakfast in the cafeteria. Gradually more and more people gathered around, but no one noticed that there was an outsider in their company. Wait until you are full. He also took a bottle of drink. Put it in your pocket. Until around 10:40, a terrified scream was heard from upstairs. It was obviously the voice of an old man. Immediately afterwards, the entire building was in chaos. Chen Zhe opened the drink, took a sip, and slowly began to walk outside. Facing us, the elevator was opened and a group of aggressive people walked out, followed by a man about 40 years old, holding his severed finger and a silver necklace in his hand. His body couldn't stop shaking. There was another person crying next to him, a woman around 34 or 35 years old. From time to time, he whispered a few words to the old man. The old man's face turned even darker. Chen Zhe walked into the elevator while drinking a drink and didn't even take them seriously. The two groups passed each other, but after walking a few dozen meters, the old man suddenly stopped. He looked back at the elevator, shouted to the person next to him, "Check the surveillance, check all the surveillance immediately," following his order. In the monitoring room, the scene of last night immediately appeared. The young man wearing a baseball cap entered the chairman's office. After he came in, he threw the things on the table as if nothing had happened. I crossed my legs and slept on the sofa where the chairman rested. Following the surveillance video, they saw the boy take an ID card and change his clothes in the staff lounge. I ran to the restaurant and ate with many employees. Before leaving, he didn't forget to take a bottle of drink. The chairman who followed passed by him, but there was no change in his expression. Just like that, he left Wang Group. See this scene. The old man punched the computer angrily. There was a loud bang. Sparks flew from the computer screen, startling everyone nearby. His fist was clearly covered in blood due to the broken glass, but the old man seemed to feel nothing. Pulled his hand back. The woman next to him was about 34 or 35 years old. He quickly asked someone to bring a medical kit and started bandaging the old man. Whenever I think back to it, that kid slept in his office all night as if nothing had happened. She left behind her son's necklace and severed finger. I even had breakfast at their company, got a drink, and left in front of him. He felt like his lungs were about to explode. After a while, his hands clutched his chest tightly. His eyes rolled back and he passed out. The people around were all terrified. He immediately drove the chairman to the hospital. Only the woman of 34 or 35 was left. Covering her face, she cried in the monitoring room. The man's words were still echoing in my mind. If you hadn't spoiled your son like this, would he have ended up like this? If I have to say who was right and who was wrong, it's that you shouldn't always protect him like this. The woman's voice was choked, but she was murmuring, "He's my son, what's wrong with me spoiling him a little? Besides, every time, don't you run to school in shame to clean up your son's mess?" Just as the old woman was muttering to herself, the door opened again. This time I walked in. They are two figures with extraordinary momentum. Both of them were dressed casually, one in black and the other in white, with cigars in their mouths and cold eyes. It felt a bit unusual, and the temperature inside dropped quite a bit just by walking in. When I saw these two people, the old woman was still talking to herself. Suddenly her eyes widened, and after a brief conversation, the old woman left in a hurry. The two people who came and looked at each other, then looked at the broken computer not far away, asked the people outside to change the monitor, check the surveillance. About half an hour, the man in white casual clothes began to smile. Pointing at Chen Zhe on the computer screen, he praised him generously. "This kid can do it. Just based on this mentality, he can surpass 90% of the people in your Tang family." The bearded man in black casual clothes seemed to disagree with his words and snorted coldly. "You're only boosting others' morale and destroying your own prestige. Besides, the Wang family is our lackeys no matter what. Wang Daton's son was taken away openly right under our noses. That guy even dared to openly go to Wang's group and put the necklace and severed finger in the chairman's office. From this we can see how bold and reckless this kid is. If we let him continue, who knows what he might do next." But the man in white casual clothes just flicked the ashes between his fingers. He said with disdain, "If it weren't for those little bastards who went too far, would things have gotten to this point? They may have gone too far, but that's not for you to comment on. Also, recognize your own identity. You're just a thug hired by the Tang family." Make the man in white casual clothes laugh instead of getting angry. Junior brother, if you have the ability to solve it, why would you pay such a high price and invite me here? What's wrong with me scolding them a few times? Don't you see what they have done over the years? If I didn't need the thing that the Tang family has on hand, do you really think I would help you? Also, since you guys have treated her sister like this, you should be prepared for revenge. It's come to this. There's no need to put on that sour face. If I'm unhappy, I'll just turn around and leave. After saying that, the man in white casual clothes stood up. He was about to walk out with a look of disdain on his face. The man in black clothes inside clenched his teeth and was obviously very angry, but he could only soften his tone. "Brother, since we are already here, why bother? Everyone is just pursuing their own interests. Ultimately, we're just taking different paths. Even if you don't agree with this statement." The man in white clothes turned around and looked at the other person. He left without saying a word and sneered. Only the man in black clothes was left, and he flicked the cigar cigar in his hand against the wall. Fire splashed, and his face darkened at this moment. Obviously I can't figure it out. It was just a trivial matter. Why is there such a scene now? All because of a lunatic who just came out of a mental hospital? It seems that the local forces in Shanghai City have indeed become slack in recent years. When this is over, it's time to give those ignorant bastards a good beating. These two events were undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Tang family and its affiliated forces. After all, the people they are facing are not outsiders who are easy to bully. But he is a madman who appears and disappears at any time and can take their heads at any time. He could take Wang Dong away from the Wang family villa from the presence of 50 well-trained bodyguards. It can take their lives while they are sleeping. Someone was able to sneak into the Wang group quietly and place the severed finger and necklace on Wang Datong's desk. They could tear their son's head off. Sent it to them, therefore, when they received the news. Many forces affiliated with the Tang family were terrified and frightened out of their wits. Different from the Tang family and the local forces in Shanghai City. These two things, however, gave all outsiders a shot of stimulant. In the club that Master Lu just bought, a figure in his 50s or 60s, holding a glass of red wine in his hand, clapped his hands excitedly on the table in front of him. Okay, this guy did a great job. Not only did he take care of that kid from the Wang family, but he also went to the Wang group openly, took a nap, and had breakfast. That was beautifully done. Ever since Chen Zhe left last time, Wang Datong and Zhou Buwei, two lackeys under the Tang family, acted as the vanguard to fight against outsiders. It is unknown how many outsiders they killed, as well as the strongholds they had painstakingly built. Originally they planned to wait until the Tang family revealed their flaws, but that didn't happen. Instead, he almost pushed himself into a dead end. Things are not going in the right direction. It started to get worse and worse, and it looked like if it continued like this, it would be the end sooner or later. But suddenly there came such good news. Wang Datong's son died, and he even came to their Wang group to show off his power, but they can't do anything about it. After this incident, it was undoubtedly a fatal blow to Wang Datong. They will definitely release more manpower recently to track down Chen Zhe's whereabouts, and their attention on us will gradually relax. But now that we've been pushed to this point, this won't end so easily. He held the glass of red wine in his hand. He placed it on the table, looked across at Miss Su, who was wearing a red evening gown and was bright and charming, and said slowly, "Let's take the Wang family as an example. What do you think, Miss Su?" Being looked at by Master Lu, Miss Su did not show any shyness at all, but instead giggled. It made the two big cats in front of him look a bit exaggerated. Master Lu has spoken, and I also had a restaurant burned down, so I can't just let this go. Wang Datong has been a bit unscrupulous lately, relying on the Tang family's support. Let's teach them a lesson. With Miss Su's approval, Mr. Lu also smiled happily, took out his mobile phone and sent several text messages. After a while, many people came into the room. Master Lu explained some more things. The person who came and clasped his fists heavily, glanced at Miss Su next to him, and said the same thing. "If you do it, not only will you get the benefits that Master Lu promised you, I will also personally pay for each of you to receive 1 million as a settlement allowance. With Master Lu and I here, we'll ensure you leave Shanghai City safely." Although there are outsiders now, the situation is not optimistic, but he still has the ability to protect a few people. Otherwise, the Tang family would not have fought for so long and failed to capture the second hospital. It's because they are the constant source of strength behind us. Otherwise, with just a few misfits in the second hospital, they would have been wiped out long ago. Thank you, Master Lu, and thank you, Miss Su. After receiving the assurance, the few people left the room silently. Only Mr. Lu and Miss Su were left. They raised the red wine in their hands and clinked them together gently. After leaving Wang Group, Chen Zhe went to the second hospital again to confirm that his parents and sister were safe. Moreover, several $1 million inexplicably appeared in the card, but Chen Zhe didn't care about it. Instead, he was wearing a white coat that he had picked up from somewhere and stood at the door of the ward. After watching quietly for a long time, he was stopped by someone when he was about to leave. Walking towards me was Miss Su, who was wearing a red evening dress and had a charming smile on her face. Because when Chen Zhe came in, he did not hide himself too much, and he also knew that the second hospital was now an outsider's territory. He doesn't need to be so reserved as he is outside. When he entered the second hospital, the news had already reached Miss Su's ears. So, Miss Su rushed over as soon as possible and happened to be at the door of the ward. She saw Chen Zhe, who was silently watching the ward. "Mr. Chen, nice to meet you." Although she knew that Chen Zhe was a lunatic, she knew from the last time she met him in Nanjiangkou that this lunatic was stubborn and difficult to communicate with. But he has his own merits and is not incommunicable. Facing the strange woman coming towards him, if it were an ordinary person, they would have had inappropriate thoughts when seeing Miss Su's enchanting and beautiful figure. But what Chen Zhe saw seemed to be a skeleton. His gaze did not stay on it for more than a second before he put his hands in his pockets and walked past Miss Su. When the two of them passed each other, Miss Su smiled, and her smile was particularly charming. Her watery eyes narrowed into crescents, and an intriguing look appeared on her clean and fair face. "Mr. Chen has done 2 major things in a row. Now, there are people chasing Mr. Chen everywhere. Why don't you rest in the hospital for a night? Wait for a while, calm down a bit, and then leave the hospital. Speaking of which, we have prepared a big gift for Mr. Chen. I believe Mr. Chen will know what it is soon." But Miss Su's words did not cause any fluctuation in Chen Zhe's heart. He walked forward without stopping for a moment until Miss Su finished speaking. People have already gone far away. Several people following Miss Su. Seeing Chen Zhe's attitude, he couldn't help but look a little unhappy. "But I thought that the other person was was a lunatic. This emotion subsided. After all, expecting a madman to talk to you about the ways of the world is worse than expecting a sow to climb a tree. Miss Sue, this kid who came out of the mental hospital may be very skilled, but he's obviously not someone who can be easily controlled. As the saying goes, too much rigidity can lead to failure. If we place all our bets on him, it seems a bit absurd. How could Miss Sue not know this? But now, they don't have much choice. There is only one breakthrough, unless they can find a better alternative. Otherwise, he would be driven out of Shanghai City by the Tang family. Although he is a madman, he has accomplished something that no outsider can do. He can turn the entire Shanghai City into chaos. He can make the Tang, Zhou, and Wang families extremely busy. Ever since Wang Datong's son died, and since that guy went to the Wang Group's building, haven't you felt that the pressure exerted on us outsiders has begun to ease? Hear what Miss Sue said, although others were still somewhat dissatisfied with Chen Zai. But he nodded silently, because what Miss Sue said was true, and because of what Chen Zai did, the Tang family began to be distracted. The Zhou family and the Wang family, these two mad dogs, no longer just stared at them, but began to disperse their manpower to search everywhere for Chen Zai's whereabouts. But this person is too secretive in what he does. It was so secretive that even the Tang, Zhou, and Wang families couldn't find any clues. Besides, the fact that he was able to walk into the hospital openly proves that he also knows that we outsiders are helping him. Knowing clearly that neither side is an enemy, he certainly won't stand against us. If we use this sword well, our plan to dismantle the local forces can be carried out perfectly. Everyone had no way to refute it and could only accept it with pleasure. By the time Chen Zai left the hospital and disappeared into the vast streets, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. When he appeared again, he was already near the Huanghai Club. A woman wearing a light blue dress, with a graceful, plump and sexy figure, walked down quickly from the top, holding an envelope in her hand. This person was Ning Miaoshu. After she returned, her father told her not to worry about anything, but from her father's face, she could vaguely tell that he must know something. Because of this, after her father left, she entered his room and found a lot of things, including the clue Chen Zai wanted. I've copied all the news about heaven and earth into the envelope, but that place is only open once a week, at a different location, and there are more guards than you might imagine. Only powerful figures in Shanghai City can enter. Everyone's status is extraordinary. If you really want to go there, I advise you to be prepared. In addition to the contents of the envelope, she also found out that the Tang family and other forces had invited many experts from outside. In the past, there were not many bodyguards who could fight in Shanghai City. Those with top skills can defeat them in one move. But things are different now, especially since Wang Datong's son died outside. Chen Zai had breakfast at Wang's group openly. It also made many people in higher positions start to worry about their lives and property. It was also because of this that a strange message appeared on the road in a short period of time. As long as you have the ability and the courage to risk your life, the Tang family will pay the price you want. Whether you want money, women, or something else, as long as you want it, the Tang family can give it to you. As a result, many powerful and skilled people entered Shanghai City one after another. Chen Zai, you have to think it over carefully. Previously, Shanghai City only had two forces, local and foreign. But now, it has become a mixed bag. Many desperate criminals have joined in under the call of the Tang family. If you really want to go to heaven on earth, you will most likely be attacked from all sides, and the consequences will be disastrous. He handed the envelope in his hand to Chen Zai. Although Ning Miaoshu was a little afraid of Chen Zai in her heart, he was her savior after all. She didn't want anything to happen to Chen Zai, and Chen Zai could do a lot of things that could also reduce the pressure on her father. Many things can be done slowly and there is no need to rush them. Chen Zai took the envelope and just opened it to take a look. Inside was the address of Tianchang Renjian and the rules for entry. More importantly, there are still about 2 days until Heaven on Earth reopens. 2 days later, at 7 p.m. in the evening, you can go to the designated location and enter Paradise on Earth. Thanks for the stuff. Chen Zai put the envelope in his pocket and turned to leave. Looking at the back, Ning Miaoshu opened her mouth, feeling vaguely uneasy. She dared to guarantee that the opening of Heaven and Earth this time would be accompanied by an ambush and the gathering of various masters, so it would be a question whether one could get in alive. Not to mention leaving. Once you are surrounded, even if you have extraordinary abilities, you will only have one way to go, which is death. I hope he will be okay. Ning Miaoshu shook her head and returned to the Huanghai Club. The surroundings became quiet again. But in this bustling city, you can't see the sky full of stars, only the transparent lights around, reflecting the bright lights and feasting here. Chen Zai followed the path and came to the bar street, which was the same alley as last time. He saw Gu Jiejia washing dishes in the back of the kitchen again. The dim light fell on the girl's clear face, and a few strands of hair fell from her ears, adding a touch of beauty. In addition, Gu Jiejia deliberately wore earrings today, which gave her a crystal clear look and made her look even more graceful than before. He seemed to notice that someone was looking at him. Gu Jiejia looked up and met Chen Zai's cold eyes, but she was not as scared as before. Chen Zai is now wearing a white coat. With his hands in his pockets the whole time, he actually looked a bit like a doctor. Gu Jiejia was a little surprised and looked him up and down. He quickly shook his head, denying the thought in his mind. How can a madman become a doctor? If he went crazy during surgery, wouldn't that be disregarding the patient's life? I'm afraid no hospital would allow a madman to be the attending physician. Thank you last time. Gu Jiejia spoke first. Her voice was very clear, like the gentle ringing of wind chimes, accompanied by the action of flipping her hair. The girl's beauty is clearly displayed. But the door was opened at this moment. A slightly fat figure with a bandage on his face walked walked out. Gu Jia, the basins weren't cleaned properly today, and another customer complained. I'm telling you, if you keep doing this, I'll deduct your money at the end of the month. Ever since I was beaten last time, after losing a large sum of money, the fat and big-eared boss started to be extremely harsh to his employees. I want to get the money back from my employees. Gu Jia, who was the easiest to bully, became the target of his daily beatings. Gu Jia can guarantee that there is absolutely no problem with the dishes she washed, especially after being scolded the day before yesterday. She is always very careful when washing dishes. Therefore, I am much more tired than usual. But it happened under such circumstances. You will still be deliberately made things difficult by the other party. As a result, Gu Jia could already foresee that her salary next month would be much less. Just think of yourself as a strong and fat restaurant owner, pointing at Gu Jia and wanting to say something. But a pair of big hands silently grabbed the clothes on his back. Although he weighed nearly 200 pounds, he was as heavy as a dead dog. Without any ability to resist, he was dragged into the depths of the alley. The fat boss turned around in shock and saw a face that he had never dared to imagine in his dreams. It was the madman who had beaten him so badly that his head was bleeding. He also thought about revenge. I even went to the bar street to meet a lot of friends. But every time at the critical moment, he would think of Chen Zhe's sick, crazy, and violent face, and he would always tremble with fear unconsciously. Finally, I gave up that crazy idea. But you can be this person. When she appeared in front of him again, the fat boss panicked. An inexplicable emotion shrouded my heart. Big brother, are you short of money again? If you want money, just tell me directly. I'll give you the amount. Isn't that enough? Don't hit me this time. The fat boss gave a flattering smile. I just hope Chen Zhe can let me go. But in response to his plea for mercy, Chen Zhe just shook his head. I have money. It's just, my hands are itching. Hands itchy? No. The fat boss had a sad face, and then in a dark corner, he let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Gu Jia, who was washing dishes next to the sink, saw that her boss, who had been extremely cruel to her in the past, was like a little lamb in front of Chen Zhe. I also laughed out loud unconsciously. The screaming continued for about 10 minutes. Many employees in the restaurant also came out, but no one was willing to come forward to help. This boss is too harsh. They have been complaining for a long time, and many of them are threatening to resign. In this situation, who would go to help that stingy pig? Unless they are crazy. 10 minutes later, the fat boss limped out. There are many more scars on his face. The bandages that had not been removed were scattered all over his body, making him look horrible. You can vaguely see blood flowing out of the wound. But the fat boss didn't dare to say a word. The mouth was twisted by the beating, and the voice was slightly crying. Big brother, next time you feel itchy, can you try someone else? If you keep fighting like this, someone will definitely die. And you didn't know how to control your strength. If I didn't have so much flesh, I would have been killed by you long ago. Not a single word he said was false. The one who dragged him deeper into the alley. It's like his brain is out of control, and every punch he throws is aimed at killing. He wanted to be hit in the vital spot. With the experience from last time, his head shook more violently when he was hit this time. He dodged many fatal punches. It is also clear that the person who hit him is most likely a lunatic. He looked at Gu Jia, who was not far away. I always feel that when I came out earlier, Gu Jia was talking to that person, but he was not sure whether it was because of Gu Jia, but the person in the white coat behind him had already disappeared. Even if he turned back to look for him or ask him, he might not tell him anything. Disappeared too quickly, just like grabbing the clothes on your back before. He was so elusive that he was picked up before he even noticed someone approaching. Yes, just pick it up. He weighed 200 pounds, and the other person lifted his clothes, almost tearing the fabric, but he was forced to go in. One hand can lift 200 kilograms. How much strength does it take? Plus, they were on a bar street. I know a little about what's going on outside, especially the prince of wine group, Wang Dong, is dead. He was the little bully of the bar street, someone that no one dared to mess with. Not even a body was found. It's better to keep a low profile recently. There are too many strong men coming. If you are not careful and offend the wrong person, you will lose your life without knowing how. The 2 beatings I received must have been related to Gu Jia. It's just that there is no evidence, and that person exists. He didn't dare to make things difficult for Gu Jia. I just glanced at Gu Jia when I passed by. Then he said to the employees around him, I still have to go to the hospital. I'll leave the restaurant to you. Also, the city has been in chaos lately, and there are a lot of desperate criminals. Don't tell anyone about the beating I got. Otherwise, losing your lives is the least of your worries. But if I'm implicated, don't blame me for turning my back on you. After saying this, the restaurant owner limped in and drove his broken Volkswagen towards the hospital, not daring to stop for even a moment. He was afraid that the boy was still angry and would come back to beat him up again. This time, Chen Zhe did not stay at the residence of the mother and daughter, because he knows, if you often stay in one place, you will always be discovered. I found a room that hasn't been rented out yet, climbed in through the window. It was dark all around, but it did not affect Chen Zhe's vision. He climbed into bed and fell asleep. In the middle of the night, there was a lot of noisy noise coming from outside. Chen Zhe frowned and got up, and found that there were many more people in black suits wandering around in the urban village. It must be someone from the Tang family. In order to capture Chen Zhe, they went to great lengths and spent a huge amount of money. Still on the road, a reward has been issued. Anyone who can provide Chen Zhe's whereabouts. You can get a reward starting from 100,000 yuan if the location is accurate and the person is caught. The amount of money you can get ranges from 1 million to 10 million. From this we can see how eager the Tang family is to win Chen Zai's heart. Even the villages in the city are full of Tang family spies. It seems these people have become extremely impatient. An ordinary bodyguard is nothing to him. However, among the crowd, a bearded man in white casual clothes caught Chen Zai's attention. This person's footsteps were steady and heavy, and he exuded a subtle aura from his body. Just by intuition, Chen Zai was certain that this person should not be underestimated. At the same time, Chen Zai also felt an inexplicable restlessness in his heart. I want to fight this man. He found a cup from inside the room. He threw it at the bearded man in white casual clothes below. There was a loud bang. The cup exploded at the man's feet. Glass fragments were all over the floor. The man raised his head and met Chen Zai's cold and provocative eyes. Then Chen Zai climbed out of the window, just standing on the roof, as if quietly waiting for something. The bearded man in white casual clothes was obviously stunned and immediately understood what Chen Zai meant. The man in white casual clothes and with a stubble on his face opened his mouth. This kid is really arrogant. Although he has done a lot of things that have caused headaches for the Tang family during this period, but you are too confident in yourself. As someone personally invited by the Tang family, he also paid a considerable price. Even his junior brother, who had an arrogant personality, had to be humble in front of him. From this we can see that his strength is far superior to that of his junior fellow apprentice. Otherwise, there would be no need to come all the way here. Since you want to fight, I'll fight with you. The man in white casual clothes and with a stubble on his face twisted his neck. He took out his cell phone again, edited a text message on it. Junior brother, I have found the person. Get the things ready. I'll personally bring people over to pick them up in half an hour. The person who received the text message was Mo Jindong, who was wearing black casual clothes. He heard that his senior brother had found the person. There was a hint of ecstasy on his face. His senior brother was already preparing to leave. He finally came back after much persuasion. Just now, they got the news. It was said that someone saw Chen Zai in the urban village. Although it's just a suspicion, they still brought a large number of people. Start searching for Chen Zai's traces around. The result came in less than an hour. My senior brother discovered the target. Just sending a message to my senior brother, but there was no reply. He could only quickly take out the walkie-talkie. He asked the other bodyguards, "Where is my senior brother now? Send the coordinates to the group. I'll be there right away." After saying this, sure enough, someone sent the coordinates to the mobile phone group. He immediately led his men to the east side of the urban village. When he arrived at the designated location, however, he could no longer see his senior brother or the target person. The bodyguards around him pointed towards the rooftop. Just now, Mr. Mo's senior brother has already climbed up. Later, our people followed them, but couldn't find them. Now we don't know where they are. But what is certain is that he ran towards the river. Hearing the bodyguard manager's words, Mo Jindong frowned, then relaxed after a long time. With my senior brother's ability, even I can only retreat 3 steps. Even Tang Hao's gold medal fighters can only end up with hatred. If we fight alone, that guy probably won't win. It can even be said that he will definitely lose. Now all we have to do is wait quietly for good news from my senior brother. After saying this, Mo Jindong began to lead his men to search and deploy defenses along the river. Once his senior brother wins, send the location. They immediately went over to arrest him. The bodyguards around said this when they saw the martial arts masters of the Tang family. Plus, they didn't have to take any risks, so they all breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, they are not able to participate in such a battle. Just like the Wang family villa, there were 50 people. As a result, you are nothing in front of others. The Tang family women is a group of experts specially raised by the Tang family at great expense. You don't have to do anything on weekdays to enjoy everything that others can't achieve. But once something goes wrong, these people also have to risk their lives to help the Tang family. It is precisely because of the existence of this group of people that the Tang family has remained the apparent leader of Shanghai City to this day. The bearded man in the white shirt was very fast and kept following Chen Zai closely. The two of them shuttled between the rooftops of buildings. Even if the span is only 5 or 6 meters and there is a tall building below, he will still jump over without hesitation. I don't know how long I ran. Chen Zai suddenly stopped, bent slightly, and got into a fighting stance. The bearded man in the white shirt stopped where he was, bowed, and said, "My name is Nan Quan, Mo Yuanshan, and I am here to teach you." He pushed his feet back and pounced forward at the speed of a tiger descending a mountain. Although there was a lot of disparagement towards Chen Zai in his previous words, but when the real battle came, Mo Yuanshan did not show any contempt. As the saying goes, even a lion uses all its strength to fight a rabbit. This is Mo Yuanshan's case. Chen Zai also had no intention of underestimating the other party. His punches were messy, or there is no boxing at all. No matter if he just got out of a mental hospital, or maybe now. His fighting style is actually mostly based on instinct. Both of them punched very quickly. You can hardly see the shadow of the other party's fist. Mo Yuanshan used his fists and feet at the same time. His side kick was blocked by Chen Zai, and he began to roll over and retreat. He pressed his feet against the concrete block behind him, stepped forward, and kicked Chen Zai in the head with 2 flying kicks. If this kick landed on someone else, even his junior fellow apprentice would be destroyed on the spot. But Chen Zai suddenly swung his arm and hit him on the waist, and he let out a shrill scream. Mo Yuanshan fell heavily to the ground. All the empty words spoken before now turned into inexplicable shock, because during the whole fighting process, he felt that the opponent's attack was very chaotic. It's so messy that people can't see clearly. Unlike the masters he usually fights against, whose moves are well organized, he can't even catch the pattern of his opponent's punches. For example, when you are drinking and playing rock paper scissors, some people like to guess 4, and some people like to guess 7. Most have a fixed path. It's also like Koen Kwan. As soon as he takes up his stance and pulls his black and white backpack straps, you know that he is going to use basketball. But all these daily experiences were of no use to Chen Zhe. So much so that by the end of the fight, Mo Yuanshan's face turned black. After a double flying kick, he was hit in the waist by a swinging arm. Mo Yuanshan began to be at a disadvantage and was even forced to the edge of the fence several times. I almost fell from a building more than 10 meters high. Just thinking about it makes my scalp tingle. It was obvious that we couldn't win the fight. Mo Yuanshan gritted his teeth and decided to leave here first. He used his back kick to push the opponent back, turned around and wanted to jump to another building, but he didn't even jump. Chen Zhe grabbed his trouser leg. With a loud chuckle, his body lost balance. If Chen Zhe hadn't grabbed his trouser leg, I'm afraid it would have fallen down a long time ago. Mo Jindong and others who had just arrived below. I just felt something falling from the sky. He took a step back. All I saw was a black cell phone. With a bang, it fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Mo Jindong's brows twitched violently. He immediately took a breath of cold air. He saw that his senior brother, whom he had to avoid on weekdays, was hanging on the roof of the 4th floor. Head down, what if it falls? Even if you are a martial artist, you can only die with hatred in your heart. Mo Yuanshan is the leader of the Mo family boxing, and he was invited back by himself. If there is any problem with my senior brother, he really couldn't imagine what kind of anger he would have to endure. I'm afraid it won't be long before even he will be forced into a desperate situation. Brother, let's talk it out. As long as you pull my brother up, I will no longer interfere in the affairs of the Tang family. But if you leave him behind, you won't just offend the Tang family. The consequences will be beyond your imagination. But just as he finished speaking, Chen Zhe, who was upstairs, broke into a sinister smile. The hand holding the trouser leg loosened. Mo Yuanshan widened his eyes, and his calm face gradually revealed a hint of fear. He never imagined that he, the leader of the Mo family, would die here. Over the past decade or so, the Mo family has devoted almost all their efforts to him. Once he dies, it is really hard to imagine what kind of storm it will cause. But no matter how much they say, seems to have forgotten too. The young man in front of me looks very young. Actually, he came out of a mental hospital. If he considered the consequences, he wouldn't be crazy. The moment the hands loosened, everyone's heart was in their throat. Even Mo Jindong below couldn't help but shrink his pupils. An inexplicable sense of fear enveloped his whole body. He could already imagine the wrath that a useless disciple of the Mo family like himself would have to endure. Once the Mo family holds a grudge against him, it would be equivalent to offending the entire Southern Fist faction. Even the Tang family would not dare to say that they could protect him. Mo Jindong's voice was a little hoarse, rushed over quickly. When the people around saw the scene, they all gathered around. Some people even broke the glass of the nearby shop and pulled out a lot of cardboard boxes filled with clothes. Mo Yuanshan fell down and was caught on more than a dozen electric wires in midair, accompanied by crackling sounds. There was a huge feeling of falling, and it hit the air conditioner outdoor unit again. I just felt dizzy in my skin, which was charred by the electric shock, was in severe pain. When he came to his senses, he saw his fellow apprentice close at hand, reaching out his hand, trying to grab him. There was another muffled sound, and the sound of hand bones breaking. If it weren't for those cardboard boxes filled with clothes when they landed, the consequences would have been disastrous, even if a lot of strength was relieved in the middle. But Mo Yuanshan still felt that several bones in his body were broken, especially his left thigh, which hit the air conditioner outdoor unit. They were already covered in blood, and many of them had fallen on the power lines, sparking and burning their clothes and skin black. The plastic and cotton wool on his clothes stuck to his burnt flesh, and it was a horrible sight, with a strong burnt smell. The junior brother who caught Mo Yuanshan had both his hands broken. It was a question whether he could recover. He raised his head with a gloomy face, glanced at Chen Zhe who was lowering his head, and said resentfully, "I, Mo Jindong, will never forgive you. You can respond to him." But it was just a pair of extremely cold pupils. There was also a hint of contempt in his eyes. I thought to myself, even your senior brother Mo Yuanshan, none of them are my match. What's more, his hands were broken now. Are you still my mortal enemy? I should worry about whether I will be retaliated against and whether I can leave Shanghai City alive. The harsh words were put aside. They also rushed to the hospital quickly under the escort of many bodyguards and notified the Tang family immediately. The Tang family also attaches great importance to this. They are well aware of the power of the Southern Mo family. Today, Shanghai City is already in a precarious situation. It became a chaotic mess. If we offend the Southern Mo family again, it would be unwise to create such a big enemy for no reason. Take him to the best hospital and hire the best doctors. All expenses will be covered by our Tang family. An order was issued. The surrounding hospitals all started to move. A large number of experts in surgery, orthopedics, and neurology gathered at Jinhui Private Hospital. I was afraid that something might go wrong during the whole process. After a series of examinations, Mo Yuanshan was saved. A total of 7 bones were broken in his body. There were also extensive burns, and the legs were severely injured. A large piece of muscle was cut open. As for his junior brother Mo Jindong, his hands were broken. Although it was reconnected, it left serious sequelae. sequelae. Lying in the ward, his eyes were extremely dull. He was proud of his martial arts skills. Now, everything has been taken away. This also means that from now on, he will no longer be valued by the Tang family. Even if he could stay in the Tang family, he would just be a useless person. Mo Yuanshan on another hospital bed. Seeing his fellow apprentices worry, he said bitterly, "It's normal to be beaten to death if you are not as skilled as others. Although there's something wrong with your hands, don't forget that our Mo family boxing and leg techniques are even more powerful. You will come back to the Mo family with me tomorrow. As long as you practice your leg skills hard, you will eventually succeed." Mo Yuanshan's words made his eyes red. "Brother, you are telling the truth. According to the current situation, the life of luxury and extravagance will eventually leave him. Stay in Shanghai City. However, sooner or later, the Tang family will abandon it. It would be better to return to the Mo family with my senior brother." At least this time, he risked his hands to preserve his senior brother's merits, so that he would not be ostracized by the sect. And after this incident, his senior brother will no longer have any prejudice against him, as long as he can practice his leg techniques. There will be a day when he will return to Shanghai City. Since senior brother has spoken, I am willing to return to the south with him tomorrow. As for the boxing manual that the Tang family mentioned, they have already promised to give it to us before they leave. The reason why Mo Yuanshan came here, it's because the Tang family promised a book of boxing techniques. It can make up for the shortcomings of Mo family boxing. Now that the mission is completed, the kid who came out of the mental hospital, life or death is no longer their business. Besides, once what happened tonight gets out, I'm afraid it will cause another uproar. Mo Yuanshan raised his head and looked at the dark night outside. I always feel that the world is going to change. In fact, getting out of this vortex as soon as possible may not be a bad thing. Who is Mo Yuanshan? He is one of the leaders of the younger generation of the Southern School. Its strength is well known throughout the South. He once single-handedly suppressed many factions in the South, leaving them unable to even raise their heads. But that's the kind of person he is. On a restless night, he was beaten and fell from the 4th floor, almost losing his life. It was a turbulent situation, and even the top leaders of the Tang family were shocked. In a mysterious manner somewhere, Tang Tiansheng sat in the main seat. There are two factions below. They are people from the main branch and the side branches respectively. Both sides dislike each other. Now they are gathered in this huge manner. You look at me, I look at you, staring at each other. Grandpa, I think we should increase the reward. If one Mo Yuanshan isn't enough, then we'll use 2, 3, 10, and beat him until he surrenders. Now everyone in the first house wants to provoke Chen Zhe and kill Tang Hao, because Tang Hao is also a prestigious young member of the side branch, and his achievements are among the best in the entire Tang family. Even because of Tang Hao's existence, the side branch has the capital to compete with the main branch. Who can stand this? But the attitudes of the side branches are completely opposite. Grandpa, we absolutely agree with forcing that kid from the insane asylum to death. But Tang Hao is a rare young talent in the family, and his contributions are indelible. If I don't help someone in need, wouldn't that chill the hearts of the younger generations of my family? As a result, the side branch had just finished speaking. A woman in the main room, who looked a little sarcastic, pulled at her mink coat, said with disdain, Tang Hao's life or death is uncertain now. We have mobilized so much strength, but what is the result? Where he is now is still unknown. Wasting so much manpower and resources just for a mere Tang Hao. Even if we give up on him now, our Tang family will have done our utmost. Tang Hao had conquered quite a few things in the past. In the huge Tang family, he holds absolute power. If only we could get these rights. For them, there are only benefits and no harm. It can even defeat the side branches again. Their main branch will be able to take power again. But in recent years, none of the young men in the main wife's family are worth mentioning. It is not enough to support a huge family business. Otherwise, things wouldn't have come to this point. What else do you want to say when you see people from the side branches? Tang Tiansheng, who was sitting in the first position, had a face full of white hair and beard, but he looked awe-inspiring without even getting angry. It's already this late, and you're still thinking about fighting for power. The people above have issued a death order. That kid must die. Our Tang family may seem prosperous nowadays, but each generation of young people is worse than the last. The ruthless and resolute character we had back then is long gone. If this continues, it will be a question whether the Tang family can maintain its position as the leader. His eyes swept over coldly, and everyone present lowered their heads. The sarcastic woman in the mink coat seemed a little unwilling to give up, but he was stopped by his man. Just keep your mouth shut. If you make Grandpa angry again, I'll suspend your bank account. When the woman in the mink coat heard this, she gritted her teeth and chose not to say anything, but I felt a little unhappy. After all, they are the principal wives. Back then, my great-grandfather had so many affairs with women from outside, not to mention some questionable women. Later, he brought all the illegitimate children back to the Tang family. Now that such a long time has passed, how can their bloodline be pure? Is Grandpa willing to hand over such a huge family business to these side branches? Mo Yuanshan's strength is considered to be one of the best in the entire South, but I was defeated by a kid who just came out of a mental hospital. I always feel that there are some unknown secrets in there. The eldest brother of the main house, Tang Yun, came out. His brows were tightly furrowed, and it seemed as if there was an invisible hand pushing all this. Even Tang Bing, a mature woman in her 30s who controlled the side branch, moved to the middle. I sent people to investigate everything in the mental hospital. That kid couldn't have learned all these skills for no reason. But the strange thing is that no matter what methods we use, all we find is a blank slate. They had no choice but to be careful, because the more they investigated, the more weird it seemed. They never believe in self-taughtness. There aren't even many books worth reading in the mental hospital. You expect a person who has been locked up in a mental hospital for 4 years without seeing the sun to suddenly learn peerless martial arts. Isn't that a pure joke? Even Tang Tiancheng, who was sitting in the first position, couldn't help but frown, and didn't relax for a long time. This is indeed quite strange. I've read all the information about that kid, and he's no different from an ordinary mental patient. But even a leader of the southern school like Mo Yuanshan can only suffer in the northwest. Without the personal guidance of a master like Mount Tai, it would be impossible to achieve such an achievement. Mo Beiha, the great-grandfather of the Mo family, is powerful enough, right? Now he is 115 years old. He was once known as a master of boxing, and his disciples are spread all over the country. Mo Yuanshan is such a master of boxing, and he personally taught his disciples. Facing a madman whose name I had never even heard of, I lost so completely. Who would believe that there is no trick? Tang Tiancheng supported his temples with his hands and gently rubbed them with his fingertips. He didn't know how long it took. Everyone around fell silent. They all have the same doubts. Who is the master behind Chen Zhe who taught him everything? Or maybe the other party had planned it in advance. All of this was set up 4 years ago, just to uproot the Tang family, this deep-rooted tree? If that's the case, who on earth has the ability to hide the matter to such an extent? Even if they tried every possible means, they couldn't find any clues. If there really is someone behind that kid, and we haven't been able to find any clues at all, it's very likely that it's the same person mentioned above. If that's the case, I'm afraid we'll be in trouble. Also, go check all the information about that kid before he entered the mental hospital. From birth to the mental hospital, a thorough investigation must be carried out. Otherwise, don't blame me, your grandfather, for not treating you as my own family. The people around nodded quickly. They began to wonder if there really was someone behind Chen Zhe, a person whom even they couldn't figure out or see through. If there is someone supporting all of this from behind, then this storm is a little too terrifying. Even Tang Yun and Tang Bing, who usually competed openly and secretly, looked at each other at this moment. It seems like they share the same hatred and want to shake hands and make peace. The Tang family is like this. There is a group of outsiders outside, watching eagerly. If we continue to fight internally, big problems will arise sooner or later. No matter what, we must save Tang Hao, but we will also do our best regarding that madman. Tang Bing glanced coldly at the people in the big house. Before anyone else in the main house could speak, Tang Yun raised his hand. We will also do our best to rescue Tang Hao. Our main enemy now is still that kid from the insane asylum and the outsiders who have been causing trouble recently. During this period, we will not embarrass our side branches anymore, and we hope you can control the people below you. Tang Yun stretched out his hand and looked at the other person calmly. Tang Bing nodded, shook hands gently with the other party, and led his people away. On the other side, Chen Zhe, who had dealt with Mo Yuanshan, got a backpack from somewhere. He was wearing a white coat, carrying a camouflage backpack, and had his hands in his pockets. I came to the street, ready to get something to fill my stomach. After what happened last night, everyone in the urban village evacuated, because even Mo Yuanshan almost died in the urban village, not to mention the bodyguard who only had mediocre kung fu skills. If we leave them in the urban villages, they may not even know how they died. It's still the same street, the same breakfast stall. In the cool morning, the old trees on both sides are lush and green with flourishing branches and leaves. A ray of rising sun shone on Gu Jieje's face. She rubbed her little hands because she was cold. He placed the things around him on the stall bit by bit. Chen Zhe walked over and said, 30 meat buns, 5 cups of soy milk. Gu Jieje was stunned when she heard the familiar voice. I knew it was Chen Zhe coming. It was still the same white coat from last night. His hands were in his pockets, but the left side of his clothes was a little dirty, and there were several footprints on the right side. These were all left behind during the fierce fight with Mo Yuanshan last night. But when Gu Jieje saw these, she obviously misunderstood. They were left by the restaurant owner when he helped her vent her anger last night. Those autumn water-like eyes, clear yet gentle, filled him with 30 meat buns and 5 cups of soy milk. I won't charge you this time. Also, I haven't seen you these past few days. Where have you been? Shanghai City has been in chaos lately. You better be careful. The reason why Gu Jieje knows this, it's because her alcoholic stepfather went out again, as an old gangster in the bar street. At this age, basically no one would ask him to do anything, but now even her father is out. He often comes back with a large sum of money. It's obvious that something big must have happened in Shanghai City, but what she didn't know was all the turmoil that is happening now. It's all related to Chen Zhe, who is wearing a white coat. It was he alone who caused panic in the entire Shanghai City and frightened many forces in Shanghai City. After taking the meat bun and soy milk, Chen Zhe threw out $100 bill and was about to say something. My phone vibrated slightly. He frowned and took out his cell phone. It turned out to be a call from Sun Long. Chen Zhe pressed the answer button, and a moment later a rough voice came from the other end. Brother Chen, something big happened. Just last night, the Wang family, including Wang Datong, and even several of his capable subordinates, they all disappeared inexplicably. Even the Wang group was burned down. More than a dozen of the Wang family's businesses were purged, and now there's nothing left. From the hurried sounds over there, one can already imagine that Sun Long was probably dancing with joy. All this Sun Long said. It also reminded Chen Zhe of when he left the hospital. What Miss Su said. We have also prepared a great gift for Mr. Chen. I believe Mr. Chen will know what it is soon. Could it be that the great gift she was talking about was the downfall all of the Wang family? Chen Zhe frowned and put the buns in the big bag in his hand into the backpack behind him one by one. Only about 4 or 5 were left, and they turned and left. The direction is exactly the Wang Group's building. Only Gu Jiajia was left. She looked at the 100 yuan that Chen Zhe didn't take away, opened her mouth, and when she looked up, she couldn't find anyone. She carefully put the 100 yuan bill into her pocket. She wanted to save money for a trip to Mo, and now she had almost saved enough. After going to Mo, she will change places, find a school, and start studying again. It is probably a question whether I will return to Shanghai City at that time. Just consider it his financial support. I'll pay him back when I have money later. Gu Jiajia sighed, lifted the hair beside her earlobe, and continued shouting. It took 2 hours to sell out all the breakfast. His stepfather didn't beat her anymore. Maybe he had something to do. Maybe it's because I can often get a large sum of money. The house has added a lot of things and is much more peaceful. Even my mother began to smile more often. Sometimes Gu Jiajia would think how nice it would be if life could continue like this, as long as the problems in Shanghai City are solved. He no longer needs his stepfather, the old gangster. Without income, she would return to her previous life of pain and suffering. I must take advantage of their good mood to save enough money and leave as soon as possible. Gu Jiajia clenched his little fist. Start packing up the breakfast stall. 2 hours later, Chen Zhe arrived at the bottom of the Wang Group building. The building in the distance had become charred, a loss to its former glory. The head snake of Shanghai City, one of the 2 mad dogs under the Tang family, is an existence that is out of reach of everyone. Countless people once envied the Wang family's current status, but when the Wang family, time passes by little, in a very short time, the family was broken up and everyone died. They began to feel fortunate again. Perhaps not being in that position was a good thing. Next to the abandoned charred building that was still burning, Chen Zhe also saw an old woman who was covered in jewels and was in excellent condition. Outwardly, he looked to be about 35 or 36 years old, but in reality, who knows her real age? However, the woman's face had some features similar to Wang Dong's. I stood stupidly in front of the building, tears falling uncontrollably. Am I really wrong? I spoil him too much. If I hadn't done anything, I would have just followed his wishes. If I hadn't always met his demands. If only I could teach him well. Will things be different? The woman cried particularly miserably, her voice hoarse. From time to time, someone would carry out 1 or 2 charred corpses from the ruins. Wang Datong was also dug out, his face burned beyond recognition. If it weren't for his left hand, which had been fractured and had a stent installed, he would have died. It is expensive and extremely easy to recognize. I'm afraid they can't confirm who the dead person is. Seeing her man end up like this. This old woman is about 35 or 36 years old. She collapsed on the ground crying. Wang Datong seemed to have had a premonition. His time is running out. I told her a lot of things, and since waking up yesterday morning, Wang Datong began to avoid his relatives intentionally or unintentionally. If he stayed with his family, it will only bring trouble to them. He also tried calling the Tang family, but last night, all the Tang family's attention is on the village and the city and on Chen Zhe. Why would he care about Wang Datong, especially after Mo Yuanshan's accident? The Tang family mobilized everything they could, just to be able to cure Mo Yuanshan. Wait until they react. The Wang family is gone. Wang Datong was burned to death in his own group building. Such a tragic scene. People passing by had no sympathy at all. Because of what the Wang family has done over the years, it has incurred the wrath of heaven and the hatred of the people. It means that all the benefits were taken by the Tang family. The bad reputation was borne entirely by the Wang family, which resulted in the Wang family becoming increasingly prosperous, but to the point where even stray dogs despised them. After Wang Datong's death, the area next to the burned building was soon filled with all kinds of black cars. The first one to come down was Zhou Buwei, one of the 2 vicious dogs under the Tang family. The news of Wang Datong's death was like a nightmare, lingering on Zhou Buwei's head. He spent the entire morning in a daze and in a state of panic. He quickly summoned a large number of bodyguards. He asked his driver to drive the car to the Wang Group building, because the other person is 5 years older than Zhou Buwei. When he walked up to the jeweled old woman, Zhou Buwei sighed. Sister-in-law, please accept my condolences. Brother Wang doesn't want to see you like this. Saw someone coming. The old woman, covered in jewels, cried even more sadly. He looked fiercely at Zhou Buwei beside him. Fists threw one after another. Zhou Buwei didn't dodge, just stood there and let the jeweled woman's fist fall. Why wasn't it you who died? Why was it my husband? You are all fine, but my husband and son are all gone. But she didn't think about how many innocent people her man had killed over the years. Her son has killed so many poor girls. The pain that others had endured was simply returned to them intact, but at this time, she couldn't bear it anymore. Of course Zhou Buwei also knew that the things they did were hated by God and man. Maybe he deserved to die too. Sooner or later it will be his turn. Wang Datong's death made him feel a chilling grief, and even his eyes became extremely cloudy. Perhaps, we have done too many evil things over the years. Now that I've enjoyed wealth and status, it's time to give it back. The old woman in front of him stopped abruptly. He stared with his eyes wide open, unable to utter a word. Is she a good person? She could even be said to be a vicious woman. Countless people who offended her were killed by her directly or indirectly, even if it's a pet dog at home. If you accidentally scratch her, the consequences will be worse than death. So much so that the servants they hired, when in front of her, they are all a little timid, since she is not a good person. Her man has also harmed countless people. Even the dead son was guilty of many crimes. Who has she to complain? fine. Why are you crying here? It is other people's grief, and how can they understand it if it has not actually fallen on them? I don't care about these things. Datong is dead. Adong is also dead. You must avenge them. Otherwise, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Zhou Buwei nodded solemnly. But I'm not sure at all. How long he can live is an unknown question. What's the point of talking about revenge? As he looked up, when I looked into the distance, I happened to see a cold face. He was wearing a white coat and a camouflage backpack behind him. With his hands in his pockets the whole time, he noticed Zhou Buwei's gaze, the man in the white coat. But he just grinned. With the charred and burning building next to it, it's even more chilling. Chen Zhe. His voice was a little garbled. The woman next to her also had a look of confusion on her face. But when the woman turned her head, Chen Zhe had already turned his back and walked away step by step with a calm face. There are obviously many bodyguards around. The enemy that the Tang family wants to kill is right in front of them. But Zhou Buwei felt waves of fear in his heart. People dare to stand in front of him so blatantly, even meeting his gaze. People can calmly and slowly leave. There was no timidity or fear, and he did not hide or live in a state of panic all day long. Isn't that enough to prove how useless they are? Zhou Buwei fell into a long trance. 10 full minutes passed and there was no response. Wait until the car horns sound again around. The Tang family's convoy has arrived. The first person to come down was Tang Bing, the helmsman of the side branch, a woman in her 30s, extremely beautiful and exuding a sense of coldness. So far, I have passed the age of 19, but the coldness she exudes makes people afraid to approach her, and she is still alone. If nothing unexpected happens, Tang Bing will probably never get married in her life. Tang Bing got out of the car, looked at the burned building in front of him, and shook his head helplessly. Zhou Buwei quickly asked, was it that guy surnamed Chen who did it? After seeing Chen Zhe just now, he subconsciously thought that it was Chen Zhe who burned down the building last night and forced Wang Datong to death. But Tang Bing shook his head. Last night, the leader of the younger generation of the southern Mo clan, Mo Yuanshan, and his junior brother Mo Jindong personally led people to the village in the city. He found Chen Zhe, but he was on the roof of a residential building near the river. He was beaten by Chen Zhe and fell from the building. He almost died. Last night, that kid didn't leave the village in the city, so I guarantee it wasn't him. Zhou Buwei was stunned. Wasn't it that guy who did it? Soon, he thought of another possibility. Recently, the Wang family and the Zhou family have been like two mad dogs, fighting outsiders. Countless dens and entertainment venues were burned down. Thousands of outsiders were injured. Many people died as a result of this. If it were an outsider, it wouldn't be surprising. He remembered what Tang Bing had said just now. No, you just said that last night, Mo Yuanshan, the leader of the younger generation of the southern Mo clan, got into a fight with that kid and nearly lost his life? Tang Bing nodded. Mo Yuanshan personally admitted that when he faced that kid, his chances of winning were less than 30%. He also said that the guy probably didn't use his full strength, and he seemed to be teasing him the whole time. In other words, unless someone from that field takes action personally, we won't be able to deal with that kid at all. Hear this explanation. Zhou Buwei took a breath of cold air. Originally he thought he had overestimated the boy, but now I hear Tang Bing say this. I even felt a chill crawling up my spine. The soul can't stop trembling. The leaders of the younger generation of the southern Mo family all admitted that they could not beat that boy. The chances of winning are less than 30%, which sounds unbelievable just by the sound of it. At this moment, those eyes, which were already cloudy, were filled with even more despair. I don't know what to do next. Tang Bing patted his shoulder and said, don't worry, the Tang family has already issued a hunting order, and the best underworld hands are starting to gather in Shanghai City. Even the people above have promised to invite a master of boxing for us. Wang Datong's death was just an accident. If we hadn't focused our attention on the urban village last night, it wouldn't have been so easy for outsiders to succeed. I can only say that it's fate. After saying that, Tang Bing shook his head, turned around and walked towards the car, leaving a sentence before leaving. Take good care of Madame Wang. Also, Wang Datong is out there with several illegitimate children. I've already sent someone to bring them back. Let them take charge of the remaining assets of the Wang family from now on. Seeing that the Tang family has not forgotten the deceased Wang Datong, Zhou Buwei, who was not far away, quickly agreed, and arranged people to deal with the series of troubles left by the Wang family. Seeking recommendation tickets, monthly tickets, follow-up reading, rushing to finish the manuscript. Chapter 48. Zhao Min'er is kidnapped. Wang Datong's death sounded a wake-up call to everyone. Shanghai City is now in chaos. If you want to act recklessly as before, it is undoubtedly a pipe dream. Especially during this period when outsiders flooded Shanghai City, even the local forces became extremely restrained. But just when everyone was looking at him, when the focus was on Wang Jia, he didn't know that someone had quietly come to the ward where Zhou Shushue was. You can also see two bodyguards who were knocked down. Chen Zhe, wearing a white coat and holding a syringe in his hand, slowly walked to the side of the bed. Zhou Shushue seemed to have not rested well, and her breathing seemed a little rapid while lying in bed. As if sensing something, he suddenly opened his eyes. She saw a figure holding a syringe, wearing a mask and a white coat with several footprints on it, squinting at her. If it was any other doctor, Zhou Shushue might not be so frightened, but she was very familiar with those cold eyes. There was no emotion at all, and even when he looked at her, there was a hint of madness and morbidity. I saw the needle pointing at me. Zhou Shushue desperately tried to struggle, even to get up. Now she has regained some consciousness. The medicine injected last time is almost cleared after a period of treatment. She also had a cell phone in her hand. In addition, addition, many old friends sent her photos to let her know. The Wang building caught fire. This is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Wang Datong, chairman of Wang Group, also disappeared last night. Even some of Wang Datong's capable subordinates couldn't find any news. Zhou Shushue was already immersed in fear. The moment I saw Chen Zai, I was so scared that tears came out. His body couldn't stop shaking, and the smell of urine filled the ward. Her voice was hoarse, her face was distorted, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. No, please let me go. I know I was wrong. Ever since Chen Zai came out of the mental hospital, she hardly ever had a good night's sleep. Even though she was admitted to the hospital and even though she was surrounded by countless bodyguards, she knew it well. Chen Zai was able to enter the hospital quietly. Then he can enter the second, third, even fifth, 10th time. Chen Zai was able to live in a villa guarded by 50 bodyguards. If he could take Wang Dong away openly, he could kill her neck quietly here. When she saw Chen Zai, her heart was already filled with fear. She dragged her already broken body and retreated little by little. But there is a wall behind her. Where can she retreat to? Chen Zai didn't care whether she agreed or not. A syringe filled with insulin in my hand. Without hesitation, he stabbed Zhou Shushue's shoulder. As the medicine was injected into Zhou Shushue's body, she struggled a few times, her eyes rolling back. Then, his expression became a little dazed, lying on the bed and vomiting uncontrollably. Dizziness, nausea, discomfort, all kinds of negative effects came like a tide, until he kicked his legs and lay completely motionless on the bed. But now it's worse than death. She wished Chen Zai would kill her directly, but he didn't do that. Instead, he looked at the bed with a playful look on his face. Zhou Shushue trembled from time to time. He turned around, opened the door of the ward, and walked out step by step. The two bodyguards at the door looked at the young man in horror when they just met. They didn't even have the ability to resist. He was knocked to the ground by Chen Zai, and when he came to his senses, what was happening inside was already over. They could only look at the figure in the white coat. He disappeared outside step by step, but there were a total of 38 bodyguards stationed here. But until this person came to the door of Zhou Shushue's ward, but no one noticed or notified. From this we can see how terrifying Chen Zai's abilities are. After finishing these things, Chen Zai left the hospital and walked to the river alone. Sitting under a tree, the sunlight shining through the gaps in the tree canopy looked like white spots, somewhat beautiful. But Chen Zai just lowered his head and took out the meat buns and soy milk from his backpack. While eating, I opened the map on my phone. After confirming the address of Paradise on Earth, I plan to go there in advance to take a look. After all, the day after tomorrow is the day when the place opens. I just wonder if the abuser with the feminine voice will appear in heaven on earth. He swallowed the last bite of the bun and drank up the 2 cups of soy milk next to it. After rubbing his belly with satisfaction, he leaned against a tree and slept for 2 hours without realizing it, until I was awakened by a loud noise. When he opened his eyes, he saw a middle-aged gangster in his 40s, holding a bottle of wine, with a red face and messy hair. He is directing a few young people. They were dragging a girl of 15 or 16 towards the nearby bridge tunnel. One of the young men was holding a sack in his hand. It was obvious that they wanted to put the 15 or 16-year-old girl in there. But when Chen Zai looked at it carefully, he discovered that the girl who was dragged into the bridge with her mouth covered was actually his sister's best friend, Zhao Min'er. At the age of 15 or 16, it is the time when one's talent is about to blossom. In addition, Zhao Min'er is extremely fair, which forms a sharp contrast with the skin color of the young people next to her. Zhao Min'er, who was not tall, didn't even have the strength to resist, waving a pair of clean white little hands, with tears in his eyes. With her petite and lovely appearance, most people would have been unable to bear it, but those young men still looked arrogant. Under the command of the old gangster holding the bottle of wine, they dragged the man into the bridge hole. One of the young men even raised the wooden stick in his hand and wanted to knock Zhao Min'er unconscious, but he didn't notice that there was a person lying on the lawn in the shade of a tree not far away. He slowly got up and walked towards the bridge hole. He vaguely felt that Zhao Min'er's affairs were most likely related to him and his sister. After all, in his memory, Zhao Min'er had been picked up and dropped off by a private car since she was a child, and had accompanied his sister to the mental hospital many times. The snacks he brought were also much more exquisite than those brought by others. He is very generous, in my sister's words. Even when eating, he never considered the price, and Zhao Min'er always rushed to pay the bill. As a result, his sister always feels embarrassed when mentioning Zhao Min'er. Last time in the alley, when we were besieged, Zhao Min'er also came to give 1,000 paper cranes, wanting to pray for her sister, but was eventually dragged into this. According to Zhao Min'er's family conditions, most people wouldn't dare to lay a hand on her, unless those people can't do anything to him. There were outsiders at the hospital again, watching with eager eyes, and starting to attack other people. Shut up right now, or I'll show you how powerful we are. The old gangster glared at Zhao Min'er fiercely. He kicked the young man holding a wooden stick not far away. You can't even handle a small matter. The Tang family spent so much money to hire us to do things, and they also opened up a way for us to make money. Is this how you repay them? This old bastard, his name is Wu Hai. When he was young, he was well known in the neighborhood for his cruelty and ruthlessness. At that time, Bar Street was not yet called Bar Street. Most of the internet cafes were near the urban villages, but it was also a place where all kinds of people mixed together. Wu Hai was efficient and effective in his work, which earned him the appreciation of a boss. He was fortunate enough to enter the real estate industry, specializing in helping people clear out some residents who refused to compromise. During that time, we had some good times. Ever since his boss got caught and he lost his income. He was also imprisoned for 7 years for assaulting someone. When I came out again, the world had changed. He could only live in a daze, found a divorced woman, rented a house near the urban village, and barely made ends meet. What happened to the Tang family seemed to give him hope, especially since the Tang family had promised them, as long as they obey the instructions and complete the tasks assigned to them, they will be assigned to Shenghui Construction Group. That's Shenghui Construction, one of the best in Shanghai City. As long as you do your job well and enter Shenghui Construction, you will have a glorious time in the future. The old gangster was still using a tone of teaching the younger ones a lesson. Holding that wooden stick, it seemed as if I was back in those glorious days. He was also a romantic figure who had a lot of money, drove his boss's Mercedes-Benz, and traveled around freely, spending time with all kinds of women without leaving a single leaf behind. Even though I feel lonely now, but whenever he thought of those glorious years, you'll feel your blood boiling. At the same time, I also understood it. There is only one truth in the world. Lots and lots of money. As long as you have money, there is nothing you can't do. Everyone, get out of my way. Today, let me teach you how the old veterans made their way in the martial arts world. Burped. Wu Hai raised the wooden stick in his hand, although his body was shaking when the stick came down, but they showed no mercy at all, as if the person being dragged was just a dead dog. The young people around took a deep breath. This stick hits down. If anything goes wrong, it will be troublesome. But when he thought about the Tang family behind him and the possibility of joining Shenghui Construction Group, he immediately felt relieved. Only after being released and pushed to the ground, Zhao Min'er let out a choked sob. Especially when he saw the stick hitting him, tears could not stop flowing from his gem-like eyes. But that stick only swung halfway, but it seemed to be blocked by something. She looked closely. It is a slightly broad palm. He gripped the stick tightly, and then there was a bang. The old gangster Wu Hai next to him flew out immediately, let out a shrill wail. It hit the stone pillar next to it heavily. After getting the wooden stick, Chen Zai glanced coldly at the young men. It was like a tiger among a flock of sheep, moving back and forth a few times. They were all beaten to the ground, crying and begging for mercy. Jump down. Chen Zai kicked the old gangster, pointing to the river not far away. The old gangster was stunned for a moment, then reacted, said in panic, No, the river is so fast today. I guess the floodgates have been opened. There's an undercurrent going on down there. If I jump in, who knows if I'll drown. Even the young people around, they were all so scared that they couldn't stop trembling, because the river today is too wide and fast. They were not sure whether they could survive in this river with their swimming ability. You're not going to jump, are you? Chen Zai pulled out the silver-white scalpel from his waist with a cold look. Like a machine, he slowly squatted beside the old gangster. Looking at the old gangster, who was terrified to the extreme, a hint of excitement couldn't help but flicker on his face. The old gangster also seemed to remember something at this moment. He took a look at the silver-white scalpel. He looked again at Chen Zai's slightly sick face. My heart skipped a beat. I knew I had met the real boss. Shanghai City has been in a commotion recently. A madman who even the Tang family is helpless against. Even Wang Datong, one of the 2 mad dogs under the Tang family. The news of his death came out in the morning. Chen Zai was under the protection of 50 bodyguards. Openly and dignifiedly, he took away the news about Wang Dong. It had already spread throughout the underworld, and Chen Zai was described as being extremely magical. Now, there is only this one person who can make the Tang family in trouble with his own strength. When the silver-white scalpel appeared, he stood up with a bang. No, big brother, I jump, isn't it okay? After saying that, he glanced at Chen Zai, and saw that in addition to the coldness in the other's eyes, there was also a bit of cruelty, and a chill rose in his heart. Compared to the turbulent river surface, this suffocating madman is even more terrifying. The young people nearby looked at him with confusion. He plopped down, jumped into the wide and fast river. Several young people were dumbfounded. Even if the other party has a scalpel, it shouldn't be like this, right? He stabbed a few times to make some wounds. At most, you will stay in the hospital and lie down for a while. The medical expenses are also covered by the Tang family. Once you jump into the river, your life and death will no longer be in your own control. There was even a young man, lied down on the ground. He started to act like a rogue. Either you kill me or you let me go. You want me to jump into the river? No way. The young man closed his eyes, and the others followed suit and lay down on the ground. He smiled like a devil, his mouth slowly opening in the sunlight. He showed his white teeth and walked over step by step. Wu Hai, an old gangster who was working hard to get by, unable to bear it, he shouted, You idiots, jump down now. That guy is the madman who has left the Tang family helpless. He even dared to kill Wang Dong and Wang Datong, one of the 2 mad dogs under the Tang family, let alone a few insignificant things like you. They were originally shameless. His eyes suddenly widened, and the young man who had been lying on the ground climbed up at lightning speed, accompanied by a plop, jumped into the water. The other 2 looked at Chen Zai, who was so close. My heart sank. Is this person in front of me the madman who was making all the prominent families in Shanghai City live in constant fear? UT&D, why didn't you say it earlier? If you had said it earlier, who would dare to play dirty with him? The body is also honest. Suddenly, the carp jumped up and turned over. Like sprinters, they supported themselves on the stone guardrails with their hands and jumped into the turbulent and fast-flowing river. Gradually, it was washed downstream by the river. Zhao Min'er, who was out of danger, could no longer hold back her tears of joy and suddenly threw herself into Chen Zai's arms. He started crying sadly, until Chen Zai started crying and became a little annoyed. Then he spoke. I just came back from school and wanted to buy some things to visit Xiaomei. but they caught me. Hearing Zhao Miner's explanation, Chen Zhe became more and more certain that Zhao Miner's experience was most likely related to him. The Tang family is now trying every possible means to deal with him, but they are unable to do anything about him. And according to the Tang family, they protect those people behind the scenes. They will definitely find another way out. Zhao Miner is the only person who has had contact with their family recently. It's not surprising that he was implicated. It's better for you to stay out of your family's sight lately. Otherwise, if you die outside, no one will know. Chen Zhe glanced at Zhao Miner and was about to turn around and leave, but he took several steps away. He thought again of the relationship between Zhao Miner and his sister. In addition, I often come to visit him. Now they are implicated again. Stopped immediately. Where is your home? I'll take you back. Zhao Miner was stunned, no matter before or now, even though Chen Zhe had saved her twice. He still gives people a cold feeling, as if he is born unable to get along with ordinary people. Now he proposes to send her home. It makes people feel a little touched for some reason. She also told Chen Zhe her home address. We came to the side of the road together and entered the alley in the distance. Although it was also possible to take the main road, but Chen Zhe still prefers this darker environment. It is easy to be targeted if you take the right path. Relatively speaking, this kind of path in the alley. The two of them hurried and finally arrived at Zhao Xiaoman's home, which was a standard small villa, but the door lock had been pried open. It was even quieter inside, without even a fly. After Zhao Miner entered, she shouted, "Aunt Lu, I'm back," but I never heard anyone reply. On the contrary, Chen Zhe frowned and glanced at a small pool of scarlet liquid near the door and immediately realized something. He grabbed Zhao Miner and hid beside the wall. Carefully, he touched the glass window. Look inside. Next to the sofa, I saw the body of a large golden retriever lying. It seemed that it had been hit on the head by something hard, leaving a large dent. The blood dyed the entire floor red, and even in the kitchen, there was a faint smell of smoke. The nanny was lying next to the kitchen. Something must have happened in Zhao Miner's home. You stay here first. I'll go in and take a look. When Chen Zhe came in, he had already taken a look at the layout of the villa. He followed a sewage pipe not far away and climbed up quickly, holding onto the load-bearing columns. But in just over a minute, he appeared on the roof and opened a small door leading downstairs. When he looked down from above, saw it immediately. 7 or 8 figures were lying in ambush on the first floor of the villa. The clothes they wear are of all kinds, different from the formal black suits of the Tang family. To use the old words, it's more like a ragtag army. He remembered again. As Ning Miaoshu said, the Tang family has issued a bounty on the street, and many outsiders have begun to help the Tang family and encircle themselves. These people lying in ambush on the first floor are probably most likely related to the bounty. He took out the silver-white scalpel from his waist. Everyone's attention was focused on the door again. When he reached the second floor and jumped down, everyone finally reacted. However, these people were so skilled that they couldn't even touch the corner of Chen Zhe's clothes, and he took care of them all in just a few moves. Looking at the 7 people lying on the ground, wailing, Chen Zhe opened the door and Zhao Miner walked in. Looking at the tragic scene in the house, she covered her mouth with her hands with red eyes and began to cry softly. Aunt Lu, Da Huan. Zhao Miner went forward to check. Aunt Lu is still alive, but the big yellow dog died because of this. Lying on the ground, the most conspicuous person was a man with a scar on his face. It was also obvious to see the scalpel in Chen Zhe's hand, and the speed of the attack just now. They are just some small-time people on the street. The reason I came to the Zhao family was to try my luck. Let's see if we can get something out of Zhao Miner's mouth. The Tang family is now offering a reward of up to 1 million yuan to anyone who can find Chen Zhe's exact location. As for going to capture Chen Zhe personally, that was a complete joke. With their mediocre skills, they would be seeking their own death if they went. This time, I met the real boss. It made them shudder, their limbs went weak, they were scared out of their wits, and they regretted running here. Chen Zhe walked up to the man with the scar on his face, raised the scalpel in his hand, and stabbed the man's neck without hesitation, accompanied by a stream of hot blood. It gushed out and stained the faces and hands, scaring the people around and making them cry for their parents, especially when Chen Zhe raised his head. The expression on his face made everyone's heart tremble, and they rushed out as if they were risking their lives. There was still fear, trepidation, and other emotions on his face until they all disappeared. Chen Zizai stood up, walked into the bathroom with an indifferent expression, and began to clean the blood off his body. A man with a scar lying on the ground. He covered the wound on his neck with his hands. I opened my mouth to say something, but no words came out. Until he gradually became motionless, his pupils shrank little by little, and he died in the hall. Zhao Miner, who was standing next to her, suddenly swallowed her saliva, accompanied by a grunt. A paleness unconsciously appeared on her pretty face, and she looked at Chen Zhe in panic as he cleaned up the blood and walked out. Where are your parents? Chen Zhe ignored her gaze, but sat on the sofa and asked leisurely. Zhao Miner swallowed her saliva and said, my mom divorced my dad when I was very young and went to live in Kyoto. My dad is doing business in another province. It will probably take another half a month before he can come back. Maybe it's because I lost my mother's love when I was very young. My father is often not at home. This led to Zhao Xiaoman making a true friend. It seems especially precious. Even though Chen Xiaomei had been targeted by Zhou Shushui at that time and knew that the other party was the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, Zhao Miner still became good friends with his sister and they could talk about anything. It was also because of Chen Xiaomei's accident and the fact that she did not bring Chen Xiaomei with her that day that the girl always felt a sense of guilt in her heart. That's why I often want to use various methods to make up for the loss in my heart. But he never thought that he would be dragged into the vortex. Actually, I used to often go home with Xiaomei. If she had gotten in my car that day, maybe she wouldn't have gotten into trouble. Zhao Minor's eyes were like pure gemstones. Her face began to turn red, and she leaned against the stool next to her and started crying again. Chen Zai sighed. Without saying anything else, he started to check the kitchen to see the woman's condition. He just fell into a coma and didn't say anything. He took Zhao Minor and left the villa, because he knows, after this incident, there will definitely be people who will cause trouble for Zhao Minor again. Find her a safe place. It can be said that he did not let down Zhao Minor's thoughts about her sister. Let's go, it's time to leave here. Don't go to school recently. Compared to studying, your life is more important. Given your family's situation, even if you fall behind in your studies, there will definitely be a way to catch up. I have experienced 3 crises in the alley, under the bridge and in the villa. Zhao Minor obviously understood her situation and did not refute. She followed Chen Zai timidly. The two of them soon arrived near the urban village. Chen Zai found another empty rental house. He moved in with Zhao Minor. Also after they left. About 40 minutes later, Aunt Lu, who was lying in the kitchen of the villa, woke up. Seeing the corpse in the hall and Da Huan lying next to the sofa, he shuddered with fear. Then he calmed down again. I took out my phone, edited a message, and took a few photos. Sent it to the people over there. Zhao Dongsheng is working in Sichuan province. Finally saw the nanny's information. This middle-aged man, who looked about 1.78 meters tall, held his phone tightly, his pupils dilating uncontrollably. Home, something happened. His voice trembled. There was deep worry in his eyes. It is his only concern now and the reason why he keeps working hard since his wife left him for some reason. He realized it. For a man to be without money is more painful than death. He had watched a movie before and agreed with a line in it. If I had real money, I could be a real person. It was this change in his mindset that allowed Zhao Dongsheng, who already possessed remarkable talents, to travel between various provinces and build up a huge family business. But he is just an ordinary businessman. The nanny doesn't know much either. I can only ask for help from some friends with whom I have a very good relationship. Go and find out what's going on. The events in Shanghai City took only half an hour. They were all sent to his mobile phone. Seeing so much information, Zhao Dongsheng also felt his scalp tingling. A deep sense of powerlessness enveloped his heart. Shanghai City, the Tang family. Their own daughter was actually involved in those things. Even in some shady corners, a bounty has been issued. If they can't get hold of that madman, they'll start with the people around him. Zhao Dongsheng rubbed his temples. He slumped down on the stool next to him. A beautiful female secretary walked in. Boss, the coffee you ordered is ready. The female secretary is attracted by this bachelor. In fact, it has been interesting for a long time. But this Mr. Zhao, there is only his daughter in his heart forever. He turns a deaf ear to the temptation of beauty around him, no matter how sexy what she wears. None of them could arouse Mr. Zhao's interest at all. Sometimes she even wondered if Mr. Zhao was not good at something. Sorry. Otherwise, why would his wife leave such a talented man? I don't know how much time has passed. Zhao Dongsheng suddenly grabbed the armrest of the stool. It seemed as if he had made some kind of determination and made a long-forgotten phone call. Just a dozen seconds. The beeping sound of the phone made Zhao Dongsheng feel like every day was a year. Fortunately, the call was connected. A cold female voice came from the other side. Zhao Dongsheng. Hear this name. The woman over there was obviously a little flustered. It was as if something had fallen to the ground, like shattered glass. But the woman still pretended to be calm and said, "So, it's you. How's Minor? Are you guys doing well?" Zhao Dongsheng's voice was a little cold. He knocked on the table in front of him, still telling everything in detail. Minor is missing. What? My daughter is missing? How did you take care of her? The woman's voice on the other end became urgent. I wish I could just fly to Shanghai City. But Zhao Dongsheng just said coldly, "You can't be unaware of my situation these years. I've been raising a child all by myself, and I haven't asked your Miao family for a single penny. Now, although I have established my own business territory, it is all open business. I have a lot of money. It's not as much as your Miao family, but I'm still quite wealthy. Capturing my daughter, Zhao Dongsheng, was all about money. That's what I thought before. But I asked some friends for help and found out some unknown things." The woman over there also understood what he said. After a long silence, he spoke. "What do you need from me?" Minor, the reason she disappeared is because a notorious madman recently appeared in Shanghai City. His sister was destroyed by some people whose identities I can't even figure out. That madman first beat the Zhou family's daughter to the point of paralysis, and then shaved off half of the Wang family's prince's scalp. Later, they even arrested Tang Hao, the man responsible for the marriage with the Jing clan. They even brazenly broke into the Zhou family's villa and took Wang Dong away under the protection of 50 bodyguards. The very next day, the Wang family collapsed and perished. Minor disappeared because her best friend is that lunatic's sister. Apart from his parents, I'm afraid Minor is the only one who has the best relationship with them. They couldn't do anything to that madman, so they set their sights on our daughter. After saying so much in one breath, Zhao Dongsheng picked up the coffee and took a sip of water, waiting quietly for the reply from the other end of the phone. I don't know how long it took. After the silence, the woman's voice sounded again. "You also know that when I was captured and brought back to the family, the marriage was forced upon me. Now, my man is dead. You've built up so much wealth, enough to negotiate terms with our Miao family. Why don't you come to Kyoto? Only when you come will I have a reason to mobilize the family's power. But for women," Zhao Dongsheng simply said solemnly, "no matter how lonely I am still known as the Zhao Chuanwang of the business world. If you want women, women, I have plenty around me. I'm not interested in getting back together with a broken-hearted woman. She is my daughter, and also your daughter. For 10 years, a full 10 years, you ignored her, and I never took any advantage from your Miao family. Isn't that enough to explain the problem? If you don't want to help, that's fine. I, Zhao Dongsheng, will rescue my daughter even if it means I have to give away all my wealth. Zhao Dongsheng has founded at least 4 or 5 groups. All added up, the market value is over 100 billion, although he also has some thugs of his own. But compared to the Tang family, it is still far behind. But when it comes to connections, 10 Tang families are no match for him. I have a lot of liquid funds on hand now. I've sold all the company's shares, so I can fight a tough battle with the Tang family. I'm no match for the dirty things they do behind my back. But it must be a positive business approach. I, Zhao Dongsheng, may not be afraid of the Tang family. Since the Tang family wants to start with his daughter, he could also issue a bounty, and he would double whatever the Tang family offered. Moreover, he will pool all the liquid funds together, fight a tough business battle with the Tang family. After attacking the Tang family, they dared not make any more trouble about his daughter. All of the Tang family's businesses went bankrupt. The entire Shanghai city was shaken by the attack. The Tang family was terrified and felt like a wild dog, living in constant fear. He just didn't believe that the Tang family would dare to do that just for a girl who didn't belong in the vortex. Follow him till the end. The Tang family will be restricted by many things. Don't dare to use all your strength. But he is different from Zhao Dongsheng, who is now by his side. My daughter is my only relative. I dare to bet everything I have, even my life and property. Ask yourself, does Tang Tiancheng dare? The reason I made this call is to tell you that if your Miao family wants to stand on the side of the local forces, I don't care. But if you, the Miao family, insist on following that Tang guy and attack my daughter, I'm sorry. I will fight you Miao family too. After saying this, Zhao Dongsheng pressed the hang-up button, and then his eyes became extremely cold, and he picked up the coffee next to him. He lit a cigarette and walked back and forth a few times. Start walking quickly outside. Kyoto, Miao family manor. A woman who looks to be in her 30s. She has taken extreme care of herself and her skin looks like that of an 18-year-old girl. She stares at her phone foolishly. I couldn't recover for a long time. What is Zhao Dongsheng's current situation? She knew it all too well. Although she has not looked for Zhao Dongsheng in these years, she still has her daughter. On the one hand, she is from the Miao family and can easily find out everything about Zhao Dongsheng. Her husband's family at that time was too powerful. That mother-in-law is on guard against her every day. They were afraid that she would use the power of her husband's family to gain benefits for her parents' family, and even the people there were very xenophobic. Until her man died, she was left with many options, which allowed her to leave her husband's family smoothly, regain power in the Miao family, and gain enormous power. But this energy is not enough to change the Miao family's wishes. His daughter is missing. It would be a lie to say I'm not worried. Zhao Dongsheng, although with your talent and the business empire you have built, you can indeed make the Tang family surrender. But you don't know what kind of existence is standing behind the Tang family. Even our Miao family doesn't dare to offend easily. The more she thought about it, the more headache she felt. There is still a lot she can do now. She made another call. A woman in her 20s, wearing a black work suit and looking capable, walked in. She adjusted her silver-rimmed glasses. Holding a stack of documents in his hands, he spoke respectfully. Miss, is there anything I can do for you? Yes. Niao Shangyun was on the table, wrote a note, handed it to a woman wearing silver glasses not far away. The woman took the note and looked at it. I couldn't help but take a deep breath and said in disbelief, Miss, are you really going to do this? The contents of the note. It's really shocking. If you really follow what is written on the note, this is completely contrary to the Miao family's strategic goals. Once other people find out, the consequences will be disastrous. My daughter is missing in Shanghai City. The capable woman wearing silver-rimmed glasses opened her mouth and finally nodded heavily. Actually, this matter doesn't require the eldest lady to take action personally. The Lu family still owes you a favor, and they're on the side of the outsiders. It just so happens that they are preparing to go to Shanghai City. As long as you are willing to ask, they will be happy to help. Niao Shangyun was stunned and almost forgot about this. Having the Lu family's help is indeed much wiser than for her to do it alone. The Lu family originally sided with outsiders. If someone secretly operated in the Miao family, it might bring unexpected results. Then do as you say. But we have to be careful. Now that we have a better way out, there's no need to reveal my identity. The woman wearing silver-rimmed glasses nodded quickly. Don't worry, Mississippi. I will make sure it's flawless. After saying that, the woman turned and left. Only Niao Shangyun was left sitting alone in the room. Dongsheng, after all these years, you still won't forgive me. Actually, as a woman from a large family, many times, the right to choose is not in my hands. But now, I have the ability to choose, but you are unwilling to accept me again. She suddenly felt nostalgic. The days when I was with Zhao Dongsheng, it was almost her most carefree past. I can vaguely recall that Zhao Dongsheng was standing in front of the Miao family manor. Thunder and lightning, the sky is gloomy and rain is pouring down, but the figure stands tall. He waited in front of the Miao family's door for 3 hours. It rained for 3 hours as well. It was the day before her wedding, and it was impossible for her to go out and see Zhao Dongsheng. I heard that after Zhao Dongsheng returned, he fell seriously ill and had a high fever of 39 degrees. It was also since that illness that Zhao Dongsheng seemed to have become a different person, showing his amazing talents in the business world. It also took just 10 years. He spread his business all over the country. Zhao Dongsheng's industries are too scattered considered to pose a threat to local forces. With her secret support, Zhao Dongsheng probably has no idea how many times he has died. You always say I'm cold and heartless, but if it weren't for me, how could you and your daughter live so comfortably? If, that day, I hadn't married, not only you, but also Minner, would have died on that rainy night. She clearly remembered how many people the Miao family and her husband's family sent out at that time. Once she dares to do something disobedient. Then the next day, 2 bodies, one large and one small, were delivered to her. I really miss the time when I was studying at university in Shanghai City. Unfortunately, I can never go back. The night wind blows gently, and the stars and bright moon hang high in the sky. Outside, thousands of lights are on all night long. Even if it's late, you can still see the bustling crowds of people. Chen Zhe came back from outside with dinner and some clothes to change. In the rental house that he pried open, there was a young girl who had just taken a shower. Maybe it's because I just took a shower with hot water. That clean, fair little face was slightly flushed under the light. The black hair was wet, with water droplets dripping down, revealing a special beauty. Chen Zhe put dinner next to the table. He threw his spare clothes on the bed. The girl quickly took her clothes and changed out of the old one. I don't know if it's a problem with Chen Zhe's vision. The clothes that the salesperson brought were better. A light blue dress with some elegant patterns. When worn by a young girl, it adds a sense of tranquility. With extremely white skin and a slightly shy face, if someone else was in the room, they would have lost control long ago. Chen Zhe just focused on eating. During the whole process, the breathtakingly beautiful girl in front of him could not arouse his interest at all. Wait until dinner is finished. He took out his silver scalpel again. Wipe it gently. More like caressing your lover. As for other things, they have nothing to do with him. The girl also lowered her head and ate her lunchbox slowly. Although the lunchbox was not very tasty, she still filled her stomach first. The girl also turned her attention to someone on the windowsill. Seeing myself is not as attractive as a scalpel. For some reason, the girl felt a little complicated by this young man who was sitting by the windowsill, wiping the scalpel. For a moment, I couldn't take my eyes off. Time froze for an unknown amount of time. Chen Zhe put away the scalpel, climbed onto the bed, lay down and fell asleep without any delay. Only the young girl was left staring at the scene blankly. I didn't know what to do for a moment. Although the bed was only half occupied, Zhao Minor, who had never had contact with other boys, still felt her heart pounding, until Chen Zhe started snoring. The girl rolled her eyes, realizing she was overthinking. He lay down on the other side of the bed and fell into a deep sleep. Nothing happened for the next day. In the morning, he also went to the street entrance of the urban village. I bought breakfast at Gu Jiajia's stall. Maybe it's because of these few contacts. When she met Gu Jiajia, she was no longer so resistant to Chen Zhe. Instead, I would tentatively chat with him. Chen Zhe returned to the rental house and brought food for the next 3 days. Zhao Minner was bored and lost her cell phone while she was under a bridge, so she spent the whole day watching TV. But Chen Zhe's attention was always on the affairs of heaven and earth. After the two had dinner, Chen Zhe came to the vicinity of the Huanghai Club and contacted Ning Miaoshu. When Ning Miaoshu came down, it was 6:30 and it was almost dark. Seeing Chen Zhe, Ning Miaoshu looked a little emotional. Asked slowly, "Is the downfall of the Wang family related to you?" Chen Zhe frowned. Although it was not him who destroyed the Wang family, it was ultimately because of him that the family was destroyed, so he didn't say much. Today, there's a new bounty on the road. I don't know who the Tang family has offended, but whenever they post a bounty, they'll pay double, or even several times that amount. It's giving the Tang family a real headache. This should be considered good news for us. Also, someone is intentionally or unintentionally targeting the Tang family's assets. Perhaps we should pay attention to this. If I can contact this person, I can cooperate with him. Speaking of which, Ning Miaoshu also found it very strange. Someone who can come up with so much money. He is considered a top figure. Such a person should understand what kind of existence is behind the Tang family. But that person was as determined as if he had eaten a weight, spending a lot of money through various channels. He wished to ruin all the affairs of the Tang family. Chen Zhe didn't take it to heart and asked, "Regarding heaven and earth, will those people who harmed my sister go there?" Ning Miaoshu hesitated for a moment and said, "According to the information I've received, there are always 1 or 2 people involved each time. If nothing goes wrong, we might be able to find one of them." Places like this are usually very chaotic. Many small families seeking to ascend to power will arrange for ladies from their side branches to attend. Those people are playing very extravagantly, even perverted. If you go there, you should know what's going on. She also only got it from her father. Although he had obtained some information, the specific situation still needed Chen Zhe to investigate on his own. "Are you sure the place won't change?" When he asked this, Ning Miaoshu was stunned for a moment, as if she remembered something. "It's indeed a bit strange. Normally, the opening of heaven on earth wouldn't have caused a stir that even we knew about. Furthermore, I've caught an important piece of information. There's a cruise ship east of the city about to sail out, and many powerful figures are heading there. If the address I gave you earlier seems strange, you can go to the east coast and take a look." Chen Zhe nodded. This trip was not in vain. At least I got another important piece of information from the bottom of my heart. He also felt that the previous address of heaven on earth was somewhat unreliable and had caused quite a stir. If even Ning Miaoshu could find out easily, it can't be considered a secret place. Understood. I'll go there first. If the address you mentioned doesn't work, I'll try the coastline east of the city. After saying that, Chen Zhe wanted to leave, but Ning Miaoshu held out her hand and shouted, "Be careful on this trip. There are rumors outside that the Tang family has found a boxing master master. Calculating the time, he will be here soon. If things are impossible, it is more important to save your life. Only by staying alive can you avenge your sister, right? Faced with Ning Miaoshu's sudden concern, Chen Zhe did not say anything, but turned around and disappeared into the night. When he appeared again, he had already arrived at the address of Heaven and Earth. Many vigilant figures can be seen around. In the distance, the building mentioned in the address was brightly lit, and noisy sounds could be heard from time to time, as if someone was holding an evening party inside. Chen Zhe also saw the man with eagle-like eyes who had beaten Sun Hu to the ground last time. In addition, there are several masters with extremely strong strength and intimidating aura. The place was surrounded tightly, as if they were waiting for the fish to take the bait, which made Chen Zhe a little confused. Is this the correct address of Heaven on Earth? With such tight security around here, there shouldn't be any mistakes. Just when he was still hesitating, Wu Hai, the old gangster holding a bottle of wine, walked towards the building with the young people who jumped into the river with great momentum. The old gangster Wu Hai was still muttering, "It's rare to get into such a high-end club. Don't embarrass me. There are many bigwigs in there. We can get to know a few wealthy people. Even if the Tang family incident is over, we will still have enough food and clothing." After saying that, he pulled the suit, and I don't know how long ago he bought it. Walked in from the passage next to it. The people around checked and then let Wu Hai and others in. But it was this scene that made Chen Zhe turn around and leave. How could it be a paradise on Earth where even an old gangster could enter with his men? According to Ning Miaoshu, there are many small families and small forces in Tianshang Renjian, and they have sent beautiful ladies from their families there. From this we can see what kind of people are in Heaven and Earth. It is even more impossible for an old gangster to get in touch with it. Since it's not here, then the only possibility is that ship at the city's east exit. Chen Zhe left quickly without even looking back. At around 7:40, we finally arrived at the estuary and saw a huge ship docked there. The decoration is extremely luxurious, and there are many luxury cars worth tens of millions parked around. There are countless bodyguards of all kinds. Each of them stood guard beside their boss's car. The level of this building was in stark contrast to the one Wu Hai and the others had entered. Here, this is the real Heaven on Earth. It seems that this cruise ship is preparing to go out to sea. With so many people, the powerful people in Shanghai City should not be wrong. He glanced at a staff member who was going to the restroom next to him and quietly followed him into the restroom. When he was about to close the door, a hand grabbed the door tightly. The staff member was stunned and was about to curse, saying that there was someone inside. He felt a strong wind blowing in his face, followed by a huge fist hitting him in the face. The staff member groaned and fell to the ground. Chen Zhe stripped off his clothes, put them on himself, took his employee card, and walked out calmly. The moment he stepped onto the ship, he saw many exquisitely dressed and elegant women toasting with dignitaries. He then followed the staff to the kitchen. A tall, fat man wearing a white chef's hat began to direct them in preparing the dishes. At exactly 8 o'clock, the ship finally set sail. As he went overseas little by little and disappeared on the horizon, Chen Zhe finally revealed a hideous smile. "You have come to the right place." He remained silent for the rest of the time, because I heard it from other people. This kind of gathering place between Heaven and Earth usually opens for 2 days and 2 nights, which means that the ship will not return until at least 2 days later. Fortunately, he had prepared 3 days worth of food for Zhao Min'er, which was enough for 2 people. At least he didn't have to worry about Zhao Min'er starving in the rental house. I worked for nearly 4 or 5 hours. Before I knew it, it was already late at night. Chen Zhe finally understood what Ning Miaoshu meant by playing with flowers. As he was carrying a dish and walking towards the hall, a woman's scream was heard in the corridor. From a certain room, a gorgeous woman rushed out with her clothes torn and covered in wounds. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and half of his face was swollen. He staggered a little and rushed out onto the deck. This is no longer just a simple matter of playing with flowers. It was obvious that they had been abused, but these women, in the eyes of ordinary people, were all young ladies. However, with such an identity, in the eyes of some powerful people, they are nothing more than lowly playthings. A man with a dull and unhappy look walked out of the room. He couldn't stop cursing. What did the Li family do? Before boarding the ship, didn't they tell that woman what was going on inside? Damn it, he even bit me. When I get back, I'll cut off the Li family's resources. The woman who rushed onto the deck was blocked on the bow by several figures in black suits. "Miss Li, the rules were explained clearly when we boarded the ship. Your Li family wants resources, and you also want to take control of your own life by virtue of the opening of Heaven and Earth. You bit a guest. How are we going to explain it when we get back?" The figure in the black suit approached step by step, and his expression gradually became unfriendly. Miss Li is quite pretty and charming, and is considered to be quite beautiful among the Li family. But when she thought of that pervert, she couldn't stop shaking her head. Tears kept rolling down her face, and her voice was filled with tears. "Please, find someone else. Anyone will do. I don't want to go back to that pervert." But all she got was a few cold sneers. No one answered her. He just stared at her with a cold gaze. A feeling of despair rose in Miss Li's heart. When I think of that man's perverted methods, my body couldn't stop shaking, my eyes were red, and I didn't know what to do. Just think of those guys in black suits. When he walked to Miss Li's side, Miss Li's steps were unsteady. She stumbled and fell into the sea. The people around frowned and went forward to check, but the woman had already disappeared in the surging sea. The man who was chased out and bitten saw this with my own eyes, but he didn't show any mercy at all. Instead he spat. "What bad luck. If I die, I die. Tell the Li family about their resources, and I'll arrange them as promised. If you dare to send this kind of people here again, don't blame me for turning against them." Several figures in black suits astronauts nodded respectfully. Don't worry, Mr. Tan, we will arrange a new woman. See if you are satisfied. If you're not satisfied, you can go out and look for prey again. This time it was our fault. I promise it won't happen again. Seeing them all say this, Tan Xiao just curled his lips and looked at the sea in the distance. One could vaguely see a woman floating up from the turbulent sea, struggling constantly. But once the ship to heaven and earth starts, they would not stop, and whether the woman who fell into the water was dead or alive was no longer within their consideration. Wait until Mr. Tan leaves. Several figures in black suits. He glanced again at the woman struggling to call for help. They looked at each other. It's only Miss Li who's to blame. She was too conservative. When she came up, she already knew what was going on. It will pass if you just bear with it. Why bother? The companion nodded. Yes, once you've boarded the ship to heaven on earth, you'll return to a life of wealth and glory, with endless enjoyment. Even those who become powerful members of the family are not without their share of failures, and yet they have wasted their bright future. After that, they returned to the interior of the ship and performed their duties faithfully. Only the woman was left, and she struggled for a long time. It gradually sank without causing any waves. The woman's death did not cause any ripples to Chen Zai. He just carried the things and quickly came to the hall. You can still vaguely see people walking around here. There are even many young ladies from different families who try to curry favor with those who have status and position. This is exactly why they came here. But after walking around for a long time, Chen Zai still couldn't find the boy with the slightly feminine voice. Start to return along the same route. When he walked near the kitchen, you can hear bursts of roaring coming from inside. It seems someone made a mistake with the dishes. This resulted in the head chef, the tall and fat man, being scolded. Immediately afterwards, a man with a face full of black beard and a particularly rough appearance walked out of the kitchen. He pulled his suit and saw Chen Zai standing at the door, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Perhaps in his eyes, these scum at the bottom of society are just playthings in their hands. Seeing Chen Zai, his eyes were always looking at him. The burly man couldn't help but frown. He walked up and patted Chen Zai's face. Don't look at it. People like you will never understand how wonderful power is. In my eyes, your head chef is just a grasshopper that can be crushed to death at any time, including you. If I want you dead, you'll be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. He walked past Chen Zai with a slight smile on his face. If you're really bored, come to the last room in the corridor later. Maybe I can let you taste just how wonderful those unattainable young ladies are. I even killed her sister last time, when heaven and earth opened, but she was still like a stink bug, at my mercy. That's the sentence. Chen Zai's face turned inexplicably cold. Thinking of my sister. Perhaps in the eyes of these people, the other people on the ship are worse than animals. But this man, a powerful figure in Shanghai City, left his sister lying in the hospital, living a life worse than death. A hint of coldness flashed in Chen Zai's eyes, and his hand unconsciously pressed on the scalpel at his waist. But at this moment, the head chef came out and grabbed him. I was afraid that he would bump into someone. By then, not only Chen Zai, but I'm afraid that he, the head chef, will also be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. The man with a face full of black beard and an extremely rugged appearance left triumphantly. The head chef glanced at Chen Zai coldly and took out his anger on the staff who served the wrong dish. From previous conversations with others, Chen Zai knew it a long time ago. This head chef was once a famous chef in a 5-star hotel in Shanghai City. But because I offended someone I shouldn't have offended, he was beaten half to death and even lost his job. In the entire Shanghai City, no restaurant was willing to accept this person. Until by chance, he was spotted and came to Tianshang Rinjian to work as the head chef. It seems like I have met a very important person. Even on ordinary days, she has a bad temper in the kitchen. No one dared to cause trouble for him. When Chen Zai frowned, the tall and fat chef kicked the person who served the wrong dish. He kicked the man 2 meters away and hit him against the wall before stopping. It seems that he has not calmed down. His eyes fell on the others again. Finally, he glanced at Chen Zai coldly. It was this guy who dared to look directly at Mr. Liu outside just now and almost killed him. I asked you to serve some food, and now 20 minutes have passed. Do you know how much you've delayed? The others were not at fault, but Chen Zai, who had just returned, became his punching bag. But Chen Zai ignored his voice and walked towards the chopping board next to him. Slowly picked up a kitchen knife. When the kitchen knife is picked up, the air around seemed to have cooled down a lot. The tall and fat chef wanted to step forward, but he could only look at Chen Zai's back holding the knife. It made him feel a chill. My eyelids twitched involuntarily. He stopped subconsciously. It's hard to describe. What kind of feeling is it? But the chef felt a chill in his heart, as if someone might die at any time. He opened his mouth and swallowed the words that were about to come out in anger. Chen Zai didn't make any move. He picked up the carrot next to him and began to cut it methodically. The surroundings seemed to become much quieter. Only the staff in the corner were left, clutching their stomachs and wailing in pain. The chef just stood there in the back. He took a deep breath and shouted to the others. Are you waiting to die here instead of working? Do you think the money for getting on board is free? 2 days, 50,000. If you make those people unhappy, you'll all be thrown into the sea to feed the fish. Sure enough, when those powerful people were mentioned, everyone present trembled and started to get busy. It's because I've been on the boat more often. Only then did they realize how terrifying those powerful people were. Every time heaven and earth opens, someone loses their life inexplicably. Those beautiful, rich, and noble ladies outside who usually act high and mighty have to be humble and servile in front of those powerful people and are tortured to the point of being completely exhausted. The young man, who was huddled under the wall and had been in severe stomach pain for a long time, groaned. But he didn't dare to delay and stumbled to his feet, joined the busy team. The chef was called out again. When he came back again, there was a large piece of gauze wrapped around his forehead, and blood was faintly oozing out. It seemed that some important person was not satisfied with his food and ended up being beaten like this. But the chef, who had just displayed his great power, not only did not dare to complain at all, but instead became even more focused when cooking. The busyness is finally over. The music on the ship was louder. When walking through the corridor, screams of pain could be heard in every room. Although the chef was beaten today, you can have some free time. I drank 2 cups of horse urine and some homemade side dishes. When walking on the boat, I also used to fantasize about becoming one of these people in power. That's just a daydream. And that kid just now actually ignored my words. After this is over, I must find a reason to throw him into the sea. The head chef was obviously still upset about Chenzai's matter. After all, it was the employee who served the wrong dish. He kicked him against the wall, and only Chenzai turned his back to him, which made him afraid to move forward for a long time. I always think of this. Everyone felt their faces flushed, as if being humiliated. Just as he gritted his teeth, he went outside the ship, put his hands on the railing, felt the sea breeze, and held the beer in his hand. After taking a few gulps, suddenly I heard something behind me. There were waves of clear footsteps. The fat and big-eared chef was obviously stunned for a moment. I thought it was so late. Even those powerful people are about to rest. Who would come outside at this time? Burked. The chef looked back and saw, under the moonlight, an expressionless figure holding a silver scalpel walked in front of him. The moment he saw Chenzai, he subconsciously wanted to curse, even want to go forward. He kicked Chenzai hard, just like today when he kicked another employee away. He was injured and lay on the ground like a dead dog. There is not even the ability to resist. He didn't even have the time to put all these fantasies into practice. I felt a silvery white reflection. He was so shaken that he closed his eyes. When I opened my eyes again, there was a tingling sensation in my neck, and a warm current flowed down my neck. He wanted to make a sound, but the throat has been cut. I opened my mouth, but nothing came out. Seems to understand something. His expression gradually turned into fear. I didn't dare to look at the employee in front of me confidently. I can't imagine it. The other party dares to be so bold. He is the head chef on this ship. If he dies, if no one cooks tomorrow's dishes, it will be discovered immediately. When the investigation begins, if the dignitaries are unhappy with their meals, what will be the consequences? How many employees can bear it? Chenzai is not an employee, so he doesn't need a reason to kill people. While the chef was still struggling. However, Chenzai had already stretched out his hand and pushed the chef hard, causing his throat to be cut. The chef gradually becomes weaker. I just felt like I was hanging in the air behind me, and then I fell along the edge of the ship. A large splash of water was created. When falling into the sea, you can still see the chef's eyes full of resentment. He never got another chance to take revenge. Chenzai, standing alone on the deck, took out a tissue and carefully wiped the blood off the scalpel. Just when he wanted to turn back, a beautiful woman, limping from a distance. I just happened to see the scene just now. The woman pretended to be calm, but her constricted pupils had already betrayed her. Knowing that Chenzai in front of him killed the head chef, but the woman still walked over step by step. When she passed by Chenzai and noticed Chenzai's face, she felt vaguely familiar. Then he widened his eyes, as if he had thought of something. But she didn't say anything. Instead, she stopped next to Chenzai, where the chef had just stood. There was a hint of struggle on his face. After a long time, I felt relieved. She lit a small, thin women's cigarette, and with his own miserable clothes, he wiped off the bloodstains on the armrest before speaking. Can we talk? Chenzai didn't say anything, but the scalpel still reflected a little under the moonlight. I know who you are, the woman said calmly. When you turn your head. It happened to meet Chenzai's eyes and the slowly raised silver-white scalpel, with those 2 rows of slowly cracking, white teeth. Under the dim light in the corridor, the woman's heartbeat slowed down unconsciously, but the woman seemed only stunned for a moment. Then he said, I have no ill intentions, and I know who you are looking for. If you do me a favor, I can tell you everything you want to know. The woman held the lady's cigarette in her mouth, slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. The corners of his mouth were covered in bruises and blood was oozing from his gums. The lipstick she wore was very bright, and her long hair hanging vertically added to her mysterious beauty. If it hadn't appeared in this kind of place, definitely a rare beauty. My name is Lin Xingla, and I'm the granddaughter of the Lin family, the ruler of Shanghai City. I know that seeing me in a place like this, you must be full of contempt for me from the bottom of your heart. Lin Xingla about his own experience. Her tone was slightly self-deprecating as she looked at the turbulent sea outside, not knowing what she was thinking. But sometimes, I don't want to do it, but someone forces me to do it. He called my name, so he must let me come. If I don't come, the Lin family and I will fall into an endless abyss. My cousin died the last time she boarded the ship. If he picks on me every time, I don't know how long I can stay on this boat. Maybe next time, or maybe the time after that, but I can guarantee that one day, I will be like those other women, dead and no one will care, just thrown into this deep sea. Just like that chef just now. The woman took another deep puff of her cigarette. He clenched his delicate fists tightly, said viciously, as long as you help me kill that guy named Lu, I will help you find the person you're looking for. I want to control the Lin family. I want to replace the Tang family and occupy a place in Shanghai City. I want to make those who have humiliated me die a miserable death. The woman's voice grew colder and colder, like a snowy winter, and her tone was filled with overwhelming hatred. Chenzai just listened quietly. He didn't ask until the woman finished speaking. What if I say no? Chen Ziban thought that his his words would cause the woman in front of him to have some emotional fluctuations. But the strange thing is, Lin Xingla just put her hands on the railing and raised her snow-white swan neck. That would be just like what the chef did earlier, slitting my throat and pushing me into the sea. If you lose hope, you can only allow others to torture you. Living is actually more painful than dying. He took it from the woman. I can't see any hope of living. She is different from others. Others only need to come up once and then they can take power back after returning. She was chosen by a big shot to come here. Every time the cruise ship of heaven on earth leaves the port, she must enter here. As long as she comes, then what awaits her is an endless hell. Kill me, or do me a favor and I'll give you clues about those people. When he saw the woman, he was ready to die. Chen Zai didn't press forward. Tell me, in which room is the person you want to kill? I can't kill him now. When I get back, he'll fulfill his promise to me, and I'll get everything I want. Lin Xingla paused and continued. When you make a move, I will provide you with accurate information. Okay. Chen Zai put away the scalpel. He turned around and disappeared into the darkness. As for the woman with her hands on the railing, but he just turned around and watched Chen Zai leave. 2 lines of clear tears began to fall uncontrollably. For others, Chen Zai might be a nightmare, a devil, but for her, the appearance of Chen Zai was more like a ray of light that illuminated her future. If the plan can really be realized, she got everything she wanted, and Chen Zai took action again and killed the man. She will be able to completely control the Lin family. Others will be afraid and leak the information of those 5 people. But Lin Xingla was not afraid. She herself had already become a fallen woman destined to die. To your own family, there is no emotion at all. Even if they are discovered in the end, all the Lin family members will die. She wouldn't feel any pain at all. Instead, it succeeded. She can take control of her own life. The vast sea water, one wave after another. It caused huge and terrible waves. You can vaguely see a sparse drizzle falling on the deck. Chen Zai stood there alone, facing the wind. I don't plan to install it anymore. Things have come to this point. If the chef doesn't show up tomorrow, the truth will be revealed sooner or later. It would be better to have a big one. On the boat, he could sense several powerful masters. But in Chen Zai's eyes, those people are actually the same as the Hawkhook man. With his ability, these people probably won't last more than a few moves in his hands. Since there are some places that ordinary people can't enter, let's use this scalpel to force them out. Chen Zai had a deep look in his eyes and an expressionless face. He turned and walked into the cabin. He had already torn off his work clothes. He revealed a set of gray casual clothes and sky blue jeans. The moment he raised his head, his hair was of varying lengths, slightly swaying with the sea breeze. Several bodyguards came out on patrol. Noticed the strange man. I couldn't help but frown. Soon, someone came forward to question. Which guest are you? Do you have a membership card for paradise? Perhaps he was still not sure about Chen Zai's identity at this time. The tone of the people who asked the question was quite harmonious. After all, he is a man who can be on the boat. None of them is simple, and their combined identity can almost shake the entire Shanghai city. Just a stamp of their feet could decide the life and death of countless people. But facing the bodyguards' questions, Chen Zai had no intention of answering at all. Instead, he walked over step by step. Several bodyguards subconsciously reached for their waists and found a black stick. His expression gradually became alert, until the 2 sides are only 1 meter apart. The leading bodyguard finally couldn't hold back any longer. He swung the black stick in his hand without hesitation, accompanied by a silver reflection. The bodyguard let out a shrill scream. There was a deep scar on the wrist where the bone was visible. Blood gushed out and even the tendons in his hands were broken. Seeing this, the other 2 people's brows twitched violently. He pressed the alarm he was carrying, accompanied by bursts of red light. 2 bodyguards also rushed over, but unfortunately, they were too weak. They don't even have the ability to resist. Chen Zai easily cut his throat. Only the bodyguard with a broken tendon was left, looking at the back and the extremely cold face in horror. I vaguely feel that he seems to overlap with a character in some news. He slowly opened his mouth but dared not make any sound. The sound of sirens wailing. The sound echoed throughout the entire ship. Chen Zai walked in the sparse drizzle, and the wind blew his clothes. Walking into the cabin, it was still the same corridor and the same dim lights around. But at this moment, Chen Zai was like a killing god. As long as the corridor room is open, someone came out. Then the next second, a knife flashed. There was a corpse on the ground covered in blood. At the back of the room, Lin Xingla also opened the door. When she saw Chen Zai with blood on his clothes, she couldn't help but take a deep breath. Then he swallowed and retreated back into the room. I cursed him in my heart as a lunatic. Chen Zai got her promise and would continue to hide in the dark until the ship docked and everyone left peacefully. But who could have thought? With a turn of his head, Chen Zai started a killing spree. At the same time, many people were running towards the hall, because everyone knows, every time heaven and earth opens, there will be several masters in charge. In addition, on the top floor of the ship, there is a strong man who is comparable to a martial arts master. He used to be the helmsman of the Tang family martial arts sect, but later he died because of his old age. His speed and strength declined, so he no longer served as the leader of the Tang family martial arts sect. Instead, he came to heaven on earth, enjoying the prosperity established by the Tang family in Shanghai City. Someone will definitely take action. Otherwise, there are so many powerful people in Shanghai City. How dare they run into this cruise ship and have fun? As more and more people entered the hall, it also appeared around. Each of the black-clad figures who control order is an outstanding bodyguard if they are outside. Their average annual salary is over 200,000, and and they are a group of security personnel specially selected by the Tang family. This is in stark contrast to the bodyguards outside who are searching for Chen Zhe. They one by one, standing at the front of the crowd, each holding a long black stick in their hands, they stared coldly at the entrance in the distance. It seemed as if everyone was waiting for that person to arrive. Available over time. The entrance was always quiet, even on the top floor of the ship. There is an old man in his 50s, sitting quietly in front of the computer, checking the hall surveillance. His hands were placed beneath his pale beard. I don't know what he is thinking. It was the former ruler of the Tang family martial arts sect. When he was young, he was a prominent figure in Shanghai City, causing many bloody storms. Even the news released recently by the Tang family, the boxing master who was going to be invited back. He was also Jiang Lingyun's junior fellow apprentice. He was a famous genius in the Jiang family back then. At the age of only 38, he had already entered the ranks of the greats. This title is not easily obtained. It must be recognized by 5 martial arts masters, and he has a record of defeating the previous martial arts master. After all, they were a group of martial arts masters back then. I'm already old. If we can't even beat them, how can we be called a big country? That's why the Jiang family was able to rise strongly and the support of those behind the scenes. Today, they are considered a famous family in the martial arts world. Just as Jiang Lingyun frowned and thought, the landline next to it, the ding-ding-ding bell rang again. He picked up the phone. A dull voice came from the other side. We found a ship's staff member and a white coat in the port's toilet. The guy who's been against the Tang family lately is probably already on board. The Tang family, the Zhou family, and the Lin family, who succeeded the Wang family, have mobilized all their forces and sailed over on yachts. If that brat does anything, please ensure the lives of the dignitaries on board. We'll be able to reach your location in about an hour. Hear everything the man on the other end of the phone said. Jiang Lingyun frowned even more tightly. The madman who has been against the Tang family recently? The other person is just alone, and the address of their heaven on earth is updated every time. Several smoke bombs will be released to confuse others. But that kid. But we can find this ship accurately. There must be someone helping that kid behind the scenes. Could they be outsiders? They're close to that kid, and even the second hospital is protected by outsiders. No matter how many people the Tang family sent out, or how many times they attacked, they still couldn't take down the second hospital. Jiang Lingyun slowly exhaled. Asked over there. Earlier, wasn't Mo Yuanshan, the successor of the Mo family fist, crippled by that brat? There was silence on the other end of the line, but he answered quickly. That kid ruined it. It is said that the two met that night and fought on the roof of a residential building. The result was, Mo Yuanshan was beaten so hard that he fell from the 4th floor. Even his fellow apprentice Mo Zhendong had his hands broken, which saved Mo Yuanshan's life. Mo Yuanshan, the old man side. The other party can be regarded as the leader of the younger generation of the Southern School. Although he lacked combat experience, he was still able to lose to a madman despite the Southern faction's abundant resources and the advice of the older generation. It's indeed a bit outrageous. That kid Mo Yuanshan is still too young. I'm lacking combat experience and need to improve. I'm here on board, so you can rest assured. He used to be the closest person to a boxing master in Shanghai City. With a pair of iron fists, the entire Shanghai City was defeated and no one dared to claim to be the leader anymore. The Tang family rose to prominence and the surrounding forces were terrified. The Tang family's current glory is not only due to the support of the people behind it, but also because of him, the controller of the martial arts school. Lion Women was built by me personally back then. Although I'm not a martial arts master, I was once the best in Shanghai City. No one can compare to Mo Yuanshan. Boy, I can only say that you have come to the wrong place. The old man slowly narrowed his eyes, stood up and left the room. He strode down. He is obviously very old, but he still walked with the gait of a dragon and a tiger, and his breath was steady. The long corridor and stairs were finished in just a blink of an eye. When we reached the 3rd floor, a mysterious and luxurious room was pushed open. A shirtless, but extremely handsome young man with a bit of evil came out. His pupils contracted slightly and he asked, Mr. Jiang, is there something wrong down there? Jiang Lingyun walked down and nodded. Previously upstairs, he was extremely arrogant. Facing this young man, he appeared to be very respectful. Don't worry, young master. You can hide in the secret room first. Once we deal with that person, the Tang family's men will be here soon. At that time, the young master will leave by speedboat, and there will be no problems. A young man with a feminine voice and exceptionally handsome appearance. He nodded quickly. He retreated back into the room, but through the crack in the door, he could see several ladies from prominent families lying on the ground. It is unknown whether he is dead or alive. For all this, Jiang Lingyun was used to it and walked down the stairs with his hands behind his back. Only the young man with a feminine voice and extraordinary handsomeness was left, hiding in the secret room of the room. Although the hall was full of people, but Chen Zhe did not show up. On the contrary, it's outside. Occasionally, shrill screams could be heard. Jiang Lingyun walked down and glanced at those panicked noble families. His face was full of disdain. The bloody storm he experienced back then. It's much scarier than this. What was happening before my eyes was almost insignificant. The only thing to worry about, those are the other dignitaries who did not enter the hall. Although from the bottom of my heart, Jiang Lingyun looked down on these people, but after all, they were related to the lifeblood of the entire Shanghai City. If the casualties are too great, the impact will be immeasurable. That kid never made it to the hall. Instead, he wandered around every corner of the ship. This is a bit tricky. If the other party runs out openly. Maybe he has many ways to force that kid to death, but this cruise ship is too big. With their manpower, they can also conduct large-scale searches. But once the personnel are too dispersed, with that kid's ability, I'm afraid ordinary security will have little effect. The only thing they should do is to defend the hall and protect the current powerful people in the hall. You guys stay here first, I'll go out and see what's going on. Jiang Lingyun let out a breath, and with his skills, he felt a bit like a man of great skill and courage. Just like that, step by step, he left the hall. The surroundings became quiet again. Only Jiang Lingyun was left. He walked into the dim corridor and pressed the switch next to him. The entire corridor suddenly became bright. It was just a horrific sight. It seems he is no longer in Area A. Jiang Lingyun walked through each room. It was already empty inside, with no one in sight. So I went to Area B, Area C, Area D. No one has found Chen Zhe's whereabouts. There was only a figure in the hall with his head lowered and a cold expression. He slowly took out a silver-white scalpel from his waist. Then, there was a puffing sound. A security guard suddenly fell to the ground. The people around them haven't reacted yet. The scene was already in chaos. Screams came one after another. Chen Zhe was hiding in the chaos, quietly watching the many security guards, just like a cheetah ready to pounce. Security personnel also tried to appease these powerful people. They are used to living a life of superiority and drunkenness. When facing the unknown, fear and death long lost. That kind of courage and determination to plan and strategize began to rush towards the security guards like crazy. Escape outside. Although the security personnel were extremely angry, they had no idea what to do. And among the crowd, screams could be heard from time to time. Most of the security guards, who were originally numerous, were lying on the ground without realizing it. By the time Jiang Lingyun heard the commotion and rushed back, it became extremely empty, with only Chen Zhe standing in the middle of the hall. Seeing such a scene, Jiang Lingyun remembered the promise he made to the person on the phone. These powerful people will not be allowed to suffer casualties. The situation is out of control. He clenched his teeth. He stared at Chen Zhe, his voice extremely cold. Do you know where this is? It's okay if you usually go against the Tang family. What you're doing now is equivalent to offending the entire Shanghai city. No one will let you go. Not just you, but everything related to you, including those outsiders, will be completely wiped out because of your impulsive behavior this time. The old man was speaking. He approached step by step, with steady steps and a long breath, and his body looked already old, but it carries a breath like a raging sea wave. Chen Zhe just took up arms, looking at the old man quietly. Not a bit of panic. No concessions at all. His eyes were cold and a little scary. The silver-white scalpel was held horizontally. Bend your legs slightly and push on your toes. Like a human cannonball, he rushed out in an instant. The old man faced the oncoming Chen Zhe calmly and with brisk steps. He has fought against countless masters. His combat experience is the richest in Shanghai City. Even if he is a martial arts master, compare him with the number of battles and combat experience. They may not be his opponents, and it is precisely because of this combat experience that he is familiar with all kinds of boxing in the world. No matter what moves the opponent makes, he has a way to crack it. One can even deduce more than 10 methods of counterattack against the enemy. It is precisely this rich experience that allows him to remain calm and even slowly get into position. He wanted to see whether this madman who could defeat Mo Yuanshan was really as powerful as the rumors said. Although Mo Yuanshan is strong, he is only a junior. Compared to the real masters, he is still a million miles away. Jiang Lingyun used the push cloud hand move, wanting to teach Chen Zhe a lesson, but his hand hasn't gone out yet. A powerful punch came straight at his face. There are no tricks at all. There is no change in the route. It was like a street thug, tearing and punching shamelessly. It hit him on the forehead with lightning speed. Jiang Lingyun raised his eyebrows and raised his arms in fear to resist forcefully. There was a loud bang. Jiang Lingyun staggered and his arms trembled violently. The terrifying impact force made him step sideways and back several steps. Then he looked at Chen Zhe with shock on his face. Take a deep breath. I thought I was seeing things. I don't know what kind of boxing style the other party uses. He had never even seen it. With his rich experience and knowledge of the strengths of hundreds of schools, how could he not see through a kid who just came out of a mental hospital? Just pretend he's still considering it. How to deal with Chen Zhe. Fists and sharp scalpels with silver reflections came one after another. An experience that Jiang Lingyun is proud of. Learn from the strengths of all schools of thought. It doesn't show any effect at this moment. He doesn't use a famous boxing technique. That's not even the sword manual of the world. The punch was so powerful and powerful. I've never seen anything like it in all the schools. Jiang Lingyun's face was full of disbelief. As the number one person under everyone, he was a legendary figure who had stirred up countless storms in Shanghai City. But at this moment, it is like a lone boat in the vast ocean. Facing the turbulent sea, an irresistible illusion arose. He took more than 10 punches. He dodged more than a dozen streaks of silver light. Jiang Lingyun's arm was hit so hard that he could hardly move. Almost every punch was taken hard. Even he himself couldn't tell the difference. Which direction did the fist come from? Boy, do you dare to put away your scalpel? He had taken more than a dozen punches. If he continued like this, his arm would be broken by this madman. Jiang Lingyun quickly said, now that I'm nearly 54 years old, I dare to fight you with my bare hands. Are you really that unconfident in your own abilities? Hearing Jiang Lingyun's words, Chen Zhe frowned, feeling a little strange. This old man has quite a big tone, but the fight really broke out. It feels even worse than Mo Yuanshan. hands. Even when fighting Mo Yuanshan, he dared to use his bare hands in close combat. The opponent was beaten back step by step and fell from a building more than 10 meters high. Facing such an old man, he naturally had no fear at all. Slowly, he took out the silver-white scalpel. Don't stay behind. He rushed over again. Jiang Lingyun also made sufficient preparations this time. I think that Chen Zhe must have mixed and disrupted the various boxing styles, and I just need to distinguish them carefully. I can always cope with it. With his current abilities, even his speed and strength have declined in all aspects. But with this experience alone, he was able to suppress countless people and make them unable to raise their heads. But when Chen Zhe rushed to him again, it was still that powerful punch that hit the old man's shoulder. Jiang Lingyun groaned. My hands couldn't stop shaking. It doesn't take any effort at all. He gritted his teeth. Looking at Chen Zhe in front of him, he felt a surge of hatred in his heart, because now he was sure. This kid didn't learn boxing at all. It's not a leg technique either. It's clearly the way street thugs fight. All changes. It's all improvisation, relying on fighting instinct. Plus, this kid's physique is different from that of ordinary people. His strength is several times that of a martial artist. He is no longer the Jiang Lingyun of the past. The reason why he is so good at fighting, it's because he has enough experience to support him. All experiences. When facing this kid, everyone feels a little blank and powerless, and is at a loss as to how to fight him. He finally knew. Why did Mo Yuanshan lose? To fight this kid, he could only rely on brute force and speed. That's not all. In terms of fighting instinct, you have to surpass your opponent. He really couldn't imagine what kind of monster such a person who fought entirely by instinct would turn into if he learned orthodox martial arts moves. Jiang Lingyun's thoughts were complicated and his mind was in a mess. A few more punches came towards him. He finally couldn't bear it anymore. He was knocked to the ground by a punch, and his arm had no feeling at all. He had even been punched several times in the face. The number one person under the martial arts master was beaten so badly that his face was bruised and bloody, and the corners of his mouth were bleeding. It was a horrible sight. Even Chen Zhe's eyes were filled with some doubt. He squatted beside the old man who fell to the ground, looking at each other coldly. You are far inferior to the guy who called himself Mo Yuanshan who fought me last time. He fought me for at least 15 minutes. You couldn't even hold on for 10 minutes. When I heard Chen Zhe, I actually compared him with Mo Yuanshan. Jiang Lingyun was so angry that he was shaking all over, but he couldn't refute it. I just felt a heaviness in my chest and almost vomited blood. It was extremely uncomfortable. He also visited the Southern Fist Mo family and explained martial arts to the younger generations of the Mo family. He had seen Mo Yuanshan several times. Mo Yuanshan had asked him for advice many times, but the two sides only fought for less than a few rounds. Mo Yuanshan was knocked to the ground by him. Now being ridiculed like this, Jiang Lingyun could only snort coldly and turn his head away. Jiang Lingyun let Chen Zhe stare at him from the side. His old face now felt as if he had been hit and was burning with pain. If there was a crack in the ground, he would crawl into it without hesitation. I finally understood. What does it mean to kill a master with random punches? Chen Zhe saw the old man in front of him. I don't want to care about my appearance. He just shook his head and took out the silver scalpel again. It hit the opponent's neck. Be prepared to deal with the other party to prevent future troubles. But before his knife could cut through, a loud crash was heard outside. Faintly, there were the excited shouts of the powerful and the chaotic footsteps. When Jiang Lingyun heard the voice, he knew that people from the Tang, Zhou, and Lin families had arrived. His mission was completed. Plus, I'm already old. He no longer resisted and just lay on the ground. Instead, the commotion around them grew louder and louder. The chaotic footsteps became more and more frequent. Chen Zhe narrowed his eyes, grabbed the old man's clothes, and walked quickly outside. When Chen Zhe was dragging Jiang Lingyun to the deck, Jiang Lingyun finally spoke. Little brother, can you please let me go first and let me walk out by myself? If you want to kill me, little brother, I will not fight back. I only beg you to leave me one last bit of dignity. The thought of myself being dragged like a dead dog, exposed in front of everyone, it was still such a tragic scene. He wished he could die in the hall. He's already this old. Countless legendary stories were left behind, but in the end, if it ended like this, it would probably become a big joke in Shanghai City, even if he died in the fight with Chen Zhe. At least when others talk about him, Jiang Lingyun, thumbs up too. Call him an old senior. But what is going on now? Chen Zhe glanced at the old man who had no ability to fight back and slowly loosened his grip on his clothes. After a while, we arrived at the exit. There are densely packed speedboats docked in front, behind, left and right. There is a small cruise ship that is big enough to accommodate all the dignitaries. Those dignitaries standing at the bow were climbing down the erratic rope ladder and boarding the speedboat one after another. There were also more than a dozen people standing at the bow. From all directions, many masters boarded the ship one after another. Such a lineup. This is unprecedented in the entire Shanghai City. The one with the most terrifying aura was the one standing in front, dressed in black and with stubble on his face. A tall and strong man. He was about 30 or 40 years old, with calluses all over his fists. On both sides stood 7 or 8 young men, dressed in black like him. The moment Chen Zhe walked out, everyone's eyes fell on him. The middle-aged man standing in the front, wearing black clothes, with a stubble on his face and a strong build. He raised his calloused hand and asked, "Are you Chen Zhe, the man who has been making so much noise in Shanghai City recently?" The middle-aged man who spoke was named Jiang Sheng. He started learning boxing at the age of 5, and by the age of 12 he had already defeated the younger generation of the Jiang family, leaving them without any any chance of fighting back. He is also the only martial arts genius born in the entire Zheng family. At the age of 14, he represented the Zheng family, challenged various sects, and became famous. At the age of 31, he won a competition with the older generation in the presence of 5 great people. He became the most famous martial arts master at that time. He is also the president of the Sichuan Yunnan Province Wushu Association. He already has thousands of disciples. It goes without saying how prestigious this person is. It seems that you don't want to answer. Seeing that Chen Zhe didn't say anything for a long time, Zhang Shang asked again, "Is my senior brother still in there?" "Little brother, it seems you haven't fought with my senior brother yet, otherwise your clothes wouldn't be so neat." "Senior brother?" Chen Zhe remembered the vulnerable old man just now. The voice said calmly, "I took over 30 punches from you, and now it's hard for me to even walk." A young man in the back is drinking water. He suddenly spat out the mineral water in his mouth. The girl in the light blue military uniform giggled, laughing so hard that the whole body shook. Even other people. There was a hint of speechlessness in their eyes. "My dear brother, you don't look very old. Didn't your mother tell you that lying is wrong?" The girl in the blue military uniform spread out her hands. The smile in his voice was not concealed. "The whole process is ridiculous." When they got on the boat just now, they asked the dignitaries around them and learned that Chen Zhe had never met Jiang Lingyun. Instead, it was Jiang Lingyun who left. Only then did he start to take action against the surrounding security. It's time for these powerful people to come out. And how long had it been since they boarded the ship? Even if a fight really broke out, Chen Zhe, with his strength as a martial arts master, would not be able to end the fight so quickly in front of the experienced Jiang Lingyun. The last time Zhang Shang fought with his senior brother, the fight lasted nearly 20 minutes before his senior brother admitted defeat. Could it be that Chen Zhe is only 15 years old? Is he more powerful than the 31-year-old president of the Martial Arts Association of their Chuanyun province? Just thinking about it seems like a fantasy. As for Jiang Lingyun, who walked to the exit, hear the conversation outside. His already flushed face revealed a hint of shame. His toes were firmly gripping the ground. If he had enough strength, he would probably have dug through the soles of his shoes, but he had to go out now, thinking about how others would look at him later. Jiang Lingyun felt like his mentality was about to explode. Thinking back to when he was young, he was not afraid at all when facing masters who were several times stronger than him. Even when he was beaten with blood all over his face and was dying, he had never looked so miserable as he does now. It's not up to him now. Jiang Lingyun's face was full of embarrassment. Every step he took felt extremely heavy, as if his legs were filled with lead, but he still walked outside. When everyone saw Jiang Lingyun with a bruised face and blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, he looked horrible. The corners of their mouths couldn't help but twitch, and those who had laughed just now froze in place. He looked up at the sky awkwardly, pretending that what had just happened had not happened. Only the strong Zhang Shang glanced at his senior brother, then smiled. As we walked closer step by step, the situation around us became more and more serious. The glass window on the 3rd floor of the ship was opened from the inside. The figure of a handsome young man was revealed, shouted to the people below, "Mr. Jiang, are the people from the Tang family here? Is it safe down there? If so, I'll go down." But it was this slightly feminine voice. Jiang Lingyun's expression next to him changed again and again. The people around seemed to realize something as well. His expression showed a bit of shock and hesitation. Didn't they say that the young master wouldn't come when the heaven on earth opens this time? Why did he end up on the boat again? And under such circumstances, even Chen Zhe narrowed his eyes. When he looked up at the handsome young man with a feminine voice, the extreme coldness and madness in his eyes could no longer be suppressed. He stepped hard on the pedal next to him. With one hand, he grabbed the protruding iron block on the 2nd floor. He rushed towards the feminine boy with the awning above. There happened to be a pipe there that led directly to the top. If Chen Zhe could climb up, the consequences are unimaginable. Jiang Lingyun shouted in panic, "Little brother, you killed quite a few powerful people on the cruise ship this time. If even that young master gets into trouble, Shanghai City will really be in turmoil." Got Jiang Lingyun's personal confirmation. "I'm afraid even a fool can guess the identity of that handsome young man." Zhang Sheng even grabbed a stool next to him. It suddenly hit Chen Zhe, who had climbed to the 2nd floor. There was a huge force, and there was only a loud bang. Chen Zhe couldn't help shaking his body. The 2 younger generations of the Zhang family behind joined together, crossed their hands, and signaled Jiang Sheng to step on their hands and shoulders and jump up. Jiang Sheng did not hesitate. Like a tiger choosing its prey, he jumped up and punched Chen Zhe, who was leaning on the plywood on the 2nd floor. Having just been hit on the back by a stool, the intense pain had not yet subsided. Chen Zhe leaned back slightly, supporting himself with his feet on the edge of the 2nd floor deck. He turned around at lightning speed. A punch was thrown at him. There was a loud bang. The 2 men's fists bumped together. Chen Zhe also lost his balance. Zhang Shang was also thrown 7 or 8 meters away by the huge force and was supported by his juniors, who staggered. Just now he stood firm. It was just that hand that kept shaking after the collision. It stirred up a huge wave of shock in his heart. Just a punch. Zhang Shangrun was dumbfounded. When he was 14 years old, he traveled all over the country. He has challenged countless martial arts masters, and his strength is second to none. Chen Zhe is definitely among all the people he has met the most terrifying thing. His eyes were complicated, but Chen Zhe ignored him. Instead, he looked up. Inside the glass window on the 3rd floor, the extremely handsome young man with a feminine voice knew that it was almost impossible to rush up from here. His eyes swept coldly over everyone present. He retreated step by step into the corridor next to him. Since these people want to stop themselves, then play a big one and enter his home time. There are many masters present. If they all rush forward, even Chen Zhe will be restrained. Then let's have a satisfying assassination. There are many areas on the entire ship, and there are many places where he can hide, as long as it is inside the ship. In this dark night, he is a ghost wandering on the edge of hell, and no one can stop him. As Chen Zhe disappeared into the darkness, a cold, icy gaze swept over everyone. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. A bad premonition began to sprout in my heart. When they caught up and tried to look for Chen Zhe, they could no longer see him. At the same time, they were afraid, so Chen Zhe went to find the young man on the third floor, and they started rushing in and rushed into the ship. Otherwise, if something happens to that young master, the consequences are unimaginable. Jiang Shang was the first to react. He stepped on a stool in the distance, jumped up, and grabbed the splint on the second floor. Following the sewage pipe, he rushed to the third floor. He is not like Chen Zhe, who has all his people under him. No one would stop him, and in just a few breaths, he had reached the third floor window. The person in charge of the Tang family's main house for this mission. Tang Yun looked at the 6 martial arts masters he brought with him. Wei Guangyao, Jiang Qi, Chen Wu, Chao Pang, Xing Junren, Luo Qingji. With your strength, you may not be able to defeat that guy, but once you join forces, you can't be underestimated. I don't ask much of you. Just find that guy and hold him back. Don't let him get away. Wei Guangyao, Jiang Qi, Chen Wu, Chao Pang, Xing Junren, and Luo Qingji nodded. They all rushed towards the corridor. They were all martial artists, second only to the helmsman. His strength is similar to that of the Eagle Hookman, and he can beat people at Sun Long's level, but compared to Jiang Lingyun and Jiang Shang, he is still far behind. However, if the 6 of them join forces, even Jiang Shang couldn't kill them all in a short period of time. At that time, they only need to drag Chen Zhe and wait for Jiang Shang and others to arrive. The purpose is achieved. Wei Guangyao, Jiang Qi, Chen Wu, Chao Pang, Xing Junren, and Luo Qingji, the 6 of them were very fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, he followed Chen Zhe inside. Tang Yun, the head of the main house standing outside, gestured to the people around him. Those figures in black clothes entered the cruise ship like a tide. Someone even brought a ladder, ready to help the handsome young man on the third floor leave first. As long as the handsome young man is gone, they can then let go and Chen Zhe will be unable to escape, just as he arranged it. After many things happened, a person quickly climbed up from under the speedboat. He glanced around a few times. He came to Tang Yun and whispered, "Brother, there are quite a few people outside. They seem to be masters from the side branches. In addition, a large number of outsiders have appeared and are fighting with the people from the side branches. If we want to take that young master away now, the danger is not low. As far as I know, the outsiders have also invited the leading figure in Beitang to Shanghai City." Tang Yun, who had been calm and composed, turned pale when he heard this. The original plan. If he lets the young master leave first, and Jiang Shang takes action personally, maybe he can keep Chen Zhe here. But the appearance of outsiders, side branches, and even the leading figure of Beitang made the situation confusing again. Don't these outsiders know the young master's identity? Are they crazy? The person who came to report just smiled bitterly. They definitely know, but the people above have controlled Shanghai City for too long, so it's inevitable that people will have other ideas. We can only blame the higher-ups for holding on to resources too tightly. Otherwise, things wouldn't have gotten to this point. When the Tang family was at its most powerful and glorious, outsiders did come, but they were quickly driven away. However, as the Tang family gradually declined, the number of outsiders entering Shanghai City gradually increased. Each time they became tougher, causing the Tang family to make many concessions over the years. It just happened like this. Still, these outsiders were not satisfied. They have a huge appetite. What they want is the lifeline of the entire Shanghai City. But no matter whether it is the people above or our Tang family, there is no way we can give these things up. When Tang Yin heard this, his face became gloomy. I felt a strong sense of powerlessness, but he quickly asked, "By the way, is Tang Bing the one leading the branch this time?" The person who came to report was stunned for a moment and shook his head. "It's not Tang Bing, it's Tang Hao's wife Lin Yuezhu. She probably brought people here secretly without telling Tang Bing." Lin Yuezhu? Tang Yun's eyes narrowed unconsciously. He pinched his chin. After thinking for a long time, he looked at the sea with deep eyes. Tang Hao is practically the backbone of the branch. His role is even greater than Tang Bing's. If it weren't for Tang Hao, the branch would have declined long ago. Lin Yuezhu is Tang Hao's right-hand man. Without this woman, Tang Hao wouldn't be able to achieve what he has today. Speaking of Tang Hao, there is also Lin Yuezhu. Although the main wife and the side branches have long been incompatible, but the person who came to report looked as if he agreed with it. Even though one does not want the side branches to take power, one has to admit that Tang Hao and his wife have indeed created many legendary stories. Brother, how about I contact Lin Yuezhu and send some people over? As long as both sides work together, I believe that outsiders, even if they invite the best of the best in Beitang, may not be able to gain any benefits. His idea was very simple, which was to kill Chen Zhe and then drive the outsiders out of Shanghai City. But Tang Yun in front of him had a somewhat uncertain expression. People must be sent over, but I hope that Lin Yuezhu can die tonight. When the Tang family member next to him heard this, his eyes widened and he showed an expression of inexplicable fear. Killed Lin Yuezhu? I'm afraid the entire branch will go crazy. Once the truth is revealed, the Tang family will collapse on its own without the need for outsiders to intervene. His elder brother is simply insane. I know what you're thinking, but Tang Hao is in that madman's hands. His life or death is uncertain. All we have to do is kill this madman. madman. The chaos in Shanghai City should finally come to an end. All the problems come from that madman. So, I want to make a big bet. If we win, outsiders will also be driven out of Shanghai City, and the side branches will be devastated and reduced to pawns on the edge of power. After hearing what his elder brother said, the younger brother's expression became a little struggling, full of complicated words. But we promised Tang Bing that we would not invade each other until the Tang family's crisis was resolved. Tang Yun waved his hand. Fourth brother, don't you understand? If Tang Hao returns safely, with Tang Bing's skills, Tang Hao and his wife Lin Yuezhu, our eldest wife will be no match for him. After saying that, Tang Yun sighed slowly. Even if we win, our wife will one day become a useless puppet. Okay, alright. The fourth brother nodded, as if he had made a decision. He returned to the speedboat and disappeared into the night. Only Tang Yun was left, gazing at the distant coastline. Slowly exhale a breath of foul air. Lin Yuezhu, don't blame me for being cruel. Just blame yourself for coming at the wrong time. However, because of the outsiders, I'm afraid that young master won't be able to leave for a while. The distant coastline. Two newly arrived huge cruise ships and numerous speedboats almost blocked the entire area. From time to time, screams could be heard around. Let the open sea, which was already covered by the sound of tsunami, become more cluttered. Even the lights from speedboats and cruise ships illuminated the surrounding area. The cruise ship on the far left, Mr. Lu, Miss Su, and the controllers of other areas of Shanghai City all gathered here. There was also a man standing there with a strong aura, about 40 years old and nearly 1.9 meters tall, slowly stretching his muscles like a tiger's back. The terrifying line seemed to carry unparalleled explosive power. Looking at the battlefield in front of him, he felt quite refreshed. I haven't seen such a spectacular scene in a long time. It seems that those behind Shanghai City are beginning to get restless. Such a lineup is definitely not something the Tang family can deploy today. This person is none other than the outsider, Duan Yulong, a Taishan-level figure invited from Beitang. He has unparalleled appeal in the entire northern school. The reason why we were able to gather so many people in a short time is due to the contribution of this top-notch figure in front of us. When the others heard Duan Yulong's words, they all nodded in agreement, their faces filled with respect. Only Miss Su next to her looked at the ship sailing in the same direction across the street and spoke slowly. If I saw correctly just now, the person standing on the ship opposite is Lin Yuezhu. She is Tang Hao's virtuous wife. In the entire Tang family side branch, he is considered the sole leader. The reason why the side branch can achieve its current glory is that it can even challenge the main branch. Tang Bing, Tang Hao, and Lin Yuezhu have made invaluable contributions. If we confront both the principal wife and the side branch at the same time, I'm afraid today's events will become extremely difficult. The staff I had previously assigned to the ship also reported the situation on the ship to me. It is said that the arrogant little prince is also on the cruise ship of Heaven on Earth. Everyone looked a little surprised, but soon he became excited again. Especially Duan Yulong, who was standing at the front, couldn't help but burst into laughter. That was a good bet. If only that madman could kill the Mu guy. Those people behind this will definitely show up. As soon as they show up, new forces will enter Shanghai City. They can't withstand it. Once the decline comes, it will be time for the storm to rise again. But we can't put all our hopes on that kid. We must get on that ship as soon as possible. Duan Yulong waved his hand, signaling everyone to speed up. After all, there was also Jiang Shang and Jiang Lingyun on that ship in Heaven and Earth. That kid is all alone, and I don't know how long he can hold on. On the boat of the Tang family's branch, Lin Yuezhu was also watching everything around her. There were many people following behind her, and she went through a lot of trouble to invite some experts. Even the power of her mother's family was mobilized. It has reached its current scale. Sister-in-law, is it too risky for us to do this? Didn't Auntie say that we can't come over? Don't let people from other branches participate in this encirclement and suppression. She is Tang Hao's sister, although she is also worried about her brother's safety. If something happens to her sister-in-law and her brother can't come back, the side branch's family will probably be in ruins. But facing Tang Xinxin's questions, Lin Yuezhu just raised her head with a look of helplessness on her face. If you were the principal wife, you would only want to suppress us and capture the only person who knew Tang Hao's whereabouts. What will you do next? Tang Xinxin opened her mouth but couldn't speak for a long time. If it were her, she would pry open that boy's mouth without hesitation, then send someone to kill Tang Hao. Once this kid who caused trouble in Shanghai City and made the Tang family in trouble dies, this also means that the storm in Shanghai City should subside. The so-called agreement between the principal wife and the side branches, it will become meaningless. But what if Auntie knew we were doing this? Wouldn't it be? Don't worry about that. If you want your brother and my man to survive, you must catch that guy before the main wife does. Lin Yuezhu looked up at the sky. At least all interrogations must have our people present, otherwise, what awaits us will be an unprecedented disaster. It will be difficult for the side branches to make a breakthrough. I heard from my sister-in-law that you have said so much. Tang Xinxin could only nod and say, then I'll listen to my sister-in-law. However, our people are facing off against outsiders. The cruise ship is moving very slowly, and there are speedboats all around us. I don't know when we can get to the ship where Heaven and Earth is. Following Tang Xinxin's gaze, the speedboats had almost blocked the entire sea. Some of these people were outsiders, and some were masters invited by Lin Yuezhu. It was already difficult to tell who was who. If they rushed forward without caring about the consequences, not only the outsiders would die, but their people would also die. The outsiders' target is also Heaven on Earth. They will definitely not sit idly by. Don't worry, the battle around here will be over soon. Once the two sides separate, it's time for us to move forward at full speed. When Lin Yuezhu finished speaking, the outsiders around her began to retreat little by little. Lin Yuezhu also arranged her people to return to both sides of the cruise ship. Both sides began to speed up tacitly. They believed that it would not take long before they could reach the location of paradise on Earth. There's so much chaos outside. None of it has anything to do with Chen Zhe. He has now moved from Area A to Area C. Figures lying in all directions on the ground could be seen everywhere. They were all inside the ship, wanting to besiege Chen Zhe. He walked with almost silent steps. The only internal power supply was cut off. It had already fallen into pitch-black silence. 6 masters from Woman happened to arrive at the scene. See the tragic scene on the ground. His face was terribly dark. Those who came this time are all elites from the Wu sect. Every time someone died, they felt their hearts bleeding. Now, in just half an hour, more than half of the people were killed or injured. Who can bear it? If this continues, even if they go back, they cannot escape responsibility. The final outcome is predictable. The lightest punishment would be being kicked out of the Tang family, considering all the crimes they had committed. Once they leave the Tang family, they will die in a foreign land. Guan Yao, this isn't a solution. That kid is too cunning. Unless we can catch him head-on, it's all over sooner or later. Wei Guanyao could only smile bitterly. Let's go after them and see what happens first. I can't do anything if you tell me all this. The others had no choice but to nod. Soon they arrived at the junction of Area C and Area B, accompanied by the sound of something falling to the ground. They looked in the direction where the sound came from. Finally, they saw the person they had been looking for. Wei Guanyao breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, if this continued, all the elite members of Woman would have died. Their fate was not much better. The remaining 5 people, Jiang Qi, Jinwu, Xiao Ping, Xing Junren, and Luo Qingji, all grinned. After all, their purpose was just to entangle Chen Zhe, and there were so many people around them. Once Chen Zhe is surrounded and Jiang Sheng arrives, this guy will be unable to escape even if he has wings. Notify Mr. Jiang that this kid can't leave. Wei Guanyao walked over first, but he always felt that the person in the distance was a little strange. I can't explain what's going on, but it just doesn't feel right. But now that they have finally found the person, they can't care less. Of the other 4 people, only Luo Qingji was left, who took out the walkie-talkie. Soon they surrounded Chen Zhe, and with a rustling sound, Luo Qingji picked up the walkie-talkie and spoke. Mr. Jiang, we've found the person. He's at the junction of Area C and Area B. Please come here as soon as possible. The intercom was cut off. Luo Qingji twisted his neck and quickly joined the encirclement, ready to attack. The remaining 5 people looked at each other, and Wei Yaodong did not forget to remind them. Remember, our goal is just to hold him back. Don't force a fight. Wei Guanyao was the first to come to a place not far from the figure. He was very fast and kicked sideways with his foot. But when he kicked out with his leg, the strange feeling just now came to his mind again, until the 2 of them were very close, coming in front of him from a distance of about 10 meters. In the distance, with its back to them, was actually just a dummy covered in clothes. But his legs had already kicked out, and he didn't even have time to warn. There was a loud bang. He kicked the dummy in pieces, and lots of plastic exploded everywhere. Jiang Qi, Jinwu, Xiao Ping, Xing Junren, Luo Qingji and others only felt a gust of wind blowing over their heads. A figure holding up both sides of the corridor. The silver-white scalpel fell into the crowd, carrying an unstoppable silver light. In an instant, their throats were slit. Luo Qingji, who had been holding the walkie-talkie earlier, opened his mouth. He never dreamed that they would die here before they even had a chance to fight. The remaining 4 people also covered their throats. The blood kept gushing out, and an inexplicable sense of fear enveloped the depths of their souls. Eventually, the color disappeared from their eyes and they fell to the ground. Wei Guanyao, who kicked the dummy away, watched with his own eyes as his 5 brothers turned into corpses in the blink of an eye. His mouth opened wide and his breathing became increasingly rapid. Even the footsteps began to become disordered, and the pupils shrank little by little. In the empty corridor, only Chen Zhe was walking towards them step by step with a scalpel, making a clattering sound. It was also like a death alarm, stimulating Wei Guanyao all the time. Looking at this devil-like figure, only 1 step away from him, a silver-white scalpel was slowly raised. Wei Guanyao could no longer suppress the fear in his heart, let out a hysterical roar. I want to fight Chen Zhe for my life. But Wei Guanyao was already confused and terrified to the extreme. In Chen Zhe's eyes, it was no different from a dead dog. The hand raised high waved the scalpel without hesitation, accompanied by the sound of breaking through the air, like something was cut off. Wei Guanyao stopped in front of Chen Zhe, and even his punches became weak and powerless. Gently touched Chen Zhe's chest. Finally, there was a bang and he fell to the ground. After shaking off the blood on the knife, Chen Zhe fumbled around these people for a moment, took out 5 walkie-talkies, and listened quietly. After a few minutes, he took a step forward. Walk outside. From the contents of the intercom, the extremely handsome boy with a feminine voice has been sent to the bow of the ship. It's very likely that I'm about to leave. I just brought the feminine boy to the deck. He also received the message that Luo Qingji mentioned, but he was with the feminine boy at the time and did not send him to the splint, so he certainly did not dare to look back. When he came outside, he immediately picked up the intercom and asked, "Are you still at the junction of Area C and Area B? If nothing goes wrong, I'll be there in 5 minutes. You just need to hold that guy back for 5 minutes, that's all. He's expended so much energy. I have the confidence to let him stay here." Jiang Sheng finished speaking. There were quite a few people around, running to help. The first one to come forward was Tang Yun. Seeing the handsome and tall young man in front of him, Tang Yun quickly extended his his hand. "Hello, young master, didn't I scare you just now?" Mu Jingnan's eyes were sinister and his teeth were clenched tightly. There was a hint of ferocity and cruelty on his handsome face. Mu Jingnan had never encountered such a thing in Shanghai City. When Jiang Shang asked him to climb down from the third floor, his face was filled with fear, and he couldn't stop backing away. Mu Jingnan wanted to slap himself twice. "In the past, I was high and mighty. Even the rich and powerful are no different from dogs in his eyes. How arrogant he is, thinking he is superior to others." A feeling of fear I had never felt before. It made him look extremely embarrassed. It was this feeling that made him hate that madman. Just a guy who just got out of a mental hospital turned Shanghai City into this mess. Everyone outside is saying that your Tang family is failing. Now it seems that you are really a paper tiger, all show and no substance. The handsome man walked forward, and his innate aura made Tang Yun lower his head unconsciously. I didn't think anything of it before, but when this handsome young man regained his original posture and expression, and also his identity, no one present dared to say a word. But Mu Zhengnan also knew. The current situation requires protection from the Tang family. I just took a deep breath. He began to look Tang Yun up and down. Mu Zhengnan had met the head of the main house several times, although he did not have a very deep impression of him, but he still reached out and helped Tang Yun up. The voice said coldly, "I want that kid's life, Mr. Tang. That should be no problem, right?" The handsome boy's attitude softened a lot, but there was still a strong murderous intent in his tone. Tang Yun hesitated for a moment, but still answered, "With Mr. Jiang here, there shouldn't be any problems. Besides, the 6 strongest masters of our Tang family martial arts sect have already found that kid. It's impossible for him to kill someone in a short time, so as long as Mr. Jiang rushes over, that guy will definitely die." In the distance, Chen Zhe came out with a scalpel in hand. 6 walkie-talkies connected in a string were dropped to the ground with a thud. Everyone held their breath. The feminine boy who had a ferocious look on his face previously took several steps back. Even Jiang Sheng frowned. "Be prepared to take action." Tang Yun widened his eyes in disbelief. Tang Yun, who knew very well how powerful Wei Guanyu and his men were, was unwilling to believe the scene before him. "That's impossible. Even if Mr. Jiang took action personally, it would be impossible to kill all 6 of them in such a short time." He wanted to say something, but Jiang Sheng next to him raised his walkie-talkie. He tapped it twice with his fingers. There were heavy knocking sounds coming from the 6 walkie-talkies on the ground. Now everyone was completely dumbfounded. Even Jiang Sheng clenched his fists. His expression gradually became serious, because, after what happened with my senior brother before, there is also the precedent of Wei Guanyu and 6 others. No matter how arrogant he was, he had a strong sense of crisis. "It's like I'm going to die here at any moment. I can't care less about that. Take the young master away first and let me meet this brat." Jiang Sheng exhaled and stood in front of the deck. Mu Zhengnan, who had just regained some courage, shouted in panic at this moment, "Hurry, send me down and get someone to take me away from here. I don't want to see this lunatic again." Tang Yun smiled bitterly. "Young Master Mu, there are outsiders everywhere. We can't leave. Even if we go out, it's very dangerous." Mu Jingnan's body stiffened and he looked at Jiang Sheng. All his hopes were pinned on this man. Jiang Sheng just nodded, his expression relatively calm, gave them a little confidence. The man in front of me can really kill that kid. No matter what, Jiang Sheng is still a great man of his generation. He once relied on a pair of iron fists to fight all over the country. At the age of over 30, he has already been able to join the ranks of the general public. You can imagine how strong he is. In the distance, 2 cruise ships were approaching. The scene on the plywood is clearly visible. The cruise ship of the outsider. The 1.9-meter tall, burly man with a broad back slowly opened his mouth. "Miss Su, you've always been very good at planning. You're considered quite capable among outsiders. Do you think that madman has a chance of winning against Jiang Sheng?" Miss Su heard Duan Yulong's question. He also stood there in a daze. For a moment, I didn't know what to say. After all, no matter what, Jiang Sheng is still a martial arts master. Having received recognition from many people, she dared not say that she could win, nor did she dare say that she would lose. He said with a calm smile on his face, "Jiang Sheng was once a figure who fought all over the country, and countless people were defeated by him. A martial arts master is not just a name." "Oh, really?" Duan Yulong, whose muscles were bulging. But he narrowed his eyes and said playfully, "I don't know why, but I always feel that there is an unpredictable aura about that kid. Maybe the chances of winning are very high." Miss Su was stunned and looked at Duan Yulong in confusion. As both were martial arts masters, if he belittled Jiang Sheng, wouldn't he also be belittled himself? However, she still said, "Chen Zhe has experienced many battles before. Not to mention Jiang Lingyun, even the 6 guys from the Tang family martial arts sector not easy to deal with. Now that I've overdrawn so much of my physical strength and now I have to face a martial arts master, it's probably a bit risky. If I really fail, I'll have to ask you to help me." Duan Yulong twisted his neck. He chuckled twice without commenting. He stopped answering, looking forward, holding the scalpel. Facing Chen Zhe with a cold gaze, Jiang Sheng slowly spread out his hands and made a gesture of invitation. His eyes remained indifferent and his pace was neither hurried nor slow. There was a little blood on the scalpel. Even the clothes were stained scarlet. "A strong smell of blood hits my face." Even Jiang Sheng couldn't help but frown. He didn't care much about it before. Suddenly, I understood something. His senior brother who was seriously injured and sent away. "What did you mean by what you said to me before?" He could feel an inexplicable sense of oppression from Chen Zhe. The look in his eyes is also a bit scary. But these were not enough to scare Jiang Sheng away. away. Jiang Sheng was seen with his legs slightly bent. A pair of calloused fists, after their twisted muscles exploded, suddenly struck Chen Zai. A sharp sound that broke through the air caused Chen Zai's head to tilt slightly to the left. It wasn't that he was dodging on purpose, but his fighting instinct made him act subconsciously. It was the familiar swinging punch that hit Jiang Sheng's shoulder hard, causing his body to tilt a few inches to the right. But it quickly stabilized. Just this one punch made Jiang Sheng's body involuntarily press halfway down. His pupils contracted slightly and he took a deep breath. He had previously exchanged punches with Chen Zai, knowing that his strength is far beyond that of ordinary warriors. But at that time, Chen Zai was standing on the edge of the plywood on the second floor and suddenly counterattacked. Now the two are almost facing each other head-on. They had each other's points of force, and after one punch, Jiang Sheng was hit so hard that his teeth couldn't help but clench. After a muffled groan, he took 2 steps back. The silver-white knife light came one after another. The attack was fierce and pressing, with almost no tricks at all. There is no intention of giving in at all. Chen Zai pushed Jiang Sheng to the edge of the cliff step by step, just like Mo Yuanshan did in the past. Although Jiang Sheng could occasionally counterattack, in Chen Zai's opinion, he was not much stronger than Mo Yuanshan. It seems there is no way to retreat. Jiang Sheng gritted his teeth, took a deep breath, swung his leg vigorously, and chopped towards Chen Zai's forehead. Chen Zai was faster and didn't want to continue pestering him. He chose to take the kick head-on, but the scalpel stabbed towards Jiang Sheng's chest without hesitation. Chen Zai was kicked and took several steps back, but the scalpel had already pierced Jiang Sheng's chest when he lowered his head. Blood surged into his mouth, he groaned unconsciously, and his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Everyone looked at Chen Zai, who had been hit in the leg but only had slightly bloodshot eyes. He looked at Jiang Sheng, who was seriously injured by a knife. Tang Yun and others, who had previously held out hope, quickly became agitated, and the shock on their faces took a long time to dissipate. Besides that, there was also a deep fear. They knew that if Jiang Sheng lost, they would be the next. On the alien's ship, Duan Yulong, who is 1.9 meters tall and has a strong build, couldn't help but burst into laughter. The sound is getting louder and louder. It gives people a refreshing feeling. I told you, this guy is not as simple as you think. Duan Yulong couldn't help but burst into laughter. He had long disliked Jiang Sheng, although Jiang Sheng also has the ability to become everyone. But back then, when we became everyone, the means are not very clean. Don't be fooled by the rumors that Jiang Sheng is a miracle worker. But what actually happened back then? I'm afraid only the Jiang family knows about this. Anyway, the martial arts master who was against Jiang Sheng. Only 3 months had passed since I returned. Then news spread that he was seriously ill and died in his ancestral home. It was once a hot topic. There are many different opinions, but the real big families have more or less guessed something based on the clues they have obtained. We don't have to worry about the heaven on earth cruise anymore. But the people behind Shanghai City are probably already on their way here. We'll leave this place to that kid. What we need to do next is to keep all the enemies out to sea. It's time to let them see the true power of outsiders. As Duan Yulong's voice fell, everyone's boat began to turn around because the two were fighting. They received the information and learned about the movements of the man surnamed Mu. After this overseas dispute, it is likely that this will be the day when outsiders and local forces will truly go to war. Miss Su nodded and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Duan. Mr. Mu had a falling out with the others back then. Unless he can swallow his pride and go back to admit his mistakes, others may not accept him." But the man with the surname Mu was so arrogant that he was able to break up with the others and become independent because he was too arrogant. Now on the Heaven and Earth ship, almost no one can match Chen Zai. There is little point in them staying here. But the outsider left. Chen Zai's anger had just begun to rise. He swayed. Her gaze finally fell on the exceptionally handsome young man. The boy was extremely frightened at this moment. The moment Jiang Sheng fell, they realized what would happen next. The others also had faces filled with fear. Tang Yun swallowed hard, knowing that something big was about to happen. The exceptionally handsome young man still wanted to escape. He suddenly pushed away the people around him. He climbed to the edge of the hull and wanted to climb onto the speedboat along the long rope ladder. But just as she stepped onto the top, perhaps because she was too frightened, her foot slipped. Then a hysterical scream was heard. From the high bow of the ship, it hit the engine of the speedboat below. The waist has been completely broken. The lower body cannot move. The blood could not be stopped and gushed out from the wound. Those terrified eyes looked at Chen Zai, who came to the bow of the ship. Fear was like a ferocious beast, devouring his mind completely. He looked at Chen Zai anxiously. In his mind, the figures of Chen Zai and the girl who fell from the building in the school gradually overlapped. Chen Zai looks a lot like his sister, but compared to his sister, he is taller and has broader shoulders. No one expected it. It was just a spur-of-the-moment play, but it pushed him to a dead end. No one would have thought that what was once a trivial matter in the eyes of big figures would become an increasingly severe storm. Tang Yin even shouted to Jiang Sheng, who was in the distance and had been stabbed in the chest and was seriously injured. "What are you waiting for? Save him. If the young master dies, both I and your Jiang family will be plunged into an endless quagmire." Jiang Sheng, who was gritting his teeth and having difficulty even getting up, heard Tang Yun's words. I could only sigh slowly, struggled to get up. Using up his last bit of strength, Chen Zai rushed to the bow and was about to jump off. But now Jiang Sheng. In Chen Zai's opinion, the speed was too slow. It was so slow that he didn't even have to dodge. When the fist hit him in the face, he simply raised his right hand and gently blocked Jiang Sheng's attack. With your other hand, grab the scalpel. With a strong twist, Jiang Jiang Shang, who was already in critical condition, shook violently. He slowly fell to the ground, with a bitter look in his eyes. Blood gushed out of his mouth, and he turned his head and died. Jiang Shang's death. It indicates that things here have come to an end. Chen Zai also jumped off the bow and stepped on the speedboat below with a bang. Turn on the speedboat's engine. He stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. At the same time, he did not forget to raise the scalpel. He stabbed Mu Jingnan's abdomen fiercely, causing blood to gush out, but it did not take his life. He could get information about the other 4 people from Mu Jingnan in front of him. Given this person's fear of death, there is a high chance of success. After this incident, the truth has basically come to light. Another cruise ship that did not leave. Lin Yuezhu was also watching everything in front of her. There was a tall and thin man behind him. He looked ordinary, but his eyes revealed a sense of hostility. This person was none other than Lin Yuezhu, a martial arts master who had been invited after much trouble. She watched the speedboat sail away. I couldn't help asking, that guy has been fighting all night. Given his current condition, are you sure? But he hadn't finished speaking yet. The tall and thin man behind him shook his head. That guy is more powerful than I thought, and his physique is different from that of an ordinary person. Even if I have exhausted all my energy, I am not sure I can defeat him. More importantly, the tall, thin man looked up. At some point, a dagger appeared in his hand. Looking coldly at Lin Yuezhu in front of him, the eldest wife offered double the price to buy your life. Standing at the bow and looking at Lin Yuezhu, his eyes trembled violently. It felt like something pierced her heart after she was reborn. Lin Yuezhu had an incredible look on her face. The tall and thin man just said, I'm sorry, although I owe your Lin family a favor, I also urgently need the support of those behind me. If you don't die, I won't have the chance to see them. The dagger was drawn again. The tall and thin man gently pushed Lin Yuezhu, and she lost her balance. It fell down the hull and hit a speedboat. But Lin Yuezhu was not as lucky as Mu Jingnan. The man's head was smashed and bleeding, and his face was completely disfigured. The whole hand hit the stern of the speedboat, bent backward and severely deformed. Tang Xinxin, who walked out of the cabin, didn't even know what was happening outside. I felt a cold light coming towards me. Fortunately, Tang Xinxin didn't like studying since she was a child, and she also learned martial arts. After noticing that something was wrong, he rushed outside and jumped down. As he fell, he saw the speedboat not far away. His sister-in-law had already died on the spot. Feelings of grief surged in my heart. 2 lines of tears slid down from the corners of Tang Xinxin's eyes, but I also realized it. In all likelihood, it was the main wife who did it. No wonder my aunt didn't let them come over, because Lin Yuezhu's identity is too sensitive. Once Lin Yuezhu dies, it means that the power of the side branch will face an unprecedented collapse. The affairs of heaven and earth are over, but the battle in the open sea is still going on. Outsiders and people sent from above. A fierce battle is going on, with hundreds of casualties every 10 minutes or so. This number is still continuing to rise. This day is destined to be a sleepless night. Chen Zai drove a speedboat and took Mu Jingnan all the way to the outskirts of Shanghai City. After avoiding the layers of fighting crowds, he returned to Shanghai City, a remote coastline. It was around 6 in the morning. He's out on the road. Pried open a car door. Throw Mu Jingnan in, dismantle the car's internal wiring and start the ignition. Without haste, he rushed towards the deserted Baiyang village. Although the distance is quite long, but according to Chen Zai's memory, he finally arrived at Baiyang village before noon. At this time, Mu Jingnan, who was standing behind, looked extremely pale due to excessive blood loss. In order to obtain information about the other 4 people from him, Chen Zai gave it a simple bandage. They carried him up the mountain, and when he came in, Sun Long was also startled, thinking that someone from the Tang family had come to find him. Sun Long breathed a sigh of relief when he found out it was Chen Zai. I saw Chen Zai carrying someone on his back again. His body was covered in blood, and even his waist was deformed, as if it was broken. Sun Long, who was a little dazed, asked curiously, Brother Chen, the person you brought back. Next to him, Tang Hao's face looked much rosier after recovering from this period of time. Originally saw Chen Zai coming back. The corners of his mouth just twitched. After all, Chen Zai had used those methods on him before. Whenever I think back, it would make him shudder, as if it happened yesterday. But the mood changes he showed. Actually, it's not big. It can even be said to be a little cold. Just when he wanted to persuade Chen Zai to stop in time, but his eyes fell on the young man on his shoulder. The face that should have been calm gradually became dull, and even a hint of fear rose, and even the voice began to tremble. Mu Jingnan, you actually caught him back? Chen Zai put the man on the ground and tied him to the pillar, then glanced at Tang Hao, who was standing next to him. Perhaps Tang Hao is the only one who knows the identity of this handsome young man. Even Sun Long heard Mu Jingnan's name. He was also stunned and asked curiously, who is Mu Jingnan? Why haven't I heard of him? Tang Hao didn't have time to pay attention to Sun Long beside him. Instead, he swallowed his saliva, because it's normal that Sun Long doesn't know. With Sun Long's identity, he is not even considered an outsider with a little bit of strength, except that his martial arts skills are slightly higher than others. There is nothing to recommend it at all. But before he could say anything, Sun Long, who was standing next to him, changed his expression drastically a few seconds after picking up the phone. Then, with a look of shock on his face, he looked at Tang Hao. I wanted to say something, but I didn't say it. Tang Hao promised him a lot of benefits. I also promised that I would never pursue him after I left. He even tried to persuade him to let Tang Hao leave, but they were all rejected directed by Sun Long. Later, Tang Hao asked Sun Long to help him find out about his wife. Let's take a look at the current situation of the Tang family. Sun Long thought that Tang Hao was tied up here anyway, and he was just helping to find out about his wife. I didn't say much. After all, Sun Long has come this far. Also for his wife and children. But when he saw it, there are photos of Tang Hao's wife on the phone. As for the news, my throat seemed to be stuck. Tang Hao frowned, noticing Sun Long's strange expression, as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare. He remembered what he had asked Sun Long to do before. Suddenly, he realized something, but still pretended to remain calm. Is there any news about my wife? Tell me. Don't worry, I've been through countless storms and waves. I can handle it. He and his wife are in a marriage relationship, but after all these years of getting along, he also deeply recognized that. From the age of 18, I have followed myself to the age of 27. Lin Yuezhu once had the opportunity to reject the marriage proposal, and she also had the ability to keep herself clean after marriage. But whether before or after getting married, Lin Yuezhu's attitude was completely opposite to what he had imagined. Instead of feeling disgust, he did not. Instead, she will do her duties diligently and fulfill her responsibilities as a wife. At the same time, it also helped him build up his own power, making him the #1 in the side branch. Even the main wife had to keep a distance from him. He fell deeply in love with that woman. I will never leave her for the rest of my life. It was Lin Yuezhu's existence that prevented him from having affairs with other women over the years. Lin Yuezhu had health problems and was never able to give birth to a child for him. Perhaps this is the reason why Lin Yuezhu married him. But no matter what, over the years, the love that has been hidden actually exists. Me. Sun Long opened his mouth, but I just couldn't say it. He handed the phone over and placed it in front of Tang Hao. Tang Hao stared at the scene inside with wide eyes. His teeth were clenched tightly. Because of excessive force, blood and fluid were oozing from the gums. The pair of bound fists were clenched so tightly that they made a creaking sound. His breathing gradually became rapid and his body couldn't stop shaking. Several minutes passed, still shaking. It's a bit cold. Can you give me some more clothes? Clearly, the sun is shining brightly and the weather has warmed up. It's clear that there is no insulation in the room. They were wearing short sleeves and felt a little hot. But Tang Hao just felt cold, so cold that it was a little scary. His body was shaking, his hands were clenched tightly. It was as if some kind of storm was brewing, and it lasted for over an hour before he completely collapsed. It was like a dead body, with empty eyes and no emotion at all. As a result, the world has lost its original color. Sun Long looked at this scene and sighed deeply. In fact, he had known that this would be the result. He also didn't know whether Tang Hao could recover from this blow. However, the other party is a member of the Tang family, and his life or death has nothing to do with him. The reason he helped was simply because his wife and children were missing, and he felt a vague sense of empathy. Chen Zai's gaze also fell on Tang Hao. Now he, more like a walking corpse, actually. Even the meaning of life has been lost. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Hao suddenly struggled, trying to break free from his restraints. Let me out, please. I can help you. All I want now is, just wanted to go to my wife's funeral. As long as you can put me back, I will be willing to die. I only ask you to promise me. Tang Hao bent down little by little. For some reason, his face was stained with tears. His head banged against the ground again and again. Like the most devout believer in front of the shrine, his voice is hoarse. Please. Pain was spreading, that distorted face, contaminated by the dust of the earth. Even the sand was mixed with the flesh and blood because of excessive force. But still, there was no pause at all. Make a mournful plea. As long as I can go back. He went back to take one last look at his wife lying in the Tang family's coffin, and he was willing to give his life with his own hands. Even if he had to endure Chen Zai's torture thousands of times, he would be willing to do so. Tang Hao used the most humble attitude and the most pious tone, with his forehead pressed to the ground with blood flowing. His teeth were clenched tightly together, tears mixed with dust, and his face was twisted into a ball. It was just to go back and see his dead wife. He is willing to give everything he has, including this life. As long as Chen Zai lets him go back, he will be willing no matter what. Looking at the almost insane Tang Hao in front of him, Chen Zai also frowned and didn't say anything for a long time. It was Sun Long next to him who reminded him. Although Tang Hao is from a side branch, he is very good at scheming. If you have someone like him to help you, it will be a good thing for you. Besides, after Tang Hao returns, he will definitely intensify the conflicts within the Tang family, and his wife will most likely die at the hands of the main wife. This will only benefit him. If Tang Hao was put back before, the final result would definitely be that the main wife and the side branch would be evenly matched. But no one dared to take action first. But now Lin Yuezhu is dead. There is a huge rift within the Tang family. I don't know why Tang Hao looked so pious, or what Sun Long said next to him. Chen Zai finally cut the rope behind him. But Tang Hao, with his forehead pressed against the ground, didn't get up for a long time, until his body trembled several times. When Tang Hao got up, his face was already distorted to the extreme. Blood mixed with tears, his expression was so ferocious that it was a little scary. Tang Hao began to suppress the almost terrifying emotional fluctuations, wiped the blood from his face, and bowed deeply to Chen Zai in front of him. When I get back and take care of my wife's problem, I'll do whatever you want me to do, even if it means taking my life. Tang Hao now has only one thought in his mind. That's revenge. Their side branches and the main house are incompatible. The relationship is not very good. From childhood to adulthood, there has been nothing but intrigue and deception. There is no family affection at all, even if all the people in the main wife's family are dead. Tang Hao wouldn't have any emotional fluctuations at all. Only this wife. It made made him, who lost his mother at a young age, feel the long-lost warmth. Now Lin Yuezhu is dead. There must be a conclusion between him and the Tang family. Plus, Chen Zhe also needs to return to Shanghai City. After all, he didn't know how many days the food he left for Zhao Min'er could last. No one knows what happened to Zhao Min'er during the days he was away. He had to go back first to see how Zhao Min'er was doing. He brought Tang Hao down the mountain, driving the car he found on the roadside. Head straight to Shanghai City. A few hours later, the sky gradually darkened. Chen Zhe got Tang Hao another cell phone, dropped him off at an intersection, and left on his own. Tang Hao used his cell phone to contact Tang Bing, the leader of the branch. A large number of Tang family members rushed to the intersection. When they saw the bruised and miserable Tang Hao, they all couldn't help but gasp. The scars left by Chen Zhe's last interrogation, although it had been treated simply, the dense scars, sticking to the clothes, still made people's scalp tingle. Tang Hao, you are finally back. After saying that, Tang Bing thought of his wife and finally lowered his head. There was a hint of shame in his expression. Tang Hao's voice was cold. I know everything. I just want to see my wife's body one last time. No matter what, she and I are husband and wife, and we have been together for many years. It's time to send her off. Tang Hao at this time. The sad feeling we had on the mountain is long gone. He looked unusually calm, his eyes cold, but there was a faint aura that was even more terrifying than before. It was as if a tiger that had just learned to show its fangs and claws had transformed into an adult beast. More calm, scary, always hiding his emotions. If you are not careful, this beast will give you a fatal blow. Tang Bing didn't know whether it was good or bad, so she could only open her mouth and then bite her lip. Patted Tang Hao on the shoulder. Go back first, and we'll talk about it later. I'll ask the doctor to treat your wound. I don't know if it will leave a scar. Tang Hao didn't care about the injuries and scars all over his body, and could even say that they were insignificant. Perhaps for him, it started from the moment his wife died. Nothing matters anymore. The car was parked in an unknown parking lot. I went alone to buy some clothes and food, and then returned to the rental house. There was no movement inside. Chen Zhe frowned and opened the door skillfully. The moment the door opened, a flash of knife light flashed before his eyes. Fortunately, Chen Zhe's instinctive reaction allowed him to easily dodge the knife, otherwise, he might have been killed. Zhao Minor, who was holding a knife and gasping for breath inside, saw Chen Zhe coming back. At this moment, the tense emotions burst like a dam, and 2 lines of tears fell. She threw herself into Chen Zhe's arms and sobbed. During the 2 days that Chen Zhe was away, she could hear chaotic sounds coming from the streets every night. Zhao Minor, who had never experienced all this. I had a breakdown at one point. Plus I was staying alone in a rented house. The closed space often makes her have wild thoughts. She even doubted it. Chen Zhe may have given up on her. Otherwise, how could he disappear for more than 2 days without a sound? Relying on the things left by Chen Zhe. Although she survived 2 days, her emotions became extremely unstable. Now Chen Zhe seems to be the last straw in her heart. Not quite understanding the girl's emotional changes, Chen Zhe just frowned, took her into the room, and closed the door. After taking a few glances out from the curtains and making sure that everything was alright, he handed the lunchbox he had bought to Zhao Minor in front of him. In the bag next to it, there are a few sets of spare dresses. Chen Zhe didn't know much about these things, but the salesperson gave him a few sets according to the size he mentioned. Here are the clothes I brought you. I have to go out later. I'll bring you some food tomorrow morning. Chen Zhe buried his head in eating his lunchbox. As for you, let him go and comfort Zhao Minor in front of him. It's undoubtedly a joke. He couldn't even understand Zhao Minor's emotional changes, let alone care about other people's feelings. During the whole process, Zhao Minor's eyes were mostly on Chen Zhe. Perhaps it was because she had felt too much fear in the past 2 days, and when Chen Zhe came back, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. Seems to have been forgotten. This is a madman who has killed countless people. After eating and drinking, Zhao Minor went in to take a shower and changed into new clothes. Lying on the bed, I fell into a deep sleep without realizing it. With Chen Zhe by her side, she seemed to sleep more peacefully. Zhao Minor had fallen asleep, and Chen Zhe stayed in the room for a while. It seems to be almost done. I contacted Ning Miaoshu and went to the Huanghai Club. I want to know what the current situation is now that he has captured Mu Zhangnan. When he arrived at the Huanghai Club, he found himself in the alley next to it. Ning Miaoshu had been waiting for a long time, and when she saw Chen Zhe coming, she immediately smiled. Ning Miaoshu was wearing a tight casual outfit today, which made her figure appear faintly visible. With that typical oval face and flowing black hair, she can indeed be considered a great beauty. Brother Chen, you're finally here. What you did in heaven and earth is now spreading like wildfire in Shanghai City, and even among outsiders. Even some big figures in the northern faction are talking about you with great relish. He is a man of the hour in Shanghai City. Ning Miaoshu, who used to call Chen Zhe by his real name, is obviously older than him, but he has changed his address to call him Brother Chen. Thinking of the news she had heard, Ning Miaoshu felt her blood boiling, and even a hint of admiration appeared in her eyes. Chen Zhe is unprecedented in history as he was able to single-handedly push Shanghai City to its current state. Although there have been many outsiders who set foot in Shanghai City in the past, the waves they have stirred up together are not as much as what you have done in one night. Although since the events in heaven and earth happened, outsiders and local forces engaged in a desperate struggle. Even the man named Mu behind the scenes showed up at the previous meeting, but he still couldn't change the current situation. How's the investigation going on with the thing I asked you to investigate? Chen Zhe asked in a flat tone without showing too much emotion. Ning Miaoshu hesitated for a moment and said, although the current situation is generally favorable to outsiders, some big figures from the northern faction have already begun to enter. But before the reinforcements from the north arrive, the situation for the outsiders isn't as good as we imagined. Earlier, you took Mu Zhengnan away from heaven and earth. It said that the outsiders lost quite a few people in order to buy you time. Now our plans have been disrupted, and we're all fighting on our own. The turmoil has not subsided since that night. Chen Zhe nodded. What about the Tang family? Tang family? Ning Miaoshu pinched her fair chin and expressed her thoughts. The Tang family is currently embroiled in internal strife. I heard that Lin Yuezhu, the only person connected to the Beijing faction and the three leading figures of the side branch, is dead. The side branch had a large amount of resources taken away from them overnight. Even the Lin family in Shangjing began to put crazy pressure on the side branch to give them an explanation. But now, Tang Bing is the only one left in the branch. It's hard for him to support the whole branch alone. I estimate that within a week, Tang Bing will have to give up the power he has at hand. Has the fight gotten this serious? Chen Zhe was slightly distracted and continued to ask, if Tang Hao goes back, is there still a chance of a comeback? Tang Hao? Ning Miaoshu had heard before that Tang Hao might have returned to the Tang family, but she always thought it was a rumor. After all, Tang Hao is still in Chen Zhe's hands. But I can hear what Chen Zhe said. No matter how stupid Ning Miaoshu was, she knew that it was Chen Zhe who released the person. She looked deeply at the person in front of her. Tang Hao was able to overshadow the main wife on his own. This was definitely not just due to Lin Yuezhu and the power of the Lin family. They also displayed astonishing tactics. The reason the Lin family put pressure on the side branches is because they are no longer of any use. The only thing they invested in before was Tang Hao himself. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let Lin Yuezhu marry into the Tang family. If Tang Hao can return, this relationship can be considered renewed. The Lin family won't let all their resources from so many years go to waste. Therefore, there is a great possibility that they will support Tang Hao again. If this happens, the water in Shanghai City will probably become even more turbid. Outsiders don't know how Tang Hao feels about his wife. After all, in this kind of marriage between big families, it is very likely that each will live their own life after the marriage. Even if Tang Hao was keeping a mistress outside, Lin Yuezhu would never ask. If Lin Yuezhu plays gigolo outside, Tang Hao will not interfere. This is a normal relationship in a marriage, so others do not think that Tang Hao has much feelings for Lin Yuezhu. Only Chen Zhe knows. Earlier, Tang Hao had expressed his true feelings in a way that was almost insane. This is definitely not a lie. This person has deep feelings for Lin Yuezhu. Once he regains power, his goal will probably not just be to develop the side branch. Instead, they will direct their spearhead towards the entire main house. Please help me find out who that Mu guy is. If you have any information, that would be great. But if you don't, that's fine too. Chen Zhe did not place his hopes on Ning Miaoshu. After all, although this woman has some abilities and her family is quite powerful, she is ultimately just a pawn of the Jing faction. The real main force has not yet entered Shanghai City. It is obviously not reliable to expect to get all the information by relying on such a pawn. After saying the last few words, he turned and left the Huanghai Club. He would go to the rental house again and have a good rest for the night. He would go back to Baiyang village tomorrow and interrogate Mu Zhengnan. He didn't believe it, considering Mu Jingnan's cowardly nature, able to hide things. Just as he was returning the same way, passing by a dim path in the urban village. In the distance, there was a faint sound of fighting. He also heard it, a familiar woman's voice. If he remembered correctly, it was most likely Miss Su. As he climbed up the house next to him, from a rooftop, when looking down, I saw Miss Su, who looked a little disheveled, wearing a black and red dress, and her perfect and hot figure was displayed to the fullest. There were only a dozen or so people left around him. They were beaten back step by step. It's even a dead end. If you're not careful, you'll most likely end up staying here. Miss Su, I never thought you would end up like this. They say you're incredibly well planned, but have you ever thought you'd end up dying at the hands of our Yang family? Since the last dispute offshore, although the outsiders suffered heavy losses in manpower, logically speaking, Miss Su should not have ended up like this. It's just that she trusted the wrong person in the end. She was set up secretly so that the area under her control was occupied by the new Beijing faction. Otherwise, it wouldn't have ended up like this. If it weren't for the faction of our northern faction being disrupted and dispersed by the Duan family in the outer sea, when would it be your turn to act so recklessly? They are just a bunch of sinister villains. When we were fighting the Tang family, you didn't dare to show up. Now that we have the upper hand, you're stabbing us in the back. It's said that people from the Beijing school have their own pride, but now it seems like it's just a joke. Miss Su felt a little unwilling in her heart. She thought she had already won the battle and was just waiting for the big shots from the northern faction to take over Shanghai City. Then she would be able to get everything she wanted. The plans she made ended up becoming someone else's wedding dress. Miss Su, if you want to blame someone, it's you who trusted others too much. You said we were sinister villains? Don't forget, it was your own people who invited us in. The people from the Young family in the distance looked at each other with disdain. It is said that the eldest daughter of the Su family has extraordinary talents and means. Now it seems that it is nothing more than that. When I wanted to step forward and deal with Miss Su, but there was a click, landed in the middle of the crowd. The sound was not loud, but it felt more like a warning. The Young family frowned and looked up. I saw a man standing on a two-story house with his back to the moonlight. Keep your hands in your pockets. He wore a baseball cap on his head, and the wind blew on his clothes, making a faint flapping sound. At this moment, Miss Su also saw the tall boy who was only 15 years old. The throat rolls slightly. He showed a hint of bitterness, but he never expected that the other party would see how miserable he was now. In the hospital, she was dressed in fancy clothes and followed by many staff members. On the ship, she was chatting with Duan Yulong. But Chen Zhe is still the same Chen Zhe, but she is no longer the Miss Su from a day or two ago. Even if she went back, most of her men had been killed, with only a few left. Whether it was the previous allies or the severely damaged Su family, they would regard her as a thorn in their side, and there were not many who could help Chen Zhe. Miss Su gave a bitter smile to Chen Zhe on the second floor, but deep down, she also felt relieved at this moment. Even in a heavily guarded place like heaven on earth, Chen Zhe can come and go freely. Even if Jiang Lingyun and Jiang Shang were both dead and injured, with Chen Zhe's identity, as long as the other party was willing to help, she could at least survive. The Yang family also obviously noticed something unusual from the change in Miss Su's expression. He bowed to Chen Zhe on the second floor. May I ask this friend, what is your name? This is a matter between our Yang family and the Su family. Please don't meddle in our affairs. It has a more threatening flavor. Like the Su family, the Yang family, although not the top figures in the Beijing school, is not comparable to ordinary people. There are countless forces that can be mobilized. Now he has even occupied Miss Su's territory. He is extremely popular and will definitely get support from within the Beijing faction. It is definitely not a wise choice to offend the Yang family at this time. But the Yang family's words did not scare Miss Su. Even Chen Zhe on the second floor did not move. Only the sound of wind blowing on his body and his clothes flapping became clearer and clearer. Young Feng, it seems you can't kill me today. As long as I, Su Qingjun, am still alive, one day I will make your Yang family pay the price. Death is imminent. He even dares to speak wildly and make harsh remarks. Young Feng could bear it. Behind him are many hot-blooded members of the Yang family. But I couldn't bear it anymore. Each of them held a black baton and wanted to bypass Young Feng, capture Su Qingjun and make her live a life worse than death. When everyone was about to pass Young Feng, but he stretched out his hand to block the people behind him. He glanced calmly at Chen Zhe on the second floor and said with a bow, Miss Su, if that's the case, let's end today's matter and leave. But I'm a little curious about who this person behind you is. Seeing that Yang Feng had no intention of continuing and was thinking of retreating, Su Qingjun secretly thought it was a pity. I originally wanted to use Chen Zhe's hand. Kill this guy. It's a pity for Yang Feng. He is famously cautious and rarely acts rashly without absolute certainty. Perhaps all the members of the Yang family who have chased here tonight will turn into corpses. However, Miss Su did not answer the other party. Instead, he made a gesture of invitation. Either leave or come and kill me. Those young people of the Yang family heard such arrogant words. I was already so angry. But without Yang Feng's order, he still didn't dare to take action. Yang Feng also narrowed his eyes. A hint of coldness appeared in his expression, but he soon burst into laughter. Since Miss Su is unwilling to speak, then let it be. You are also the eldest daughter of the Su family. If we really kill you, we will have to bear the wrath of the Su family. The matter is settled here. If you want revenge in the future, Miss Su, just come find me. After saying that, Yang Feng greeted everyone and turned to leave. Soon they arrived at the street. Yang Feng's expression was gloomy and terrifying, and he thought of the man on the second floor just now. Several messages were sent in succession. The young people of the Yang family around were still shouting that they wanted to go back and kill Su Qingjun, but he was interrupted by Yang Feng. Shut up, everyone. 10 minutes later. I've told you guys to be more careful in your daily life. If it weren't for me this time, you wouldn't even know how you died. Yang Feng handed over the phone, and the young people of the Yang family looked at the contents of the phone. My heart skipped a beat and I felt sweat pouring down my spine. It was as if a chill rose from the soles of my feet and rushed straight into the depths of my soul. This, Uncle San, that guy standing on the second floor wearing a peaked cap, is he the kid from the mental hospital? What else? Yang Feng recalled Su Qingjun's expression at the time, which was obviously intended to provoke him. If at that time, he really ignored the consequences and rushed forward with his men. It really hit me, Su Qingjun's way. I originally wanted to take action, but Su Qingjun gave me a very abnormal feeling. Even if he had helped, at most he could only break out of the encirclement with the help of the other party. How could they use such words to deliberately provoke me? At that time, I felt that things were not that simple, but there were many young people from the Yang family next to them. But I'm still a little confused. But if that guy is just bluffing, wouldn't we have missed this opportunity for nothing? Yang Feng looked at the young man who was questioning him and patted him on the shoulder. You're still too naive. We're only a few minutes walk away from Miss Su. Even if you rush back now, you still have a chance. But, Yang Feng sneered, now that you know the boy's true identity, do you still dare to go back? They did come out, but he didn't go too far. He could go back at any time. He could attack or defend. Knowing the identity of that boy, who would dare to run over and die, they heard about it. On the boat of paradise, even the Jiang family was beaten to death by that kid. With the limited manpower they have, it is probably not enough to fill the gaps in other people's teeth. Uncle San is wise. We were too impulsive. Everyone quickly admitted their mistakes. After all, they occupied Miss Su's territory. There is still plenty of wealth and glory waiting for them, so there is no need to take any more risks. Chapter 70, A Simple Farewell, Part 3. The Yang family left. Chen Zhe jumped down from the second floor and landed heavily on the ground. He glanced at Miss Su next to him. The look was the same as last time in the hospital, with a bit of indifference that keeps strangers away. Miss Su opened her mouth and slowly lowered her head. The aura that once showed her how to manipulate everything seemed to be a little weaker now. Now she has no strength to be proud of. The loss of Shanghai City also resulted in heavy casualties among among the people brought with them. Even if the Su family wants to fight for Shanghai City again, no more resources will be allocated to her. Those allies who had been hypocritically flattering her in the past, they will all turn to the Young family and lose these two things. Even if I leave Shanghai City and return to the north, you will only be looked down upon by your family. There is no status at all. Before, you saved me. Perhaps, I could still find a way to repay you, but now, I am actually no different from a useless person. Miss Su exhaled. There were more than a dozen people around her just now, but now there are only 7 or 8 left. If he wanted to make a comeback with such limited manpower, without the support of the Su family, even the funds he could come up with would not exceed 10 million. Not as good as some small forces. Chunzhe just glanced at Miss Su lightly and asked why he saved this woman. It was simply because they had been guarding around the hospital. Even in the open sea, he helped him stop many enemies. The relationship between the two was broken. Seeing Chunzhe was about to leave without saying a word, Miss Su hurriedly followed his footsteps. After all, the Young family is still nearby. Who knows if they will make a surprise attack? At least we have to follow Chunzhe and leave this area. They are safe. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Chunzhe suddenly stopped and looked at the small building next to him. At the door of the small building, there was a sleepy little girl sitting. When she saw Chunzhe, her eyes lit up. It seems to want to say, "Big brother, my mother is up there." You can see Miss Su, whose body was stained with blood, and 7 or 8 sturdy men with fierce faces, who immediately chose to shut up. She seemed to have seen Miss Su somewhere, probably in the primary school where she attended. Miss Su at that time was full of vigor and vitality. Wherever he goes, there will be a large convoy following him. Each car was so luxurious that the little girl had never seen anything like it. It was because of that incident that she remembered Miss Su deeply in her heart. When will I be able to be as majestic as Miss Su? That's just a child's fantasy. It is impossible to reach Miss Su's level by relying on one's body as a woman and without huge funds. It can even be said, Miss Su is already outstanding among many families. Chunzhe just stopped for a moment, glanced at the little girl and left quickly. The crowd walked until they arrived at a wide street. I bought a lot of food at the convenience store. He sat at the door next to the convenience store. Already left the area. Miss Su is safe now. She no longer has the air she used to have. He sat down opposite Chunzhe, leaning against the glass wall next to him. The two extremely ferocious big cats shook violently because of her sudden dependence. Miss Su looked again at the 7 or 8 people following her, said with a bitter face, "Given my current situation, I'm afraid I can't even afford to pay salaries. If that doesn't work out, you should find another job." These people have been following Miss Su for at least 4 or 5 years. Since she came to power, Miss Su has never forgotten the masters who followed her. They also lived a life of luxury. It's a pity to live like this. It will finally be broken tonight. Keeping them around would only harm them. But everyone heard what Miss Su said, but they all clasped their fists tightly. "What are you talking about, miss? We have received a lot of money over the years. Even after the young lady came to power, she never forgot us old subordinates and even spent money to set up a fund for our families. She covers all the expenses for food and clothing. Even if someone in the family is sick, she will spend a lot of money to treat them. Our lives have long been Mrs., so how could we leave? Although there are only a few left, but they are all Miss Su's subordinates and the most capable fighters. Originally, Miss Su wanted to give them a chance to make another choice. Everyone remained loyal. Miss Su's eyes turned red unconsciously. She said good 3 times before she forced back her tears. "No matter what, Brother Chen, you saved me today. I owe you my life. If there is another chance, I will definitely return it to you." Miss Su looked at Chunzhe again, full of sincerity. Chunzhe just opened a few packages on his own. After running all night, he was already hungry. While eating, he looked at the chattering Miss Su with a look of annoyance. Miss Su acted as if she didn't see it. Instead, she took out a loaf of bread from the things on the table, opened the package and started eating. Time seemed to have stopped. Under the dim street lights, these strange people said goodbye in this simple way. Chunzhe was full and satisfied. Miss Su took herself, the last person, and made a call on her cell phone. A slightly hoarse voice came from the other side, said a little depressed. His voice sounded very tired, as if he hadn't had enough rest in the past few days. And this man with a tired and hoarse voice is Zhao Dongsheng from Chuanyun province. Ever since his daughter disappeared, he began to mobilize all his funds, fought a tough battle with the Tang family. All possible relationships were mobilized. He used his economic talents to develop strategies in all aspects, from the stock market to various other areas. At first, the Tang family was indeed defeated. It even caused a huge wave in the business world at that time. After all, this is a reckless crackdown. It's like hurting the enemy by 1,000 and losing yourself by 800. There is no benefit at all. However, he still underestimated the Tang family. Now half of the funds have been invested. Although the Tang family suffered a crushing defeat, they held on at the critical moment. He is neither up nor down. The remaining half of the funds are all stuck in my hands. Looking for Zhao Dongsheng. I'm Su Qingjun from the northern Su family. Su family? Su Qingjun? Zhao Dongsheng was also stunned, but he quickly came to his senses. How could he remember this Miss Su? Now he is considered a well-known figure in Shanghai City. It occupies a large area of Shanghai City. They formed alliances with other outsiders and built a strong defensive barrier. Even the Tang family couldn't do anything to them for the time being. Why did this Miss Su find me? It seems that Boss Zhao hasn't received the news yet. The territory I currently occupy has been taken over by the people sent from Beijing to the Yang family. I am no longer the Miss Su I once once was. But I heard that Boss Zhao has been mobilizing funds recently and fighting a life-and-death battle with the Tang family in the business world. I'm not kidding. Boss Zhao probably doesn't know what kind of people are behind the Tang family. There's no point in fighting like this. Even if there were 10 Zhao Dongshangs, they wouldn't be able to defeat the Tang family head-on. But if Boss Zhao is willing to join forces with me and provide me with funds, I can guarantee that with Boss Zhao's wealth and my ability, I can definitely get what Boss Zhao wants. Miss Su didn't know what Zhao Dongsheng wanted to do, but since Zhao Dongsheng spared no effort, he even spent a lot of money on the road. It is to target the Tang family, and he must have his own purpose. Now she and Zhao Dongsheng actually have no choice, because she lacks a lot of funds to rebuild her own power. Zhao Dongsheng also needs to make up for his shortcomings. Otherwise, she would not be able to compete with the Tang family. That was why she called Zhao Dongsheng. There was silence on the other side for a few minutes. It seemed that he was weighing the pros and cons, and at the same time, he had someone prepare Miss Su's information. Zhao Dongsheng has seen everything. The man on the other end said in a hoarse voice, I can help you rebuild your power, but I have only one condition: you find my daughter. Because of that madman's incident, my daughter is now missing. As long as you can find her, money is not a problem. After receiving Zhao Dongsheng's consent, Miss Su breathed a sigh of relief and agreed to Zhao Dongsheng's request. When she hung up the phone, it was as if she had become the Miss Su who was high above and in control of everything. After the previous betrayal, she understood it. In today's Shanghai city, no one can be trusted, whether they are allies or our own people. From now on, no matter if it is another outsider or someone from the family, she will be on high alert. Chen Zhe, who was on his way back, passed by the small building where the girl was again. The girl was still squatting in front of the corridor, blinking her eyes and looking at Chen Zhe, who was walking over. It's very late now. But the little girl had no intention of going back to rest. Instead, he shouted at Chen Zhe, who was walking over. Big brother, do you already have a place to live? If not, I can find you a new place to live where no one will find you. The little girl also realized that Chen Zhe's identity must be extraordinary, and Chen Zhe's strange behavior must not be exposed in front of everyone. Plus, they were running out of food. Shanghai City had been in chaos recently. If they couldn't find support, they would starve to death sooner or later. She also wanted to go back to school, and her mother was ill and could not go out to work. As a result, their family had no extra money. Their rent is about to expire and they urgently need a new place to stay, otherwise they might have to sleep on the streets. Chen Zhe, who was about to walk over, stopped when he heard the little girl's words. The place where he and Zhao Min'er settled was to pry open someone else's room that had not been rented out. This was not a long-term solution. Sooner or later you have to move. What's more, it's not safe for Zhao Min'er to be alone after all. It would be a good thing if someone could take care of her. I just don't know if what the little girl said about a place that no one would ever find is true. Take me there. If there's no problem, you can help me take care of one person. I'll pay for your living expenses. Chen Zhe's words were still lukewarm. It seems like it was born that way. The little girl didn't care, because she had suffered countless cold stares since she was a child. Instead, he said with joy, Big brother, come with me. I promise that no one will go to that place to investigate. As she spoke, the little girl packed her things, put it in the school bag, taking Chen Zhe into a dark alley, passing through layers of houses. I don't know how long I walked. The little girl said, Big brother, the rent here is 800 yuan a month, and I have to pay for 3 months at a time. Give me 2,400 yuan, and I'll be back soon. The little girl finished speaking. Chen Zhe took out 3,000 yuan from his pocket. He hasn't spent all his money yet. 3,000 yuan is nothing to him. As long as the little girl is able, arrange accommodation for him. Nothing is a problem. Wait until the money is given. The little girl went up there for more than 10 minutes. She took a bunch of keys, opened her chubby little mouth and shook them happily. Big brother, now that I have the key, I will take you to see the house. After saying that, the little girl walked in front happily. We arrived at the junction of the urban village. The house is not very big, but it has 3 rooms. Outside is a big river that flows into the sea. You can leave Shanghai City directly from the abandoned bridge. The surrounding area is well connected, with dense buildings, countless alleys and shelters, making it difficult to escape even if you want to. Even hiding here is an excellent choice. In addition, the little girl was obviously familiar with this area to the core. An unexpected event really happened. Given the little girl's familiarity with the place, ordinary people really couldn't catch up with them. This place is great. From now on, you and your mother will live in the same room. I'll also bring someone else over. I'll give you a sum of money every month to cover the expenses of the room. Chen Zhe stood by the window, extremely satisfied with the layout here, and then gave the little girl some money. Take one of the keys and leave. The little girl was overjoyed and went back to tell her mother the good news that they had a place to live. If Chen Zhe hadn't appeared, they would probably have had to live on the streets in the next few days, or even half a month, because they had no money to rent a house. Thinking of the current chaos in Shanghai City, the little girl was also afraid of encountering any danger on the streets. By then, as a girl, a woman, they will be helpless and no one will answer them. When Chen Zhe returned to the rental house where Zhao Min'er was, in fact, Zhao Min'er had already woken up. The darkness around her made her tuck her head under the quilt until she heard the sound of the door opening. I just lifted a corner of the quilt and saw that it was Chen Zhe who came back. He turned on the light in the room with a click and let out a choked sob, which was so pitiful. I just cried and felt a lot more at ease. Chen Zhe told her that he was going to change places, but Zhao Min'er didn't listen to him at all. Instead, she cautiously grabbed the corner of Chen Zhe's clothes. I just followed him quietly, watching him pack up things in the room. Packed up up my things. Chen Zhe came with Zhao Minor, the westernmost part of the urban village with many buildings and well-connected roads. There are all kinds of alleys and sheds here. Almost every intersection is connected. In a place like this, not to mention chasing him, I'm afraid he would just turn his head away. No one knows where the people ran to. The room they found was quite spacious, so it wasn't a waste of money. And when they arrived, the mother and daughter had already cleaned the room. He took Zhao Minor into one of the bedrooms and comforted her to sleep. Then he left here on his own. When he appeared again, he was already driving towards Baiyang village. When I took Zhao Minor to the rental house again, he received a text message from Sun Long, and I bought a lot of things from the pharmacy. Head straight to Baiyang village. When he came to Baiyang village, it was probably around 3 or 4 in the morning. The sky is not yet fully bright. He parked the car at the foot of the mountain and walked up step by step. There was still a fire in the small house left by the forest ranger. The moment Chen Zhe pushed open the door, he saw Mu Zhengnan, who was arrogant and cursing. When dealing with others, Mu Zhengnan is extremely arrogant, as that man's son. Others just need to hear his name. There is a high probability that you will be scared to death and your scalp will go numb. Even Sun Long in front of him was the same. Previously, neither Chen Zhe nor Tang Hao had explained Mu Zhengnan's identity. At the beginning, Mu Zhengnan was a little scared in this unfamiliar environment, but when he revealed his identity, when he saw Sun Long, with his eyes wide open and a look of uncertainty on his face, he knew. The original Sun Long had absolutely no idea whose son he was. Now Sun Long knows. In Mu Zhengnan's opinion, Sun Long would surrender obediently with just a little intimidation. As expected, after he threatened several times, he said he was hungry. Sun Long immediately prepared food for him. He even went into the mountains to hunt a rabbit. There is absolutely no such treatment. Everything that was happening before his eyes made Mu Zhengnan think that he only needed to spend a little time and threaten a few times. Finally, give a sweet date and promise a bright future. Sun Long will obey obediently. Sun Long, who was like a vicious dog before, now holds the roasted rabbit, tears off the meat bit by bit, and hands it to Mu Zhengnan's mouth. As long as you let me go, I promise to help you find your wife and children, and let you live in wealth and glory, and enjoy endless happiness. Mu Zhengnan's voice was full of temptation. Given his status, all the things he promised were just a piece of cake for him, but it is a wealth that ordinary people cannot obtain in their entire lives. He didn't believe that the strong man in front of him would not be moved. But no matter how stupid Sun Long was, he knew that the sons of those big shots might not keep their words, even if he let Mu Zhengnan go back. The biggest result. He also died at the hands of Mu Zhengnan. As for finding his wife and children, that is even more nonsense. Previously, Tang Hao was lured into taking risks with just a few words. Even if it was accomplished, what Tang Hao said at that time, he will not be able to find his wife and children, and will eventually die at sea. These big shots never took these warriors seriously. He even despised him from the bottom of his heart. Because of this, although Sun Long was also taking care of Mu Zhengnan, he never intended to let him go. Just when Mu Zhengnan was still talking nonsense and trying to seduce Sun Long, the door creaked open. A figure holding a silver-white scalpel, wearing a baseball cap, a black top, and sky-blue jeans. With his back to the night, he looked coldly at Mu Zhengnan inside. When he raised that face, the flickering firelight illuminated the rather attractive face, which was also black and white, changing constantly. The appearance of Chen Zhe undoubtedly disrupted Mu Zhengnan's original decision. His previous talkative expression turned into a face full of fear. Because Sun Long in front of him, although he is Chen Zhe's helper, is at least a normal person. The Chen Zhe in front of him was a complete lunatic. He does things without considering the consequences and does not hold back when he strikes. Otherwise, Shanghai City wouldn't have become like this. Things should have calmed down long ago. This mentally ill person not only ruined the 2 children of the Zhou and Wang families, but also completely destroyed them. Even the Wang family was destroyed because of this. The martial arts master invited by Tang Tiancheng died on the deck without even the ability to resist. Chen Zhe today. It's like a sharp knife that is invincible. It pierced the proud barriers of the local forces in Shanghai City, causing panic among many powerful people. For a person like this, no matter how many things Mu Zhengnan promises him, will he listen? When Sun Long saw Chen Zhe coming in, he opened his mouth and sighed slowly. Chen Zhe walked forward and kicked Sun Long to the ground. The roasted hair fell into the dust, covered with sand. Sun Long gritted his teeth, knowing that he had wavered before. I couldn't help but smile bitterly and didn't say much. He just lowered his head and walked aside. The silver-white scalpel reflected a silver light under the firelight. It flashed past Mu Zhengnan's eyes. Look at Chen Zhe's face again, which is gradually becoming ferocious. Mu Zhengnan panicked. His face was filled with fear. Where was the arrogance? His proud status seemed worthless in front of a madman. Sun Long, quickly tell him, if anything happens to me, you'll all be finished. You already know my identity. As long as you rescue me, I promise to make you a member of the Tang family. I can make the scenery and prosperity of Shanghai City available to you at your fingertips. Are you just going to watch such a good opportunity slip away? Mu Zhengnan's voice was in a panic. He wanted Sun Long to help him escape, or at least to stop Chen Zhe. After thinking it through, he also realized that there was no way he could turn back. Even if he helped Mu Zhengnan, he would not be let go after he got out. Without any use value, how could this arrogant person, who was above the Tang family, care about the life and death of a small person? He didn't say anything. Instead, he picked up the sand-covered, freshly roasted rabbit, tore off a piece of sandy rabbit meat, put it in his mouth, and began to chew it hard. The creaking sound caused by the friction between sand and and teeth was particularly clear in this silent room. As if he had made some kind of choice, he no longer looked at Mu Jiangnan, but kept his head down the whole time. All that was left was the hair covered in sand. Chen Zhe slowly squatted in front of Mu Jiangnan. The scalpel was aimed at a clearly visible meridian on his arm. Because the bandage was too tight, the blood vessels bulged on his arm, so he followed the edge of the blood vessel, cutting open Mu Jiangnan's skin bit by bit. Mu Jiangnan felt the pain in his arm and his eyes widened little by little until his skin and flesh were cut and blood gushed out. Chen Zhe used a scalpel to cut open his skin and flesh. Mu Jiangnan screamed hysterically because of the pain, just like Tang Hao did back then. The following time was like hell on earth. Screams, cries, despair, and pleas for mercy came one after another. Mu Jiangnan told everything he knew. He kept banging his head against the pillar behind him, hoping that Chen Zhe would let him go. It's so painful. Chen Zhe's movements were very slow, allowing a conscious, living person to watch himself being cut open bit by bit. The ground was dyed red with blood. This high and mighty prince, who was so arrogant and domineering, could cause countless people to part with their lives with just one word. A madman's toy. Until you have enough fun. Chen Zhe let out a breath. His face showed an expression of great comfort. As for Mu Jiangnan, who was tied to the pillar, his eyes gradually became dull, although he was clearly still alive. There were many wounds on his body, and they had already been sewn up with needle and thread. But those empty eyes did not show any sign of life, only deathly silence. Chen Zhe took out several large bottles of medical alcohol. Facing Mu Jiangnan's wound, he fell down. The alcohol flowed through every wound on Mu Jiangnan, who had originally had an expressionless face. Another shrill scream was uttered. He was gasping for breath, his face pale with pain, and cold sweat kept dripping from his forehead. However, Chen Zhe did not let Mu Jiangnan die easily. Instead, after feeling satisfied, he found a place to lie down and sleep. Until a whole day passed, Chen Zhe had a good sleep. After eating something, he picked up the silver-white scalpel and walked in front of Mu Jiangnan. After experiencing the terror of last night, Mu Jiangnan was so scared when he saw Chen Zhe coming up with a knife again that he peed his pants on the spot. Tears mixed with snot stained the twisted face. Using all his strength, he bent his body down. He couldn't stop kowtowing to Chen Zhe. Please, no, don't. I know I was wrong. It was our fault. We shouldn't have attacked your sister. Please, let me go. As long as you are willing to let me go, no matter what you want, I can get it for you. I'm willing to compensate you. I can get your sister into the best hospital, hire the best doctors and nurses in the world, and give her the best treatment. Let me go, let me go, let me go. But in those words, it sounded again. He wielded the scalpel with ease, just like a dancing butterfly. It also seems to be carving the most exquisite work of art in the world. Every strike of the knife was done with extreme precision. Chen Zhe enjoyed this process very much. His face sometimes became ferocious, sometimes became excited. The whole process lasted for several hours. Mu Jiangnan in front of him could no longer bear it. His body had reached its limit and was dying. If he was not treated, he would die soon. But Chen Zhe did not let Mu Jiangnan go easily. Just like in the morning, treat Mu Jiangnan's wounds. Just lean against the wall and close your eyes to rest. This torture lasted for 7 days. 7 days. Once it's night, between the mountains and fields, there will be sounds like ghosts crying and wolves howling. So much so that many animals were frightened, and there wasn't even a mouse to be seen around. During the 7 days, Sun Long, who had been watching the whole process, couldn't stand it anymore. I would run out to relieve my emotions. The 4 people who were tied up in the room were the driver, investigator, Sun Yaoyang, and the mistress. But this kind of scene made him vomit bile. The mistress's eyes rolled back and she fainted several times. Finally, on the morning of the 7th day, Mu Jiangnan was in near despair. Looking at Mu Jiangnan in front of him, who was already in a state of disarray, Chen Zhe's eyes were cold. Drag the man to the back mountain and leave him in the wilderness. I believe it won't take long. Even the bones will be taken away. After doing all this, Chen Zhe looked up at the sky. The slowly rising sun cast a ray of warm light on his face. It was like a divine illumination, baptizing him. During this period of time, a lot of the pent-up depression has dissipated, but that was only part of it. From Mu Jiangnan, he learned the specific information about the remaining 4 people. According to Mu Jiangnan's confession, these people were named Chao Lei, Yuan Yan, Xin Zhimo, and Du Yan. They correspond to the 4 people attending the meeting. According to Mu Jiangnan, Shanghai City in the past was not as glorious as it is today, but it happened when Shanghai City was at its most chaotic. 5 people came here. No one knows where they came from. No one knows their true identities. All we know is that after they arrived, they set off a bloody storm in Shanghai City and slaughtered all the local forces in Shanghai City, and introduced a large amount of funds, established ports, opened trade, and obtained foreign trade. And with absolute strength, he recaptured the Tang family and more than 100 local forces. It once became a legend in Shanghai City. They have settled in Shanghai all year round, but Shanghai is not a place name and no one knows the correct address of Shanghai. Everyone who comes out from above, they all have the ability to call the wind and rain in Shanghai City. Later, Mu Jiangnan's father, Mu Hongguang, and the other 4 people in the meeting had a falling out and became independent. The Tang family now belongs solely to Mu Hongguang. In addition to the Tang family, Mu Hongguang also possesses unparalleled power in Shangjing. As for the remaining 4 people, they never appeared again after breaking up with Mu Hongguang. But these people are hiding such terrifying power. It is still unknown. Only outside, you can often hear rumors about them. The power of those 4 people, if revealed occasionally, would be enough to cause turmoil in the entire Shanghai City. The only pity is that after Mu Hongguang fell out with with those 4 people. Those 4 people never showed up in Shanghai City again, as if they had evaporated from the face of the earth. As for Mu Zhengnan, even he didn't know where the meeting would be. People like Mu Zhengnan, who are above the entire Shanghai City, are not qualified to contact the meeting. Among those who have shown up now and know where the meeting is, I am afraid that the only one who knows where the meeting is Mu Hongguang. After sorting out this information, Chen Zhe put away the scalpel and walked down the mountain on his own. The sunlight shone on him, but half of his body was always in shadow. Some people even deliberately avoid the warm sunshine and walk under the shadow of lush branches and leaves. More like a night ghost wandering in the human world. Chen Zhe was away from Shanghai City for 7 days. He also tortured Mu Zhengnan for 7 days and witnessed with his own eyes Mu Zhengnan's painful death bit by bit. As he drove back to Shanghai City, it was already past 6 in the afternoon when we entered the urban village. As a result, not long after he came in, a man and a woman walked towards him quickly. The man was about 23 or 24 years old, wearing a white jacket and gray pants, with a heroic look between his eyebrows. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old, with brisk steps and steady breathing, and she was quite pretty. She had her hair tied in a ponytail and stopped in front of Chen Zhe. The man cupped his hands and said, "Hello, Mr. Chen. We are the Duan family brothers and sisters from Beitang, and our apprentices are Duan Yulong. My name is Duan Jingyi. My name is Duan Jiaojiao." The 2 men bowed to Chen Zhe, appearing extremely polite. But when facing these 2 people, Chen Zhe didn't even look sideways and walked straight towards them. The brother and sister looked at each other for a moment, smiled bitterly, and hurried to catch up. "Mr. Chen may not recognize us, but in heaven and earth, during the battle in the outer sea, our master Duan Yulong once fended off a great master and many other experts. We came here with no ill intentions this time. Recently, our Duan family entered Shanghai City and occupied a lot of territory. But because we arrived relatively late, all the resources and support were given to some elders, so there's not much left in our hands. Master wanted us to come out and gain some experience, so we came to find Mr. Chen. I want to stay by his side and help solve some small problems. To put it bluntly, it's about betting. Their Duan family has now suppressed a lot of resources among many elders. Even Duan Yulong himself has become a big shot now, almost overshadowing other forces. But now, Chen Zhe, who has caused bloody storms and huge waves in Shanghai City, is an invincible sharp knife. It would be great if we could send some people to work beside Chen Zhe. Regardless of whether Chen Zhe finally builds up his own power, it is actually a good thing for them. Moreover, after Chen Zhe left, they occupied a lot of land in the urban village. Today, they have the final say in 1/4 of the urban villages. I know Mr. Chen might not think much of us, and we can't help with big things, but we can handle minor issues and gather information. Mr. Chen, if you need us, just ask. No matter how much the 2 said, Chen Zhe still pretended not to see it. Just when the brother and sister entered a corner. But suddenly, Chen Zhe's whereabouts were lost. Both of them have received professional training. Although their fighting power is not as good as those of the big guys, like Sun Long, the brother and sister can still fight. Now seeing Chen Zhe disappear, both of them showed bitter expressions, but did not say anything else. Duan Jiaojiao next to her said hesitantly, "Brother, I see that Mr. Chen neither agreed nor refused. Maybe he just doesn't trust us." Duan Jingyi shook his head helplessly and did not answer his sister's words. The family originally wanted to send some young people. When they came to contact Chen Zhe, many people backed off because of his identity as a madman. After all, he was a madman who killed so many people without caring about the consequences. Who knows what will happen if you approach the other person and say the wrong thing? The reason why he came here was because Duan Jingyi had combined a lot of information about Chen Zhe's deeds. The choice made. Now, my brother and I are almost the most insignificant in the Duan family. Besides, some of the things our parents did in their early years destined us to not be valued. If we want to pick ourselves up again, we have to take an unconventional approach. No matter what, let's give it another try. As long as Mr. Chen is willing to accept us, I will stay by his side and do my best. After Duan Jingyi finished speaking, he recalled the information his men had obtained earlier. We arrived at the western part of the urban village and waited quietly. They didn't know Chen Zhe's exact address. However, someone had seen Chen Zhe in the western part of the urban village, and they had paid a huge price to get this news. In addition, the buildings in the western part of the urban village are too dense, and almost all the iron sheds, houses, and roads are interconnected. Want to be in this complex area? Find someone with great skills. It is as difficult as finding a needle in a haystack. Wait here first. If you run into Mr. Chen again, ask him again. I believe that as long as we are sincere enough, we will be accepted. Duan Jingyi actually didn't hold much hope. If they want to rise, it probably won't work by relying on ordinary means. The only option is to take a path that others dare not take. Duan Jiaojiao also nodded. Although she was a little bored, she still waited there obediently. He shook off the brother and sister. Chen Zhe, who was familiar with the place, came to the west area of the urban village and walked up to the 5th floor step by step. I opened the door with the key, and when I came in, I smelled the scent of wine. Chen Zhe frowned and took another look at the table. It was just simple noodles. His eyes narrowed unconsciously, and he knocked on the door of Zhao Miner's room next to him. When Zhao Miner saw Chen Zhe, her autumn water eyes unconsciously became a little moist. Even from the changes in expression on Zhao Miner's face, he knew that something must have happened during these 7 days. Just in the following chat, Zhao Miner didn't say anything. He didn't ask either. About half an hour later, the door opened. The person who came in was a woman with bruises all over her face, and a little girl behind her. When they saw Chen Zhe sitting in in the hall, they were both stunned. He quickly started to clean up the table. When Chen Zhe's gaze fell on the noodles, the mother and daughter couldn't help but move a little stiffly. After all, when leaving, Chen Zhe also gave her daughter a large sum of money. As a result, during these 7 days, all I ate was noodles. No wonder they avoided looking at each other and even dared not to look at Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe wanted to get up, but Zhao Min'er beside him quickly held him back. Brother Chen, it's not Aunt Ji Huanmei or Sister Ji Shilan's fault. The day after you left, someone broke in here with a key. It seemed like there was a dispute over renting the house. Afterwards, a lot of things were smashed, and then the landlord found out. He brought a large group of people and went to find the mother and daughter to question them. In order to protect me, her mother was beaten with a wooden stick. These scars were left from that incident. As for the money you gave me, it was all used to compensate for the damage to the house. In fact, when it comes down to it, I was still tricked. After all, they had just rented a house. Soon after, other tenants rushed in and smashed things. It's smashed, so be it. It's the landlord's problem. It turned out that the other party brought a large group of people. The mother and daughter were forced to hand over all the several $1,000s that Chen Zhe had given them. As a result, they almost only ate noodles during this period. It was the little girl's mother who bought it while doing odd jobs, but that's the way it is. Ji Huanmei and the little girl Ji Shilan lowered their heads in shame. Because before, it was the little girl Ji Shilan who kept saying that there was no problem. They were blocking the door at the time. Zhao Min'er in the room was not affected. The mother and daughter glanced at Chen Zhe with a somewhat timid look on their faces, afraid of being kicked out. Given their current situation, if I leave here, I won't even have a place to stay. Big brother, my mom has been working odd jobs all week. We will definitely pay back the 3,000 yuan. Ji Huanmei also nodded. When choosing a place earlier, my daughter didn't confirm the other party's situation. We have nowhere else to live now, and we really can't leave here. There was a hint of pleading in the voices of both mother and daughter. Chen Zhe didn't say anything, but took out several thousand yuan and put it on the table. The mother and daughter finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that Chen Zhe had forgiven them. But this time, they didn't dare to keep the money on them. He only took a few $100s and hid the rest in the room. Then I started to go out to buy groceries and prepare to cook when I came back. As a result, the mother and daughter were out for less than half an hour. There was a loud knock on the door. Someone is knocking on the door outside. After knocking for a long time, there was no response. He started using the key to try to unlock the door from the outside. Chen Zhe, who was originally sitting on the sofa, stood up with a bang. Rushing over, he grabbed the door handle. The people outside pushed down hard, but after pressing for a long time, the door didn't move at all. Chen Zhe looked out through the peephole. I saw a man about 30 years old with tattoos all over his neck. There were about 10 people following behind. It was Chen Zhe, the old gangster Wu Hai whom I met last time. He still held the bottle of wine in his hand and drank it slowly. From time to time, burp. But without exception, they all held water pipes and machetes in their hands, and it was obvious that they were here to cause trouble. Someone even dragged Ji Huanmei up from behind. His face was covered in blood, and in his hands was a bag of freshly bought pig's trotters, beef, and vegetables. The other party pulled them hard, and all the blood fell all over the floor. The left side of her face was swollen, blood was flowing from the corner of her eye, and she let out a few muffled groans. But he never asked for help. After a while, there was another little girl crying. He was kicked and fell to the stairs. But the mother and daughter just lay on the ground like this. He never said a word. The leader was a man covered in tattoos. He kicked Ji Huanmei hard, asked the person inside to open the door. I told you last time that the broken items will cost at least 20,000 or 30,000. In the end, you compensated me with 3,000, saying you were broke. Now you're buying pig's trotters and beef. I don't think you're broke. Do you think I'm easy to bully and want me to suffer in silence? After saying this, the man seemed still unsatisfied. He kicked Ji Huanmei hard several times. Every kick made Ji Huanmei's body tremble violently, but she just bent her body. Holding the vegetables he had just bought, he lay on the ground without saying a word. As for Ji Shilan, someone grabbed her hair and lifted her up again, just about to crash into the wall. I don't know how much time has passed, but it opened at this time. The person who opened the door was wearing a baseball cap, and just standing at the door made people feel an inexplicable chill. A pair of eyes stared at the tattooed man like a vicious tiger, causing the man's eyebrows to twitch uncontrollably. "You fucking horse." The tattooed man raised his hand, and the painted steel pipe hit Chen Zhe on the forehead. He was still cursing, using harsh and unpleasant swear words. Only at the back, the old scoundrel Wu Hai, who suddenly took a gulp of wine, looked up drunkenly and glanced at Chen Zhe. That face that will never be forgotten. The old gangster's feet trembled. He lost his balance and rolled down the stairs. The bottle fell to the ground. With a bang, glass shattered all over the floor. At the same time, there was a silver-white beam of light. In the lighted corridor, it flashed by. The man holding the steel pipe had a tattoo on his neck that almost covered his skin, but now a line appeared. A red mark appeared that was out of place with the tattoo, and then a large amount of blood gushed out. It got all over Chen Zhe's face. The man holding the steel pipe still had his hand raised, but the steel pipe that was about to fall was suspended in midair. His pupils contracted little by little, and his mouth opened, but he couldn't say a word. When the others saw such a tragic scene, they subconsciously took a few steps back, swallowing their saliva, full of fear. They never dreamed that they had only come here to extort money, but upon seeing each other, their usually arrogant and domineering boss, his neck was slashed. Although they are notorious bullies in the urban villages, they often rely on their numbers to set traps or extort money. But I have never met met such a cruel and tough guy. Even Ji Huanmei, who fell to the ground and curled up like a shrimp, couldn't help but open her mouth wide. There was also some blood spilled not far in front of her. Staring blankly at this scene, Ji Huanmei's heart was in her throat and she was terrified to the extreme. The little girl Ji Shilan was also unable to utter a word, and her small body couldn't stop shaking, until a scream was heard all around. The crowd, already frightened, ran down like crazy, but before they could get downstairs, people running down, a scream was heard, and a moment later, the old gangster Wu Hai returned again. Standing at the aisle, he looked around. Holding onto the fence on the 5th floor, he jumped towards the small building opposite. Although the two were not far apart, the one opposite was a 3-story residential building. The old gangster Wu Hai was so scared that his scalp went numb, but fortunately he managed to jump over it. But because there was a difference in height of 2 floors, he fell with a bang and broke his leg. Everyone was bewildered and stood there in a daze. At the same time, the sound of dense footsteps was heard. It was Duan Jingyi and Duan Zhaojiao, brother and sister, who brought a large number of men and blocked the entrance to the corridor. When I saw this group of people coming in earlier, they sent someone to follow them, and then they saw Ji Huanmei and Ji Shilan, mother and daughter, and heard them mention the man in the baseball cap. He immediately thought of Chen Zai, so he worked non-stop to gather dozens of people stuck at the entrance of the corridor. At this moment, it can be said to have come at the perfect time. Duan Jingyi just glanced at everyone. Then he said a few words to the men beside him. The people who rushed up knocked down all the dozen or so thugs and dragged them away one by one. The brother and sister came to the door again. Looking at the corpse lying on the ground, he arranged for several people to clean it up and flush it. Then he bowed and looked at Chen Zai. Mr. Chen, please let us follow you. Although your abilities are greater than anyone else's, you are still alone. Someone has to deal with these troublesome little things. As long as you let us 2 brothers and sisters follow you, we promise to be wholeheartedly loyal and will not let you down. They don't know if this will be effective. From the beginning to the end, in their hearts, Chen Zai was a madman. But with no other options, the brother and sister decided to take a different approach and put their hopes on Chen Zai. Looking at the cleaned aisle, Chen Zai said nothing and turned to go into the house. Ji Huanmei and Ji Shilan followed in one after another, and the door was not closed. Ji Huanmei quickly said, "Are you Mr. Chen's friends? Come in quickly. I'm just about to cook. Have dinner first and then go back." The brother and sister looked at each other, and seeing that Chen Zai did not refuse, they followed in silently. But the two just sat in the distance, observed Chen Zai's expression at all times. The other party had no intention of driving him away. Only then did I slowly breathe a sigh of relief, knowing that this matter was accomplished. Chen Zai did not expel the Duan brothers and sisters. Everyone felt relieved and had dinner. After the matter was over, the Duan brothers and sisters rented a room next door, waiting for Chen Zai's orders at any time. At the same time, in Shanghai City's South District, the limping old gangster Wu Hai, his face was full of fear, and he looked back from time to time, walked into a luxuriously decorated club. Soon, he was brought into the 3rd floor of the club. Then I saw a man with a mustache, wearing a black suit, holding a red wine glass, turned his head. When Wu Hai saw this person, he quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Hello, Boss Yang. The task you assigned us to previously failed." Wu Hai didn't dare to say it because they were blackmailing him, and in the end, all the dozen or so people he had recruited with great difficulty were killed. I could only lower my head, slightly afraid, and wait for my fate. The man holding a red wine glass, wearing a black suit and a mustache was Yang Feng. It was also him who took away Miss Su's territory. He was not a fool and could see that there was something wrong at a glance. He knocked on the table in front of him and drank the red wine in the glass. "Tell me what's going on. With the power of our Yang family, it's easy for us to find out the whole story. If you tell it yourself, there might be some room for maneuver, but if I send someone out to investigate, I can't say for sure." Ever since occupying Miss Su's territory, their Yang family is also the most powerful among the vanguards of the Yujing faction. Even many big figures of the Beijing school. He personally promised the Yang family many benefits. This led to the Yang family valuing him more and more, and all resources were piled on Yang Feng. His whole person and aura have changed. To put it bluntly, Yang Feng is a little arrogant now. I can't hide it any longer. The old gangster Wu Hai could only tell the truth. Otherwise, if Yang Feng really went to investigate and found out what they had done, they would probably be thrown into the river to feed the fish. It's better to say it out yourself. There is still a glimmer of hope. Following Wu Hai, he recounted the entire process with exaggeration. Yang Feng was also stunned for a moment, and then reacted after a moment. "You said the man was wearing a baseball cap, a black shirt, and blue jeans?" "Yes, I met that guy once before when the Tang family issued the bounty order. He must be the madman who has been making so much noise recently." Yang Feng's face was as dark as water. He put the red wine glass on the table, but he was already cursing in his heart. In the alley of the urban village, he had the opportunity to kill Miss Su and eliminate that trouble. The result was that because of Chen Zai, he missed the best opportunity. Now he wanted to attack the urban village, but he met Chen Zai again. According to the situation of urban villages, in the past, the powerful people in Shanghai City would definitely not take it seriously. It is a mixed bag and difficult to control. Gradually, it became a no man's land. People from all walks of life have gathered in Shanghai City, and there is no longer enough territory to be divided. Although the Tang family also tightened their encirclement and made some concessions, but this little piece of land, in the eyes of outsiders with huge appetites, it is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket. Some people then turned their attention to the urban villages. Now urban villages are also divided into 4 areas. Young Feng took a fancy to the western area of the urban village, occupied Miss Su's territory, and began to invest a lot of manpower and material resources. Before I saw any reward, this incident with Chen Zhe happened again. By the way, you said that besides the man in the baseball cap, you also encountered a brother and sister who were very skilled and blocked you at the stairs. Yes, that man had a heroic aura and was very ruthless. When I jumped to the house across the street, I saw with my own eyes that his men had crippled several people. That girl has a ponytail and a teardrop mole on the left corner of her eye. She's pretty. The old gangster Wu Hai seemed to have thought of something again. I also heard their subordinates call that man Boss Duan. They should be brother and sister. Taking all of the above into consideration, Young Feng immediately knew who these 2 siblings were. His face became even uglier. They are Duan Yulong of Beitang and his 2 youngest disciples. They are also the 2 least respected people in the Duan family. But no matter what, the Duan family has produced a martial arts master. Duan Yulong is the undisputed leader among the outsiders of the northern school. Even his 2 least valued disciples are still not people that others dare to touch. Chen Zhe plus the Duan brothers and sisters, it seems that the western part of the urban village cannot be touched. Yang Feng muttered to himself and let out a breath of foul air. The old gangster Wu Hai below hurriedly said, I also know quite a few idle people in the urban village. If Boss Yang is interested, I can call them over and go to the western part of the urban village again. Ever since the Tang family was targeted and fewer tasks were issued, the old gangster Wu Hai was kicked out of the center of interests. I finally got the support of Boss Yang. Of course I won't give up. But Yang Feng glanced at Wu Hai and said with a sneer, forget about the West District. The fighting in the East District has been fierce lately. If you gather more people, the money will be good, but the people must be ruthless. After saying that, Yang Feng waved his hand, signaling Wu Hai to get out quickly. At the same time, a warning was given. As for the West District, don't go there anymore. Right now, that madman and the Duan brothers and sisters are probably the most troublesome people in the urban village. Of course, if you're not afraid of death, you can go there and give it a try. When Wu Hai heard what Boss Yang said, he shuddered suddenly. I remember that in the previous encounter, the previous leader was killed. I couldn't help but swallow my saliva. How could I dare to go over there? He left the club in shame. He received a text message that 200,000 yuan had been deposited into his bank card. The 200,000 yuan is for him to recruit people, for those of them who are idle on the streets. But it is already a huge sum. The Yang family is truly wealthy. They spend 200,000 every time. Last time, they gave that tattooed guy over 500,000. Now that he's dead, doesn't that mean it's my turn to take the throne? From now on, he will get the lion's share of this money. The old gangster Wu Hai became extremely excited. He started to busy himself around, helping the Yang family recruit people. As for Yang Feng, he doesn't care about this little money. Instead, he sat in the room and took out a document. Recently, Su Qingjun got a large sum of money from somewhere and started building his own power. Based on my understanding of the Su family's eldest daughter, I'm afraid she won't let it go so easily. Thinking of the madman in the western part of the urban village and Miss Su, Yang Feng felt a headache coming on. But things have come to this point. There is no way the Yang family can turn back. No matter what, the most important thing in the near future is to hold on to our current territory and never let Su Qingjun make a comeback. Yang Feng made several more calls. He gave some instructions and increased the vigilance in the southern area to avoid being suddenly attacked by Miss Su. It was dawn and a light breeze came in through the window. It rained lightly last night and the sky was gloomy. It's a little damp outside. The western part of the urban village is already densely populated. The buildings are connected together and people are coming and going before dawn. Chen Zhe glanced at the alarm clock. It was only 5 or 6 o'clock, but he couldn't sleep anymore. So he got up and drove to the bar street near the street entrance at Gu Jiajia's breakfast stall buying bread. Gu Jiajia's complexion seems to have become a little more rosy lately. When I saw her before, her face would occasionally have some scars or even bruises. But after meeting each other several times, Gu Jiajia's smooth face became whiter and more rosy, and she became more beautiful. Maybe it's because I've been eating better recently, or it's because of my mood. Before leaving, Chen Zhe bought 7 or 8 loaves of bread, and Gu Jiajia didn't want to take the money. But just like last time, Chen Zhe threw down $100 bill and turned away. Gu Jiajia hurriedly shouted, next month, at the beginning of the month, I will leave Shanghai City, go to Mo, and then go to the north to study. Can you come and see me off then? Although Chen Zhe heard Gu Jiajia when he was a child, but after spending some time together, Gu Jiajia discovered that Chen Zhe had changed a lot. The feeling is also much better. From the bottom of my heart, I regard Chen Zhe as a friend. Here the other party is leaving. Chen Zhe didn't have too many emotional fluctuations. Nodded to it. Gu Jiajia said again, it's my birthday the day after tomorrow. I've saved up some money and will buy you a small cake. I'll be waiting for you at 10 p.m. on the beach east of Bar Street. This was her last sentence, and Chen Zhe just opened the car door at this moment. He sat down as if he hadn't heard. Gu Jiajia watched him leave. Chen Zhe listened to it. Still didn't listen. Then he lay down in front of the iron stall again. Gu Jiajia, what are you thinking? Although he is a little more stable than before, he is still a lunatic after all. Being friends with him might only end up hurting yourself. Although she said this, Gu Jiajia still looked forward to Chen Zhe arriving the day after tomorrow night. Because she dropped out of school early, she was self-taught at home. From childhood to adulthood, she didn't even have any friends. The only person who can talk now is Chen Zhe, who occasionally comes to buy breakfast. I don't know if he will consider me as a friend. Leave the urban village. Chen Zhe parked the car near the Huangshan Club. It's still the same alley under the club. Ning Miaoshu was waiting early. See Chen Zhe coming. Handed something over. You asked me to investigate the meeting, but I didn't find any information. That place is not something I can access. Nowadays, in Shanghai City, there are only a few legends about Shanghui. No one knows the actual address of Shanghui. However, after Mu Zhangnan was captured by you, his father, Mu Hongguang, went to the Tang family. Ning Miaoshu looked at Chen Zhe curiously and asked, "Where is Mu Zhangnan now?" Chen Zhe, who had just walked in, took the thing casually, opened it and saw that it was the layout of the Tang family's manor. He nodded at Ning Miaoshu and did not hide anything. Mu Zhangnan is dead. I tortured him for 7 days, cutting him over 2,800 times. In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and I left him on the mountain. Now he's probably been eaten by wild beasts. Not even a bone is left. Mu Zhangnan is dead? I heard Chen Zhe's words without any emotion. Ning Miaoshu swallowed and her pupils contracted slightly. He looked at Chen Zhe deeply again. My heart is full of emotion. Who is Mu Zhangnan? That's the high and mighty prince of Shanghai City. Countless people have tried their best to curry favor with this little prince. Perhaps Mu Zhangnan has been accustomed to this kind of environment and atmosphere since he was a child, which has developed his arrogant and proud character. Never take anyone seriously. A good girl who was killed by Mu Zhangnan himself. Mu Zhangnan is one of the most cruel people in Shanghai City. But such a person has been living in glory and has not received the punishment he deserves after so many years. If Chen Zhe had not appeared, Mu Zhangnan would probably still be living a carefree life, reveling every night. It's better to be dead. Mu Hongguang not only went to the Tang family, but I heard he also went to Shangjing. The Tang family has been shrinking their sphere of influence these days and is beginning to compromise. We've given up a significant portion of our interests and signed a ceasefire agreement with the outsiders led by Duan Yulong. I'm afraid that no more conflict will break out in the short term. Another thing is that the newly arrived Beijing faction has begun to rub shoulders with the northern faction. If you're not careful, the gun could go off accidentally. Once there is internal chaos, the consequences will be disastrous. Whether it's the northern school or the Beijing school, they all have different thoughts and are a mess. At first, it was nothing to fight against Tang together. Once there is profit to be made, they will pounce on it like a mad dog to grab the food. We have been talking about this for 3 days. The distribution of the piece of meat thrown away by the Tang family has not yet been agreed upon. My dad is also negotiating with the northern faction. I don't have many men available, and they're all being used to defend the area around the Yellow Sea Club. It's Tang Hao, the one you released, who's at loggerheads with the main wife. With Tang Bing's support, you seem poised to return to your peak. If you can get Tang Hao's support, many things will be much easier to handle in the future. Ning Miaoshu was paying attention to Chen Zhe's expression as she spoke. She always felt Tang Hao was able to go back because he must have agreed to some unknown conditions from Chen Zhe. Last night she received news that Duan Yulong's 2 young disciples had gone to follow Chen Zhe. I am no longer alone. A madman who stirs up trouble in Shanghai City. Instead, an invisible force was formed faintly. If the Duan brothers and sisters had been with Chen Zhe and nothing had happened, some frustrated children from aristocratic families may also take unconventional approaches. Chen Zhe's reputation alone is enough to hold up a big banner. It seems my dad is right. Contacting Chen Zhe might have been dangerous before, but now, who knows, there might be unexpected gains. Ning Miaoshu tried her best to help Chen Zhe and looked for information everywhere. But it's not just about repaying Chen Zhe for saving his life. She also has her own little thoughts. After all, her father is just one of the sons of the Ning family. Later, because he chose the wrong side, he was almost abandoned by his family. Among outsiders, he is not a very powerful figure unless he can find a way out. Sooner or later, there will be big problems. If Chen Zhe can become successful, he might be a good choice. Next, he chatted with Ning Miaoshu for a long time. After confirming some details, he was about to turn around and leave. Ning Miaoshu then heard him say, the Hall of Fame, who had disappeared from Shanghai City for many years, is showing signs of reappearing. His target is most likely the second hospital. It is said that the Hall of Fame was established during Mu Hongguang's peak period. With the 5 of them entering the upper society, the Hall of Fame disappeared. Now that he's reappeared, I feel like it's closely related to Mu Hongguang. You killed his son, and Mu Hongguang will never let you go. After hearing this, Chen Zhe turned around and got into the car. I plan to go to the second hospital. After all, the outsiders now seem to be showing signs of a truce with the Tang family. Will those people continue to protect his parents and sister? It's all a problem. What if the other party really reaches an agreement? The hospital is likely to be Chen Zhe's last concern. Driving all the way, he entered the alley near the hospital. The car stopped at the entrance of the highway. If it were before, it would be near the second hospital. It is often crowded, but when he arrived at the hospital, he found it was particularly quiet. There were no more intense fights, only groups of people occasionally passing by the hospital. Chen Zhe, who was familiar with the place, entered the lounge, took away a white coat and put it on himself. Hats, masks, and work badges were all taken from the lounge. When he came out again, there is no difference between him and a normal doctor. He strode quickly to the outside of his sister's ward, still taking care of his sister as usual. His parents barely left the hospital. Whether it is food or other things, someone will deliver it. In addition, his sister's ward has become much more exquisite, with many dolls placed in it, and fruits and gifts in bamboo baskets. From this we can see that there are quite a few people people visiting his parents recently. Chen Yuzhang was about to get up when he saw Chen Zhe standing at the door through the glass of the ward. This white-haired old father. My body couldn't help but tremble. The person standing at the door was Chen Zhe. The mother was also moved by Chen Yuzhang's actions. Feeling a little confused, she looked at him outside the glass. Then both parents' eyes turned red. Let Chen Zhe enter the room. During this period of time, Chun Yu was about to say something, but after thinking for a long time, I couldn't say anything. Even my mother's throat choked at one point. The family gathered in the ward, but they looked at each other in silence. Chen Zhe just checked his sister's injuries. He has mostly recovered and has undergone 2 operations, but he remains in a coma. Chen Yuzhang said from the side, your sister has intracranial hemorrhage, and it seems that her brain nerves are damaged. Next, she will probably need another operation. A lot of people have come to see your sister recently, although I don't know what you did outside. But whether it's my sister's medical expenses or our recent food, clothing, and daily necessities, there are special people who deliver them. Chen Yuzhang patted his shoulder. You've done very well. Hear what my father said. Chen Zhe's eyes were calm, but there were some ripples in his expression. It's hard to describe. It's something I've never felt before. But in response to his father's words, he just checked his sister's injuries and left the ward. His parents did not try to stop him. They watched him leave inside. Chen Zhe never left the hospital. Instead, I came to the office where the attending physician was, but the doctor was out. He found his sister's medical record. It was indeed intracranial hemorrhage. He couldn't quite understand what was said. However, based on the proficiency and knowledge he had gained on the system, he could clearly feel that his sister's operation this time would be extremely dangerous. In addition, the location of the intracranial hemorrhage is extremely special. If you are not careful, you will never wake up in this life. As he looked at the reports, the door opened again. The person who walked in was his sister's attending physician. He glanced at Chen Zhe and thought he was a new doctor. The hospital had undergone several major changes recently. Even the old dean with a strong background was rejected. It is normal that they don't know some people. The girl in this report has a very strong background, but this operation is also very risky. Originally, someone found a well-known senior professor in the country and wanted him to perform the surgery. But when I thought about how that girl was connected to so many forces, I finally gave up. The attending physician was also quite helpless. If it weren't for this case, it would have been in his hands a long time ago. Plus, he couldn't refuse, so he would have left long ago. But Chen Zhe just glanced at the doctor. On the medical record, there is a cross at the back of the head. He spoke. It might be better to cut from this place. Hearing Chen Zhe's words, the doctor was stunned on the spot, because their medical team spent almost 5 days discussing before confirming the incision site. But looking at Chen Zhe's appearance, it was obvious that he had just come into contact with the case, but he could tell at a glance the best position for the operation. The doctor couldn't help but look at him deeply. It seems that little brother also has his own unique insights into craniotomy. That's perfect. We have a meeting later. Come with us, little brother. The doctor didn't wait for him to refuse and pulled him outside. Soon, they arrived at a conference room on the 10th floor where several doctors were already waiting, just providing suggestions. He did not dare to participate in Chen Xiaomei's operation. Chen Xiaomei's current situation is not the worst, but the success rate is definitely not much better. So many forces entered the second hospital one after another. How special Chen Xiaomei is. Anyone with a discerning eye can see it. Naturally, no one is willing to get involved in this mess anymore. Chen Zhe was arranged to sit at the back, and the Dr. Su Yuan who pulled him and introduced him to everyone. This must be our hospital's new doctor. He has his own unique insights into craniotomy. He saw at a glance where to start the surgery after we've been discussing the case for 5 days. Please don't be stingy later, little brother. If you can provide a more useful solution, that would be great. The 5 veteran doctors present began to propose their own medical plans. Some say that the craniotomy can be performed directly to relieve intracranial pressure. Some say that through catheters, instruments are introduced into blood vessels to treat the bleeding area and achieve the effect of stopping bleeding. But after everyone talked for a long time, no one dared to make a decision. Instead, the scene became chaotic for a while. Su Yuan, who was sitting at the top, also felt helpless. Finally, he looked at Chen Zhe for help. Su Yuan looked at him, but Chen Zhe just sat there silently. Although some of his skills have been upgraded to the maximum level by the system, but many times, surgery has a chance of failure, so he didn't intend to use these things on his sister easily. Even if he was sure, he didn't want to make any mistakes, since we need someone to serve as experimental material. Even to reduce the risk of my sister's surgery to almost zero, I must have accumulated a lot of surgical experience. If Chen Zhe were to perform the operation himself, he was sure that he could do a better job than any other doctor. But there is no guarantee of achieving 100% success. If we can accumulate a large number of surgical experiments, he can then come up with a more perfect solution. The discussion meeting has ended, although Chen Zhe did not give any better suggestions, but Wilson Su was still unusually polite. I even wanted to take Chen Zhe out for dinner, but Chen Zhe refused. He quickly drove to find Ning Miaoshu and told her the purpose of his trip. I want to enter the second hospital and become a doctor. We need a lot of patients with brain trauma. When Chen Zhe said this, Ning Miaoshu in front of him widened her eyes as wide as she could. She thought that Chen Zhe might come to her again for various reasons, even took action against the Tang family, or maybe he killed Mu Hongguang. But she never thought that Chen Zhe wanted to enter the second hospital. That thing is not about killing people, but about saving people. His own illness has not been treated or relieved, but he wants to perform surgery on others. It's ridiculous just to think about it. What if everyone gets killed? Who knows what will happen? Chenzei, it's not that I don't want to help you, but our Ning family doesn't have that ability. The second hospital is, after all, a government-owned enterprise. Given our situation, it's difficult for us to get involved. Hearing Ning Miaoshu's words, Chenzei just frowned and did not force. Then he returned to the rental house and found the Duan brothers and sisters. When the two heard Chenzei's thoughts, the cups they had just raised fell to the ground with a clang. It fell into pieces all over the ground. Duan Jiaojiao even spat out a mouthful of water. Mr. Chen, are you sure I heard you correctly? You want to be the chief physician at the second hospital? Chenzei nodded, confirmed that the two of them had heard correctly. Duan Jingyi and Duan Jiaojiao looked at each other bitterly. They also have no solution. Because that thing, if you have a medical qualification certificate or work experience, you can be transferred from other places. It can still be handled, just like the second hospital now, although there are many new faces. They are all people with extensive experience in other places. It's outrageous to expect a patient with a mental history to obtain a medical license. Wanting to reach the top in one step and become the chief physician of the second hospital is undoubtedly a pipe dream. There was nothing I could do when I saw the Duan brothers and sisters. Chenzei thought of Miss Su. Perhaps that woman was capable. Can you find out Miss Su's current address? The Duan siblings looked at each other. In fact, they had always known Miss Su's address, because it started from the moment they stayed with Chenzei. Miss Su revealed the information to them intentionally or unintentionally. She said if you need help, you can go find her. After much consideration, the two of them drove and took Chenzei to the luxurious residence where Miss Su currently lived. When they walked in, Chenzei also discovered the few people who survived after following Miss Su last time. After they saw Chenzei, they were all respectful and nodded. After all, Chenzei's situation now was a little different from before. The entire Shanghai city. The news that the Duan brothers and sisters had taken refuge with a madman was widely spread, but unfortunately, nothing had happened to these two brothers and sisters at the moment. If this continues, over time, the brother and sister will obtain the power and benefits they want, and there will be a steady stream of children from aristocratic families who, frustrated, will come to Chenzei for help. Just as Ning Miaoshu said, Chenzei alone is now enough to hold up a big banner. Brother Chen, I left in such a mess last time that I didn't have time to repay you for saving my life. If you need any help, I, Su Qingjun, will definitely do my best to help you. Miss Su was standing in the room. Someone prepared a few glasses of red wine and brought them to Chenzei and others. Chenzei did not reach out for them, only the Duan brothers and sisters took them. And Miss Su really wanted to help Chenzei, because I have a good relationship with Chenzei now. For her, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. What's more, since he saved my life, I naturally want to repay the favor. I want to go to the second hospital and be a chief physician. Miss Su, who had just taken a sip of red wine in her mouth, immediately spat it out. He started coughing violently, looking at Chenzei in disbelief. You said you wanted to go to the second hospital and become the chief physician? Miss Su had never heard of such a strange thing in her life. She even suspected that she had recognized the wrong person. Chenzei has a twin brother, a madman from a mental hospital. How dare you ask to be the attending physician at the second hospital? Miss Su smiled bitterly. I do have a way to help you, but the problem is, that place is for curing illnesses and saving lives, and the second hospital also has a complicated background. Even for us, it would be extremely difficult to mobilize doctors. If you cause any trouble in there, the consequences will be disastrous. If Chenzei meant who he wanted to kill, or who do you want information about? Miss Su definitely knew but didn't say it, and she said it all. It happened that Chenzei wanted to be the attending physician. Even if she had great ability, she wouldn't dare to do it. But Chenzei still looked firm, looking at Miss Su quietly, facing Chenzei's gaze. Miss Su opened her mouth and finally sighed. You want to go to the second hospital? That's not impossible. I have a place where you can get a makeover. But after you get into the second hospital, if you cause any trouble, I can only spread the news that you're an imposter, pretending to be a doctor and sneaking in. I can definitely help, but the second hospital, a public place like this, is really too complicated. If anything happens, even Miss Su cannot guarantee that she will not be implicated. So if it really comes to that and it can no longer be covered up, Miss Su will distance herself from all involvement. In fact, none of these were within Chenzei's consideration. After hearing Miss Su's agreement, he stopped talking. Instead, he waited silently for Miss Su's next arrangements. Since she had promised Chenzei, Miss Su didn't delay and quickly made a few calls. In just an hour, then I saw someone coming in with a huge stack of information. These materials cover the information of all doctors in the entire north and even in Shanghai City. The top stack is a group of people who have been screened and look most similar to Chenzei. Miss Su picked up the information and began to compare it one by one, and finally confirmed the information of a 28-year-old doctor. Nodded with satisfaction. That's it. To be honest, if you want to become a doctor directly, or even enter the second hospital, I have no way to help you. Like I said before, now you can only impersonate someone else. I will send someone to capture this doctor and provide him with good food and drink. Then arrange for someone to transfer this doctor's information to the second hospital. By then, since no one knows each other, it will be difficult to expose you. But this doctor, there's a mole on your left side. If someone asks you about it, just say you had it removed when you came in. The photo placed in front of Chenzei was of a man who looked 70% similar to him. The The only difference was that this man looked more mature and had a gentlemanly air in his bones. Chen Zhe is more like a vicious criminal. Those eyes were so cold that they were a little scary. It seems like it will pounce on you and tear you to pieces at any time. When Chen Zhe worked in his original hospital, he would probably be recognized on the first day. But I can give it a try in another city and unfamiliar environment. Tonight, that doctor will disappear from the face of the earth. I won't let him out until you leave the second hospital. If a medical accident occurs, I can find a way to get this doctor to take the blame, but if it gets too serious, there's nothing I can do. Miss Su also asked someone to prepare a white coat and a new work badge. It was not until 10 o'clock in the evening that Chen Zhe changed into the things that Miss Su had carefully prepared. After a little dressing up, I added some more contouring with makeup. It can almost achieve an effect that is indistinguishable from the real thing. Miss Su and the Duan siblings next to them looked at Chen Zhe, who had undergone a complete transformation. I couldn't help but marvel at it. I didn't expect that a madman could become so realistic after a little transformation. He does look a bit like a doctor, but it's a pity. I always feel like he's missing that aura of a doctor who wants to save lives. Miss Su lamented that while they can currently change their facial makeup, they cannot change the temperament emanating from within. We can only hope that Chen Zhe doesn't reveal the truth. Everything is ready. Miss Su suggested, you can try going to the second hospital first. I've already had the files recorded during the day. There's nothing wrong with working the night shift. After hearing what Miss Su said, Chen Zhe turned and left. When he left this luxurious house, the subordinate next to him couldn't help but ask, Miss Su, tell me, why did Chen Zhe come to the second hospital to be the chief physician for no apparent reason? They all found it very strange. After all, a madman who only knew how to kill people suddenly wanted to cure diseases and save lives. I always feel like there's something fishy going on. Miss Su picked up a goblet, poured herself a glass of red wine, and spoke in an orderly manner. Recently, there have been signs of a truce between outsiders and the Tang family. Going to the second hospital, there are fewer and fewer guards. I'm afraid he also knows that the power to protect his parents is limited, so he wants this identity to hide in the second hospital. Even if something happens, there will still be room for maneuver. It became clear in an instant. They said, isn't it a joke that a madman stays in a mental hospital all year round to treat patients and save people? Miss Su is so smart. She saw through his intentions right away. Miss Su curled her lips. She felt a little sick of the compliments after hearing them so many times. If this factor is not taken into consideration, ask her to arrange a position as chief physician for Chen Zhe. She didn't dare to make the decision, and it was because of Chen Zhe's thoughts that she dared to let the other party in. Even if Chen Zhe went to the second hospital, he would not really go to the operating room. She would then arrange some people to help Chen Zhe perform the operation. It can not only repay the life-saving favor, but also bring the two sides closer together. Why not do it? Miss Su's thoughts. Chen Zhe didn't know and didn't want to know. He drove on his own, said goodbye to the Duan brothers and sisters, and came to the hospital. When he came over, he met Wilson Su again on the 7th floor of the hospital. Su Yuan was also stunned and looked at the other party blankly. You should be on the early shift today, right? Why are you here again? Is there an important patient who specifically wants you to perform the surgery? The reason why Su Yuan came here today was entirely because he wanted to discuss Chen Shirmei's medical plan. After deciding on the specific matters, he went back and did not come to work the night shift until evening. I met Chen Zhe again, but Chen Zhe just nodded and didn't say much. Su Yuan felt a little strange and went back to check. The new doctor who had recently arrived found that there was indeed a photo of Chen Zhe. The file was transferred over at around 4 o'clock. As a result, he started on duty that day. It was the first time he had seen such a hasty appointment. Since he is a doctor in the hospital, there is nothing to doubt. No wonder today, he was able to tell at a glance where to start draining the blood clots. Turns out he's also a brain expert. Su Yuan felt a little emotional. Now Chen Shirmei's matter has made him extremely anxious. He also wanted someone to help him. Judging from his current situation, he must be a capable person. There's an operation happening soon. Why don't we bring him in and see what his true abilities are? If it works, maybe we can even cooperate. Su Yuan walked out. Soon several more patients' families arrived. Go up and hold him. Please save my son. We'll pay any price. Yes, doctor, we've all heard that you're the best brain specialist at the second hospital. Take this red envelope. We're willing to do anything for you to save my brother. Su Yuan appreciated the kindness of the patient's family, but I dare not accept red envelopes. After all, this operation is quite risky. If something goes wrong and you accept a red envelope, the consequences will be unpredictable. I'm a doctor. It's my duty to cure illnesses and save lives. Don't worry, I will do my best to bring the patient back from the brink of death. No need for the red envelope. I still need to research the patient's information. Please give me some space. Su Yuan nodded calmly. How to comfort the family members. He was already familiar with the route. After saying goodbye to those people, he walked straight towards the direction Chen Zhe had just left. If Miss Su knew that this lunatic Chen Zhe, on his first day at work, someone took him to the operating room to perform a very risky operation, she would never arrange for Chen Zhe to be admitted to the hospital even if she was beaten to death. Su Yuan found Chen Zhe and quickly explained his purpose. Chen Zhe did not refuse, because he was in urgent need of various brain surgeries to accumulate plans. So when the other party sends an invitation, he began to pack up and followed Su Yuan into the operating room. During the whole process, in fact, Su Yuan was the one who performed the operation, and there were many nurses was watching nearby. Chen Zhe also gave some suggestions in the middle. One of them was adopted by Su Yuan, and after several hours of hard work, the operation was a great success. After watching the whole process, Chen Zhe roughly understood it. In fact, it was not much different from what he imagined. It can even be said that it is very easy, at least the one Su Yuan just made. He didn't find it difficult at all. If it were him, the operation time can be shortened by at least 2 hours. More importantly, he dares to ensure his success rate, reaching more than 90%. If this surgery is difficult, if he had performed the operation himself, the success rate of my sister's surgery would have been around 70%. This success rate is already a lot in the eyes of others. Chen Zhe left the operating room and sat in the same office with Su Yuan. Su Yuan would occasionally turn his head to look at Chen Zhe. Even during the whole process, Chen Zhe didn't take any action, but he felt the advice in the middle. Chen Zhe has profound and unique insights into brain surgery. There were even several times when he felt that the difficult parts were solved with Chen Zhe's cooperation. Everything becomes easy and can be solved easily. If it weren't for Chen Zhe, he suspected that the operation would have been much more risky. From this we can see that Chen Zhe is even more powerful than he imagined. Brother Chen, I've been in this hospital for almost 10 years. When it comes to brain surgery, you're almost the best person I've ever met. Su Yuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. With Chen Zhe helping him, it felt so easy, as if the other party had prepared everything. Even in some places where he got stuck and hesitated to start, Chen Zhe could easily help him solve them. In the last stage, the operation came to a standstill due to a sudden brain hemorrhage. Even where they need surgery, it has become difficult to distinguish. But Chen Zhe remained very steady while operating, his face expressionless and his calmness somewhat frightening. Not only did it help him solve this difficult problem, it even indirectly guided him to change the direction of surgery. This extremely risky operation ended almost perfectly. By the way, Brother Chen, there's another operation to be performed later. If you're interested, why not let you perform the surgery? Su Yuan is a little tired now. If he continues with the operation, there will inevitably be higher risks. Plus he has a good relationship with that family. Ever since he thought that he was not as good as Chen Zhe in brain science, he thought that if Chen Zhe took action, the success rate should be more than 20% higher. Chen Zhe needs a lot of surgeries to increase the risk of surgery for his sister. Of course I won't refuse. Agreed to Su Yuan's request. It was just a half-hour break, and the nurse brought glucose to replenish their energy. Until the last second before the operation begins, Chen Zhe sat there as if nothing had happened. Su Yuan was extremely surprised. Not only does he possess a knowledge far beyond that of ordinary people in terms of surgery, but his physical strength is also unmatched by ordinary doctors. He sighed slowly. He should also exercise his body properly. I got a gym membership in the first half of the year, but until now, it has not been used more than 10 times. Not only did I waste money, but I was also often teased by my colleagues. It's time to go, Brother Chen. Su Yuan walked in front, and Chen Zhe followed closely. The two entered the operating room, one in front and one behind. Many nurses were already waiting inside. They have been cooperating with Su Yuan for many years. When I saw Chen Zhe next to me, I thought he was here to study, until Su Yuan made a gesture to invite him in. Chen Zhe slowly checked the patient's condition. Nurses around, they all stood there in a daze. Dr. Su, you're not the one operating this time? Su Yuan nodded. Brother Chen's ability is far superior to mine. The patient and I are also closely related. It would be great if the risk of the operation could be reduced a little. Everyone around was stunned. He showed an incredible expression. Su Yuan is the ace of their neurology department. The entire hospital has undergone countless major changes recently, but only Su Yuan remains standing. There are even many patients who come here because of its reputation. Want Su Yuan to undergo surgery. It was this person, an almost well-known brain expert in Shanghai City, who personally said that he was not as good as Chen Zhe. I'm afraid it's hard to believe, but since Dr. Su said so, they didn't dare to raise any objections. He began to cooperate with Chen Zhe and perform the operation. At the beginning, Chen Zhe asked to get something, but the nurse next to him was still a little slow to react. Because Chen Zhe's order always feels very different from Dr. Su's. There are even some daring surgical methods. Like the people present, everyone gasped. Dr. Su, is this really okay? With his mouth open, he handed over a tool and his hand hovered in the air. Su Yuan also showed a bit of embarrassment. The operation was not performed according to the plan at all. Surgery does require improvisation. At critical moments, it's impossible to follow a routine. But for Chen Zhe, this was the first time he had seen an operation that deviated from the plan from the very beginning. I was also worried, wondering if I was taking it for granted by letting Chen Zhe take charge. Just when everyone was confused, Chen Zhe had already started to suture the wound. Chen Zhe put down the scalpel, and his eyes did not change at all during the whole process. If you have to have one. That is, after seeing the blood, Chen Zhe seemed more excited and his heartbeat rate was higher. Could it be his love for this profession and surgery that makes him so excited during surgery? Su Yuan was a little confused and pinched his chin, recalling when he first became a doctor. The anticipation and passion for this career, and then think about the current numbness. A lot has indeed changed. In my heart, surgery has lost some of its sacredness. It no longer has the passion it once had, and my heart has grown colder. Perhaps the gap between me and Brother Chen lies here. Su Yuan sighed. He glanced at the clock behind him and froze in place again, because the entire operation took less than an hour. I was completely completely focused on watching Chen Zhe operate the machine and didn't notice the passage of time. During the entire process, Chen Zhe did not make a single mistake, and his cuts were quick and accurate. Several key issues were resolved within almost half an hour. This kind of operation skills and calm mentality are far better than him. Walk out of the operating room. Followed by many nurses, Chen Zhe left here first, not a bit tired. On the other hand, look at the many nurses behind him. After undergoing 2 operations, I felt like my body couldn't take it anymore. Su Yuan twisted his neck, looked at Chen Zhe's leaving back, and said helplessly, "It seems that from now on, the title of the #1 brain scientist will belong to Brother Chen." Such high evaluation. Even though everyone present was prepared, they still couldn't help but be deeply shocked. Did the operation go well? It was unimaginable that I could get to Su Yuan so smoothly. When he returned to the office, he looked at Chen Zhe, who was drinking water leisurely not far away. I can only sigh from the bottom of my heart. I am old. He is only 38 years old, but he is no longer as energetic as he used to be. The rest of the night was mostly filled with trivial matters. There is no need for Chen Zhe to take action personally. In the second half of the night, there was an emergency operation, but after Chen Zhe handled it briefly, he lost interest in it. It was not until the next morning that Chen Zhe said goodbye to Dr. Su and returned to the rental house. I started going to the hospital again as I had a lot of surgeries recently. I don't know whether Su Yuan did it intentionally or not. It was revealed to the outside world that a doctor with better skills than him had come to the hospital, resulting in many patients. Bring the patient with you, even at great expense, and ask Su Yuan and Chen Zhe to perform the operation together. These patients all have unusual backgrounds. Under normal circumstances, there is no need for both of them to undergo surgery together. But under the oppression of the other party's money and power, Su Yuan finally gave in and asked Chen Zhe to perform the surgery together every time. This lasted for about 3 days, and Chen Zhe felt that if he performed surgery on his sister at this time, his success rate can be increased to over 85%. But there are still risks. Sitting in his office, he observed his sister's case. Although Su Yuan also noticed it, he did not disturb him too much, because Chen Xiaomei was a tricky problem for him. If Chen Zhe is interested, he can work with him to successfully complete the operation. It couldn't be better. Dr. Su, Dr. Chen, a patient has been sent in from outside. He was hit in the head and has extensive brain congestion. He needs surgery urgently. The young nurse came in quickly. The other parties seemed to be from an important background. After entering the hospital, he started to make arrangements. Even the vice president came specially. Wait until Su Yuan and Chen Zhe go out. The patient has been wheeled into the operating room. Before entering the door, the patient and Chen Zhe looked at each other. Chen Zhe immediately recognized the other person. It seemed to be the subordinate he had seen last time at Miss Su's residence. Chen Zhe couldn't remember what it was called. However, what is certain is that the other party's weight in Miss Su's heart must be very high. The strong man who was pushed in also recognized Chen Zhe. He now only felt the pain in his brain. It's swollen and there's a chance of fainting at any time. But when he saw Chen Zhe, he suddenly shuddered and asked the nurse next to him, "Wait a minute, who will perform the surgery on me?" The nurse frowned. "Of course it's our best brain doctor." "Who is the best doctor in your brain department?" When the young nurse saw the other person, her face was full of distrust, said a little annoyed, "Of course it's Mr. Chen." "Mr. Chen? Fuck, no, I can't." The patient pointed at Chen Zhe, who walked to the door and put on white gloves, and a feeling of despair surged in his heart. Others don't know, but he knew clearly that the Mr. Chen in front of him was a madman, out of a mental hospital. It was through their young lady's layers of arrangements that she impersonated. The real Dr. Chen has been locked up by them long ago. Although both of them have the surname Chen, they look 70% similar, but their identities are indeed very different. The strong man lying on the bed was a little panicked. It is understandable that the risks are high when others undergo surgery. If a madman performs surgery, what risks are there? It's almost certain death. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but the severe pain in his brain prevented him from uttering a word. The nurse next to me administered general anesthesia. The dizzy strong man closed his eyes in despair. A tear unconsciously fell from the corner of my eye. It was his last time to see the world. Chen Zhe didn't care about the mood of the strong man in front of him. He didn't even take a second look and started checking the other person's injuries when he came in. He must have been hit on the back of the head. I don't know what happened, but the internal blood vessels ruptured and blood accumulated in the brain. The reason for the bloating and pain is that the blood is still flowing out. If it is not treated in time, the life will be gone within an hour. This situation is somewhat similar to his sister's case. Chen Zhe seemed particularly attentive when performing this operation. He took the scalpel steadily. A stent was used to confirm the surgical location. Cut the other person's skin little by little. Su Yuan, who was standing next to him, could still help a little at the beginning, but gradually he felt that he was a little redundant next to Chen Zhe. Most of the work, the nurse next to me did it. He just watched from the side. The operation lasted an hour and a half. According to observations over the past few days, Chen Zhe's hands are quick and steady, and all operations can be completed within an hour. Only this time, it lasted for half an hour. Recalling that Chen Zhe had been looking at Chen Xiaomei's case, he had a vague guess in his mind. This can't be a preparation for Chen Xiaomei's case, right? It was just a fleeting thought, and he couldn't help but look at Chen Zhe again, and found that the other party and Chen Xiaomei did have some similarities in appearance. Looking at Chen Zhe's information, he is clearly not from Shanghai City, and should have no connection with Chen Xiaomei. Mei. Of course, it could also be a distant relative, so it's not visible in the records, which is normal. Su Yuan didn't think much about it. I waited until the operation was over and saw that the patient was safe and sound, and the bleeding had stopped. Brother Chen has to do it again. If it were me, it wouldn't be over in 3 to 5 hours. Patients who can be sent to Su Yuan, they are all of the more difficult types. Not only do you have to be cautious, but the relationship is also unusual. Every time, he would pay special attention. I'm not as casual as Chen Zhe, so it's normal for me to be a little slower. The operation was successful. The patient is out of danger. He should be fine after a little rest. Chen Zhe's voice was cold and echoed in the operating room, and walked out on his own. The young nurse who came over and called out earlier, looking at Chen Zhe's leaving back, he said, Dr. Chen is good in every way, but he gives people a very cold feeling. When I first saw him in the operating room, that look in his eyes made me panic. It's like a hungry tiger that can tear me apart at any time. Now that I think about it, it's more like a kind of wildness. Perhaps it is precisely because of Dr. Chen's uniqueness that he has forged his current medical skills. The others also felt inexplicably moved. In the hospital, they were considered to be veterans. Otherwise it would be impossible to follow Su Yuan and do things. I have met countless doctors, and during this period, I have also cooperated with some doctors who were transferred here. But it was only after coming into contact with so many people that they realized how easy it was to work with Chen Zhe after a long time. Many people have gathered in Miss Su's luxurious residence. Everyone stood below, ready for battle. Their faces don't look very good, because recently, the Young family has started to cause trouble for them again. Miss Su lost her territory in the South District. Without the financial support, the manpower brought in was almost completely lost. As a result, after reorganizing its forces, it was unable to reach its previous scale in a short period of time. He was often suppressed by the Young family. Recently, this force of suppression has reached its peak, and the clashes between the two sides have become more frequent. Even his most capable subordinate, Wang Dan, was hit by a club and is now lying in the hospital, his life or death uncertain. Recently, the Young family has become more and more lawless. I didn't bother them, but they attack me again and again. It's time to teach them a lesson. Miss Su's watery eyes were slightly cold, and her beautiful face was filled with murderous intent. She slammed the table fiercely. Since the Young family wants to fight, then we will fight them to our heart's content. Arrange personnel immediately and head to the South District. I want to see if the Young family dares to fight me to the death. Miss Su now. He is the type of person who is not afraid of wearing shoes even if he is barefoot. He does not have much territory, but he has sufficient financial support. The number of manpower is increasing day by day, and if a real fight breaks out, we will not suffer any loss. But the same cannot be said for the Young family. Young Feng gathered all the resources of the Young family. If anything goes wrong in the occupied southern area, not to mention the Young family, they will not let him go. Those from the Beijing school will probably also target Young Feng. She looked again at several capable men. How did Wang Dan's surgery go? Has he been scheduled to see the best brain specialist? The people below nodded quickly. We searched around Shanghai City, and the best brain specialist is right here at the second hospital. We've already taken care of everything when we go there. There's absolutely no problem. Miss Su nodded and was about to say something when the phone rang on the left. Pick it up and take a look. The subordinate, Ahu, quickly said, it's the hospital calling. Miss Su, do you want to answer it or not? Answer it? Why not? I guess it's to report on Wang Dan's condition. If not, how would we know how Wang Dan's treatment is going? Ahu finally answered the phone and turned on the speakerphone in front of everyone. A nurse's voice came from the other side. I'm afraid the money you paid isn't enough. We need to prepare for the upcoming hospitalization fees and other things. Also, if you can't send someone to take care of the patient, it's best to hire a nurse. Otherwise, if anything happens to the patient during the stay, it will be difficult for us to handle it. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief. Because the nurse said so, it means that the person is safe. You will need to be hospitalized and cared for later. According to Wang Dan's condition at the time, if he left the operating room and could not be cured, he would die. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Which doctor performed the surgery this time? Wait a minute, I'll get a banner and go thank them. The nurse curled her lips and said, who else but Dr. Chen? Dr. Chen is the best in the entire neurology department right now. If it weren't for Dr. Chen, it would be a question whether your friend could survive. Everyone present was stunned. Dr. Chen? Isn't the most powerful director of the second hospital's neurology department Su Yuan? Why is his last name Chen? Dr. Chen is a recent newcomer. However, even Dr. Su, the most skilled doctor in our department, has admitted to his face many times that he's not even a fraction as good as Dr. Chen. Just laugh secretly at the chance to meet Dr. Chen. But these are the words. Leave them confused. New here recently? There seems to be only one person in the entire neurology department of the second hospital. Or they put it there themselves. Everyone present, whether it was Miss Su or his men, looked at each other in bewilderment. Are we overthinking this? Maybe there's a new doctor in the second hospital's neurology department, and his last name is also Chen. Sometimes the role of doctor plays an extremely critical role. No matter how big a figure he is, there will always be a day when you get sick. Including the entire Shanghai city, as well as the Beijing school and the northern school, which family doesn't have a few elderly people? Although these people are old. However, the complex relationships and interest chains have been interwoven into a terrifying web, and any single move can affect the entire body. When these elderly people were alive, the complex chain of relationships could provide provide unparalleled help. But once the person is gone, some relationships just fall apart naturally. Every elder in a large family dies, a new round of reshuffle. As a result, countless large families will do their utmost to find ways to prolong the lives of these elderly people. Some of the most famous doctors are the type who have good relations with various forces, even some top medical experts. There are several top families standing behind him. It's okay if you don't offend anyone, but if you really do, the doctor doesn't even have to ask. Someone will immediately stand up and support you. The downfall of some small families may just be a matter of a word from someone else. Ahu, go check and see if there's any new doctor assigned to the brain department recently. The subordinate called Ahu hurried out to make contact. About half an hour passed. He was holding a large stack of information in his hand. He placed it in front of Su Qingjun. Miss, in the entire neurology department, there is only one person with the surname Chen, and that is Mr. Chen, Mr. Chen. When saying this, Ahu's expression couldn't help but show a hint of bitterness. Everything he found out before his eyes had already exceeded his expectations. Besides that, in the past few days, Mr. Chen, who was released from the mental hospital, has performed more than 10 operations in a row. According to the nurses and the patient's family, Mr. Chen performed the surgery himself. I even contacted an old friend, Su Yuan, the director of the second hospital's department of neurology. He admitted without hesitation that his medical skills were several times, if not more than 10 times, weaker than Chen Zai's. Following the information he found out from his investigation. In front of him, Su Qingjun also opened his mouth wide. After a while, he picked up the red wine on the table. He took a big gulp. How credible do you think this is? Ahu scratched his head and said, Miss, although I also find it hard to believe, during the operation, there were 5 or 6 operations where only Mr. Chen was present. That is to say, during the operation, apart from Mr. Chen, it is impossible for anyone else to help with the surgery. As for the other nurses and doctors, they have nothing to do with Mr. Chen, so there's no need for them to help him lie. In this way, we can be almost 100% certain that Mr. Chen is probably not as simple as we imagined. Went to a mental hospital. He has almost no contact with outsiders, but he has earth-shaking abilities. They have been investigating Chen Zai for a long time. The results are exactly the same as the previous intelligence. It is impossible to say that there is no one haunting the place, but this is also where the problem lies. Able to erase all of Chen Zai's past. Even so many big families can't be investigated. Who has the ability to secretly push all this? If there really is someone behind this, that would be terrifying. Miss Su swallowed and stared at the ceiling blankly. Now the feeling Chen Zai gave her became more and more mysterious, making it impossible to guess. For the next half day, Chen Zai did not leave the hospital and sat in the office. I always feel like I've forgotten something. Knocked on the table. When he thought back on it, he couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He suddenly remembered that before he came to the hospital, one morning, the girl named Gu Jejia invited him to go to the beach on her birthday. I didn't take it seriously at the time, but when I suddenly remembered it, I felt a little strange inexplicably. But he just thought about it for a moment and put it out of his mind. After all, Gu Jejia's birthday was last night. Even if I go now, it won't help. Just when Chen Zai was sitting there waiting for dinner, Su Yuan walked in from outside and said with some emotion, just now when I was outside, I saw a little girl coming to the hospital with her mother. Someone must have hit her on the head with a beer bottle. It's pretty serious. He's just been sent to the operating room, but he has no money to pay for the medical bills. He's sitting outside the hallway, making a phone call. Su Yuan threw the information on the table. Chen Zai glanced away unconsciously. When I saw the signature, I saw Gu Jejia's name. Chen Zai first stood up in confusion, picked up the stack of information and took a few glances at it. Then he walked outside. As expected, when he saw Gu Jejia, he squatted at the entrance of the corridor with a dejected look on his face. She specially prepared a cake for her birthday, wanting to share it with Chen Zai. She had even thought about where to go for fun last night. As a result, we waited until almost 12 o'clock. Chen Zai didn't even come. When she returned home, she found her mother lying in a pool of blood, and her stepfather was sleeping soundly on the sofa with a broken beer bottle in his hand. She wanted to take her mother to the hospital, but because she was afraid of wasting money, her mother refused to agree. To this day, my head still hurts. Only then did he agree to Gu Jejia's request and come over to check it out together. Unexpectedly, something really happened. If you want to have surgery, the cost will start at 50,000. This is just the cost of initial treatment. Given their family's situation, they simply couldn't afford the money. Even if he used all the money he had saved for going to Mo when studying abroad to pay for his mother's medical expenses, it still would not be enough. When the girl's face was full of despair, I heard muffled footsteps behind me. He looked around leisurely. Then I saw a familiar figure, wearing a white coat and a mask. But Gu Jejia recognized it at the first sight. Isn't this person the Chen Zai whom she waited for all night last night? If I hadn't been waiting for him and had gone back earlier, perhaps my mother wouldn't have had the accident. But she also knew. Chen Zai couldn't be blamed for this, because if it didn't happen today, it could happen tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. More importantly, this morning she wanted to take her mother to the hospital. He was also severely beaten by his stepfather, covered with scars. Chen Zai put his hands in the pockets of his white coat, silently watching the girl. He never said a word. Instead, the girl looked at the medical certificate hanging on Chen Zai's chest and asked blankly, You are the chief physician here? Gu Jejia often saw Chen Zai, wearing a white coat, sometimes buying breakfast and sometimes passing by the alley in the urban village. She once wondered if Chen Zhe had become a doctor. In the end, she rejected them all. After all, he is a patient who came out of a mental hospital. In the end, he became a doctor with a brilliant image. It's no longer outrageous. Can you help me? How is my mom's condition? I just asked another doctor, but he never answered me. As for Gu Zhejia's mother, Chen Zhe had just read the diagnosis and the situation was indeed critical. If surgery is not performed within 2 hours, his life may be lost. But it was obviously impossible for Gu Zhejia to raise enough money. In addition, he always had an inexplicable emotion towards this girl, so he simply walked outside. Chen Zhe arranged for a nurse to prepare the items needed for the operation, put on gloves and enter the operating room. There lay a woman in her 40s. Judging from the outline, she is somewhat similar to Gu Zhejia. Maybe it's because life has been so hard these years. Although he is in his 40s, his hands are covered with calluses and his face has become rough due to sun and rain. For Chen Zhe, it was child's play. It took less than 40 minutes to reach the final stage. The few young nurses next to him were already familiar with Chen Zhe. Looking at Chen Zhe, who was so neat and tidy without any drag, he couldn't help but look at him with a strange look. They are not qualified to view Chen Zhe's information. Now that he has just taken office, he hasn't posted it yet. But from the surface, Chen Zhe is not very old. His medical skills were so impressive, and he was wearing a white coat. Although he still looked cold, the feeling he gave was completely different from before. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. This is absolutely true. After finishing the work, Chen Zhe took off his white gloves. He went outside on his own, and when he passed by the stairs, he saw Gu Zhejia squatting on the ground with a painful look on her face, still talking on the phone. He also arranged for a young nurse to help pay the bill until it was almost done. So he went to the hospital cafeteria to eat alone, until the young nurse came back from paying the bill. I saw Gu Zhejia still squatting at the entrance of the corridor. He walked over with a puzzled look on his face. Are you a friend of Dr. Chen? The operation is over. Your mother's condition is stable and she is out of danger. Dr. Chen has also paid for your surgery. She's in Ward 08 now. You can go over and take care of your mother when you have time. The reason why they are weird is that their clothes are unusually loose, somewhat similar to the military uniforms of the Republic of China period. One black and one white, particularly eye-catching. They didn't go through the hospital gate. Instead, it is from the side parking lot. Entered the elevator not far away. Just to the east of the parking lot, several people were seen lying on the ground. The accent he spoke was obviously not local. Most of these people who fell to the ground were outsiders. Brother Lu, my arm seems to be broken, and I don't know if it can be reattached. People from other factions have already left the hospital. Why are we doing this? The leader who was questioned just lowered his head and said nothing. He didn't know how to answer, but the eldest master said that their situation was very delicate. Unlike other families, they are often excluded among the northern faction. Even in the northern faction's homeland, they were forced into a desperate situation. Now I come to Shanghai City just to fight for that glimmer of hope. But after this period of struggle, under the wind and waves that covered the sky, they were like riding on a rickety boat and could die in the sea at any time. It is because their situation is difficult. The last old man in the Lu family also died in the last struggle. The eldest son of their Lu family would place his hopes on Chen Zhe. It was really a helpless move. Now, you should have heard of Duan Yulong, the influential figure in the northern school, right? His two young disciples have joined Chen Zhe. Recently, I've observed that those two guys are doing quite well. In the western part of the city village, almost no one dares to mess with them. As long as we can hold on and confirm that the two Duan siblings are safe and sound, we can go and join them. The few people lying on the ground could only sigh slowly. They looked towards the elevator again. The two men in loose military uniforms did not take the elevator, but instead walked up the stairs where there was no surveillance. Judging from the situation, these two people fought a life and death battle with the outsiders guarding here as soon as they arrived. The other party's purpose is already very clear. I'm afraid it's Chen Zhe's parents and sister. So, Chen Zhe just lowered his head and touched the cold scalpel in his pocket. Without looking back, he headed towards the stairs. When Chen Zhe came to the stairs, Gu Zhejia asked with a puzzled look on her face. You just came down. Why are you running up again? The two people who were walking up the stairs were startled. They stood on the landing in the middle of the stairs. He frowned and looked at Chen Zhe behind him. The two looked at each other and said nothing. Each of them walked down. Chen Zhe also didn't say anything, but just raised his head and took out the silver-white scalpel from his pocket. The slightly dazzling reflection of the scalpel. The light shone into the eyes of the two people. In the short time when they closed their eyes, Chen Zhe stepped on the first step of the stairs, like a nimble cheetah, leaping up. The two people walking down, one using fists and the other using legs. He attacked from both sides and fought Chen Zhe without hesitation. As they passed each other, the silvery white reflection ended. A drop of bright blood dripped from the tip of the knife. He passed by two people standing behind him. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but they had their throats slit. But only his lips trembled slightly. Then came a stream of sweet blood, flowing out of the mouth. They covered their necks with their hands. I want to suppress the wound, but this method seems meaningless. Gu Zhejia, who had just walked in, widened her beautiful eyes and her breathing became a little faster. Chen Zhe now, still wearing a mask, his figure in a white coat reflects his glorious and sacred profession, but that scalpel dripping with blood, and two figures slowly falling from the upstairs. But it is a profession that cures diseases and saves lives. It forms a sharp contrast. When he turned slightly, the light from above illuminated half of his face. The The cold gaze is like that of a bloodthirsty devil. Only the white coat on his body exudes a sense of sacredness and inviolability. It's hard to tell how to evaluate the person in front of you. Is he a madman or a doctor who saves lives? The Liu family members who heard the noise also rushed over from a distance and saw that the two people who had just knocked them down easily were all dead. I swallowed unconsciously. Their eyes fell on Chen Zhe, holding the replaced, brand new scalpel, which reminded them of something. Realized Chen Zhe's identity. They stood aside respectfully. Hello, Mr. Chen. Then, the leader Lu Tao revealed the identities of the two dead people. These two, who claim to be Hall of Fame assassins, are not the first batch. Quite a few people came here before. Originally, there were about a dozen or so factions of outsiders guarding the hospital. But after those waves of massacres, more than half of them were scared away. Now, the number of those left can probably be counted on one hand. You can count them on one hand. In other words, there are probably only about 5 factions guarding the hospital now. These people probably have nowhere else to go, and there is no hope. Only then would you place your hopes on a madman. As for the Hall of Fame, Ning Miaoshu seemed to have said so. It was a force built by the 5 people who once ruled Shanghai City. But later, Mu Hongguang broke with them, and both the Hall of Fame and the Tang family eventually fell into Mu Hongguang's hands. Clean up the body and notify me immediately if there is any problem. By the way, do you know where the Hall of Fame is now? What a coincidence. Others may not know, but our Liu family, by chance, found out about the Hall of Fame, a hall master, and the gathering place of more than 20 masters. Right near the hospital is a club called Shuzroching. Together with them, they already had the idea of joining Chen Zhe. Without hesitation, he told the other party everything he knew. After listening to this, Chen Zhe nodded silently. He looked to the side and saw Gu Jia, whose face was dazed and horrified, and spoke. I might not be free tonight, but after 10 o'clock, I'll go to the beach you mentioned before. Chen Zhe didn't care whether Gu Jia reacted or not, got up and left. After getting in the black car, he sent a message to Tang Hao, asking about the Hall of Fame. Tang Family Manor, the easternmost residence. Tang Hao was rubbing his brow. I felt waves of distraught. Although he came back, he used drastic measures to take back everything that should have belonged to the side branch, but he never found out who killed his wife. But from the evidence, all pointed to Tang Yun, the leader of the main house. He even tentatively went to look for the old man of the Tang family, but the answer I got was a casual understatement. You and Lin Yuezhu are only in a family marriage. No other feelings should be mixed in. Since the Lin family doesn't care, you should let it go. That's it. Tang Hao, who had originally had some expectations for his family, arrived. The trace of compassion in my heart was completely shattered. Although there is no direct evidence that Tang Yun sent someone to kill Yuezhu, I am 100% sure that it was him. But now Tang Yun has a martial arts master by his side, and he hasn't shown up for a week. I'm afraid he knows I won't give up, so he's hiding. It's probably impossible to help Yuezhu get revenge in such a short time. Then we can only take a long-term view. He put down the document in his hand, and his personal mobile phone next to him vibrated at this moment. Only 3 people know about this phone call. One is the deceased Lin Yuezhu, one is the leader of the branch, Tang Bing, and the last one, it's Chen Zhe. Before he left his phone number for Chen Zhe, and agreed to the other party. Whenever you need anything, you can call him. Now, the phone rings. He guessed that it would definitely not be Tang Bing, because Tang Bing was too busy now. Then there is only one possibility. Tang Hao picked up his phone and found a text message. It's an unfamiliar number. There is a sentence inside. I want Mu Hongguang's address, and everything about the Hall of Fame. Such a straightforward statement. Even Tang Hao couldn't help but smile bitterly. I do know a little about the Hall of Fame, but I'm afraid even the old man doesn't know Mu Hongguang's address, let alone me. In the entire Shanghai City, the only people who know Mu Hongguang's address are those 4 legendary figures. He could only send the information about the Hall of Fame. At the same time, a paragraph was marked. Do all this. Chen Zhe, who was on his way to the Shuzroching Club, took a quick glance. It contains information about the Hall of Fame from its inception to the present day. The Hall of Fame of that year was a fierce tiger under the command of those 5 legendary figures. There are 5 halls in total. They correspond to 5 hall masters respectively, and these 5 people all possess terrifying strength. The leader of any gang, at its peak, could destroy an entire family that had practiced martial arts for generations. Although later, those 5 legendary figures retired. The Hall of Fame has since disappeared, but there are still many legends circulating on the road. Some people even discovered that the Hall of Fame had transformed from a ferocious tiger into a venomous snake hiding in the dark, specializing in developing killers. Its current scale has reached a level that even the Tang family cannot match. Just when Chen Zhe was still looking at the information, Tang Hao sent another message. If Mu Hongguang comes to the Tang family again next time, I will notify you immediately. I'll find a way to delay Mu Hongguang as much as possible and buy you some time. Say these 2 sentences. Tang Hao had almost used up all his strength. Even though he was trying to help Chen Zhe, he was also trying to help himself. Tang Yun didn't show up. The plan to avenge his wife could not be carried out. The only option is to force the other party to show up. As for how to force, of course, it is to let Mu Hongguang come to the Tang family again. As long as Mu Hongguang comes, all members of the Tang family must come to the manor to welcome him. Tang Yun wanted to hide, but he couldn't. If we want Mu Hongguang to show up, there's only one way now, and that's to make a scene. Let's make a big fuss and bring unrest to the entire Shanghai City. Let Mu Hongguang no longer be able to sit still. Let everyone who has anything to do with him contact Mu Hongguang. Only then will Mu Hongguang Hongguang come to the Tang family again? Tang Hao expressed his thoughts. He will do his best to find all the information about Mu Hongguang and send it to Chen Zai. As for how to make trouble, a madman must know more than him. Tang Hao never touched the phone again. Chen Zai also put his phone in his pocket. Now, Tang Hao is in the Tang family. It has only benefits and no disadvantages. The other party had given everything to avenge Lin Yuezhu. It was obvious that Tang Hao's feelings for his wife were very deep. Just being lovers doesn't necessarily mean you can be together until the end. Chen Zai walked through the dark night. We stopped at a club called Shizroching. The lights in front of me are bright, and people often come in and out of the building. He blended into the crowd quietly. At the deepest part of the 5th floor of the club, in the extremely luxurious hall, white lights are illuminated by crystal chandeliers, shaking, dropping dots of light. After a fierce battle that lasted for an hour, Li Lao who came out of the central room with a cigarette in his mouth, looking very comfortable. They were a couple, already dressed. The sisters have rosy faces and their 2 pairs of spring-filled eyes seem to be able to drip water. Master Tiger was really powerful today. He gave us 2 sisters a hard time. The 2 of them touched up their makeup and straightened their clothes, but when he walked out, he looked a little weak. They are 2 delicate beauties, especially twins, with exactly the same faces. Every time, Tiger Master has a different feeling. Here's 200,000 yuan. Go buy whatever you want. I'll call you in a few days when I'm done with my business. Mr. Tiger took out a bank card from the drawer and threw it over. The password is the same as always, so I don't need to explain it any further, right? The 2 sisters nodded quickly, picked up the bank cards, and smiles appeared on their faces unconsciously, and left the room. Tiger poured himself a glass of whiskey, gulped it down, and felt that his life was complete. Next, it's time to have a good rest before dealing with Master Mu's affairs. Recently, after several rounds of fighting, most of those outsiders have been frightened out of their wits. Those who remain now are completely vulnerable. The Tang family is such a loser. These outsiders are ridiculously weak, and they haven't been able to deal with them for so long. I don't know, Master Mu. What's the point of spending so much money to raise them? Li Lao who spat out a mouthful of saliva fiercely. I went back to the room and fell asleep. In the dream, I seemed to hear some noise and knocking on the door. Li Lao who frowned in confusion. I thought to myself, could it be that those 2 little sluts forgot to take their things? Otherwise, his younger brothers would not dare to disturb him at this time, and only those 2 little sluts dared to knock on his door openly. When he got up and prepared to go out to check, outside, there was a bang. There was a loud muffled sound. The doors were smashed. A figure in a white coat. He was holding a person in his hand, and dropped him with a cold look, leaving blood all over the ground. He was holding a scalpel, his body covered in blood, and his eyes wandered around the hall. It was fixed on Li Lao who had just walked out. Saw someone walk in. Li Lao who just frowned. He glanced again at the man lying on the ground in a pool of blood. Then his eyes narrowed and his voice became a little cold. Are you the Chen Zai who caused such a stir in Shanghai City? You're really capable. My subordinates are all well-trained masters, and each one of them has the ability to stand on their own. Joining forces, it's more than enough to assassinate a martial arts master. In the end, you killed them all silently. Li Lao whose voice was cold and his eyes were fierce as he stared at Chen Zai. Then he kicked the stool next to him. Under the huge force, the stool suddenly flew towards Chen Zai. The stool was kicked and broke with a sound. Li Lao who took advantage of the moment the stool flew out and followed closely behind, rushed towards Chen Zai quickly. His speed is a little scary. His hands formed into eagle claws and fiercely grabbed Chen Zai's neck. This time, carrying a fierce murderous intent, if caught, ordinary people will be killed instantly with one blow. Even some martial arts practitioners could only die with hatred on the spot because of such a sharp claw. It didn't even cause Chen Zai to have any emotional changes. His body was at a strange angle. He bent down to avoid the falling stool, and with the scalpel in his hand flashing with a cold light, he stabbed the opponent's armpit. Li Lao whose pupils contracted, and he was about to raise his leg to hit Chen Zai's chest to force him back, but Chen Zai's other hand was holding his knee tightly. Just a moment. The scalpel pierced his armpit, and was twisted hard. With a hiss, blood gushed out from the handle of the knife. Li Lao who let out a scream. My hands gradually lost control. The scalpel just now almost cut through the muscle tissue inside his joints. Don't look at his fingers now, they are still shaking slightly, but that was just the final muscle reaction. Li Lao whose eyes were cold before, now, it has turned into a bit of panic. He glanced at the window next to him, want to break out of the window, but Chen Zai kicked him and knocked him against the wall. Another ray of silver white light fell on the back of his neck. When he came to his senses again, he could feel it. Streams of sticky liquid gushed out from the neck frantically. His eyes widened and his limbs began to twitch. There is endless energy all over my body. At this moment, it turned into weakness. Chen Zai just whispered in his ear, said softly, don't worry, it's normal to feel dizzy. After he pulled out the scalpel, he stood up and took a look at the brightly lit building. He lit another fire against the curtains. Li Lao who was still breathing, wanted to raise his intact hand, but in the end it was still hanging in the air. The pupils lose color. It fell heavily to the floor. The fire grew bigger and bigger. It set the entire club on fire and engulfed many people. Shizroking, this place was once Mu Hongguang's property, but later, those 5 people became legends in Shanghai City. Industries like this are handed over to the people under my command. Li Lao who holds 61% of the shares. Thanks to this club, he lived a life of luxury, enjoying a carefree life every day. More than 10 years have passed in a flash. When the Hall of Fame is recalled again, he wanted to show his skills, but died at the place where his dream started. It was here that he followed Mu Hongguang, and it was also here that he lived and worked in peace and contentment for 10 years. In the end, he died in the Shu's Roaching Club. Before he died, the last thing he saw was the fire that buried him. The tenderness of the water turned into ruins overnight. After killing everyone, Chen Zai quietly left the area. It's just the moment when the tenderness of the water is ignited. Many people came here. Looking at the scene inside, their eyes were as deep as water. I don't know what he is thinking. The news spread throughout Shanghai City. It's just a hall of fame, a hall. We fought against more than a dozen foreign forces. He didn't dare approach the second hospital anymore. But after the Hall of Fame sent out the fourth wave of assassins, Li Laohu, one of the 5 hall masters, he was buried in the Shu's Roaching Club, which was once Mu Hongguang's property, along with Li Laohu's death. There are also many killers carefully trained by the Hall of Fame. Faced with the news that swept across Shanghai City, Chen Zai didn't care. He came to the beach near the urban village. There is a reef area there, and behind it you can see several wooden chairs for tourists to rest. This place is extremely lively on weekdays. Shanghai City was in chaos, but gradually became quieter. But there was a girl holding a cake. His eyes and brows sparkled like stars, as if he was quietly waiting for something. The little face, white with a rosy complexion, looked particularly pretty under the faint moonlight, and her expression also showed a hint of expectation and worry. It seems like something is blocking it. He sat down on the long wooden chair and sank a little. It was Chen Zai wearing a white coat. At this moment, his body was covered in blood. Just getting close, the salty sea breeze with a strong smell of blood hits your nose. The girl looked at the devil-like person, her expression stunned, and she stood there, unable to speak for a long time. I don't know how much time has passed. The girl suppressed her fear and didn't look at the bloody white coat again. Instead, he opened the 2 palm-sized cakes in front of him and lit a candle. You didn't come last night, so I didn't make a wish. Today, make up for my birthday wish. The girl took the lighter and fired it several times in a row. But because the wind was too strong at the seaside, the candle was never lit. Chen Zai glanced at the girl next to him, who was a little hurried, and increased the frequency of lighting the fire. He sighed slowly. He opened the white coat to block the sea breeze blowing around him. He didn't know why he did this. It's just a feeling. Every time I'm with this girl, it always makes him react unexpectedly. Sometimes he doesn't even understand. Where does that emotion come from? But for some unknown reason, he did it again. With the white clothes blocking the wind, the candle was successfully lit. The girl's delicate facial features reveal charming joy. Put your hands together and hold them together. I hope to go to Mo, and then go to the best school in the north to finish high school and college. She is already online and passed the exam, and she is just old enough to go to high school. She has been doing this for years because of her family. I dropped out of school in the 1st grade, but he never forgot his dream. In the midst of hard work and daily diligence, I continue to learn. Not only have I not fallen behind, but I have become better than most people. I'm leaving at the end of the month. I'll definitely pay you back for the medical expenses you paid for my mother after I finish college. The girl raised her head, facing that extremely cold face. There is no emotion at all. There seemed to be a wild beast hidden in those eyes. It can swallow people up at any time, but he is also a madman. He is in the hospital, curing illnesses and saving lives. It is recognized as the best by all nurses in the Department of Neurology. Her mother was critically ill when she was sent there. Even other doctors find it difficult. In the hands of this madman, all problems became easy to solve. But when he killed people in the hospital or on the stairs of the parking lot, he did it without any hesitation. They are all accurate to the extreme. Skillfully slit the enemy's throat. Just by passing each other, the 2 figures, one in black and one in white, fell in a pool of blood. Even those who look very imposing. When you walk next to Chen Zai, you have to address him as Mr. Chen, showing your utmost respect. He went out for a while. When I came back again and met her on the beach, it was stained with red blood, yet it had a strange sense of mystery that made the girl unable to take her eyes away. She even took the initiative to move closer, holding Chen Zai's face with her hands, and moved closer with her glowing red lips. It is soft and boneless, just like the rough seawater. It suddenly hit someone's heart. Chen Zai frowned deeply. It feels weird. He couldn't explain what was happening, but his heart just beat violently a few times. Back in the mental hospital, I felt that suffocating feeling that was maddening and unclear. It swept over his entire body. Suddenly I felt itchy all over, and when I looked at the girl, my face was expressionless. But the turmoil in my heart could not calm down for a long time. The girl blushed and cut the cake into 2 halves. Part of it was handed to Chen Zai. The 2 of them just sat there. No one said anything. Each of them ate the cake in their hands, wave after wave of waves, until the cake is finished. The girl took Chen Zai's hand again. Even though Chen Zai seemed not very happy, she still did it. If other forces in Shanghai City saw it, seeing a young girl like this walking on the beach with that madman who looked like a god of death, I wonder how many people would be shocked. This road seems very long. It's like a person's life, with inexplicable feelings growing in the girl's heart. One is a madman who is not good at speaking. One is a girl who hardly communicates with others. They walk side by side along the edge of the beach, leaving footprints behind, reflecting the bright moon in the sky. It was like stepping lightly into the depths of the galaxy. It also froze at 12:30. The girl finally spoke. I should go back to the hospital. My mom is still waiting for me to take care of her, but I have to go home first and get some change of clothes. The girl started walking back alone. Chen Zai followed silently behind. Arrived at the intersection near the urban village. This is where Gu Jia usually sets breakfast. she walked into the dim alley. Chen Zhe stood there for a few minutes. I thought that now that I had delivered it, it was time for me to go back. As a result, I heard a crackling sound coming from inside, and a man's roar. The door was slammed shut. The girl's screams echoed in the alley in an instant. Many neighbors around were looking out of their windows, but he quickly closed the window again. I've long been accustomed to such things. Chen Zhe frowned and walked inside step by step. The girl screamed and the man cursed even louder. He reached out his hand to the door of the room and twisted it hard. The door didn't open. It was locked from the inside. In desperation, Chen Zhe slammed his shoulder hard against the door handle. A huge force penetrated the small door that had been installed for who knows how many years. There was a loud bang. What came into view was a scene of a young girl holding her head, squatting on the ground, begging for mercy. There were several sets of scattered clothes on the ground. The style is a bit old and has been washed white a long time ago. It should belong to Gu Jiajia's mother. Next to the sofa, there stood an old, drunk man holding a wooden stick and cursing like crazy. It seemed that he felt that it was a pure waste of money for the mother and daughter to go to the hospital. Chen Zhe also recognized it at a glance. The man who was waving a stick and hitting the girl repeatedly was actually Wu Hai, the old gangster who had been scared away by him twice in a row. Wu Hai saw that his door had been smashed down, and he was known for his bad temper in the area. If the neighbors come to meddle in their affairs, he even beat up his neighbors. Over time, and since Wu Hai had some connections, the neighbors who wanted to help suffered a lot. No one dared to help Gu Jiajia anymore. Following Wu Hai, he raised his hand. The wooden stick was aimed at Chen Zhe's head and was about to hit him. Chen Zhe also reached for the scalpel in his pocket. The silver-white reflection flashed in Wu Hai's eyes out of habit. This is Chen Zhe's usual tactic. When the other person's vision is blocked, he would pounce on the opponent like a fierce tiger, slashing his throat and finally falling in a pool of blood. Wu Hai, who was already furious, beat Gu Jiajia on the ground so hard that bruises appeared on her body. If someone broke into his home like this, he would probably have fought the other person to the death. But it was that fleeting silver light, and that cold scalpel, and the suffocating gaze, like a dark abyss, enveloped Wu Hai. His mouth moved and his body trembled unconsciously. Some of the most horrifying memories were revealed bit by bit. The things Chen Zhe did, the many horror stories circulating in the underworld, and even the death of his previous boss, the tattooed man, were all related to Chen Zhe. Just a moment. He made a decision. Accompanied by a flash of silver-white knife light, the old gangster Wu Hai happened to fall with a plop, kneeled down on the ground. This kneeling avoided the knife. This kneeling also bought him a glimmer of hope. If you kneel down 1 second later, I'm afraid his throat, there's already blood. It is precisely because of the personal experience that I feel the terrifying sense of crisis. Wu Hai began to kowtow uncontrollably. Brother, I didn't know it was you. If I knew, I wouldn't dare raise the stick in my hand even if I had 10 times the courage. Wu Hai was so frightened that he kowtowed and begged for mercy. He was afraid that the figure in front of him would suddenly stab him again. I just narrowly avoided it because I knelt down quickly. He didn't think that Chen Zhe couldn't kill him because of his good skills. Gu Jiajia, who was lying on the ground, was also dumbfounded. Her stepfather. He is extremely arrogant in front of his neighbors and often gets into conflicts with others. Plus Wu Hai was hanging out in the bar street. He was called Angkor and was often surrounded by 7 or 8 young thugs. There are also some weak personal connections. As a result, the surrounding neighbors are afraid of retaliation, so when they face the surrounding neighbors, her stepfather is extremely tyrannical. I don't know whose support I've been clinging to recently. They all carry a large sum of money, which makes them even more arrogant. The number of young thugs under his command increased from the usual 7 or 8 to 20 or 30. He looked like the leader of a gang. Even last time, when Wu Hai accidentally beat someone half to death, everyone thought he would be locked up. The matter was quickly settled. But it was this Wu Hai who, in the eyes of his neighbors, was most likely a big shot in the underworld. But now he is like a humble wretch. He was kneeling at Chen Zhe's feet, with his forehead bruised. The blood was stuck to the floor, but Wu Hai didn't dare to slow down even for a second. As a gang leader, Wu Hai, who had access to certain information, knew how terrifying this madman was. Please, I'm just a poor wretch trying to make a living in front of those big shots. The 2 times I ran into you before were both accidents. I won't dare to do it again. As long as you are there, I will turn around and leave. The old gangster's voice was filled with tears and pleading. I thought it was last time that Chen Zhe recognized me and went out of his way to find his residence. The reason why Chen Zhe came in was just because he heard Gu Jiajia's crying. When he saw the old gangster in front of him kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, he's just a scalpel. He handed it to Gu Jiajia next to him and waited quietly for her to make a decision. But Gu Jiajia, he opened his mouth and the scalpel fell to the ground with a clang. Her dream is to go to Mauve, go to the north and study at the best university. She wanted to change her fate and live like an ordinary person without having to take the blame for someone's death. Although this stepfather is hateful, he is still loved by her mother. If he really dies, her mother in the hospital will definitely hate her. Gu Jiajia raised her head, and her delicate face with a few bruises was covered with crystal clear tears. She bit her red lips and couldn't stop shaking her head. Chen Zhe didn't say anything. He bent down, picked up the scalpel, and said coldly, "Go out and come back in half an hour. No matter what sound you make, don't open the door." Gu Jiajia reached out and grabbed the corner of Chen Zhe's white coat, with a hint of pleading in her eyes. Chen Zhe just pulled hard, and the weak little hand was freed from the corner of his clothes. Since Gu Jiajia was unwilling to go out, he pulled Wu Hai, who was begging for mercy on the ground, into the bedroom. Accompanied by the silver-white white scalpel, scratching Wu Hai's skin bit by bit. The fear of despair, a heart-wrenching plea for mercy. The almost hoarse voice echoed throughout the alley. Neighbors who would have liked to peek through their windows. I was so scared that I hid in the bed. No one knows what happened tonight. When it was almost dawn, Chen Zai walked out of the room and wiped the blood from his hands with his white coat. Wu Hai, lying in the room, moved his fingers weakly. His body was covered with wounds, which was frightening just to look at. Chen Zai left and went to the beach, drove the black car over, and took out the medical box from the back. Bottles of medical alcohol were poured on Wu Hai. Wu Hai wanted to scream, but his throat was almost hoarse. The sound made is very slight. Gu Jia looked at this scene and was so scared that she bit her red lips, and tears fell down one by one like they were free. Chen Zai healed the wound on Wu Hai's body. Stitch again. Wu Hai experienced a torture that was more terrifying than death. After last night's intermittent conversation, Wu Hai also understood. Chen Zai's arrival was not because of their second meeting, but because of his wife's daughter. If there's a next time, I have even more exciting tricks waiting to be used on you. To be honest, every time I do something like this, I feel like I'm meticulously carving a piece of art that I feel is incredibly perfect. Chen Zai closed his eyes and savored everything he had done last night. The corners of his mouth slowly cracked, revealing his white teeth like a devil's smile. Wu Hai was so frightened that he trembled and could no longer hold on and fainted. Gu Jia stepped forward and placed her finger under Wu Hai's nose to confirm that he was not dead. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Zai also began to pack his things. Before leaving, he couldn't help but look back and say, "He probably won't dare to hit you again." He returned to his black car. He was preparing to return to the rental house and have a good rest. He was working the night shift today, so he had plenty of time to sleep. Just got back. Then I saw Zhao Minor holding a mobile phone, excitedly speaking to Chen Zai. I contacted my dad, and he said he would send someone to pick me up later. Brother Chen, thank you for taking care of me during this time. In fact, the reason why Zhao Minor did not contact her father for such a long time, it's all because she's in numbers. It's like being an idiot. When she was very young, because of her learning problems, her parents had a big fight, and her mother left home and never came back. That day, she happened to be doing a math problem, and no matter how she was taught, she couldn't learn it. In the eyes of her parents, these were things that could be learned just by snapping her fingers, but for her at that time, she simply could not understand them. She thought that her mother left her because she did not learn math well. She wants to work hard to improve her academic performance. But after that day, she developed a stress reaction to numbers. No matter how hard she tried, she seemed unable to learn anything related to mathematics. It's also hard to remember. Even though I have seen many psychiatrists, there is still no relief. Ever since she lost her cell phone, she no longer had the phone number marked on it, even if she wanted to contact her father. It also became difficult. The reason why they can get in touch with each other now is because the Duan brothers found the nanny in Zhao Xiaoman's home and contacted Zhao Dongsheng using the phone number provided by the nanny. I don't know how long it will take. Brother Chen, my dad also told me to ask you if there is anything you want or need help with. As long as you ask, he will agree. Zhao Minor looked at Chen Zai expectantly. The care she received during this period made her vaguely understand. Chen Zai's situation is not as simple as imagined. Her father has a lot of money, and maybe he can really help the boy in front of him. In response to Zhao Minor's words, he just nodded. He opened the door of his room, went in and fell asleep. Zhao Minor was left with a confused look on her face. Some don't know what to do. Chen Zai went back to sleep. Zhao Minor was a little at a loss. The remaining mother and daughter of the Ji family were a little worried. After all, Chen Zai rented this house. It's all for Zhao Minor. Now that Zhao Minor is going to be taken back, won't they be driven away as well? Finally, I can live a few days of peace, back to the previous life of wandering. They don't worry about it being fake. Only the Duan brother and sister looked at each other and shrugged. Although they also hope that Chen Zai and Zhao Dongsheng have a good relationship. It's not realistic to expect a madman to flatter others. I simply didn't say anything. Everyone just waited quietly until the afternoon. There was a knock on the door, and several burly figures in black suits appeared. He bowed respectfully to the Duan brothers and sisters. Thank you all for taking care of my young lady these days. Our chairman will never forget your kindness. Zhao Minor also recognized that the person standing outside was the bodyguard who had always been with his father. Walked over in surprise. Has my dad returned to Shanghai City now? The bodyguard standing at the door shook his head. I'm on my way back, but I haven't arrived yet. I should be back around 7 or 8 in the evening. I heard that I could see my father at night. Zhao Minor seemed extremely excited, but she took another look at Chen Zai's tightly closed door. He sighed softly. Brother Duan, Sister Duan, Aunt Ji, Sister Ji, I have to go back. When I have time in the future, I will come to see you often. Zhao Minor looked back every few steps, looking at them with reluctance on her face. The bodyguard at the door nodded with a smile. He took Zhao Minor to the black Mercedes-Benz downstairs. After getting in the car, the black Mercedes-Benz disappeared at the end of the street under Zhao Minor's reluctant gaze. Only 4 people were left present, and they looked somewhat emotional. He took another look at Chen Zai's room. Their eyes were strange. After all, Zhao Minor left today and Chen Zai didn't even look at her, which made them wonder what to think. Chen Zai slept well until night and didn't think too much about it. When you wake up, Zhao Minor had left a long time ago. The mother and daughter of the Ji family, looking at him slightly timidly. They were afraid that Chen Zai would suddenly speak and drive them away. It was filled with a sumptuous dinner and a lot of food was cooked. It's already 7 o'clock, but the mother and daughter did not not dare to pick up their chopsticks. When Chen Zhe came out, Ji Huanmei smiled worriedly and said, "Mr. Chen, the food seems to be a little cold. I'll take it in and heat it up." The Duan brother and sister added a lot of things to the house. There are microwave ovens, new rice cookers, range hoods. The huge room looks brand new. In order to make it easier for Chen Zhe to live there, they even found the original owner of the house. I spent more than 800,000 yuan to buy this place. Because it is a village in the city, the price is not as expensive as you might imagine. The brother and sister didn't feel any distress at all. Chen Zhe had a full meal after the food was heated up. From beginning to end, Chen Zhe did not express any opinion at all towards the mother and daughter who were looking at him. After eating, I got up and left. Seeing that Chen Zhe had no intention of driving them away, the mother and daughter breathed a sigh of relief. Now I know, I don't have to worry about this problem anymore. Instead, the Duan brothers and sisters watched Chen Zhe leave and accompanied him to the stairs. It was confirmed that the mother and daughter did not come down. Duan Jingyi then spoke, "Mr. Chen, the western part of the village and the city is now under our control. Recently, many frustrated children from other families have come here and want to join us. So I want to ask Mr. Chen's opinion." The two siblings didn't dare to make a decision on their own. There has been no response yet to those who came for refuge. Chen Zhe doesn't like to care about this kind of things. In fact, when it comes down to it, he prefers to go his own way. But now, there are fewer and fewer outsiders guarding the perimeter of the hospital. He also needs a group of people to look after the hospital. So, just let the brother and sister do it. Chen Zhe responded in the affirmative. The brother and sister smiled. After all, everyone came to join Chen Zhe for the sake of profit, and they also hoped that Chen Zhe could become bigger and stronger. Now, his name is well known among the outsiders of the entire northern school. Even many outsiders of the Beijing school dare not provoke him easily when they hear that the western district is Chen Zhe's territory. That's all they have to worry about right now. It's only the Tang family. Since Mr. Chen is willing to let us two brothers and sisters do it, we promise to fulfill our mission. After saying that, the brother and sister watched Chen Zhe leave. They now occupy the western part of the urban village. The buildings are densely packed and well connected. From the old bridge behind, you can even leave Shanghai City directly, which is simply an excellent place to station. Even if the Tang family sent someone, they can also retreat at any time. In this area, it's really fun to fight guerrilla warfare. Brother, there have been quite a few people coming to join us recently. I've carefully counted them once, and there are about 20 of them. They are all descendants of families that are not valued by the northern faction. They are very capable in fighting. If we recruit all of them, our funds will not be enough. Regarding funding issues, recently, it has been the brother and sister who have been paying for it. Because everyone knows that although Chen Zhe's name is enough to hold up a big banner, but money is a shortcoming that they can never make up for. They came here, they must have investigated Mr. Chen's current situation. It doesn't matter if there are more people. We can discuss it with them and everyone can contribute some money to start the industry. When we can make up for the expenses, we can return everyone's money. Duan Jiajia thought about it carefully and nodded. They really should have some industry. Otherwise, if you keep living beyond your means, big problems will arise sooner or later. In addition, last night, they received news that Chen Zhe had killed a hall master of the Hall of Fame with his own hands. Even the club where they were staying was burned down by fire. It is precisely because of this incident that outsiders' fear of Chen Zhe has deepened a lot. It's a good opportunity to take advantage of this momentum and gain more benefits. Just when the brother and sister were still discussing, a figure walked over quickly. After this person arrived, the brother and sister clasped their fists together. "You too, I'm Zhao Dongsheng. I was sent here by President Zhao." President Zhao said that since Mr. Chen didn't make any requests, he can't just sit there and do nothing. Mr. Zhao recently wanted to develop some businesses near the urban village and would like to cede 40% of his shares. I hope you two can take care of it when the time comes. The brother and sister were originally worried about not having enough money. He was also stunned when he heard what the other party said. "I'm really sleepy, so I'll give you a pillow." Zhao Dongsheng has no reputation in the underworld, but he is a feared figure in the business world. Just relying on Zhao Dongsheng's business acumen, it can move countless business tycoons. Go back and tell Mr. Zhao that as long as Mr. Zhao has any property in the western part of our urban village, my brother and I will do our best to help. In that case, thank you both. After a brief exchange between the two parties, the man turned and left. Only the brother and sister were left, and they slowly smiled. They began to contact those who had previously wanted to join them. As soon as I entered the office, I saw Su Yuan slumped on a stool with an empty bottle of glucose next to him. See Chen Zhe coming over. He exhaled slowly. "I'm exhausted today. I performed several surgeries in a row. Many brain patients in Shanghai City have been transferred to our hospital." Su Yuan looked resentful. The reason why this situation occurs. Thanks to Chen Zhe, the success rate of the consecutive surgeries was almost 100%, even things that others find difficult. In Chen Zhe's hands, it also became easy. They all came here specially after hearing about your situation. The patients you cured have been spreading the word about you. The hospital, other doctors, and nurses have all been saying that a highly skilled doctor has arrived in our neurology department, far superior to me. Su Yuan rubbed his temples, his heart full of emotion. As for Chen Zhe who came over, he was soon arranged to participate in a new operation. Same as before. This type of surgery is not difficult for Chen Zhe. He walked out of the operating room with a frown. After returning, he looked at Su Yuan who was not far away. "Recently, have there been any difficult operations like like the one just now? If you change to a normal doctor, they should be able to do it well. Chen Zhe felt a little bored. The reason he performed surgery here was to accumulate some more difficult experience. If it is this type of surgery, to him, it meant nothing. Su Yuan was speechless, thinking that other doctors were worried that the operation was too difficult and afraid of accidents. Chen Zhe was very good and thought the operation was too easy. There's no point in having an operation like this. After thinking about it carefully, Su Yuan remembered an extremely difficult operation. The patient is now in a private hospital and has been stuck there for over half a month. Because of the man's special identity, no one dared to act rashly and invited a team of more than a dozen experts. The solutions proposed are extremely conservative. The success rate is less than 10%, and even the patient's family is afraid that something might happen to the elderly. So far, the best way is to keep the old man alive. Su Yuan pinched his chin and spoke. If you think this surgery is too simple, I can help you find an extremely difficult surgery. But that family's background is rather mysterious, and most people wouldn't dare to take action rashly. Plus, the patient is an 80-year-old man, so the implications are extremely high. If we're not careful and kill someone, there's a high probability of a thorough investigation. Therefore, we're just keeping the old man alive, and no one dares to take action. After hearing Su Yuan's words, Chen Zhe was obviously moved. There are a lot of patients in the neurology department now, but in most cases, the surgical process is too monotonous. It doesn't meet his requirements. I'll contact him for you. Su Yuan took out his cell phone and made a call. An intellectual female voice came from the other side. Dr. Su, didn't we just meet this afternoon? Do you have a better solution? If you can cure my old man, we will agree to whatever you ask for. There was a hint of anticipation in the woman's tone. For an ordinary family, an elderly person may be a burden. But for people of their status, the implications of such an old man are too huge. The relationships behind them are complex and deeply rooted, and one move can affect the entire body. Normally, when the elderly are still alive, the remaining relationships can still give you some face. But once this relationship is broken, from now on, it will be difficult to ask others for help. Therefore, their family attaches great importance to this old man. As long as the disease can be cured, they are willing to bear any cost. Me, I definitely don't have that ability. You've hired so many medical teams and offered so many plans, but there hasn't been any progress. What's more, I'm just the chief physician in an ordinary hospital. Even if Su Yuan said so, the woman over there still spoke solemnly. Dr. Su, please don't underestimate yourself. You are the most famous brain expert in Shanghai City right now. If even you can't help, I'm afraid that in the entire Shanghai City, there won't be anyone who can cure my grandfather. Miss N.I., you really know how to joke. There are many capable people in Shanghai City. At least I know one who might be able to cure your old man. Oh, is that person's ability even better than Dr. Su's? Well, Miss N.I., you should have heard recently that our second hospital's neurosurgery department has a new doctor. In terms of skills alone, he's 10 times more capable than me. After a slight pause, Su Yuan continued, if he is willing to help, the success rate should be able to increase by about 10%. Such solemn words. Even Miss N.I. over there couldn't help but fall into a brief daze. Because there are so many expert teams, the highest success rate of the solutions given is only about 15%. Otherwise, they would have performed surgery long ago. Why keep dragging it out until now? If someone could really increase the success rate by another 10%, they could give it a try. After all, a 1 in 4 success rate is not low. If Miss N.I. trusts us, you can have the old man transferred to the second hospital. I'll show the medical records to Dr. Chen first. You can ask him in person how confident he is. There was a long silence on the other end of the phone. What followed was a series of disjointed conversations. After an unknown amount of time, Miss N.I. spoke up. We'll arrange for someone to go with the old man right away. If that doctor is as amazing as you say, our N.I. family will be extremely grateful. Then the phone was hung up. Su Yuan shrugged. Big families always have many concerns. The old man in their family has a very mysterious identity. He once came to Shanghai City and asked me to examine his brain. It was I who found the corresponding disease, but my ability was limited at the time, and I couldn't cure the old man. He returned to Shangjing, and only returned to Shanghai City half a year ago. Su Yuan rummaged through the drawer and quickly found a corresponding case and handed it to Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe read it carefully and a smile appeared on his face unconsciously. He seemed very satisfied with the operation of this difficulty. How is it? If you were to perform this operation, how confident would you be? Hearing this, Chen Zhe raised 2 fingers. Su Yuan was stunned. 20%? It turned out to be just as he had guessed. After all, the risks of the operation and the patient's age both affected the success rate. In addition, the other party's identity and background are extremely unusual, and ordinary doctors dare not use extreme solutions. As a result, the entire treatment process appears relatively mediocre. Don't dare to overstep the mark even a little. But even if it is delayed, given the old man's current condition, he can only live for another month. When the time comes, people will eventually have to leave. Outside the second hospital, all kinds of black vehicles were parked, and many tall and sharp-eyed figures surrounded the second hospital. Even the outsiders guarding around the second hospital were driven away. Even the spies left by the Tang family. It was also cleaned up in a short time. After receiving the news, the Tang family immediately withdrew all personnel from the second hospital and the surrounding area. It seems that he is also afraid of provoking some people who should not be provoked. The alley east of the hospital. A man with a gloomy face was leading a dozen killers, quietly watching the situation in the second hospital until a surgical stretcher was carried out, carrying an old man out of the car, followed by a woman wearing glasses, with a graceful figure and an intellectual beauty. He glanced coldly at the people who were waiting at the entrance of the alley. The feminine man looked up in astonishment and said in surprise, "It's actually her? The old man who has been receiving treatment in Shanghai City has changed hospitals? If that's the case, it will be difficult to continue taking action in the second hospital." The feminine man who spoke was none other than Ma Jin, the fourth master of the Hall of Fame. He had trained more than 40 assassins under his command. In the entire Hall of Fame, his strength ranked among the top 3 in terms of assassination, fighting, and so on. In the past, he acted arrogantly and domineeringly. Never take anyone seriously. Even the Tang family is just a dog in his eyes. Apart from Mu Hongguang, he didn't even care about the head of the Hall of Fame. He showed some fear towards the mysterious old man. It seems that tonight's action will be postponed. Leave a few people here to guard it. In a few days, if that old man is transferred to another hospital, come and inform me immediately. The feminine man Ma Jin turned around and left without any hesitation. Even the many killers who had followed him just now left quietly at this moment. Miss Su, who was not far from the hospital, received information from her subordinates. When she saw the content on the phone, he also fell into a brief moment of distraction. He looked out the window blankly. The old man of the Ni family has been transferred to the second hospital. This is a big deal. That old man has always been neutral. Even though he lives in Shangjing, he never cares about what's happening outside. Normally, no one would dare to mess with that old man, but he seems to be in a bit of trouble lately. Once that old man leaves, it will probably be a huge loss for the Ni family. Without new people to support the Ni family, they will sooner or later become targets. Although the Ni family cannot be considered a transcendent existence, but it also has the ability to shake the entire Shanghai City. Normally, it would be fine if the Ni family did not interfere in the affairs of Shanghai City, but if the Ni family took action, I'm afraid the Tang family won't be able to hold on for long. However, at this critical juncture, the mysterious old man went to the second hospital. I always feel like there's something strange going on. If I remember correctly, that old man previously hired a number of medical teams, all of whom were related to brain science. In Miss Su's mind, a figure appeared, with cold eyes and always wearing a baseball cap. She shook her head again. If it was Chen Zhe, that would be ridiculous. Although Chen Zhe has performed many surgeries, he has become famous in recent times. But the old man invited almost all the experienced brain science teams in Shanghai City and Shangjing, but the success rate was still very low. Chen Zhe is alone, and he is still far behind those professional teams. The news that the old man of the Ni family was transferred to the second hospital spread. Many people who wanted to attack the second hospital also disappeared without a trace at this moment. The area around the second hospital became extremely deserted. There is no more hustle and bustle of the past. In the special luxury ward on the 10th floor, a group of men in black suits carefully placed the old man on the stretcher onto the bed. Miss Ni, who is tall, wearing a black business suit and glasses, called Su Yuan. Su Yuan brought Chen Zhe to the VIP luxury ward on the 10th floor. There are only 10 wards here. It covers a large area and is luxuriously decorated. It is not open to the public on weekdays. Ordinary doctors don't even have the qualifications to come here. The people living in these wards, even the caregivers, were brought by themselves. There is no need for nurses in the hospital. Anyone who can live here, even if the vice president wants to see him once, has to go through layers of reporting. If it weren't for Miss Ni's advance arrangements, it would have been a question whether Su Yuan and Chen Zhe could come in. When they walked into the ward, there were many figures outside wearing black clothes, with tall stature and sharp eyes, and their eyes never left them. Instead, Miss Ni showed a charming smile and extended her hand very politely. "Hello, Dr. Su." She shook hands gently with Su Yuan. He stretched out his hand again and looked at Chen Zhe beside him. "You are the Mr. Chen that Dr. Su mentioned? You can't judge a person by his appearance, and you can't measure the depth of the sea by a bucket." But faced with Miss Ni raising her hand, but Chen Zhe didn't even look at it. Instead, he glanced at the unconscious old man and asked, "When can the surgery be arranged?" The purpose is simple: to experience this difficult operation. As for the other party's identity and background, it is not within his consideration. There are indeed a lot of bodyguards outside. According to Chen Zhe's perception, their strength should be stronger than those killers in the Hall of Fame. But it's only a few points. If he wanted to kill people here, let alone the number of people outside, even if there were twice as many, they would just be a mob. Faced with Chen Zhe's cold tone and calm eyes, Miss Ni was also stunned. Then he chuckled. "Surgery isn't something you can just do. Can I ask Dr. Chen what the success rate is for this operation?" The same as when Su Yuan asked before. Chen Zhe stretched out two fingers, seeming impatient and wanting to finish the operation quickly. Miss Ni frowned and sighed. "Only 20%? It's indeed quite high. Even the many medical teams we invited have only given us a 15% success rate." Just when Miss Ni wanted to say something, but Chen Zhe interrupted them. "I'm talking about a 2/3 success rate. If you need surgery, get anesthetized and sent to the operating room as soon as possible. If you don't want to do it, then I'll go back." These two simple sentences were like thunder, leaving Miss Ni frozen in place, speechless for a long time. Doesn't this mean that the success rate of this operation is over 60%, even approaching 70%? If we can really achieve such a success rate, so how good are Mr. Chen's medical skills? "Dr. Chen, I'm so sorry, I have to make a call first. Could you please wait for for a few minutes? Don't worry, it won't take up much of your time. Miss Ni's tone became much more polite again. He even bent down and smiled faintly. So he took his cell phone and walked out. Is a success rate of 60 to 70% a lot? For others, it's already more than enough. But as for Chen Zhe, he didn't dare to use it on his sister easily. It is necessary to accumulate a lot of experience in performing high-difficulty surgeries by performing surgeries on others. He will not consider performing surgery on his own sister until the success rate reaches the highest level. Ms. Ni went out about 3 minutes later, walked back again. He pulled Su Yuan to the corner again. After some inquiries, we learned that Chen Zhe took on the old man's patient because he thought ordinary operations were too easy. Miss Ni couldn't help but be stunned for a while. After all, for ordinary doctors, the safer, more cautious, and less risky the surgery is, the best. But for Chen Zhe, this does not seem to be the case. Miss Ni also understood from Su Yuan's words. Chen Zhe is different from ordinary doctors. He pursues difficulty more and hardly considers the issue of risk. This also gave Miss Ni more confidence in Chen Zhe. But when I called just now, the family didn't immediately agree to the old man's surgery. After all, even if the old man now only has a month to live, it will give them enough time to prepare. What if someone suddenly disappears? The Ni family had no time to prepare, and the consequences were disastrous. Dr. Chen, Su Yuan told me that you were looking for a sufficiently difficult operation. You've seen my old man's condition, and perhaps you're tempted by his prey, but he's too important to our Ni family. The family doesn't dare to take risks lightly. I believe in your strength. However, our Ni family knows quite a few patients with this condition, and the difficulty of their surgeries is definitely not much lower than that of our old man. Since Chen Zhe likes difficult operations, they can use the Ni family's connections, contacted a large number of patients in this regard, provide medical expenses and let them come to the second hospital to complete the surgery. At the same time, it was also to see whether Chen Zhe was really as powerful as he said. Facing Miss Ni's proposal, Chen Zhe did not refuse. After all, he wanted to perform surgery on this old man because he saw the difficulty of the operation. As for whether he is their old man, Chen Zhe doesn't care at all. Following Miss Ni, one call after another was made. The Ni family's power covers the entire Shanghai city. In addition, the medical team of the tribe conducted high-precision assessments, and the success rate of surgery for these patients, even by their own medical team, would hardly exceed 10. A total of 11 surgeries were arranged, and they sponsored 11 patients, with a total expenditure of nearly 10 million yuan, and all the patients were transferred to the second hospital. Looking outside the operating room, more and more patients are waiting. Chen Zhe couldn't help but lick his lips. Following the nurses around me, I began to undergo examinations and anesthesia one by one. It was almost 3 o'clock in the morning. The first operation began. The difficulty of this operation is much higher than that of the old man of the Ni family. After evaluation by their medical team, the success rate was less than 10%. If it were an ordinary doctor, the mortality rate would be as high as 100%. Even if Su Yuan performed the operation himself, it would probably be difficult to surpass the other party's medical team. So as this was the first operation, Miss Ni was particularly nervous. After all, it was related to whether their old man could be cured. Arranged another person whom I can trust. They entered the operating room together and watched Chen Zhe's surgery. Chen Zhe ignored it as there was another person beside him. The nurses around were the same as usual. Hand over the relevant items. Chen Zhe put on white gloves and disinfected. Picked up the scalpel. Although this operation, according to others, is almost unprecedented in difficulty, the success rate is less than 10%. But in Chen Zhe's opinion, compared to that old man, it's not much more difficult. Drilling, bone cutting, separation, flap removal, all in one go, without a single pause. The medical staff who followed in. He also watched the operation attentively. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised, because Chen Zhe's hands were so fast and steady. According to the difficulty of this operation, any expert in their medical team could perform the operation. I'm afraid we all have to be careful. But Chen Zhe gave him the feeling that it was like performing an extremely ordinary, stress-free surgery. The movements of his hands were fast and steady. The entire operation took only 40 minutes before they began to suture the wound. Looking at the wall clock and the gradually recovering testing equipment, the accompanying medical staff couldn't help swallowing. He asked with a confused look on his face. Is this the end? He asked. The nurses around couldn't help but roll their eyes. Dr. Chen's surgeries rarely last more than an hour, and every time, it's been done with pinpoint accuracy, without a single mistake. The patient is no longer in danger of death. He just needs a little rest, and I believe he'll recover in a few months. Chen Zhe took off his gloves and walked outside with an expressionless face. The nurses around improved the follow-up work. The patient was also pushed out. There were gradually more and more people waiting outside. These are the patient's families. They didn't come from good backgrounds to begin with, and their last surgery emptied their family savings. The doctor said the chance of survival was less than 1 in 10, so they shouldn't waste their efforts. I thought he had been sentenced to death. Who would have thought that things would take a turn for the better? A person claiming to be Miss Ni contacted them and was willing to cover all the costs of the surgery. The only condition is that you must come to the second hospital for surgery. Holding on to the last glimmer of hope, everyone gathered around as they saw the patient being pushed out of the operating room. They asked in unison, "How's the doctor? Wow, is my husband still alive? If he's gone, how am I supposed to raise 2 children by myself? Don't do that. Let us old couple be the ones to send our son away. Some of the people here are his wife, some are his parents, and they are all in tears. The voice was trembling and a little hoarse. Chen Zhe did not take off his mask but walked towards another patient. During the entire process, he showed no intention of responding and avoided all the family members who asked questions. Such an attitude. Everyone present fell into a trance for a long time. But I had a bad feeling again. I was just about to say something. The nurse next to her couldn't help but interrupt. It's alright, the patient is no longer in danger of death. The operation was successful. He only needs to stay in the hospital for another 2 months and he will almost recover. Besides, doesn't Miss N.I. pay for you? We, Dr. Chen, will do it, so you can just laugh. I heard that the patient is out of danger. There were more than a dozen family members of the patients present. Unable to contain myself any longer, tears began to well up in my eyes. Some people even wanted to kneel down and thank Chen Zhe for saving their lives. My parents are already old. They can help take care of the children at home, but they can no longer support the family expenses. Although my wife also earns 3 to 5,000 yuan. But in a big city like this, it's good enough to survive. The expenses in all aspects are astronomical. Only her husband, a programmer, has a relatively high salary, otherwise this family would have collapsed long ago. I learned that her husband would recover in a few months. The wife, who was in her 30s, fell to her knees with a thud. Thank you, Dr. Chen, you saved our whole family. If it weren't for you, our family of 6 would have suffered so much. After saying that, his head hit the ground with a bang. In just 6 months, they visited countless hospitals, just to save her husband. Every time there was an operation, they could only stand in the aisle, clasp their hands together, and pray silently that the man would recover as before. But it doesn't matter whether they are praying to God or Buddha. Whether it is a humble and pious prayer, the final result is always a sigh, and those repeated sentences. The patient's chances of recovery are slim. Go back and discuss whether to continue treatment. They have heard too much of this, so much so that they feel desperate. The wife's emotions were almost out of control. Later, it was the family members around her who pulled her up. Dr. Chen has to perform other surgeries. Let's go take care of Zheng quickly. We'll express our gratitude to Dr. Chen when he's free. The woman in front of him stopped crying. Following the patient being wheeled away, I entered a ward. Miss N.I. watched all this. A hint of brilliance inadvertently flashed in those beautiful eyes as she asked the medical staff beside her. You also went into the operating room just now and watched the whole process. What do you think? The accompanying medical staff laughed dryly. I don't know how to answer. I dare not make a promise right away. It's just an operation. There's nothing to see. But this Dr. Chen was steady and quick throughout the entire operation, unlike other doctors who are always so hesitant. Also, his surgical style is very strange. It's very different from all our previous plans. How should I put it? It's like a madman walking on a tightrope with a towering building below. If he's not careful, even the slightest mistake during the operation could result in the patient's death. But this madman walking on a tightrope atop a 1,000-foot-high building, holding a scalpel, is so precise, like carving a perfect piece of art. It's hard to describe, but I dare say that there is no such person in the entire Shanghai city, including the territory of Xia country. The 4 words unique are the highest evaluation he can give. Miss N.I. next to her also narrowed her eyes. The medical staff next to me. Li Zhangwan, a medical genius who was personally cultivated by the N.I. family, is young, but he has written countless papers. I once participated in a separation operation that was extremely difficult internationally. It has been highly praised by many top doctors internationally, but he is such an extremely conceited person. He has been a genius since childhood, but he made a unique judgment. This made Miss N.I. feel a little bit of anticipation. Maybe this person, maybe they can really cure their old man. The old man is too important now. He is almost closely related to the rise and fall of the entire N.I. family. If the old man could live a few more years, you should know what it means. With these few years, the N.I. family can restructure and allow the new family elders to reach unprecedented heights. At that time, no one will be able to shake the N.I. family's position. So you continue to follow, watch a few more surgeries, and make sure there are no problems, then report back to me. Li Zhangwan next to him nodded and followed. It was also the first time he had seen Chen Zhe perform surgery in this style. It gives people a feeling of being unconventional and a bit extreme, but it is this feeling that gives people an inexplicable confidence in his surgery. He followed Chen Zhe and underwent a series of anesthesia. The second patient's condition was then checked. At about 4 o'clock, I entered the second operating room. The nurses around were already fully prepared. The operation begins. Just like the first operation, there was no emotion in Chen Zhe's expression. From beginning to end, there was a very cold feeling. Only after seeing blood and opening the skull will he show some excitement. Li Zhangwan didn't know where this excitement came from, but he was sure that Chen Zhe must have his own unique passion for this aspect. This love is even greater than his own. Li Zhangwan was not wrong in his guess. Chen Zhe did have a unique passion for this aspect, but this enthusiasm does not come from surgery. Rather, it comes from the inexplicable pleasure of being able to cut open other people's bodies at will. Even if it's just surgery, even if it's curing diseases and saving lives. But every time he performed an operation, he would feel refreshed. At the same time, he was also suppressing a certain kind of fear that was growing in his heart. It is much more effective than the tranquilizers usually used in mental hospitals. The second operation has reached its final stage. Chen Zhe wiped his hands and left the room. Li Zhangwan, who followed out, swallowed his saliva. There was a hint of bitterness in his expression. operation. He had lived in the NI family since he was a child and was adopted from an orphanage by the NI family. At the age of 5, he demonstrated his amazing talent in medicine and was highly regarded by many older generations of the NI family. He embarked on a path of continuous improvement in medicine. In the blink of an eye, almost 20 years have passed. He joined the NI family's top medical team, specially responsible for some major operations. It has also helped many dignitaries and nobles who came to Beijing to get rid of their illnesses. He believes that at his age, he has reached a level that no one else can reach. But when he met Chen Zhe and saw his surgical style, he suddenly realized that he was like a frog in a well, clinging to conventions. No matter how hard you try, you can never reach Chen Zhe's level. Ms. Ni, the second operation was successful again. The whole process was much faster than before, only taking 35 minutes. His hands are very steady. Every time he cuts, there's an inexplicable charm. I don't know how to describe it. It's like he was born for surgery. In this field, I'm afraid I'll never be able to reach his level in my entire life. His evaluation is higher. It was so high that even Miss Ni couldn't believe it. How arrogant is Li Zhanwen? Especially in the field of medicine, he is almost arrogant to the core. But such a person would actually say that he would never be able to catch up with the other person in his entire life. How could she not be shocked? Then, if we let him perform the old man's surgery, what do you think the success rate will be? Miss Ni asked what she cared about most: the life and death of others. She didn't care. The only thing that made her feel uneasy was the old man's surgery. Li Zhanwen in front of him was silent for a long time. Even though he said the success rate was 60 to 70%, I feel like, with his abilities, it's definitely more than that. If you don't even dare to gamble with such a high chance of success, then Li Zhanwen opened his mouth and sighed. Then it's better not to treat this old man's illness. There was a long silence. The entire hospital corridor suddenly became quiet. Even Chen Zhe had already started the third operation. They didn't come back to their senses yet. Miss Ni let out a long breath and spoke. Wait a little longer. There are 11 patients in total. Let's talk after he has treated them all. As Miss Ni finished speaking, Li Zhanwen stopped talking. He just couldn't find Chen Zhe around, so he asked around. I learned that the other party had already started the third operation. I couldn't help but slap my thigh hard, because he felt that he had missed out on 100 million. Although I only watched Chen Zhe perform 2 operations, but these 2 operations had given him a profound feeling. At this moment, he just wanted to quietly watch Chen Zhe perform the remaining 7 or 8 operations. The next time, Chen Zhe did not disappoint everyone and arrived before 7 o'clock the next day. A total of 4 operations were performed. Without exception, all were successful. When Chen Zhe walked out of the operating room, a ray of sunlight from outside shone through the window glass and fell on his face, which was slightly sweaty. There is an inexplicable, indescribable taste. The group of nurses who followed out couldn't help but stare at the person in front of them in a daze. I couldn't recover for a long time. The temperament that Chen Zhe gives people is really strange. If such a person were put in a movie, just a look or a gesture, I'm afraid he will be recognized as an unforgivable pervert who has killed countless people. But in the hospital, he is a doctor who can save lives and heal the wounded. Those diseases that left the top medical teams helpless became insignificant in Dr. Chen's hands. That face that was cold to the bone, that extremely brutal temperament, just like a tiger that chooses its prey. But he seems like a sacred and inviolable saint. Others will not be able to take their eyes off it. But that ray of sunshine only shone briefly. Chen Zhe walked over, his head lowered, without saying a word, as if he had put himself in the shadows again. A young and pretty nurse spoke. Dr. Chen is good in every way, except that he's too cold. He looks like he wants to eat me when I see him. But honestly, the most handsome guy in the hospital is Dr. Chen. I wonder what kind of girlfriend he'll find in the future with his personality. Other nurses. Unable to wait, everyone joined in the discussion. Even Li Zhanwen stood there in a daze. The feeling Chen Zhe gave him was indeed very strange. If he was a killer, Li Zhanwen would have believed it, but such a person was in the hospital, saving lives and healing the wounded. It's really ridiculous. Miss Ni walked over and glanced at Li Zhanwen. Let's go out and have breakfast. I heard that all 4 operations were successful without exception. The difficulty of these operations is no less than that of the old man's illness. Being able to successfully perform 4 operations in a row is enough to prove his ability. What about the next 7 operations? Li Zhanwen's heart tightened. He didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Following Chen Zhe into the operating room was the greatest gift for him. Of course I'll finish it. After all, I believe it, but the people in my family won't agree so easily. Well, that's good. Li Zhanwen breathed a sigh of relief. Had breakfast with Miss Ni. Chen Zhe also went back to rest. In the next 2 days, Chen Zhe either returned to the rental house or went to the hospital to continue completing the 11 operations. It went incredibly smoothly. All 11 operations were successful. In the evening of the 3rd day, many people came to the hospital. They each held a document in their hands and stood in the stairwell with extremely solemn expressions. It was the day their old man had surgery. Bai Tao, were all those 11 operations truly successful? Were there no other accidents that occurred during the process? It was Miss Ni's father, Ni Yangan. Miss Ni's original name is Ni Bai Tao. She is currently the most outstanding business elite in the Ni family. He controls all business matters, big and small, of the entire Ni family. As for the rest, there are special members of the Ni family to take care of them. But even if he is just a business genius, Miss Ni is also highly valued by the family. Li Zhanwen was watching the entire process, so what he said couldn't be false. If this is true, this doctor is incredibly skilled. I need to see him more often in the future. You also know that with the current situation in Beijing, most of the older generation are already old. They are trying their best to keep those elderly people alive. When these people learn about Dr. Chen's condition, they will definitely come to contact him. It won't be long before this Dr. Chen will be a hot commodity in the eyes of all families. Once this network is established, the power that can be generated from it will be immeasurable. So, you should understand what I mean, Dad. N.I. Baitao nodded. She is also a veteran in the business world with many years of experience. How could I not hear the hidden meaning in my father's words? Don't worry, as long as he cures the old man, I will agree to any request he makes. A hint of determination flashed in N.I. Baitao's eyes. This made N.I. Yangan, who was standing next to him, feel emotional. I feel like I owe this daughter something. Ever since N.I. Baitao became sensible, almost all decisions he made prioritized the interests of his family, and he rarely considered himself. Even the older people in the family hope that N.I. Baitao can have a good rest and live the life she wants. But N.I. Baitao still dedicated everything to her family. As a result, the entire N.I. family felt an inexplicable heartache for his daughter. There was even a saying circulating in Beijing: marrying N.I. Baitao is equivalent to marrying the entire N.I. family. Although it's just a joke, but from the meaning of his words, one can imagine how terrifying N.I. Baitao's weight is in Shangjing. The most important thing right now is Grandpa's health. Let's wait until the operation is successful before we talk about other things. N.I. Baitao calmed herself down and found a place to sit down. The same is true for the other members of the N.I. family. If successful, countless big families in Beijing will flock to Dr. Chen to get close to him. If it fails, all of the above is nothing but fantasy. Many members of the N.I. family came. The aisles were full. Most of them are powerful figures in the N.I. family. It was also after these people arrived at the second hospital. The entire neurology department, from doctors to nurses, was kicked out and transferred to the 7th floor. The vice president and the president rushed back to the hospital that evening. The entire 10th floor gives people a feeling of being a bit dull. Even outside the second hospital, all the watchers were cleared out. On normal days, the entire second hospital is manned by countless personnel, but now, not even a fly can be seen. Time passed bit by bit, and it seemed extremely torturous for the N.I. family on the 10th floor. If the old man were alive, a few more years, or even more than 10 years of life, the N.I. family will reach unprecedented heights, to reach a level that many people can't even dream of. It makes those competitors terrified and retreat in fear. But what if the old man died? Although the entire N.I. family will not collapse completely, it will fall from the level of a top family. Even falling into the mortal world is not impossible. Countless people were staring at the N.I. family with eager eyes. Wait, tear off a piece of flesh from this giant. But it is under this situation. They should have had a month to prepare. The decision was made after a meeting. Take a big gamble. The N.I. family has survived for more than 10 years and has a more abundant and broader future. Lost this month of preparation time, the N.I. family is likely to be devastated. It concerns the future lifeline of the entire family. How could they not worry? Niece, are the 11 surgeries he performed before really as difficult as this one? Yes, Baitao. I always feel a little uneasy in my heart. Alas, this is a matter concerning the prosperity and decline of the family. Don't blame your aunt for asking a few more questions. There are more and more people around. They gathered around N.I. Baitao and asked questions one after another. After receiving a positive answer, they walked back and forth in the corridor again, circle after circle. There are very few people who can keep calm. A commanding voice, tinged with anger, rang out, "Enough, sit down. You're giving me a headache just by wandering around here." He is N.I. Chuanxiu, the current head of the N.I. family. Now that the old man is critically ill in bed, all decisions of the entire N.I. family, big or small, have to go through his hands. Although it is still a lot worse than the old man, but he is the most capable person in the N.I. family today. According to the old man's plan, he wanted to take advantage of these 2 years to push N.I. Chuanxiu to an unprecedented peak. Plans cannot keep up with changes. The old man suddenly fell ill. The N.I. family's medical team had predicted that he had only 3 years to live, but he suddenly became critically ill. The N.I. family was pushed to the forefront. After N.I. Chuanxiu spoke, no matter how anxious everyone was, they had to sit down reluctantly. The corridor returned to silence again. Everyone held their breath, looking towards the door of the operating room from time to time with bitter expressions on their faces. In addition to the N.I. family, there are many Beijing-based forces. Everyone is paying attention to the situation in the second hospital, even if all the surrounding investigators have been cleared out. But those who are placed in the hospital, it cannot be completely eliminated in a short period of time. Every 10 minutes or so, someone would come in and out of the 10th floor for various reasons, trying to find out some information. Is the N.I. family powerful? At least in Shangjing, the old man's legendary status is no less than the 5 people behind Shanghai City. The order established by the old man of the N.I. family back then. The entire Upper Kyoto was shocked. It was also the old man who single-handedly built the huge N.I. family. If the old man is still alive, everyone will give the N.I. family some face, but if the old man is gone, some relationships that were once crucial were ruined because of this, and their attitude towards the N.I. family would definitely change drastically. Have you found out? Was the operation successful? Is Mr. N.I. still alive? In a corner, a man in plain clothes asked a nurse who had just come out. The nurse shook her head. No news yet. The operation hasn't ended yet. It's not over yet? It's It's been almost an hour. This shouldn't be the case. It looks like the chances of success aren't as high as we thought. The man in casual clothes is Lu Shui, the current leader of the Jing faction in Shanghai City. His status is similar to Duan Yulong's. At least on the surface, he possesses rights that others cannot imagine. Although the Yanai family has always remained neutral. But once the old man collapses, if the Yanai family falls, the interests within it will be no less than those in Shanghai City. By then, I wonder how many people will return to Shangjing to get a piece of the pie. Continue to investigate. If you have any news, notify me immediately. I can't stay in the hospital for long. If the Yanai family finds out, it could easily lead to misunderstandings. After saying that, Lu Shui, who was dressed in casual clothes and put on a mask, walked outside quietly. The nurse shook her head helplessly and entered another ward. Other forces are also waiting for news about Mr. Ni, because once Mr. Ni dies, some members of the Beijing faction will withdraw to the capital. By then, Shanghai City will lose its balance and another wave of bloody storm will be set off. But just waiting like this, 1 hour and 20 minutes later, Chen Zhe wiped the blood off his hands. Take off the white gloves. Looking at the old man lying on the hospital bed, he twisted his neck tiredly. Although the difficulty of this operation seems much easier than the previous 11 operations, but the patient is quite old after all. There are far more things to pay attention to than you might imagine. Even though Chen Zhe did the whole process very quickly, when cutting, it is as steady as before. But still, I wasted 20 more minutes. Li Zhangwen next to him was also frightened and took off his gloves. Watching the entire operation was extremely thrilling. At least in his opinion, it was extremely thrilling. If this operation were performed on someone else, it would be fine. But the patient on the operating table is the old man of the Ni family. If there is any mistake, the Ni family will be furious, no matter whether you do it intentionally or unintentionally. It's almost an indiscriminate attack. There are so many people in the Ni family, and it is impossible for them to have the same ideas. There will always be people who want to take revenge secretly. This is also the reason why the old man's illness has lasted for so many years and has never been cured. In fact, there was an opportunity for surgery 5 years ago, but the Ni family at that time, I think a 40% success rate is too low. Other doctors did not dare to use overly aggressive plans, resulting in the only chance being rejected. The operation finally began, but compared to that year, the difficulty has increased more than 10 times. Li Zhangwen took a look at Chen Zhe, who had just finished the operation next to him, and his mentality had undergone an unprecedented change. Every time Chen Zhe performs surgery, he feels refreshed. All of them can refresh his cognition. In the past, he was very proud of his medical skills. He had begun to doubt whether he was a qualified doctor. Almost all the people he performed surgery on were from Beijing, high-ranking officials, and each of them had an extraordinary status. There are so many things to worry about, so many that it's overwhelming. Chen Zhe is very pure when it comes to performing surgery. No matter how extreme the plan is, as long as the confidence level is high enough, he will proceed without hesitation. This type of surgery is probably only suitable for Chen Zhe, because no one could perform surgery as precisely and steadily as he did. At least, during this 1 hour and 20 minutes, Chen Zhe had made countless dangerous cuts without any accidents. If it were Li Zhangwen, he would have collapsed countless times. With a surgical method like Chen Zhe's, his chances of success are probably less than 5%. Just in terms of controlling the knife, Dr. Chen is the best in the world. Every time I see him cut, there's a unique charm. As soon as he lifts his hand, I have a feeling it will succeed. He doesn't have as many distractions or concerns as others. He just performs surgery for the sake of surgery. It's pure suffocation. Li Zhangwen was deeply moved, and the operation was a complete success. Chen Zhe was the first to open the door of the operating room. The Ni family had been waiting outside for a long time. In an instant, he was surrounded by people. Did it succeed? How is the old man? Dr. Chen, the old man should still be alive, right? Please say something. Oh, I'm so anxious. Everyone was talking at once, but Chen Zhe was just like any other person after the operation, pushed through the crowd and walked out. Seeing the other party leaving, the Ni family panicked. They don't know Chen Zhe's character. In the past, I encountered this situation. Most of the patients died. When Chen Zhe walked towards the office, many members of the Ni family showed a hint of despair on their faces. Just when they were almost in a state of collapse, the nurse came out pushing the old man on the bed. Everyone, make way. The operation was successful. The old man will be hospitalized for observation for a period of time and will most likely recover. Don't all block up here. The old man is still very weak. Don't let him get hurt again after just being rescued. The nurse muttered impatiently. Someone dared to speak to the Ni family like this. The next day it would be chopped up and fed to dogs. Listening to the nurse's slightly angry reproach, everyone seemed to have heard the most beautiful celestial music in the world. They asked with red eyes, trembling voices, and concerned faces. Ms. Nurse, are you saying that the operation was successful? The old man is out of danger? Wow, Dr. Chen's expression just now scared me to death. I thought the operation had failed. The old man is alive. God bless. God bless. The people present were talking incoherently, saying all sorts of things. The nurse rolled her eyes at the woman on the far left. What do you mean by God bless you? If it weren't for Dr. Chen, your old man would have passed away long ago. God bless you. If it were useful, you wouldn't come to see us, Dr. Chen. Every time I hear someone speak this way, the nurse felt that this was an insult to Dr. Chen, who was working tirelessly in the operating room. The operation operation was finally completed. The results are out. The credit has become God's blessing? Is that a joke? The NI family was not angry, and even the lady who was being watched had a smile on her face. He slapped his mouth hard. Look, I'm so happy. I deserve a slap on the mouth. We've prepared quite a few red envelopes. Miss Nurse, take these and give one to everyone. Thank you for your hard work. After saying that, he stuffed the red envelopes into their pockets without waiting for the nurse to refuse. Everyone originally wanted to take out the red envelopes, but then the woman said, inside each red envelope is a check for 1 million. I've already told your dean, so no one will ask about it. This is what you deserve. When the time comes, we will also prepare a generous gift for Dr. Chen. The nurses present were just ordinary people. Where have you ever seen a check for 1 million? Besides, everyone has said that they have already informed the dean. All the nurses present fell silent, until a nurse opened the director's WeChat in the group and sent a message asking. After making sure that he would not be punished, he accepted the red envelope with peace of mind. There is 1 million yuan in road construction fee for each person. A group of nurses, dedicated and responsible. In addition, the NI family dispatched a number of their own medical teams and arranged the old man to the VIP ward, and the matter was finally over. Standing at the aisle, NI Chuanxiu's face was full of emotion. His face, which had been frowning all the time, finally relaxed. Yeoman, thanks to the doctor Bai Tao found, the old man's surgery was successful. I asked our medical team, as long as his condition doesn't worsen, he can live for at least 5 more years. But for now, let the old man stay in the second hospital. Just in case, you can ask Dr. Chen if he's willing to join our NI family's medical team. We'll offer him an annual salary of 30 million. No matter what the request is, our NI family can agree to it. An annual salary of 30 million. This price is already outrageous. But for the NI family, it was just a drop in the bucket. As long as Chen Zhe is willing to come, what is 30 million? At that time, countless families came to beg them to help with the surgery. Just by selling favors, the NI family has made a fortune. But NI Yangon next to him just said it bitterly. That's hard to say. Just now, when the old man was still undergoing surgery, quite a few people from the big families of Shangjing appeared in the hospital. Now, I'm afraid they have all gone to the hospital office. NI Chuanxiu's eyes widened when he heard this. Then why didn't you stop it? Previously, people came up one after another to inquire about the news, and even left the hospital. They saw it all, but did not stop them. Li Yangon was helpless. How can I stop them? Some big families are as powerful as our NI family. Once they unite, even if the old man has 5 years left, he may not be able to withstand it. Besides, with Dr. Chen's ability, I'm afraid our NI family can't accommodate this big Buddha. Moreover, as the news of the old man's recovery spreads, countless aristocratic families will flock to him. This is a delicious piece of steamed bun. Everyone wants to take a bite. If our NI family blocks them, it would be like cutting off their lifeline. After all, the patriarch should be aware of the importance of those elders. If he were to try to stop them, it would only make our NI family the target of public criticism. Chen Zhe's current situation is too delicate. It is no exaggeration to say that this medical skill of bringing the dead back to life can cause mountain torrents and tsunamis. Not only can they not stop it, but they have to avoid it as much as possible. Otherwise, those big families that have already reached their desperate point, I'm afraid he will spare no effort to destroy the NI family. So when they think about the interests involved, the idea of recruiting Chen Zhe was cut off. Hospital, 10th floor office. Chen Zhe, who had just finished the operation, was watching a new case when the door was suddenly opened. She was a woman of about 24 or 25 years old. She was wearing a blue skirt, high heels, and had a faint smile on her face. There were 2 bodyguards following behind him. Judging from their aura, they were several times stronger than Sun Long. After seeing Chen Zhe, the woman smiled and gently placed the bag in her hand on the table next to her. Her beautiful eyes moved and her delicate body exuded a faint fragrance. This woman wears very high-end perfume, but it is unusually plain, and the skirt she wears also gives people a refreshing feeling. In terms of beauty, she is definitely on par with NI Bai Tao, and deep down, he exudes an aura that can only be cultivated by top families. Now this temperament has been suppressed by women, deliberately indulging in one's own weakness. Give a sweet smile. You must be Dr. Chen, right? Please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bai Yan. Actually, I'm Miss Ni's best friend. We grew up together. The reason I came here this time is because I heard that you cured the old man of the NI family. As Bai Tao's best friend, of course I have to bring some gifts to express my gratitude. The 2 bodyguards behind him immediately took out some things from their pockets and placed them on the table. Bai Yan picked up the envelope and opened it. Inside was a golden card and a check for 50 million. She pushed it in front of Chen Zhe and giggled. This is a small token of my appreciation. Please accept it, Dr. Chen. She deliberately held up the check for 50 million under the light. At the same time, he was also paying attention to the changes in Chen Zhe's expression. The reason she came here was simply because the bigwigs of the Beijing faction asked her to take the lead. At the same time, it was also to test what Chen Zhe really likes. Or is it power? As long as Chen Zhe shows a little greed, they have plenty of ways to make Chen Zhe work for them. Bai Yan sat next to Chen Zhe. The light perfume scent is elegant but not overpowering, adding just the right touch. She deliberately exposed her collarbone. She raised her fair swan neck and fanned her face with her delicate hands. Dr. Chen, didn't you turn on the air conditioner? It's so hot in the room. The tone is very gentle. Just like water, it is enough to arouse any man's desire, and even make him sink into it and unable to extricate himself. If Chen Zhe is willing, she is actually willing to sacrifice herself. After all, such a person with outstanding medical skills is of great significance to their Bai family. It will be an unprecedented help, and their family will be happy to accept it and even give all they have. Even at the end, it seemed that Chen Zhe had no interest in even taking a look at the check. Bai Yan showed her charming smile again. Exhale a breath of orchid fragrance. Just when she wanted to say something, Chen Zhe spoke in a cold, even somewhat annoyed tone. I advise you to check your body instead of talking nonsense to me here. Bai Yan was obviously stunned, and then he chuckled. Then Dr. Chen, which part do you think I should check? Her tone was ambiguous, and after she finished speaking, she pulled her collar, deliberately showing off her almost perfect figure. However, Chen Zhe took out an EG and MRI examination form from the side and threw it in front of her. When I saw these two checklists, Bai Yan was obviously stunned for a moment, and her eyes were slightly hesitant, because her mother did often undergo examinations in this area. Moreover, there is a high possibility of hereditary epilepsy. She had suffered an attack of the disease once when she was a child, but it later eased. Plus, the Bai family has their own medical team. I had regular checkups over the past 10 years. The disease has never recurred. Recently, because she has been too busy, she often feels a little dizzy and her fingertips twitch. I thought I had been holding the pen for too long. Now seeing the two checklists Chen Zhe threw in front of him, his expression changed again and again. But she also knew that this disease could not be cured in a hurry. But Chen Zhe ignored his gaze. Bai Yan in front of him also felt a little bored. She and Ni Baitao are definitely among the few celebrities, not only because they are beautiful, it is also because they are highly valued by their families. Almost all the sons of noble families are the ones who must marry on the list. It's a pity that after so many years, the number of people who can get close to them can be counted on one hand. Chen Zhe doesn't like money or beauty, and even power won't move him. That would be a difficult situation. Since Dr. Chen has said so, I will naturally go for a checkup. I just wonder if I can treat Dr. Chen to dinner tonight? Bai Yan's questions never received an answer. Chen Zhe looked so cold that it was suffocating. Compared to Bai Yan, his attitude towards those children from aristocratic families is 100 times more exaggerated. Such behavior was extremely boring, and Bai Yan could only leave in disappointment. When I walked outside, another bodyguard came towards me. Miss Bai, this Dr. Chen's file seems a little strange. After a series of investigations, we found that there is a Dr. Chen who is 70% similar to the one in the office. But the medical skills of both sides are totally disproportionate. More importantly, the Dr. Chen we investigated had a mole on his face, but the one in the office didn't. The bodyguard seemed to have thought of something. He continued speaking. The doctor under investigation, Dr. Chen, is nearly 30 years old, and the one in the office is probably not even 20. With such detailed information, how could Bai Yan, such a smart person, not guess it? Have you noticed any traces of other forces at Dr. Chen's hometown address recently? This one does exist, and it's related to the Su family of the northern faction. Su family? Su Qingjun? Interesting. Bai Yan chuckled and suddenly remembered a piece of information he had read some time ago. He said with narrowed eyes, "Go check on that madman who's been causing so much trouble in Shanghai City lately. Maybe we'll find something unexpected. A madman who kills people without mercy, a doctor who saves the dying and the wounded. It's really hard to associate them together." But as the investigation deepens, Bai Yan vaguely felt that the madman and Dr. Chen in the office were the same person. But if it's the same person, spent 4 or 5 years in a mental hospital, not only martial arts, but also assassination skills have reached the pinnacle. Even medical skills can bring the dead back to life. All of these things are too unbelievable. Things are getting weirder and weirder. If it's all the same person, that would be the weirdest thing. I'm afraid even those old guys from the Beijing faction would be shocked if they learned about this, right? Thinking of those old guys, I wonder how they might lose their composure. Bai Yan smiled even more happily. After Bai Yan left, many people came to the office one after another. But these people have witnessed Chen Zhe's cold tone. In the end, I didn't choose to make myself miserable. Until Miss Ni, who had found Chen Zhe earlier, walked into the office with a noble lady. Chen Zicai put down the medical record he had been holding today. It's not because Miss Ni came, but it was because it was time for him to eat. Miss Ni was standing at the door and was about to say something when she saw Chen Zhe walking past her. Without even glancing at it, the lady next to him said in confusion, "Bai Tao, have you offended Dr. Chen? Why does it feel so cold?" Ni Bai Tao spread out her hands helplessly. "It's not that I offended him, but he's so cold to everyone. I'm afraid there must be quite a few people visiting him just now. In the end, didn't they all leave in disgrace?" Upon hearing this, the lady was stunned for a moment. Then he covered his mouth and laughed. "Then this Dr. Chen really has a personality. If other doctors treated them like this, they would have been chopped to pieces countless times." He was replaced by Chen Zhe, a man with superb medical skills, but it became a personality. But think about it. I guess ordinary doctors wouldn't even be in their eyes. How can I get them interested? Have you checked Dr. Chen's information? The lady suddenly turned her head. Ni Baitao shrugged. "I just sent someone to check, but the real situation of this Dr. Chen seems a bit complicated. The overall feeling I get is like someone has set up a huge chess game. The chess game is aimed at the entire Shanghai city." The lady opened her mouth in confusion and was speechless for a long time. Ni Baitao said again, "We'll have to wait until Grandpa wakes up before making any final decisions. The situation is quite complex. Our Ni family is maintaining a neutral stance. If we suddenly change our stance, it will inevitably lead to criticism. But if it's Grandpa who makes the decision, then even if if others want to speak up, they won't be able to say anything, since Ni Baitao said so. The lady had no choice but to nod, and they both left the office. As for Chen Zhe, he walked to the nurses' station. A group of young nurses had already ordered midnight snacks. He sat down inside as if nothing had happened, picked up a midnight snack and started eating. The young nurses around were chattering non-stop. Some asked Chen Zhe if he had a girlfriend. Some asked about his family situation. No matter how much they said, they never got a response. But this group of young nurses just enjoyed doing it. Finished the midnight snack. 2 more operations were performed that night. As soon as it was dawn, he left the hospital and returned to his rental house to rest. When I woke up again, it was already past 7 in the evening. The mother and daughter of the Ji family prepared dinner and ate and drank to their heart's content in silence. The cell phone in my pocket suddenly vibrated. Chen Zhe took it out and saw that it was a message from Tang Hao. I've already thoroughly investigated the remaining bases of the Hall of Fame. For specific information, please see the map of Shanghai City I sent you. In addition to the text, there is also a picture. When I clicked on it, I saw 4 strongholds inside, like 4 pillars, firmly nailing the 4 directions of Shanghai City. Together with the Li Laohu stronghold that Chen Zhe had previously taken down, there were a total of 5 gangs that suppressed everything in Shanghai City. If the Hall of Fame had taken action, the previous outsiders would have collapsed long ago. The reason why the Hall of Fame has always been hidden in the dark, it's simply because they are afraid of involving more big names among the outsiders. So far, all the outsiders who have appeared are insignificant pawns. Even someone like Duan Yulong is just the backbone of the northern school. The real big shot has not appeared yet. The 4 strongholds have taken up all the power of the Hall of Fame. Tonight is the time to act. Now that the second hospital is under the control of the Ni family, even if others want to intervene, they have to consider the Ni family's face. If they force their way in, the Ni family's power can easily crush them to pieces. This is also the Ni family. Why is the surroundings so quiet after entering the hospital? Chen Zhe changed his clothes and stood up from the sofa. He didn't plan to go to the hospital tonight. Instead, he turned and headed east. The first stronghold he wanted to take down. It is very close to the Wang building that was burned down, hidden in a high-end restaurant. Many dignitaries would go there for dinner, but in reality, there are casinos, bars, and many women for entertainment in secret. It is a place frequented by some small and insignificant forces, and is deeply loved by some young masters. In the eyes of ordinary people, this kind of club is considered extremely high-end. Because of insufficient status, you are not qualified to enter. Hurry up and hurry all the way. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Chen Zhe arrived at the Blue Moon Bay Hotel. There are 5 floors in total, and it covers a large area. From the outside, the decoration is unique, simple, and luxurious, with a special beauty. To put it bluntly, it's just more upscale. Compared to Li Laohu's club, it's obviously more profitable here. After avoiding the hotel security, he came to the basement floor according to the information provided by Tang Hao. On the far left of the underground 3rd floor, there is a big door. Entering through the door is the important profit-making place of this hotel. Just when Chen Zhe was thinking about how to get in, a drunk young man came out, burping, and wanted to go to the toilet. Just as I reached the corner, I heard a bang. The young man fell to the ground. His clothes were stripped off and he was thrown into a corner. Chen Zhe changed into a white suit and looked at himself in the bathroom mirror. Except for his cold eyes, he looked no different from an ordinary person in other aspects. Fortunately, a black card and a dozen coin-sized chips were found in the man's pocket. There were so many people coming in and out just now. Everyone used this black card. With this card, it became much more convenient to enter. When he took out the black card, the people guarding the door all smiled attentively. Chen Zhe was welcomed into the venue, and what came into view was a large casino. There were a lot of people around and it was very noisy. The strong smell of cigarettes and alcohol filled the entire hall. There were also many pretty bunny girls serving tea and water. Occasionally, a customer would throw chips in the middle of their chests. The bunny girl smiled and thanked him repeatedly. Some customers won a lot and gave chips worth 40,000 or 50,000 yuan to the bunny girl next to them. I pulled him into the room, and after about 10 minutes, he came out again. Apart from the bunny girl, who was a bit unsatisfied, the guests were quite satisfied. Chen Zhe in the hall silently looked at the surrounding environment, finally locked onto a staircase leading to the 2nd floor. Without hesitation, he walked up quickly. As a result, I just arrived at the corridor on the 2nd floor. He was blocked by a man in blue clothes. Sir, this place is only open to black card members. If you are not a black card member, please just visit the 1st floor. Black card? Chen Zhe took out the card. He handed it over, and the man in blue clothes in front of him took a look at the card. He took out another machine, and after a beeping sound, the man frowned deeply, but still made a gesture of invitation and made way. As a result, Chen Zhegang disappeared inside, and the man in blue clothes took out the walkie-talkie. Brother Ning, someone just went upstairs with young Master Wu's card, but that person wasn't young Master Wu. Also, I see his eyes are very cold. I think he has bad intentions. Please pay close attention to him. The person on the other end of the intercom heard the prompt. After a long silence, he replied with a Then it fell into silence again. In the leftmost room on the 2nd floor, a bearded man was holding a bottle of high-end liquor and gulping down most of it. Then his eyes fell on the computer. Inside were all the places on the 2nd floor. The camera images clearly showed Chen Zhe walking deeper along the middle aisle. The bearded man looked at Chen Zhe's back and smiled sinisterly. If it were any other time, it would be fine. This kid was able to kill Li Laohu, so his strength must be extraordinary. extraordinary. But today, you came at the wrong time. Ning Fengxiao turned around and walked out of the room with a ferocious look on his face. In just over a minute, he walked into a luxurious VIP gambling room. There were a dozen people in total inside. Some of them have lost their minds due to losing money, while others are squinting their eyes, drinking red wine, and looking very comfortable. Sitting on the far left was a man about 37 or 38 years old with several scars on his face. He seemed to have lost all his money and punched the table hard, losing all the chips in front of him. Ning Fengxiao walked up to the man and said with a smile on his face, "Boss Ren, have you lost all your money again? Do you want to borrow some more?" Seeing Ning Fengxiao walking in, the man called Boss Ren just snorted coldly. He pulled at the clothes that didn't fit him well. The bulging muscles can be vaguely seen. "I'm not going to play anymore. If I keep playing, I'm afraid I'll have to sell my wife to you guys." "You kid, you really want me to lose all my fortune?" Ning Fengxiao coughed dryly. "How could that be? I know Boss Ren hasn't been very lucky lately. He's lost tens of millions and even sold his only shop. Given your current situation, if you go back, your wife will definitely divorce you. Besides, you have children. You can't just starve, right?" Boss Ren heard the other party's tone and felt something was wrong, because Ning Fengxiao has never been someone who cares about others. Instead, he hopes that everyone who comes to play will lose everything. This guy came to see me, so he must have something bad to do, so he wanted to get up and leave. Who knew that Ning Fengxiao would give him a hand? "Boss Ren, it's actually not a big deal. There's just someone causing trouble in the casino. I'd like to ask Boss Ren for a favor. As long as we can catch him, I will redeem all the shops, houses, and mortgage companies you lost. Even the money you owe us will be written off. What do you think?" Ning Fengxiao stood aside with a smile on his face. He is very familiar with Boss Ren. This person is addicted to gambling and easily gets drunk. "Every time I come to the casino, I almost lose everything. Now, the little property left by his parents has long been squandered by him. Just 2 years ago, he mortgaged his company and lost all the money in the casino. His parents were so angry that they were sent to the hospital. In the end, his father died and his mother returned to her parents' home. Recently, Boss Ren's wife started asking for a divorce and went to court. It seems that he will be ruined and unable to recover. Give him a chance to make his money back. In the blink of an eye, we went back to the most glorious 5 years ago. I just want Boss Ren to help me solve the problem of one person." He didn't believe that Boss Ren would refuse. Boss Ren, who was about to leave, was stunned when he heard these words. In his early years, because of his special physique, he followed his friends and joined a Southern Fist faction. As a result, after 10 years of apprenticeship, he was expelled from the sect because of his cruel temper and ruthless attack, which resulted in him crippling a fellow apprentice. After these years of his own tempering, his skills were already extraordinary. Even though he had never fought with those martial arts masters, he always felt that he was much better than them. "Are you sure you can return to me all the money I lost over the years?" Boss Ren was a little surprised and doubtful. Ning Fengxiao laughed heartily. "Boss Ren, we have known each other for at least 3 or 4 years. When have I ever lied to you? That's all I have to say." Boss Ren thought about it for a moment and nodded in agreement. "I can help you, but you have to cancel the contract I previously mortgaged, and then transfer the money to my account." Ning Fengxiao nodded. "Of course there is no problem with this. Xiao Ba, go get the things. Everyone here can be a witness. If Boss Ren is worried, you can take videos and photos. I, Ning Fengxiao, will never say no. People have already achieved this." Boss Ren, who was originally a little worried, grinned. "Of course, I'll record a video. As long as the items are transferred to my name, tell me who it is and I promise to give you an explanation. Next, bring the contract." Both parties signed on it. There were several rich second generations around who were losing money. I couldn't help but show a bit of envy. They had lost at least tens of millions here. It was common for me to be scolded or even kicked out of the house when I got home. When you see someone, just do them a favor and you can get back everything you lost. Who wouldn't be jealous after seeing this? But they know that they do not have the skills of Boss Ren. With just his boxing skills, he can find any rich man outside and support his family. It's easy to make tens or even hundreds of millions a year. But they can't. From childhood to adulthood, we have all been flowers in a greenhouse. It's fine if you let them bully ordinary people, but if you let them fight against masters, I'm afraid they'll be killed in the first encounter. Wait until all matters are completed. Ning Fengxiao said, "Okay, Boss Ren, just stand guard in the corridor outside. No matter who comes over, if you can catch them, in addition to the things you have now, I will give you an additional 20 million. If I were to say, the previous boss had some little thoughts of his own, but now I heard that if the person is caught, an additional 20 million will be paid." Even Boss Ren couldn't help swallowing. "If someone dies, can you handle it? Don't even mention one death. Even if there are 10, I can help Boss Ren solve it. Everything has been arranged." Boss Ren immediately swaggered outside and stood guard in the middle of the aisle. Ning Fengxiao narrowed his eyes, stood up and left, and began to gather people. Chen Zhe had just arrived on the second floor and walked through a few rooms when he heard a clanging sound not far away. Then the door was kicked open. A woman stumbled and fell not far from Chen Zhe. The woman was wearing a black evening gown, her face was covered in bruises, and her forehead was bleeding. It looked so miserable. Chen Zhe had seen this woman before. In paradise, outside the ship, after Chen Zhe killed the head chef, the woman who came out and wanted to die was the one in front of him. His name seems to be Lin Xingla. He was noticed by a big shot named Lu. Every once in a while, you have to go to heaven and earth and suffer torture. Lin Xingla didn't expect to see Chen Zhe here. He was wearing a white suit. He has a tall and straight figure, but a little cold. But that suffocating feeling of oppression was like like a wild beast ready to move, causing Lin Qingla in front of him to tremble involuntarily. But she quickly came to her senses, pulled her clothes, and tried to get up from the ground. As a result, his foot seemed to be injured, and he stumbled and fell to the ground again. Even his clothes on his back were torn. Her fair back was exposed, and looking around, she looked a little panicked and terrified. Inside the room, there was a man wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, with stubble on his face and a cigar in his mouth. This person is Lin Qingla's financial backer. He is also the one who has been torturing Lin Qingla. Except for this bearded man with a cigar in his mouth, there were a few young men around who looked extremely wealthy, and they kept glancing at the women outside. But Lin Qingla, who was lying on the ground, just shook his head with a look of despair on his face. Then he looked at Chen Zai pleadingly. Help me. As long as you help me, I will tell you where Mu Hongguang is. That guy surnamed Lu was fine before, but now he's tired of playing around, and his actions are getting more and more perverted. Inside the room, they forced me to have sex with 4 or 5 people. When I refused, they kept throwing ashtrays at me. Lin Qingla couldn't stop her tears from falling, biting his already injured lip. It can be said that he was extremely desperate, but Chen Zai just glanced at the woman. He didn't believe a single word the other party said. After all, according to what Lin Qingla said before, she wanted to replace the Tang family and become the same as the Tang family, but even the Tang family didn't know where Mu Hongguang was. How did this woman know the whereabouts of Mu Hongguang? Chen Zai walked over with big strides, but the woman got up and struggled to grab the corner of Chen Zai's clothes, begged bitterly, "Please, help me, kill that guy named Lu. I've already got everything I wanted. As long as you help me kill that Lu, I will control the Lin family from now on, and you will be my only command. Anything is fine, please." It didn't arouse Chen Zai's interest at all. Instead, "It is far away, and I don't know when." A burly figure appeared, twisted his neck, and slowly opened his mouth. This person was none other than Bosran. He was on the other side, having been waiting for a long time and was already getting a little impatient. Especially when he heard the constant noise coming from the gambling tables around him, he felt upset. Having already recovered all his property, he wanted to have a few more exciting gambles. He had to complete what Ning Fengxiao had assigned him first. After walking around for a long time, I finally found Chen Zai here. Next to them, the man named Lu in the room also came out with 4 or 5 young people. Looking at Chen Zai in front of him, he glanced at Boss Rin in the distance and obviously recognized the other person's identity. But at first glance at the appearance of Chen Zai and Boss Rin, I guess the two sides are not getting along and are just about to do something. I felt Chen Zai rushing out, and then a flash of silver-white cold light at a strange angle flashed towards Boss Rin in the distance. Boss Rin also frowned. He stepped on the side of the wall, jumped high, and grabbed the chandelier above his head. He dodged the incoming knife and was about to strike. Several more sharp silver lights flashed by, their speed so fast and their angles so tricky, it was unheard of. He finally understood why Ning Fengxiao asked him to take action, because such people are by no means comparable to ordinary people. But he is the boss, and he has had a special physique since he was a child, and he has endless energy. After dodging several attacks, he swung his hand that was holding the chandelier forward and landed not far from the man surnamed Lu, just stepping on his foot. At the same time, the man surnamed Lu was knocked off balance before Boss Rin could stand firm. The oncoming knife light made him feel his scalp explode and goosebumps appeared the moment he turned around. The body tilted to the left, but it was just this one tilt. But it brought misfortune to the man named Lu next to him. The scalpel cut through the chest of the man named Lu. A stream of hot blood gushed out. It splashed on Chen Zai's face, and the strong smell of blood filled the entire corridor. When the first knife failed, Chen Zai threw out another punch. Boss Rin, who was already leaning, had no time to dodge and was hit in the chest. He groaned and took several steps back. My eyelids couldn't help but twitch a few times. I was frightened by this force. He was full of confidence before, but now he felt dryness in his mouth and a taste of rust rising up. He probably thought that his internal organs were broken, but he swallowed the blood that was surging up with a gurgle. His breathing gradually became rapid, and his steps became a little unsteady. He wanted to reach out to hold on to the wall, but the punch just now made his face red and his eyes bloodshot. Finally, he became shaky and fell to his knees. All the strength in my body seemed to be drained away at this moment. Finally, I breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, I didn't have time to get up. A cold scalpel was already against his throat, and slowly, it cut open his trachea. Feeling the suffocating feeling and slight stinging, Boss Rin opened his mouth and wanted to say something. In the end, I couldn't say a word. All I could think about was my wife and children at home. Or maybe every dying person will have a moment of enlightenment. The same thing happened to Boss Rin before he died. Thinking back on my shitty life, his father was pissed off to death by him. His mother was so angry that she ran back to her parents' home. His wife was so angry at him that she was willing to divorce him at any cost. His expression became a little dazed. It was as if I could see again the look of regret on my father's face before he died. He scolded him harshly, but still left the family property to him. Am I really wrong? Boss Rin moved his hands and fell to the ground staggeringly. Even if he got back the property he had lost, he had no time to enjoy it and died in a dark corridor. Boss Rin is dead. He died in the beautiful dream he had created in which he took back everything. Chen Zai stood quietly by, watching indifferently, without any emotion in his eyes. Also falling to the ground was the man named Lu not far away. He was affected and his chest was cut open by a knife. After struggling for a while, he lay on the ground and didn't move anymore. 4 or 5 young people followed the man named Lu. He was so scared that he collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with fear. The only one whose expression remained unchanged, and who even showed a hint of excitement, was Lin Qingla. Looking at the man named Lu lying in a pool of blood, Lin Qingla's expression even became a little crazy. She cried and laughed at times, and turned into a crazy woman. The remaining 4 or 5 young people turned around and ran, fearing that if they left a second later, they would have to stay here. Ning Fengxiao, who had just gathered people, looked behind him at the 20 or so killers he had trained. If Boss Ren is added to the mix, even if Chen Zhe has great abilities, he will probably be unable to escape. Once you find the person, don't hesitate to cripple his limbs. I'll contact Boss Mu then. By then, it won't be a big deal to tell everyone what kind of life they want to live. After hearing what Ning Fengxiao said, everyone else showed excited expressions. After all, they knew how terrifying Boss Mu's power was in Shanghai City. Chen Zhe killed Boss Mu's son. This forced Boss Mu to use the Hall of Fame again. He even went to the Tang family in person. From this, we can see how angry Boss Mu was at that time. Everyone is ready to go, in a grand manner. Soon we arrived at the corridor on the 2nd floor. In the end, I hadn't gotten very far. 4 or 5 young men rushed towards us. He looked terrified and panicked, and bumped into Ning Fengxiao. Ning Fengxiao is not a pushover either. In the entire Shanghai City, he doesn't take anyone seriously except Boss Mu. He raised his leg and kicked the young man. The other party let out a scream and fell heavily on the wall not far away. Ning Fengxiao narrowed his eyes and was about to step forward when the young man shouted miserably, "No, don't kill me. We just followed Boss Lu and came here to gamble." But before we could even play a few games, Boss Lu was killed. "Oh, yes, that's right, and Boss Ren too. I've seen him a few times before. He fought back and forth with a man with a scalpel for a long time, and in the end, his throat was cut open. After what happened just now, he was kicked in the abdomen by Ning Fengxiao." The young man was so frightened that he peed his pants on the spot, and told him everything that had happened just now. Ning Fengxiao's brows twitched for no reason. I had a bad feeling. He looked at the other young people again. "Is what he said true? Have you met Boss Ren? How could they dare to hide anything?" They all told everything they had seen. These people didn't fool themselves. Ning Fengxiao's face suddenly became extremely ugly. He asked Boss Ren to guard the middle aisle. As a result, that guy ran to Boss Lu's room, and it wasn't long after that, but he was killed. That guy was much more troublesome than I thought. The conversation with them lasted no more than a few minutes. Then I heard the sound of footsteps coming from the distant corridor. The sound came from far away and gradually became clearer. They only felt their hairs standing on end, and an inexplicable sense of fear shrouded the depths of their hearts. It seemed as if the person coming here was not alone. It's a demon crawling out of hell. In this dim corridor, hunting those dirty souls. I don't know who swallowed his saliva. Everyone turned their eyes to the aisle where the footsteps came from. 20 or so killers trained by Ning Fengxiao. Taking a deep breath, one of them mustered up the courage and slowly walked over. But when he came to the aisle, there was a click. The cold silver-white scalpel flashed before his eyes without any warning. The people who came over to watch covered their throats and took several steps back. Finally, he leaned against the wall, moved his mouth, and then sat down on the ground slowly, without breathing. The remaining people were terrified when they saw the scene. 4 or 5 young men rushed outside, crawling and rolling, with their pants wet. Ning Fengxiao gritted his teeth and spoke in a deep voice. "Don't be afraid. No matter how skilled that guy is, he's alone now. With your combined skills, even martial arts masters would have to retreat. Besides, am I not here? We in the Hall of Fame have been through countless storms over the years. Don't be scared by a madman." Ning Fengxiao was on the side, boosting everyone's morale. He also put on a pair of boxing gloves. After everyone was ready, Chen Zhe, wearing a white suit and black leather shoes, appeared at the aisle, holding a silver-white scalpel. He appeared in front of everyone, and the already terrified crowd suddenly let out a roar. As if to give themselves courage, they rushed forward collectively. He is also very capable. If these people were placed outside, each of them would be capable of standing on their own, but in front of Chen Zhe, they are actually no different from ordinary people. The thin scalpel, with a brilliant silver light, accompanied Chen Zhe's footsteps as it moved through the crowd. Every step he took was accompanied by a scream. There will also be someone who falls to the ground after screaming. His hands were steady, and the trajectory of his swings was breathtakingly precise. In just a few tens of seconds, when he passed by everyone and stood in front of Ning Fengxiao, all that was left were corpses all over the ground. The blood kept flowing. The high-end carpet absorbed the flowing blood. A few people who were not affected began to retch uncontrollably, and their pupils gradually shrank. How could I have the energy to fight again? Ning Fengxiao was also frightened. Although he is very powerful, he is clear about this group of subordinates, even if facing anyone alone. Half an hour later, it took him 3 to 5 minutes to knock his opponent down. If this group of men rushed forward together, no matter how powerful he is, he will only be trapped in the encirclement. But this group of carefully trained killers, a group of them together, a force that even he could not defeat. In front of Chen Zhe, he was like an ant and could not withstand a single blow. Ning Fengxiao wanted to retreat, but there was a staircase behind him. He felt his feet stumble, and then silver white light appeared in front of him. The scalpel had already pierced his neck from the side. Chen Zhe grabbed the back of his neck with his hand, just put him gently on the ground. A scalpel inserted into the side of the neck. Under Chen Zhe's efforts, cut from the right to the left. You can clearly see the bones inside and the cut throat. The scarlet blood was all over the ground. Ning Fengxiao just struggled a few times. His eyes rolled back and he gradually became motionless. Only Chen Zhe was left, watching everything silently. Chen Zhe finished killing people. Lin Qingla ran out. Originally, she just wanted to follow Chen Zhe and escape from this hellish place, at least to be safe safer. But when he arrived at the aisle, he happened to see Chen Zhe cutting Ning Fengxiao's throat. I suddenly felt my stomach churning, and I held onto the wall and started vomiting. It lasted for several minutes, and Lin Qingla collapsed to the ground, her elegant skirt stained with blood, completely changed color. But she didn't dare to say much or make any sound. He stared at the scene with wide eyes, horrified and uneasy. Chen Zhe ignored it and dealt with the people here. Get up and walk outside. On the way out, many casino employees wanted to stop Chen Zhe. The final outcome is self-evident. They all turned into the souls of the dead under his hands. We walked and fought all the way until we arrived outside the parking lot. There was no trace of anyone behind him. He looked up at the dark sky. It was so gloomy that not even the stars could be seen. It's probably going to rain. It really is a sleepless night. He wiped the blood on the scalpel onto his clothes and put it back in his pocket. He drove his black car and left the hotel called Blue Moon Bay. After he left, Lin Qingla also ran to the parking lot exit, looking at the black car moving further and further away. Lin Qingla's eyes were complicated, and no one knew what he was thinking. Finally, she sighed and came to her car. Every time she went to a designated place, she knew what she would encounter. So I'll keep a few sets of clothes in the car. She changed her bloody skirt. Sitting in the driver's seat, the emotions in my heart took a long time to calm down. That guy named Lu is dead. I don't have to be at his mercy anymore, and I got what I wanted. Now, the entire Lin family is almost under my control. Although that Chen guy didn't say he would help me, it was him who killed that Lu guy. She looked up at the roof of her car. She opened the makeup mirror again and looked at the slightly haggard and scarred face inside. You can still vaguely see some exquisiteness. After so many years, she had become a piece of trash in the hands of that perverted man. Those people in the family seemed to obey her orders on the surface, but in fact, they looked down on her from the bottom of their hearts. But these people don't think about who pushed her onto the cruise ship of heaven on earth back then. After a little thought, Lin Qingla's eyes gradually turned cold. That Lu guy is dead, but those old guys in the Lin family who pushed me to my doom are still alive. From today on, I, Lin Qingla, will never again be manipulated by others. Those who have harmed me, those old men who forced me to become their plaything, must all die without a burial place. After saying that, Lin Qingla stepped on the accelerator, also left the hotel parking lot, and sped towards the family. The night of killing ended quickly. When Chen Zhe returned to the rental house, it was already dawn. He washed and changed his clothes. Chen Zhe sat in the hall, eating breakfast quietly. At this moment, the Duan brothers and sisters pushed the door open and walked in. They looked at each other, reporting the latest situation. Mr. Chen, after this period of time, we now have about 120 people available to manage the western part of the urban village. There are about 16 newly opened businesses, bringing in at least a few $1 million annually. If we continue to develop, we will soon have a considerable influence in the West District. At the same time, more and more children from impoverished families are seeking refuge with us. These people are desperate. They have no power in the family and are being forced like dogs. Now they all want to rely on Mr. Chen to seize the position that belongs to them. Duan Jingyi kept talking, but Chen Zhe didn't listen to most of it. Even after breakfast was over, the brother and sister still stood by with expressions of great respect. He simply entered the room, lay down on the bed, and fell into a deep sleep after just a few minutes. The brother and sister outside looked at the room with a slightly confused look, and Duan Jingyi finally smiled bitterly. Mr. Chen, it seems that he doesn't like to hear this. My sister nodded. I see. Perhaps for Mr. Chen, what we are talking about is not as interesting as killing people. Chen Zhe himself came out of a mental hospital. All the information, including everything in the mental hospital, is enough to prove that Chen Zhe's personality is different from that of ordinary people. But this kind of personality, to others, this may be difficult to understand. But for some big families who often practice martial arts, they are more able to accept it, simply because many large families have had some extremely obsessed martial arts fanatics. The personalities of these people are also almost perverted. He has done many absurd things. It can even be said that anyone who has achieved success in martial arts has a unique soul and an indelible obsession deep in his heart. In such a comparison, it is no surprise that Chen Zhe is in such a good state now. Forget it, big brother, we just need to do our job well. And last night, when you were out, quite a few big figures from the northern faction personally sent people to contact you. Around 3 o'clock, our nominal mentor Duan Yulong also arrived. When Duan Jingyi heard the 3 words Duan Yulong, his body trembled and he showed a painful expression. Although they became Duan Yulong's disciples when they were very young, they were the 2 youngest among Duan Yulong's disciples. At that time, Duan Yulong was often away on business and never taught them. On the contrary, other senior brothers and sisters would often torture and humiliate them because of their status. As a result, the 2 of them had no good feelings towards Duan Yulong at all. Most of all, there is only resentment. What is he doing here? Ever since we became his disciples, it seems this master has never come to us on his own initiative. It seemed as if he could hear the resentment in his brother's voice. Duan Jiajiao sighed. She was a girl, so even if the other brothers and sisters insulted her, it was only verbal. But his elder brother is different. If you say something wrong by mistake, you might be dragged to the back mountain. At the very least, they will be severely beaten, and at the worst, they may suffer broken bones and be bedridden for several months. She vaguely remembered that one time, it was snowing heavily outside. My eldest brother was taken away by a senior brother. Wait until she goes to find someone at night. The eldest brother is in the back mountain, naked. His whole body was blue from the cold, his face was pale, his legs were broken, and he crawled back little by little. Fortunately, she found him in time and brought her elder brother back. Otherwise, her elder brother might have died on that snowy night. I don't know why they came, but they seem to be trying to build a good relationship with Mr. Chen. They sent us a lot of things and even gave us the green light. All the businesses we had been coveting before have been given a pass. The so-called pass is the permission given by the vested interests. Those people came early and occupied some of the profitable businesses. In addition, the Tang family recently intended to cede them, allowing them to take over these industries. If others want to get involved, they will die unless they vote collectively. I always feel that there is something fishy going on. I should not touch those profitable industries for now. Wait and see how the situation develops. Once the situation becomes clear, I can make preparations. Hearing her brother say this, Duan Jiaojiao nodded, thinking that it made sense. After all, for no reason, others gave us so many things and gave us so many benefits. Impossible, nothing else to ask for. If you don't understand the situation and accept it rashly, you may end up hurting yourself and others. Okay, now that Mr. Chen has rested, we should get back to work. Duan Jingyi turned and left the room. Duan Jiaojiao behind him followed silently. Slept until night. When I woke up, it was around 5 o'clock. Chen Zai got up. Ji Huanmei probably went to pick up her daughter and hasn't come back yet. He was too lazy to wait. I went out and took care of dinner by myself. I went to the hospital again and changed into my white coat. As soon as I reached the 10th floor, N.I. Baitao came over. Wearing a blue off-shoulder long dress and adjusting her glasses, her almost glamorous face exuded an intellectual beauty. With a smile on her red lips, she nodded at Chen Zai. Her hands were clasped in front of her chest, and because her skirt had short sleeves, her slender, snow-white hands hung down on both sides, looking particularly conspicuous. Said in a soft voice, "Last night at the Blue Moon Bay Hotel, were you the one who killed Ning Fengxiao and Boss Lu? It's like asking about trivial matters that don't matter." Chen Zai did not hide it and nodded silently, although N.I. Baitao had guessed it long ago. But when she heard Chen Zai admitted himself, she still felt a little unbelievable, but she concealed her emotions and exhaled a breath of orchid fragrance. Last night, after Ning Fengxiao died, the remaining 3 Hall of Fame strongholds were immediately relocated. Now, even our N.I. family can't find their whereabouts. N.I. Baitao's gaze fell on Chen Zai again, trying to see something from it. After all, the Hall of Fame is a force hidden in the dark. It is Mu Hongguang's hidden trump card. There are very few forces that can find out the other party's information. At least they are on the same level as the N.I. family. If he had guessed before that there must be a terrifying force behind Chen Zai, silently pushing all this forward, now it is no longer a guess, but a conclusion that there must be someone behind Chen Zai. N.I. Baitao would not say it out loud, but just smiled bitterly and said, "My grandfather woke up last night and has been complaining of a headache. The other doctors are helpless. Can you go and take a look?" Regarding the matter of neurology, Chen Zai did not refuse. He passed by her and walked straight to the ward. When he arrived at the ward, he opened the door. Many figures had already gathered inside. N.I. Chuanxiu, the helmsman of the N.I. family, is among them. In addition, N.I. Baitao's father, N.I. Yangan, also nodded to Chen Zai. The old man woke up. The group of people who had been ready to take action against the N.I. family fell silent. In addition, last night, the old man used the connections that he had been reluctant to use before. N.I. Chuanxiu's current identity has not only reached a higher level, but he has also come into contact with more people. Just give them 2 more years. By then, even if the old man is gone, no one will dare to target the N.I. family. Chen Zai is undoubtedly the benefactor who saved the entire N.I. family. From now on, whenever the old man has any problems, he will need Chen Zai's help. Therefore, the entire N.I. family was thinking about how to establish a good relationship with Chen Zai. The old man on the hospital bed patted N.I. Yangan next to him and signaled them to help him up. Chen Zai conducted a series of examinations on the old man and found that these were just symptoms accompanying the recovery period. I didn't say much, only when he wanted to leave. But Mr. N.I. suddenly said, "Little brother, you have saved our N.I. family's life. We are not ungrateful people. If you need any help, you can always tell me, old man." Although our N.I. family's roots are not in Shanghai City and we have always been neutral, once we mobilize, our power cannot be underestimated. How could N.I. Chuanxiu not see what the old man was thinking? He quickly agreed. "Yes, Dr. Chen, if you need anything, just one word and our N.I. family's personnel will enter Shanghai City immediately. I can't say that it can overturn the entire Shanghai City, but it will definitely make some of the people above us feel apprehensive. These so-called people above are nothing more than the 5 people who established the order of Shanghai City. They had been neutral before and had no reason to enter Shanghai City. Now Chen Zai saved the old man. He is willing to speak. It means that it is legitimate and others will have no legitimate reason to stop it." But even with such a question, Chen Zai seemed not to hear it, opened the door and went out. The remaining members of the N.I. family looked at each other in bewilderment. The old man has known countless people, but he has never seen anyone like Chen Zai. He could only shake his head helplessly. This little brother doesn't seem easy to approach, and doesn't seem like someone who would speak easily. However, according to your information, his parents and sister are now in the hospital. Before, with the protection of outsiders, everything was easy. But now, the Tang family has reached a ceasefire with the outsiders and ceded countless interests. Outsiders are constantly fighting among themselves and have no time to pay attention to the hospital. Push my discharge date back a bit, at least until that guy has developed his own power and is able to protect the hospital. N.I. Chuanxiu opened his mouth. He had thought that after 10 days or half a month, when the old man had almost recovered, he would let him return to Beijing to take charge of the overall situation. If this is delayed, When will it end? He looked embarrassed. The old man just waved his hand impatiently. You're already a grown man, and you still rely on me, an old man half buried in the ground, for everything. You've taken over the family for such a long time, but you haven't done anything decent. If I really die, won't the NI family be destroyed in your hands? Now his operation was successful, but in the end it only extends life by a few years. Sooner or later he will have to leave this world, and when that time comes he will die. NI Chuanxiu is still unable to make his own decisions and control Shanjing, so what is the point of his extended life in these years? NI Yangan, who was standing next to him, spoke up. Brother, Dad is right. You are already this age, and the whole family is counting on you. In the future, the NI family is also waiting to rely on you to reach a higher level. But you're the one who waits for Dad to handle everything. Now Dad hasn't recovered yet, and he has to rush back to Beijing. If something unexpected happens on the way, there's no time for treatment, and Dr. Chen isn't here. Wouldn't that harm Dad? NI Chuanxiu frowned, knowing that his father and brother were right. But the situation in Beijing is also very complicated. When he thinks about the matters he has to deal with after returning, he feels a headache. But he was not there, and asked his father to go back. Then I'll be returning to Shanjing in a while. I'll leave the hospital to you and Bai Tao. Don't let anything go wrong. Having said this, NI Chuanxiu left the ward. The surroundings gradually became quiet. Over the next few days, because the Hall of Fame couldn't be found, only a few strongholds remained. Chen Zhe began to concentrate on performing brain surgeries continuously. With NI Baitao's help, the number of difficult brain symptoms that were rarely encountered before gradually began to increase. Perhaps it was because he knew that Chen Zhe liked difficult challenges. These patients were brought by NI Baitao from various places in Shanghai City using his own energy. In addition, a large number of patients from other places began to rush to Shanghai City's second hospital with the support of the NI family. One of them is a world-class brain surgery. It is said that the child was a 2-year-old whose brain nerves were too fragile and had a tumor that was almost connected to the brain tissue. The boy's family had already given up on treatment. He traveled all over the country and visited famous doctors in various places. The final result is that there is no hope. The tumor was almost entangled with the brain tissue. Even if only a part is removed, it may cause cancer cells to metastasize. Even if it is successful at that time, the remaining part will be enough to make the child live a life worse than death. Knowing that he was going to die, his parents visited famous doctors all over the country, spent all their savings, and sold their house and car. But it is still difficult to save the child's life, until the NI family contacted them, and fully cover medical expenses. Only then did they take a triad attitude and boarded the plane to Shanghai City, waiting for this life or death operation. Just when Chen Zhe finished the first operation that night, outside, there was a sound of someone breaking in forcibly. It seems that there was a dispute with the NI family. Immediately afterwards, Chen Zhe was seen walking by. NI Baitao, who was arguing with others just now, immediately quieted down. As for the man who was arguing with NI Baitao next to him, he stepped forward and stopped Chen Zhe. Dr. Chen, please come with me. Our third young master of the Guo family has a sudden ruptured blood vessel in his brain and needs surgery immediately. Other doctors all said the surgery was extremely difficult, with a success rate of less than 30%. You must take action yourself to rescue our third young master. So, Dr. Chen, please follow me. The head of our Guo family has promised that as long as Mr. Chen can cure our young master, any conditions will be agreed to. After this man stopped Chen Zhe, his tone was a little dull. If the NI family hadn't stopped him, he would have rushed up with his men and tied Chen Zhe back. The third young master has a special identity. Both his father and mother are extremely important to the Guo family. It was precisely because of this that the head of the Guo family spared no effort in wanting to cure the third young master. After all, the reason why the third young master's parents can still maintain their current relationship is all thanks to this child. Once the child dies, the third young master's mother will probably return to her parents' home without hesitation, and the relationship between the two parties will be severed. NI Baitao whispered in Chen Zhe's ear, the Guo family is one of the 4 major forces in Shanjing. Their background and strength are comparable to those of the 5 legendary figures behind Shanghai City. Even our NI family has to give in a little, otherwise we wouldn't let him get in here. NI Baitao pointed out the other party's identity, but he did not interfere with Chen Zhe's decision. Instead, he stood aside and watched silently, but Guiyan in front of him looked at Chen Zhe without saying a word, and didn't even have the slightest intention of going with him. His face immediately darkened. Dr. Chen, I hope you won't refuse a toast and drink the penalty wine. Even though you have the NI family protecting you now, it doesn't mean that our Guo family is helpless. Today I just want to ask you one question. Will you follow me or not? His tone gradually became tougher, and he already had the idea of kidnapping Chen Zhe by force if he didn't agree. At worst, they could just declare war on the NI family. Their Guo family is one of the 4 major families in Shanjing. It's even more terrifying than others imagine. Although the NI family is strong, it cannot rank among the top ranks and is still inferior to the other 4 major families. It is precisely because of this that he dares to be so unscrupulous. NI Baitao smiled bitterly but did not argue, because the other party's strength was indeed much stronger than their NI family. Even with such a threat, Chen Zhe just glanced at the other party coldly. He had long lost interest in this type of surgery for ruptured brain blood vessels, which was not a difficult one. As long as he doesn't agree, don't joke about asking him to have surgery. Chen Zhe had never considered other people's thoughts and feelings. Most of the time in the second hospital, he decided on what surgery to do based on his mood. What's more, in the second second half of the night, 2 more patients requiring difficult surgeries will be sent here. Compared to constantly improving his experience, he had no interest in the so-called ruptured blood vessels in his brain. Dr. Chen, do you really have to do this? With the kindness of the Guo family, your life will be smooth sailing and you will rest assured. Guoyan took a step forward, his eyes gradually becoming sharper and a little gloomy. At the same time, it also made Chen Zhe stop. He turned his head to look at Guoyan and walked over slowly. Guoyan didn't understand and thought Chen Zhe had compromised. My mood gradually relaxed. After all, with the power of the Guo family, very few people could resist the temptation. Just when he was thinking about whether he should force Chen Zhe to stay in the Guo family and use him after the operation was completed after he returned with them, I felt a cold light flash before my eyes. The cold scalpel appeared in Chen Zhe's hand at some point. If it weren't for Guoyan, he would have been a martial artist himself. If he had taken a step back in time, he would probably have been killed on the spot. But even if he avoided the fatal blow, the cold scalpel still cut from the left shoulder to the right abdomen. Blood gushed out instantly, and Guoyan opened his eyes wide, as if he had seen the most incredible thing in his life. What on earth is going on in this kid's head? Even if he was unwilling to go to the Guo family, it was obviously not a wise move to suddenly take action and completely offend the Guo family. An Baitao, who was standing next to him, covered her snow-white forehead with her hands, speechless. I was deeply shocked by the Guo family's idiotic behavior. He came here without investigating Chen Zhe's situation clearly. With just a little investigation, one should know that Chen Zhe is just an imposter. His real identity is a madman who came out of a mental hospital. If you threaten a madman, aren't you asking for trouble? However, when he thought about the various deeds of the Guo family over the years, he felt a little relieved. Since the Guo family joined the ranks of the 4 major families in Shangjing, they are becoming more and more unscrupulous, even arrogant, and without any scruples. Relying on his status as one of the 4 major families in Beijing, various industries in Shangjing were plundered, and many small families were forced into desperate situations, and some were even wiped out. It is such a family that is gradually going crazy and has already become arrogant to the core. I think as long as I rely on the power of the Guo family, anyone can only surrender in front of them. They miscalculated after all. The Guo family's arrogance over the years has made them arrogant to the core. If you continue to act like this, the Guo family will be in big trouble sooner or later. The saying arrogant soldiers will be defeated is not without reason. If you want to destroy a person, make him crazy first. Today, the Guo family is dancing on the edge of a cliff with an abyss behind them. But Ni Baitao did not ask any more questions. After all, after the demise of the Guo family, the only family that could take power would probably be the Ni family. By then, the Guo family's big piece of fat meat will surely attract countless people in power, like vultures smelling stench, and they will flock to it. Ni Baitao silently glanced at Guoyan, who was not far away, watching the excitement quietly. Chen Zhe was still advancing step by step, and Guoyan seemed to feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. His pupils contracted in fear and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Finally couldn't bear it anymore. But when he got outside and saw the wound was still bleeding, he quickly asked someone to take him to a nearby small clinic to get it bandaged first. But in his heart he was secretly furious. This is an insult to me, and also an insult to the Guo family. Mr. Chen, you will definitely regret what you did today. After the bandaging was completed and confirmation was made that there would be no problem, Guoyan quickly rushed back to his family. Anyway, back at home, there is a top medical team, so the small wound will be easily treated. In Shanghai City, countless servants were coming in and out of the newly purchased manor of the Guo family. Everyone seemed to be busy. Even the medical team in the manor entered a luxurious operating room. This was built by the Guo family at great expense specifically for the medical team. This configuration is comparable to some large hospitals. From this we can see how wealthy the Guo family is. Guoyan walked quickly into the study of the manor. A man in his 40s was sitting inside. He was staring at the computer in front of him with his hands crossed. His face looked unhappy and no one knew what he was thinking. When he saw this man, Guoyan immediately put on a smile. Master, I've already been to the second hospital. Since you went there, did you bring the person back? As the controller of the Guo family, Guo Qingshan only cares about the interests of the Guo family. The parents of this third young master also had 2 children in their early years, but for some unknown reason, he died young. Moreover, there are many rumors circulating out there. It is said that the death of the 2 children was related to the internal struggle within the Guo family, so much so that the woman surnamed Han has always hated their Guo family. Finally, the 3rd child was born. Peng Yan lived to the age of 7 when this incident happened, and after his investigation, he found out that the 3rd young master had a ruptured blood vessel in his brain. It is not a coincidence, it is very likely related to the Guo family. I believe that with the Han woman's family background, it would be easy to find out these things. Once the 3rd child died, that woman's hatred will reach its peak. At that time, I will leave the Guo family and cut off all ties with the Guo family. After all, it's my daughter who is marrying into this family. It's been more than 10 years. Not only did she not live a good life, her husband also spent his days in debauchery, and the only child who was a source of spiritual support for her died 3 times in succession. Once this news gets back, the consequences will be unimaginable. Now the only thing he has to do is to rescue the child. Why are you silent? I'm asking you, have you brought the person back? Guo Qingshan's voice became heavier and his face turned darker. Guo and below only felt his body tremble. He quickly explained, it's not that I don't want to bring him back, it's that boy who is too arrogant. After saying that, Guo lifted up his clothes. His chest, chest, which had just been bandaged but was still bleeding, was exposed. Guo Qingshan also frowned at this moment. What is going on? Following this question, Guo exaggerated the story and told it again, waiting for him to finish. Guo Qingshan snorted coldly. A heavy punch landed on the table. He's just a doctor. I cured a few patients, and some families came to curry favor with me. Do you really think you're that serious? That's just arrogance. Guoan, who was stabbed before, naturally would not miss such an opportunity. Echoed. Master, do you want to find someone to forcibly bring that guy back? When the time comes, what to do next is just a matter of our word. Guo Qingshan shook his head, although he also wanted to bring the doctor back to the family. That's not the point. Let's wait a little longer. That woman surnamed Han probably hates us to death. The most important thing is to solve the problem with that woman first. Hearing the name of the woman surnamed Han, Guodan also felt a chill. He knew all about that woman's methods and abilities. When she married into the Guo family, she was suspected of marrying down. If it weren't for the Han family, their Guo family would never have reached the point they are in today. Once the support of the Han family is lost, the Guo family will probably fall into long-term turmoil, and the consequences will be unimaginable. The assigned medical team has already entered the operating room, but the success rate is extremely low. Whether it can be cured or not is a question. As Guo Qingshan finished his last words, several more people rushed in a hurry. He was wearing a white coat and looked panicked. He walked up to Guo Qingshan and said in a trembling voice, "The head of the family, the young master, he is gone." Guo Qingshan was about to pick up a cigar and light it up, but he heard Dara's voice. The exquisite lighter fell to the ground. He looked a little dejected. After all, it's gone. It seems that breaking up with that woman surnamed Gui is just around the corner. I must prepare in advance. Sure enough, with the death of this third child, a heart-wrenching cry came from outside. When Guo Qingshan walked out, he saw Han Mimi lying on the ground, crying. This is her third child. The previous two have died. Because of her special status, the child she gives birth to will most likely inherit the position of head of the family. The interests of too many people were affected, even though she had repeatedly declared that her children would not participate in the fight for the head of the family. But still, it makes some people want to kill. The consecutive deaths of 3 children almost touched Han Mimi's last nerve. After crying intensely, Han Mimi, with a pale face, stood up shakily. His eyes fell on a man standing next to him with a cowardly look on his face. You wimp, you lost 3 children in a row, and you didn't even dare to say a word. Why would I marry you back then? This kind of thing. Don't you know who killed your child? I'm telling you, after today, I'll sever all ties with you. From now on, I'm no longer a member of your Guo family. I will take back everything the Guo family has taken from me. The woman kicked the wimp. He got up and drove away in a red sports car. Some of the Guo family members watching around showed despair, while others showed sneers, and their expressions formed a sharp contrast. Guo Qingshan, who had just arrived, looked at the scene in front of him and sighed deeply. I know that things have reached a point where they cannot be reversed, so he didn't say anything more. In a villa where the Tang family's branch lives, Tang Hao received a message from Mu Hongguang. It was also sent by their Tang family's old man, Tang Tiancheng himself, and he saw the information inside. Tang Hao narrowed his eyes unconsciously. His expression gradually became gloomy. Finally can't hold it back anymore? Mu Hongguang, one of the 5 most mysterious people in Shanghai City. During the most chaotic times in Shanghai City, one legendary history after another was created. Become a figure that moves the entire Shanghai City. Just Mu Hongguang alone is enough to make countless powerful people in Shanghai City succumb to him and follow him. That's a figure who represents divine authority in Shanghai City. I learned that Mu Hongguang was going to come to the Tang family again and organize a banquet. Countless prominent families from Shanghai City were invited. Many outsiders, such as Duan Yulong, would come to the Tang family's manor. Even the Gui family, one of the 4 major families in Shangjing, will bring important members of the family to participate in this banquet. Mu Hongguang's second son wants to marry into the Guo family, and even wants to use the power of the 2 families to promote cooperation between outsiders and local forces. This is to quell the chaos in Shanghai City. If it really succeeds, then Shanghai City will return to peace again. The interests of the entire Shanghai City will also be redistributed. It seems that this legendary figure is planning to cede a large part of the rights of Shanghai City. As one of the 4 major families in Shangjing, the Guo family is also planning to marry Mu Hongguang's second son, which means they are also the beneficiaries of this operation. Tang Hao didn't care about these. What he cares about is that the leader of the main house, Tang Yun, who has been hiding for a long time, will also attend this banquet. He wanted to avenge his wife. I'm afraid this is the only chance. But on that day, so many top figures would come to the Tang family. The security must be very tight. It said that they invited more than a dozen martial arts masters, and it took a lot of effort. It was obviously impossible for him to kill Tang Yun and escape unscathed in such a luxurious lineup. If you want to kill Tang Yun, you still have to rely on Qin Zhe. If he can disrupt the entire banquet, at that time, when he attacks Tang Yun again, no one will notice. Although I am only seeking personal vengeance, the branch has been kind to me over the years, and I cannot harm Tang Bing and the others. Slowly exhale the foul air. Tang Hao raised his head, his eyes more determined than ever before. Yue Shu, you went to heaven and earth to save me, but were secretly killed by Tang Yun. Now, times have passed, and it's time to avenge your revenge. Don't worry, I will never let your enemy go unpunished. Tang Hao edited the information and sent it to Qin Zhe, including the banquet, all the guests participating, and the big and small dignitaries in Shanghai City. Everything related was sent to Qin Zhe intactly. Qin Zhe waiting for for the next operation. He was eating the midnight snack prepared for him by several nurses. I saw the message from Tang Hao on my phone. Inside was a document. After opening the file, surprisingly, the Tang family will hold a banquet in 4 days. At that time, his target person Mu Hongguang will go to the Tang family for a banquet, and Mu Hongguang's son will also be there. In addition, there are many powerful people. Listed on the document were some people he was familiar with. For example, Guo Din, who just claimed to be from the Guo family. Duan Yulong, who had helped him stop many enemies in heaven and earth, was also among those invited. The purpose of this banquet is nothing more than to redistribute the interests of Shanghai City. The Tang family had given out a lot before, but how could that little bit of stuff possibly satisfy the desires of outsiders? There is a high probability that the Tang family will reveal more things at this banquet. Mu Hongguang, is he finally going to show up? Chen Zai ate the last bite of noodles for his midnight snack, sitting on the stool, squinting his eyes. Ni Baitao also walked in from outside. Obviously, he also knew that the Tang family was going to hold a banquet. However, the Ni family was not among the invited guests. During the entire process, the Ni family did not participate in the struggle in Shanghai City, and naturally had no qualifications to share the interests of Shanghai City. The reason she came here was that she had a vague feeling that Chen Zai would definitely not miss this opportunity. Did you know about the Tang family banquet? Ni Baitao asked softly, looking at Chen Zai for a moment, vaguely guessed something from his expression, and finally sighed. This time, Mu Hongguang and Guo Qingshan used their power to invite at least 15 martial arts masters, including the Hall of Fame. The remaining hall masters and assassins will all go to the Tang family manor. Besides that, the outsiders who have suffered heavy losses are also willing to cease fire. If someone causes trouble, I'm afraid the outsiders won't stand idly by. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The former outsider will help Chen Zai, because he was able to stir up trouble in Shanghai City, can help them gain more benefits for Shanghai City. Everything they want is almost within their reach. If Chen Zai continues to cause trouble at this time, he would be making an enemy of the Tang family and even all outsiders. Not to mention that behind these people, there are Mu Hongguang and Guo Qingshan. This group of people are close to legends. Although this is a rare opportunity, I still want to advise you that going to the Tang family's manor under such circumstances is no different from walking into a trap. I've read all the information about you. There must be some powerful force behind you, otherwise you wouldn't know so much information. But you have to understand that in this game of chess, you are just an insignificant pawn. If you make a wrong move, you will be doomed. So, what I want to say is, it's okay to be good enough. You still have a long way to go. There's no need to push yourself to the brink. The current Chen Zai is actually very different from the lonely man before. In the past, he was not afraid of those who wore shoes when he went barefoot. He has nothing and hides in the dark, which makes everyone tremble with fear. But now Chen Zai has many things at his fingertips. Wealth and glory, powerful women. Given his current situation, there is nothing he can't get as long as he opens his mouth. Even if it was Ni Baitao, if Chen Zai was willing, it would be fine for her to marry him for his medical skills. Born in large families, these women often have no control over their own lives. Just like Bai Yuan before, who was also Ni Baitao's best friend, wasn't she used as bait and sent to find Chen Zai? In Ni Baitao's opinion, Chen Zai now does not need to take such risks at all. If you are willing, come back to the Ni family with me, and I can give you endless wealth and glory. When the time comes, bring your parents and sister over, and I can marry you. As long as you are willing, you can live the life everyone dreams of, soaring high above the clouds and traveling across the vast ocean. Ni Baitao really wanted Chen Zai to follow her back. She knew such a person with extraordinary medical skills. What does family represent? If Chen Zai can stay in the Ni family with peace of mind, the improvement of the Ni family is by no means a little bit. Unfortunately, Chen Zai didn't listen to her at all. The look he gave this woman was even a little colder. Ni Baitao, who was standing next to them, was dumbfounded. I said this for his own good, but Chen Zai obviously didn't take it to heart. Instead, he stayed up until morning, and when he saw that there was no surgery required, he quickly left the hospital. The accumulation during this period has greatly enhanced his experience in brain surgery. Now, when performing surgery on his sister, the success rate may not be 100%, but it is still around 90%. In Chen Zai's opinion, such a high success rate is still slightly insufficient. In a few days, my sister will have surgery. There shouldn't be any problems. Although he didn't hear much of what Ni Baitao said. However, he still planned to complete the surgery for his sister before going to Tang family manor. Thinking in his mind, Chen Zai got into the car and drove all the way to the parking lot at lightning speed. Passing by the bar street near the street corner, he stopped the car, looked at Gu Jiejia who was selling breakfast across the street, and slowly opened the car door. When Gu Jiejia saw Chen Zai, for some reason she remembered the night when she took the initiative to kiss him. The fair little face suddenly turned red. She also didn't know why she did such a strange thing that day. It was just that at that time, Chen Zai saved her mother, and the restaurant owner also stopped making things difficult for her after Chen Zai helped him. Now Chen Zai has the identity of a doctor again. He looked so glamorous that she kissed him on impulse. Today, do you still want meat buns? 5. A cup of soy milk. Gu Jiejia packed the bread in soy milk and looked at the figure in the white coat with his hands in his pockets. He opened his mouth but finally sighed. Calculating the time, the day of my departure is approaching. After this separation, I don't know when we will meet again. The girl tilted her eyes and looked at Chen Zai, who took the bread and soy milk and finally revealed a sweet smile. When I leave, you must come to see me off, understand? About her never going to move to fulfill her dream. The idea of eventually staying in the north to study. Even Gu Jiajia's mother didn't know. I only told Chen Zhe. If she passed away at that time, she had also thought about her mother's situation. However, she would work part-time to earn money and would send any extra money to her mother. As for her stepfather, he was severely tortured by Chen Zhe, and now he basically runs away when he sees her. Perhaps seeing Gu Jiajia reminded Wu Hai of that night that was like hell. Wu Hai is now so honest. Thank you for helping me so much. Although you did something that hurt me in the past, now you have actually paid it back. Compared to this wound on my hand, my mother's life is more important. So, you don't have to feel guilty, just treat me as a friend. Gu Jiajia did not accept Chen Zhe's money. Even though Chen Zhe dropped the money at the breakfast stall, Gu Jiajia still chased after him and returned it to Chen Zhe, and watched Chen Zhe leave the street entrance. Gu Jiajia finally stopped, looking at the black car driving away. I couldn't recover for a long time. When I'm in the north and have completed my studies, I'll definitely come back to find you. Gu Jiajia clenched her fists. Happy again, I went back to sell breakfast. Chen Zhe drove into the western area of the urban village. This place has long been run by the Duan brothers and sisters. In addition, with the support of Zhao Dongsheng, many industries have begun to be established. Their income has skyrocketed. When Chen Zhe came back, the Duan brothers and sisters were still settling recent accounts. They looked at Chen Zhe and quickly stood up, said respectfully, Mr. Chen, are you back? We recently counted that the dozen or so newly established industries are already on track. President Zhao Dongsheng has also been helping us out quite a bit behind the scenes. Based on our current scale and President Zhao's vision, within 6 months, our monthly revenue should exceed 10 million. More and more people are coming. The amount of money they need to spend is becoming more and more terrifying. Now, not counting the children of aristocratic families who have come to seek refuge, the monthly expenses and salaries of the remaining staff would amount to several million. I can barely make ends meet, but I don't have a penny left. While everyone was talking, they heard a thud. It's like something is closed. Even the Duan brothers and sisters couldn't help but frown. A hot breath, accompanied by red light. The fire came up from downstairs. Duan Jingyi and Duan Jiaju both widened their eyes, looked down from the window. I saw raging flames, like fire snakes, rising from the first floor. Both of them were shocked and their expressions changed again and again. Even in the distance, you can see a group of people fleeing and hear the bang sound just now. The iron door on the first floor was locked, but the surroundings were clearly set up by them and under strict control. How did these people break into the western part of the urban village silently and even set fire to where they lived? This is the most strictly controlled location in the entire urban village. Mr. Chen. Duan Jingyi opened his mouth and showed a somewhat ashamed expression. I'm so sorry. I thought the western part of the urban village was already a piece of the iron bucket I run, but now, someone came and set fire, and no one noticed. I'm really ashamed of your trust. If the door on the first floor is locked, the fire continued to rise, even without a key. They were almost doomed to die. Even Duan Jiaojiao, who was standing next to them, was at a loss at this moment. A hint of fear unconsciously welled up in his eyes. The thought of myself trapped in the fire, that feeling of despair and suffocation. Thinking of her body being charred after death, she couldn't help swallowing. Duan Jingyi also tried to open the window to see if he could escape from outside. But outside the windows here, there are all anti-theft fences, which are tightly surrounded. How easy is it to escape out of the window? Wait a minute, I'll get a saw and cut open the security window outside. We'll follow the water pipe later. Maybe there'll be a chance to escape. But even he himself didn't believe what he said, because the fire has now spread to the third floor. By the time he sawed open the security window, the water pipes had already melted. Only Chen Zhe, who was sitting next to him, remained calm, without showing any fear. In the bedroom, Ji Huanmei and her daughter were also called out by the sudden noise. I heard them say that a huge fire had started down there. Everyone was startled, and Ji Huanmei even fell to the ground with a thud. There was a hint of crying in the voice. Is there really no other way? Listening to the noisy sounds around him, Chen Zhe frowned, obviously not liking such noise. He stood up from the sofa and walked towards the stairs. The others followed and soon arrived at the corridor on the next floor. Chen Zhe picked up Ji Shilan, took a step, and stepped on the concrete fence outside with all his strength. He jumped towards the distant floor. The old gangster Wu Hai also jumped over from here and ended up breaking his leg, something that even the old gangster Wu Hai can accomplish. Not to mention Chen Zhe, whose physique is different from that of ordinary people. When everyone looked over, Chen Zhe had already jumped to the opposite side and stepped steadily on the roof of a house. The Duan brothers and sisters were delighted when they saw this scene. Then he charged forward, stepped on the railing of the concrete walkway, and jumped over. But their skills are not as scary as Chen Zhe's. There is also a huge difference in the height of the floors on both sides. When he fell, he staggered. If he hadn't rolled to relieve the force, his legs would probably have been in trouble. Only Ji Huanmei was left, still standing stupidly at the aisle entrance, looking for a long time, her eyes filled with fear. If she didn't jump over, she would surely die. She still gritted her teeth and followed suit, stepping on the concrete fence and jumping out. The terrifying height made Ji Huanmei confused. When she landed, her foot twisted and there was a cracking sound, as if her foot was broken. As for their residence, it was burned down by a fire. If it weren't for the old gangster Wu Hai, who was too scared and quick-witted last time, he would have found a way to escape. Who knows, they might fail here today. The Duan siblings witnessed with their own eyes that their residence had been reduced to ruins. Their faces darkened. Even if they were stupid, they knew it must have been done by one of their own people. I don't know how long it took. After all, he was able to burn down the building silently in the heavily guarded western part of the urban village, right under the eyes of everyone. The situation was clear at a glance, and the most important thing was that this fire could burn down the entire building. Of their men, only a few showed up. It is undoubtedly a disguised proof of my own guess. In contrast, Chen Zhe asked Ji Huanmei next to him to call the ambulance herself and then rushed down, because he saw it too. In the distance, a large group of people were quietly entering an aisle. He didn't alert the enemy and was very fast. After just a few minutes, the group of people were found. The Duan family brother and sister followed closely behind. Not daring to make any sound, he followed those people and came to a hidden alley. These people entered a small courtyard that was rented out. Chen Zhe climbed over the wall and followed him in. When they reached the back of the courtyard, you can hear several men talking. The Duan family brother and sister are probably dead now. As for that Chen guy, wait until this fire is completely out, then we'll go up and carry their bodies down, and then go to the Tang family's manor to claim the reward. By then, everything we want will be within our grasp. Why bother following these brother and sister around and taking risks? When they came, they had already made up their minds. I need to find an opportunity to kill Chen Zhe and the brother and sister. Nowadays, it seems that there are many people seeking refuge, but only a small number of people are truly willing to follow the adventure, and a small number have other intentions. For example, now, the real intention of the arsonists who joined the Duan brothers and sisters was to kill them and then turn to the Tang family. After hearing these words, the Duan brother and sisters' faces became extremely gloomy. They also recognized the owners of these voices. It was Li Haizi, Lu Yu, and Sun Bo, the first people they recruited, because they were among the first group to surrender. And at that time, Chen Zhe had great trust in the brother and sister. They also extend this trust to others. Who would have thought that it would eventually cause trouble? Thinking of this, the brother and sister gritted their teeth and couldn't help but rush out. Li Haizi, Lu Yu, and Sun Bo, who were still boasting, were also shocked and widened their eyes when they saw the Duan brothers and sisters. After a moment he laughed again. So it's the Duan brothers and sisters. I thought you were dead, but it's okay. Now that I've captured you, it's the same thing if I go to the Tang family to claim credit. They all stood up in unison. Even if the truth is revealed, there is still no worry or fear. After all, there are only the Duan brothers and sisters. Even if they are Duan Yulong's disciples, how long can they hold out under the siege? In this yard, there are dozens of their subordinates alone. Even if it's just a matter of wasting time, the Duan brothers and sisters can be exhausted to death. With their command, more and more figures stood up one after another. He didn't give the Duan brothers and sisters any face at all. When Chen Zhe was still around, they might have had to pretend a little. After all, the big things Chen Zhe had done were enough to make people's scalps tingle just by hearing about them. But now, they even changed the lock on the front door. A huge fire set the whole building on fire. Unless Chen Zhe grows wings, it is almost a pipe dream for him to leave. The Duan siblings were most likely lucky and were not in the building, so they escaped the disaster. But even if he escaped, what would happen? Running here rashly without even gathering any help was no different from seeking his own death. Just as everyone was getting ready and moving closer, little did they know, Chen Zhe had quietly moved behind them, accompanied by a little brother standing in the distance let out a painful wail. The rest of the people looked towards the place where the screaming came from, but there was only a little brother lying in a pool of blood, twitching constantly, and not even a shadow could be seen. Li Haizi, Lu Yu, and Sun Bo frowned and had a bad feeling in their hearts. A terrifying thought came to mind. Could it be that the madman is still alive? If it was that madman, everything would make sense. In the entire Shanghai city, the only person who could kill someone so silently and invisibly was Chen Zhe. They really couldn't think of a second one. Thinking of this, Li Haizi, Lu Yu, and Sun Bo all had their faces changed drastically, their pupils contracted, but they remained calm on the surface. Don't be afraid. The other side only has a few people. If we all join together, we won't necessarily lose. He said this. He persuaded others to come forward, but they looked at each other, want to turn around and run away. All the men rushed over. They turned and ran to the back door, which opened with a creak, to welcome them. But it was not an escape, but a figure wearing a white coat, with a cold expression and holding a scalpel. Mr. Chen, we. Without any hesitation, Li Haizi's throat was cut. He opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth. The fear of death made him tremble uncontrollably. The remaining two people swallowed their saliva. He said with a panicked look on his face, Mr. Chen, we know we were wrong. Please give us a chance. It's all the fault of those people from the Tang family. They secretly deceived us, and there are also members of the Guo family among them. They are now in the West District, Shibankyo Street, number 125. The two also wanted to use the information they knew, in exchange for a glimmer of hope. But just as he finished speaking, another flash of silver light appeared, and the two men didn't even have the ability to resist before they all fell in a pool of blood. Before he died, he tried to stand up by holding onto the wall. However, the continuous loss of blood made them gradually weaker and eventually they lost their ability to move. Slowly, there was no movement, and the eyes lost their original color. After dealing with these three people, Chen Zhe returned to the yard. There was already someone in the distance, watching all this from upstairs. The spy in a black suit sent the message back and informed the people there that Li Haizi, Lu Yu, and Sun Bo were dead. It was just because they were too far away that he didn't know that Li Haizi, Lu Yu, and Sun Bo. Before he died, he exposed their base. The ground was full of people lying there, including the men called out by Li Haizi, Lu Yu, Sun Bo, and others. It has been solved by the Duan brother and sister. Even if he is just Duan Yulon's youngest disciple, he hasn't even received much instruction, but after all, he is a disciple of a martial arts master. How could he not have some skills? When things got to this point, the brother and sister knelt down on the ground and spoke with clenched teeth. Mr. Chen, we were blind and wrongly trusted this group of people. What happened today can be regarded as a lesson for us brothers and sisters. If Mr. Chen wants to impose any punishment, my brother and I will have no complaints. His tone was sincere, his attitude was humble, and his face was full of shame. Originally, they were confident and reported to Chen Zhe many times, thinking that the brother and sister had already taken over the management of the West District. Just a few days later, the traitors set fire to the small building where they lived. They even felt that even if they died, they deserved it. Facing the brother and sister, Chen Zhe didn't say much. He turned and left the yard, intending to clean up the people who were behind the arson. As for the Duan brothers and sisters, they watched Chen Zhe leave. He looked a little lonely, and the feeling of being stabbed in the back was really not pleasant. Brother, it seems that the West District appears unusually peaceful on the surface, but secretly, there are undercurrents surging, and many people are eyeing us covetously. Hearing his sister's words, Duan Jingyi nodded. It's time to deal with those people in the West District who have evil intentions. After going through this, I finally understand why our parents ended up in such a situation. Thinking of the past, Duan Jingyi's eyes became even colder. As if some kind of transformation had taken place, he walked out of the courtyard quickly and steadily. The entire West District will also experience a reshuffle and massacre. Number 125, Shibankyo Street. On the third floor, in a luxurious room, several people sat next to the sofa, smoking cigars. They had just answered the phone and were speechless. Unexpectedly, such a meticulous arrangement was messed up by those three guys. Li Haizi, Lu Yu, and Sun Bo, these three idiots, all were arranged for them, but in the end, no one died. It was Guo In who was sitting in the middle. Last time, in the hospital, Chen Zhe cut open his chest. Fortunately, he dodged in time and was not injured in the vital parts. But ever since he returned to the Guo family, he gnashed his teeth in hatred when he thought of this incident. When he went to the Tang family, he learned about this arrangement and participated in it without hesitation. Mainly, I want to see if Chen Zhe will still be able to keep his mouth shut after his death. Who would have thought that after waiting for such a long time, it was all in vain and he even wasted his time for a tryst with his lover. The two people next to him are all senior members of the Tang family. He also showed a bitter expression. Originally, the fire should have been set in the second hospital, but the old man of the Ni family moved in. As a result, all the arrangements fell through. This is when he changed his strategy, intending to use this fire to burn Chen Zhe to death. Guo In joined in temporarily. The Tang family, and Mu Hongwang behind the scenes, also wanted to strengthen the relationship between the two sides so that they could form an alliance with the Guo family. So let Guo In come to this residence together. Seeing Guo Yan's disappointed expression, Tang Wenbin and Tang Ligua beside him hurriedly spoke. Actually, Mr. Guo, there's no need to worry too much. In 4 days, our Tang family banquet will begin. By then, no matter if they are outsiders or local forces in Shanghai City, they will all gather at the Tang family manor. We've already invited 15 martial arts masters alone, plus the number of outsiders. Even if that guy has incredible abilities, he'll be dead if he dares to come. Even if he doesn't come, by then, the Tang family, the Guo family, Boss Mu, and the outsiders will be able to join forces and make that kid nowhere to hide. As for the second hospital, even though the Ni family is strong, if they dare to resist, they will only end up in ashes. At that time, not only can we divide up the interests of Shanghai City, but we can also have a piece of the cake left by the Ni family, right? Guo In smiled. He had been coveting Ni Baitao for a long time. However, Ni Baitao had always been a person that the children of wealthy families in Shangjing could not get. There are only a handful of people who dare to get close and get involved. If only the Ni family could be destroyed. Getting that woman Ni Baitao into your bed is simply one of the greatest joys in life. With Ni Baitao on his mind, Guo In, with his hot body, couldn't help but burst into laughter. You two are right. When the banquet at the Tang family manor is over, all forces, whether local or outside, will cease hostilities. By then, if the Guo family and Boss Mu join forces, even if the second hospital has their old man in charge, there will only be one way out, and that is death. But when the time comes, I'll have to ask you, the Tang family, to keep a close eye on Ni Baitao and don't let that woman get away. If you can help me get Ni Baitao, I, Guo In, will reward you handsomely. Guo In is Guo Qingshan's capable subordinate and holds an unknown amount of power. If he could make friends with Guo In, his relationship with Guo Qingshan would be taken to a higher level. Isn't this why they brought Guo In here? Don't worry, Mr. Guo, since it's what you want, we will definitely get it for you. Come, I've prepared some red wine that was specially shipped back from abroad, and I've also got a few young ladies on the way. They're all ladies from wealthy families, and I guarantee young Master Guo will be satisfied. When Guo In heard this, he laughed happily. The previous depression also disappeared at this moment, but it was when they were talking about the future. It came from a gate not far away. It was as if something heavy was kicked away from outside. After a muffled sound, the door was kicked open from the outside with great force. Chen Zhe, wearing a white coat and holding a scalpel, looked coldly at the people in the room. Whether it was Tang Wenbin and Tang Ligua, or Guo In next to them, they all felt goosebumps. Tang Wenbin and Tang Ligua had heard of Chen Zhe's name for a long time and knew him very well. When he fought alone, even martial arts were not taken seriously by others. Guo In was injured because Chen Zhe cut his chest with a knife in the hospital. Even though the wound was not very deep, he avoided it, but it still left a deep shadow. The three of them looked at each other, and Tang Wenbin and Tang Ligua quickly stood up and were about to say something. Chen Zai kicked the half-person high stool next to him away. With Chen Zai's strength, it only took a moment. The stool hit Tang Wenbin, and he let out a muffled groan, flew backwards and hit the wall. A taste of rust rose in my mouth. Scarlet blood unconsciously flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Tang Ligua and Guoan were shocked and angry. Guoan, who was more concerned about his reputation, had previously joked about getting Ni Baitao into bed. As a result, now they have come to our door. Guoan was still about to get angry, so he took a step forward and said angrily, although you have the Ni family's support now, but our Guo family. The silver-white scalpel, like the black sickle of the god of death, stabbed towards Guoan's neck at a suffocating speed. Tang Ligua, who was standing next to him, quickly gave Guoan a push. After all, Guoan now represented the Guo family, and was a guest of the Tang family when he came here. If anything goes wrong, they both will be to blame. But because of this push, Tang Ligua was in trouble. The scalpel pierced his arm accurately, and blood gushed out from the wound. The surrounding carpets were all stained with red blood. Guoan fell to the ground, also very scared. I remembered the scene in the hospital. Now I see Chen Zai, who looks like a madman. An inexplicable fear surged in my heart. I came here to watch the show, but who would have thought that I would get myself involved? Mr. Guo, you go first. There are still many experts from our Tang family down there who should be able to stop us. Tang Wenbin, who had hit his head against the wall, took out his intercom and forced himself to swallow the blood in his throat. He shouted something into the intercom. There was a hint of anger in his tone. It's just people. Where did death go? If you don't come up, I'll kill you all. But he roared for a long time. There was no movement over there, and the atmosphere suddenly dropped to freezing point. Tang Ligua, who was stabbed in the arm, opened his mouth, looked at Chen Zai in front of him, and spoke in a lost voice. The people below, are you? Yes, all dead. Chen Zai slowly pulled out the scalpel. The knee suddenly exerted force and hit Tang Ligua's abdomen hard, and Tang Ligua let out a scream. I just felt my stomach churning and vomited a mouthful of sour water. Then a few more cuts were made, accompanied by a few puffing sounds. Every time the knife fell, blood splattered. The two people next to him were so scared that they were shivering all over. The fear has reached its peak, and the pupils in his eyes began to shrink little by little. Chen Zai did not stop what he was doing. The speed of waving the scalpel is getting faster and faster. The wounds on Tang Ligua's body began to increase. The desolate and desperate screams echoed in this luxurious hall. Guoan felt a heat in his crotch when he saw the scene, and along with the smell of urine, he was so scared that he became incontinent. As for Tang Wenbin, although he is better than Guoan, he is not much better. I had been standing there for a long time, my body shaking uncontrollably, and I didn't even have the courage to take a step forward. I don't know how long it took, but Tang Ligua in front of me was covered with wounds, his skin and flesh were cut from head to toe. He could no longer bear it and suddenly fell to the ground. This also means that Tang Ligua is gone. Who wouldn't be scared after seeing such a scene? They had previously wanted to burn Chen Zai to death. Filled with remorse to the bone, Tang Wenbin fell to his knees, his snot and tears mixed together. Crazy kowtowing. I was wrong, brother. Please don't do that. Even if it means death, can you please let me die quickly? Tang Wenbin must have been really scared. He thought that death was the worst that could happen, but the scene just now, which was comparable to slow slicing, made his soul tremble, fearing that he would be the next one. While they were still begging for mercy, a familiar voice came from behind. Stop. Brother Chen, you. The voice sounded slightly familiar. I seem to have heard it somewhere. Chen Zai frowned and turned to look. I saw a tall figure with a broad back and strong arms. His big hands were covered with dense calluses, giving off an extremely ferocious aura. Behind this person, there were about 7 or 8 men and women, and the aura they exuded was equally strong. He is no less powerful than the Eagle Hook man who defeated Sun Hu. Chen Zai also recognized him at a glance and spoke up to stop him from continuing. It was Duan Yulong who had helped him resist many enemies from overseas in Tianshan Renjian before. He is also the master of the Duan brothers and sisters, and the current leader of the northern faction of outsiders. As for Duan Yulong, why is he here? He was originally doing business here, but who would have thought that he would hear the noise here? I was reminded of some recent information I had investigated. It is speculated that this is most likely the Tang family's stronghold. I planned to go up and take a look, but who would have thought that when I was down there, I would see corpses all over the ground. When I went upstairs, I found that in addition to the senior management of the Tang family, there was also a member of the Guo family, and his position in the Guo family is extremely important. It seems that in a few days, the Tang family will hold a banquet. The benefits that these outsiders want are within their reach, and they really don't want to see any more changes. Only then did he speak up to stop Chen Zai. After all, if Guoyan died, the Guo family would surely be furious. By then, the consequences would be unimaginable. Brother Chen, I'm doing this for your own good. You already have enough enemies. It is not wise to continue to create enemies. Duan Yulong walked forward step by step. He was testing Chen Zai's bottom line. If Chen Zai didn't object, he would take Guoyan away. Guoyan and Tang Wenbin took a look at Tang Ligua, who was dead beyond death. The fear in their faces could not be dispelled for a long time, but Duan Yulong's arrival gave them hope of survival. Senior Duan, save us. As long as you rescue us, we can discuss with the family about the interests of outsiders from the north and raise it to a higher level. Guoyan also said, Senior Duan, you are also an outsider from the northern faction, and an important leader. You should know my situation in the Guo family. I am the right-hand man of the family, Guo Qingshan. As long as I am here, I guarantee that your Duan family will reach new heights. The words of the two revealed the good intentions of the Tang and Guo families, and the interests that outsiders are salivating over. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't moved, but Duan Yulong glanced at Chen Zhe in front of him. Finally, he smiled bitterly in his heart. He was not sure that he could defeat Chen Zhe. After all, he had witnessed with his own eyes the scene of Jiang Shang dying in Chen Zhe's hands. Even after the events of heaven and earth, he was once the ruler of the Tang family martial arts sect. Old man Zhang Lingyun also chose to flee far away and no longer interfere in the affairs of Shanghai City. From this, we can see how much pressure Chen Zhe put on them. Brother Chen, it's not that I want to save them, but the current situation is too complicated. Their death is definitely not a good thing for you. Otherwise, I will take them away. If you have any requests, feel free to tell me. With every word, Duan Yulong was getting closer and closer to Guiyan. Similarly, it is only a few steps away from Chen Zhe. But it was these few steps that made Chen Zhe raise his head. He said nothing and looked coldly at Duan Yulong in front of him. It was between the two of them, as if it was a line. If Duan Yulong dared to cross this line, then there was the cold scalpel held by Chen Zhe. It will fall on Duan Yulong without hesitation. Such a gaze made Duan Yulong feel his heart beating faster. An inexplicable feeling of oppression swept over my body. His steps gradually became stiff. He really wanted to cross this line, but reason told him otherwise. If you cross it, there is a high probability that I will have a life and death battle with Chen Zhe today. This guy killed Jiang Shang. Although I have always looked down on Jiang Shang and felt that he became a martial arts master by using dirty tricks, but Jiang Shang's strength is unquestionable. Chen Zhe was able to kill Jiang Shang easily, so my chances of winning against this brat are slim. He finally stopped. Reason triumphs over the desire in the heart. Being able to save Guiyan and Tang Wenbin is naturally great, and the benefits gained in return are immeasurable. But no matter how good something is, you have to be alive to enjoy it. If you lose your life, everything is gone. It seems that Brother Chen doesn't want to let them go. Duan Yulong sighed deeply. His heart was extremely conflicted, and he felt powerless. He turned around and walked outside, but Guiyan and Tang Wenbin in the room became anxious. Mr. Duan, you can't leave. If you leave, what will we do? The two voices were filled with fear and crying, and painful pleas. Duan Yulong paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "It's not that I don't want to help, but I'm powerless. It would be great if I could gain huge benefits in exchange, but if I were to face Brother Chen, I'm not sure if I could survive." Duan Yulong's disciples around were surprised when they heard what their master said. It was the first time they saw Duan Yulong with such an expression. Normally, this master is fearless. When other martial arts masters come, their masters will also fight with them. He has been fighting against other martial arts masters to this day. There has never been a record of failure. They had only heard the legendary stories of their master. I don't know how big he is, but he is such a martial arts master who was extremely confident in his own strength and arrogant. How could they not be shocked when he admitted in person that he was not as good as Chen Zhe? "Master, are you really not going to save them? Perhaps you can give it a try." Duan Yulong's eldest disciple said somewhat unwillingly. Even the third senior sister standing next to her nodded seriously. "Yes, master, with your strength, it shouldn't be as bad as you say." The apprentice's words did not arouse Duan Yulong's interest at all. At his level of strength, he would know whether the other party was capable or not after just one encounter. After witnessing the battle on the deck in Heaven on Earth, he had a rough idea of whether he could defeat Chen Zhe. Although he is very strong, there are many masters from the northern faction around him. He can mobilize all of them with just one order. Don't be afraid of 10,000, just be prepared for one. They walked outside and stood beside the small building. Duan Yulong then slowly spoke. "I really can't beat him, but I can still delay him for a while. But don't you think about the fact that with that kid's strength and assassination skills, if he escapes, it will bring us a huge disaster. If I'm not Duan Yulong, I don't have the courage. But the consequences are too great, so great that it is suffocating and makes one's scalp tingle. It would be better if he was killed. But what if it can't be killed? Once the person runs away. The previous cases of Mu Hongguang and the Tang family are a lesson for us. Isn't Mu Hongguang powerful enough? One of the legendary figures in Shanghai City. He can easily find 15 martial arts masters to guard the Tang family's banquet. I can't even touch his shadow. The youngest son died at the hands of Chen Zhe. The Hall of Fame lost 2 strongholds in a row. Mu Hongguang had no idea what to do. He even had to use himself as bait to lure Chen Zhe to the banquet at the Tang family manor. There needs to be momentum for this. Using outsiders from the Tang family, the Guo family, the Beijing school, and the northern school to design such a big trap. Isn't this enough to prove how terrifying Chen Zhe is? The disciples around heard these words. They could only sigh, perhaps understanding their master's concerns, but the shock in their hearts still could not be calmed down. They had heard a lot about how Chen Zhe had driven the Wang and Zhou families, and even the Tang family, into a corner. Even in Heaven on Earth, he witnessed with his own eyes that Chen Zhe killed a martial arts master. But those were not their personal experiences. Until this moment, seeing the arrogance, the master, who had never been afraid of him, chose to retreat from the other party's edge. Then they understood. How scary is the other party's name? Don't think about it. There are some things we shouldn't eat, so don't dwell on them too much. Don't forget that the purpose of our coming here is to target those troublemakers. We don't need to pay attention to them for now. Duan Yulong walked in front and headed straight for their target location. The many disciples behind him nodded silently and followed their master's footsteps. As for the lobby of the small building, there were 2 people who originally had a glimmer of hope. Seeing Duan Yulong, he left without hesitation. His face was ashen, and he knew that his time was up. But when I think of Chen Zhe, who was subjected to a method that was like Lingqi, I feel a chill. still. Tang Wenbin couldn't stop backing away, his voice trembling, leaning against the wall in the corner. It seems like he is trying to find some sense of security that does not exist. Guiyan was also panicked. His breathing was rapid and his hands and feet were cold. Looking at Chen Zhe, who was approaching step by step, he suddenly crawled to the ground and grabbed Chen Zhe's trouser legs. I won't dare to do it again. Please let me go this time. Just this once. Please, please. He grabbed Chen Zhe's trouser leg while banging his head on the ground. The sound of dong dong dong. It was at this moment that Guiyan finally understood. Why is there just a little lunatic who ran away from a mental hospital? It can force the Tang family, Zhou family, and Wang family into a desperate situation. Finally I know. Why does a legendary figure like Mu Hongguang feel helpless? Before coming, he also felt that Mu Hongguang was somewhat exaggerated. Only by truly facing this demon, only then do you realize how terrifying the other party is. However, in the face of these pleas for mercy, Chen Zhe did not give any response. Instead, he grabbed the other person's clothes. I remember the arrogant scene of Guiyan in the hospital. Chen Zhe showed a ferocious smile. The white teeth, illuminated by the surrounding lights, looked like evil spirits crawling out of hell. The scalpel is sharp, yet thin. Even so, Guiyan was still begging for mercy. But Chen Zhe did not stop and waved the scalpel quickly. Each time, it cuts open the other's skin. There will be no bleeding immediately. Instead, you have to wait for a second or two before you can see the blood gushing out little by little. He first cut open the opponent's skin and flesh from the arm along the blood vessels, then the feet, the back, the chest, until Guiyan couldn't bear it anymore. He couldn't catch his breath and fell silent. Then he turned his attention to the remaining Tang Wenbin. Tang Wenbin was so frightened that his expression became dazed and he didn't react at all. From a distance, he looks like a fool. Chen Zhe did not show any mercy and did the same thing as before. The sky gradually darkened. 1 second before the sunset, Tang Wenbin, shrouded in despair and fear, also died 1 second before the sunset. Do all this. Chen Zhe had a calm expression. He sent a message to the Duan brothers and sisters, asking them to handle the rest of the matters, and then he went into the bathroom. After cleaning himself up, he looked at the bloodstained white coat, feeling a little helpless. I plan to ask the Duan brothers and sisters to prepare a few more sets of clothes after I go back, so that they won't be able to wear them out if they get stained with blood. As for the Duan brothers and sisters, they were also very fast. Chen Zhe was cleaning up in the bathroom. The Duan brothers and sisters had already rushed over with their men, but when he arrived near the small building, he ran into Duan Yulong, who had just finished his work. At this time, Duan Yulong also had some blood on his body, but these bloodstains belonged to the enemy. When he saw the Duan brothers and sisters, he couldn't help but sigh. I have treated these brother and sister badly over the years. At that time, he traveled all over the country in pursuit of the martial arts he dreamed of. He has mastered countless boxing styles and kicking techniques, and has achieved great fame. He has also used a pair of iron fists to create his own legendary style. When he returns to the Duan family again, the brother and sister have grown up. Even though he wanted to teach them, the brother and sister still held a grudge against him. He knew what his disciples had done. He tried to educate or punish, but unfortunately, the character and ideas that had been formed over a long period of time were difficult to change. Originally, he wanted to make some amends to the brother and sister, but he received an order to go to Shanghai City. When he came to his senses, the brother and sister quietly took refuge with Chen Zhe. Judging from their appearance, in the entire West District, these two siblings have probably become the most powerful people after Chen Zhe. Duan Yulong wanted to reach out his hand, but Duan Jingyi in front of him frowned and dodged. The hatred in his eyes could not be shaken off. The 7 or 8 men and women following Duan Yulong couldn't help but yell, Duan Jingyi, this is your master. Are you getting too cocky and planning to turn the tables? But in the face of such questioning, Duan Jingyi just smiled coldly. He is indeed my master, but only in name. He has never fulfilled his duties as a master. Have you ever been punished for what you've done over the years? Oh, I did, but they were all trivial matters. Compared to the harm you've caused me, they're nothing. The men and women behind Duan Jingyi all showed expressions of uncontrollable anger. Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you follow that lunatic. I'm telling you, when the Tang family banquet starts, that lunatic will definitely head to the Tang family. There are 15 martial arts masters inside, as well as numerous experts gathered from all over the country. They've formed a giant net that covers the sky. Once that madman dies, I wonder who you two can turn to next. Duan Yulong listened to his apprentice's words. He also clenched his fist and suddenly slapped him. There was a loud snap. The disciple who was beaten showed an incredible expression. Master, these two brothers and sisters have never taken you seriously. Are you beating me for them? Shut up. Duan Yulong's eyes were blazing with fire. He naturally knew what kind of harm his disciples had caused to the Duan brothers and sisters. The previous punishment, just as Duan Jingyi said, was insignificant. Now it is said by Duan Jingyi himself. Duan Yulong felt a wave of pain in his heart. I know I've been so unfair to you two over the years, but now that things have come to this, I have nothing more to say. That madman will definitely head to the Tang family in a few days. I advise you to make preparations early, lest you be affected by the death of that madman. But the Duan brothers and sisters just snorted coldly and argued. Master, there's no need to worry about that. Even if we die outside, it's our own fault. It has nothing to do with Master or the Duan family. The Duan siblings spoke calmly. It seemed as if she had made up her mind to follow Chen Zhe till the end, and she seemed to be doing things without considering the consequences. It's exactly the same as that madman. Seeing that the two of them refused to listen, Duan Yulong was at a loss. Thinking back to when he and the parents of the Duan brothers and sisters were old friends, he thought about helping the brother and sister after Chen Zhe died. As the leader of the Northern Outsiders, I think it shouldn't be a problem to save the Duan brothers and sisters. You hate me, of course. Since you've made the decision, it's not my place to interfere. From now on, if you really encounter difficulties, you can come to Master. Although I haven't fulfilled my responsibilities as a master, we have been master and disciple for so many years. I don't want to see you lying dead on the street one day. Duan Yulong didn't dare to look into Duan Jingyi's eyes, nor did he dare to look at the expressions of the brother and sister. After saying this, he left with his apprentice. The Duan brother and sister didn't even think of looking back. In their opinion, Duan Yulong was just being sympathetic. If you really want to help these two brothers and sisters, you would have helped them long ago. Why wait until now? Let's go, sister. Mr. Chen should be up there. The Duan brother and sister brought a group of men with them. Enter the small building in front of you. When they saw the whole building, all the people turned into corpses. I was also greatly shocked. Even the men he brought with him swallowed unconsciously. Until, when I arrived at the upstairs hall, I saw Tang Wenbin, Tang Ligua, and Guan, who were tortured beyond recognition. I shuddered suddenly, because the deaths of these three people were so horrific. No one knows what kind of torture he went through before he died. Among them, Guan exuded a foul smell of feces and urine. Let the men go over and clean up the bodies. Everyone subconsciously held their breath. At the same time, he swallowed and looked back. Chen Zhe had just walked out of the toilet with a cold look on his face. The Duan siblings walked to Chen Zhe's side and bowed respectfully, which was different from their attitude towards Duan Yulong. Mr. Chen, we have already cleaned up the west area. There shouldn't be any problems anymore. After what happened this time, we will focus on screening those who come to seek refuge. We will never give them a chance to take advantage of us again. Although the brother and sister had previously committed treason due to negligence in management, they are now trying their best to make up for their mistakes. Chen Zichong nodded to them and asked them to prepare 4 or 5 new white coats. Found a new place to live. Just fell asleep in the new residence. Chen Zhe did not go to the hospital, but slept until after 8 o'clock in the morning. When he woke up again, he rubbed his temples and felt much better. I picked up the phone on the bedside table and saw that there were more than a dozen missed calls. There are still several unread text messages. After unlocking, all of them were sent by Sun Long. I took a quick look at the content of the text message. He then understood why Sun Long was so anxious and called him so many times. The little house in Baiyang village was burned down. The time was exactly the same as when their residence was burned down. Almost immediately after Chen Zhe's previous residence was burned down, the small house where Sun Long and the others lived was also suddenly attacked and burned down. All the people tied up in the red brick hut were burned to death. Sun Long was also hiding in the mountains, not sure if it was safe outside. In addition, Sun Long's men also found some information about his missing wife and children. The red brick cottage burned down, and everyone inside died without exception. It should have been done by someone from the Tang family, but Sun Long's men found out the information of his wife and children. Chen Zhe let out a breath, stood up and went downstairs. After all, the reason why Sun Long stayed to help him was to save his wife and children. Stay in Baiyang village and do your best. It is certainly unlikely that he would turn a blind eye. I simply drove the black car and sped along. After several hours, we finally arrived at Baiyang village. The red brick cottage on the mountain was burned to ruins. The fire spread and burned a large area of forest. Even outside Baiyang village, you can see many traces of wheels, but unfortunately, people have already left. The entire Baiyang village has returned to its former uninhabited state. Chen Zhe tried to contact Sun Long with his mobile phone, and after a moment, the call was connected. Brother Chen, you finally answered my call. I'm near Baiyang village, under a signal tower. Where are you? Chen Zhe was direct and asked Sun Long to come to Baiyang village. After all, the danger had been lifted. Sun Long moved quickly. After about half an hour, he entered Baiyang village panting. He looks a little embarrassed now. There are black and purple spots on his body. The armor was also slightly stained with blood. Seeing Chen Zhe in front of him, Sun Long breathed a sigh of relief for some reason, then clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. The one who burned down the red brick cottage was from the Tang family. I overheard it when I left. As for my wife and children, my men captured a dealer working in the casino. It is said that in the end, he followed a boss named Yang and left. Since then, no one has seen my wife and children. When talking about this matter, the hatred in Sun Long's eyes almost overflowed. His subordinates also found out the current location of the boss surnamed Yang. As long as we can catch the person, the rest of the problems will be easy to solve. There are also many experts around the other party. It is said that he has many friends in Taoism and they almost hang out together on weekdays. Even if Sun Long has some skills, he can't beat 4 people with 2 fists. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called Chen Zhe. He would have gone there himself long ago. Just drive straight over there. What exactly happened? Once we find the person, we'll know. He got into the passenger seat, leaned back in the chair, and closed his eyes to rest. Sun Long was not vague either. After getting in the car, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed out. This back and forth wasted most of the day. It was already afternoon when we entered Shanghai City. They ate something and waited for the report from Sun Long's men. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening when the exact location was sent over. It turned out to be the eastern district of the urban village, which is also the most chaotic area in the urban village at present. It is said that many outsiders are vying for control of the eastern area of the urban village. It is obvious that they want to turn the urban urban village into a huge profitable industrial chain. If it really succeeds, then the urban village will also become a delicious piece of bread. I don't know how many people are concerned about the interests of urban villages. Brother Chen, the East District is about half an hour away from here, so hold on tight. It can be seen that Sun Long is indeed very anxious. He stepped on the accelerator very hard, and with the roar of the car, he rushed out like a steel beast. I don't know how much time has passed. Chen Zhe, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes. The black car also stopped. In front of me is a continuous series of buildings. There are quite a few young thugs from the urban villages guarding this place. It can be clearly heard from the noisy sounds. The other party occupied a location in the eastern part of the urban village and started a banquet to celebrate. All the gangsters gathered here. His voice was cheerful and he laughed so happily, because they know that they have occupied this territory. Everyone's income will increase day by day. As time goes by, as long as they can grow bigger and bigger, they will be rich and prosperous. Only the black car driven by Sun Long and Chen Zhe looked particularly out of place. Everyone frowned and stood up from the banquet. I thought there was an enemy invading. Sun Long got out of the car. The middle-aged man sitting in the front row, dressed in luxurious clothes, pulled his collar and narrowed his eyes. Sun Long also recognized the man. He was the guy who won 500,000 yuan in the casino when he first came to Shanghai City. Because at that time, the other party suspected that he was cheating. They also demanded a body search on the spot, but Sun Long refused to comply and used absolute force to beat up everyone present, including Yang Jingyun, who was not far away. He was also beaten into the hospital. It was said that he rested for more than 20 days before he recovered a little. After that, Sun Long no longer took Yang Jingyun's affairs to heart, never thinking. In the end, it was this man who took away his wife and children. Yang Jingyun also recognized Sun Long. His eyes narrowed unconsciously, and he spoke with a smacking of his lips. So it's brother Sun Long. You've been making me look for you so hard lately. His voice was slightly cold, and he waved to the men around him. If Sun Long dared to act recklessly, with so many people present, it would be difficult for him to resist with his strength. Ever since he was beaten by Sun Long in the casino and was hospitalized, he realized the importance of a master. On the underworld, he spent a lot of money to hire several powerful and ruthless people. Even against Sun Long, he may not win. Sun Long gnashed his teeth, walked up step by step, and asked, "Did you capture my wife and children?" Of course Yang Jingyun would not admit it and spread out his hands pretending to be stupid. What do you mean by wife and children? I don't know. You can't even take care of your own family, and you come to ask me about it. Don't you think it's funny? He obviously looked fearless. He even stretched out his hand and waved at Sun Long. Of course, if you don't believe it, you can call in and find it yourself. Last time, in the casino, I accused you of cheating, and you refused to accept it, so you used your fists to injure all the casino guards. You are so capable. Just come over here. Things are different now. Before, he had just arrived in Shanghai City, and the mobilized personnel had not yet arrived. I wanted to relax for a few days while investigating the situation in Shanghai City. He was taught a hard lesson, which made him understand the importance of strong men. Only Chen Zhe, who was sitting in the car, walked down impatiently, glanced at Sun Long not far away, and signaled him to take action directly and stop talking nonsense. Even in the car, he felt a headache from listening to it. Another helper appeared. Yang Jingyun narrowed his eyes, his expression slightly sinister, and warned, "Friend, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. This is a feud between Sun Long and me. Don't get yourself involved, or you'll end up losing more than you gain." After a pause, Yang Jingyun continued, "I'll give you two choices. One is to leave here immediately and let bygones be bygones. The second is to stay here and I'll take care of you and Sun Long together." Chen Zhe threw a punch. A gangster standing in front of him groaned and crashed into the crowd. The force was so great that the gangster's arm cracked, as if the bones were broken. The people around them looked at each other with changing expressions. Yang Jingyun gritted his teeth and said with a sullen face, "It seems that you want to be buried here with Sun Long." Seeing this, the younger brothers around knew that things would not end well. Even the masters invited by Yang Jingyun, all with lightning speed, rushed over quickly. They looked like they were outnumbered and wanted to kill them by force. But in Chen Zhe's eyes, these ordinary thugs and a few hired thugs from the underworld are really not good enough. Not to mention Chen Zhe, even if the Duan brothers and sisters came here, they would be able to handle the situation here. He and Sun Long beside him rushed into the flock of sheep like two fierce tigers, accompanied by crying and screaming. From time to time, you can see a few figures being knocked flying. After about a few minutes, only about half of the people who had rushed over just now were left. He looked at Chen Zhe and Sun Long with horror. It was like looking at two monsters. Yang Jingyun's mouth twitched as well. I didn't expect these two people to be so good at fighting. If it were only Sun Long, he might have been able to take revenge today. But with the addition of a helper, all the people under his command were left powerless to fight back. If this goes on, I will die here. Yang Jingyun quickly stepped in to stop it, but his voice remained calm. "Would you let me make a phone call? The people who will come over later are the ones who are behind the capture of your wife and children. If you want to find them, you must let them come over first." Sun Long and Chen Zhe stopped. Then Yang Jingyun took out his cell phone and made a call. An entertainment club and an office on the top floor. Yang Feng and several members of the Yang family were discussing how to take over the eastern part of the urban village. Finally, a phone call came in. The person who answered the phone was Yang Feng's eldest son, Yang Ping. Yang Ping saw the note on the phone. "I was also stunned for a long time," said to his father. It was Yang Jingyun who called. He took over a large area of the East District yesterday. He probably wants to take credit for it from us. Yang Jingyun is just a small-time figure on the edge of the Yang family. But after arriving in Shanghai City, he relied on his shrewd mind to gain the upper hand several times in a row. They made great contributions when occupying the East District. However, Yang Jingyun is also a troublemaker. They were often asked to clean up their messes. Tell him to behave himself. Recently, more and more talented people have come to Shanghai City. Although our Yang family has made some progress and even seized Miss Su's territory, we are still far behind the real big shots. Yang Ping nodded quickly. After all, Yang Jingyun could be considered his subordinate. He naturally knew Yang Jingyun's character. This kid is a little smart. He is totally useless and often gets carried away by success. Once he takes over the East District, he will consider replacing Yang Jingyun. No matter what, answer the phone first. Yang Feng said calmly. Yang Ping, who was downstairs, quickly answered the phone. Then, Yang Jingyun was heard shouting like a pig being slaughtered. Cousin, second uncle, come and save me. We just occupied a large piece of land in the East District, and now someone is here to attack us. If you don't send someone over here, I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on. Yang Jingyun's voice was a little hysterical, and he was crying. He was afraid that Yang Feng and Yang Ping would not bring anyone to help. It also made Yang Feng and Yang Ping believe it to be true. I finally managed to gain a foothold in the East District. We can't let the territory be lost in vain. So they gathered a lot of people and headed to the eastern part of the urban village. But even on the way there, Yang Feng always felt a vague uneasiness in his heart. It seems like something big is about to happen. Son, I don't know why, but my heart is beating so fast. I never felt this way when I dealt with Su Qingjun before. It's like people are going to die at any moment, and we in Shanghai City are going to be wiped out at any moment. Do you think it's possible that Yang Jingyun has provoked someone he shouldn't have? Yang Ping doesn't know the situation now. I scratched my head, but had to go and save him. After all, Yang Jingyun is a member of the Yang family and has made many contributions. You can't just abandon them when something happens to them, right? If you do that, who will dare to work for them in the future? Dad, the specific situation is still unclear. Go over there first. If there is any problem, we can make a decision later. The father and son discussed for a moment and made a decision in their hearts. In the East District, Yang Jingyun breathed a sigh of relief after finishing the call, because his second uncle and cousin have already agreed to come. Given their situation and the many masters of the Yang family, it shouldn't be a problem to deal with Sun Long and the young man next to him. As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth unconsciously curled up. Before he could be happy for long, he heard someone coming. Chen Zai and Sun Long no longer held back and knocked everyone around them to the ground. Sun Long took a step forward and punched Yang Jingyun in the face. There was a loud bang. Yang Jingyun fell to the ground, several teeth were broken, and blood was flowing out of his mouth. Yang Jingyun felt severe pain on his face, and his expression gradually became ferocious, but he also knew, speaking nonsense now will only kill yourself. He simply stopped talking and turned his head to the side. If they want to fight, let them fight. When his second uncle and cousin come, he will make these two people kneel down and beg for mercy crying. As for the thugs around, there were also Yang Jingyun and a few ruthless guys hired from the underworld. How dare I stay here any longer? After being knocked down, he got up and ran away. I only regret that I didn't have a few more legs. It was also 17 minutes after everyone escaped. Time stopped at this moment. In the distance, two figures appeared. There was a dense crowd of people following behind. If you count carefully, there are at least dozens of them. The leaders were none other than Yang Jingyun's second uncle Yang Feng and his cousin Yang Ping. Just one glance and Yang Jingyun's face was filled with ecstasy, because he knew that he was saved. His second uncle and cousin didn't even take Miss Su, who was once the most popular girl, seriously. With his own strength, he conquered all of Miss Su's territory and took it for himself. It laid the foundation for the Yang family in Shanghai City. Now, the hand has even reached the eastern part of the urban village. I don't know how many people have been overshadowed by this. Although these two characters are not as prominent as Duan Yulong, they are well-known figures in the entire Shanghai City. Yang Jingyun wanted to get up and rush towards his second uncle and cousin, but Sun Long stepped on his head tightly. He had said nothing before, wanting to save his life, but now he started to speak loudly. People from our Yang family are here. If you let me go now, you can beg for mercy from them later. As for your wife, I've already made her a broken woman and sold her overseas. You should think about how you're going to survive. Even Sun Long couldn't help but gasp and tremble uncontrollably at such outrageous words. But Yang Jingyun couldn't stop laughing. Even though there was pain on his face and blood was flowing from his mouth, it still couldn't hide the joy in his heart. Only Yang Feng saw Chen Zai's appearance and the white coat clearly. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. Damn, why is this crazy guy here again? When they were trying to encircle Miss Su previously, it was because of this madman that they failed. Recently, Miss Su made a comeback. They fought back and forth with them and even took over some territory, although it was nothing compared to what they currently occupied. But still, he is a thorn in their eyes and a thorn in their flesh. Yang Ping, who was standing next to him, saw his nominal cousin being stepped on by someone. The wanton insults made his face gradually become ugly. After all, no matter how despicable Yang Jingyun is, he is still a member of the Yang family. Humiliating Yang Jingyun is equivalent to trampling on the face of their Yang family. He waved to the person behind him. They wanted to surround Chen Zai and Sun Long, but no matter how he waved, the people behind him didn't move at all, their faces full of embarrassment. They had followed Yang Feng to chase and intercept Miss Su before, so they naturally knew Chen Zai's identity. identity. The eldest son of the Young family had just arrived not long ago and was not aware of the specific situation in Shanghai City. All we know is that there is a madman who has caused a stir in Shanghai City, but we don't know who this madman is. It doesn't seem strange that he wants to take action against Chen Zhe. Master, please wait a little longer. Your father will decide everything. A subordinate who had followed Yang Feng for who knows how many years quickly reminded him, fearing that the young master would act impulsively. Yang Ping was not a fool. He turned around and looked at his father's expression and immediately realized what was going on. The identities of the two people in front of me are definitely not simple. Yang Feng smiled bitterly and was about to say something when he heard Yang Jingyun, who was being stepped on, shouted at the top of his voice, "The people are already here. If you have the guts, let me go. As long as you kill everyone here, you can get the information of your wife and children." Sun Long's clenched fists creaked as he looked at the people in front of him. "If I remember correctly, your name is Yang Feng, and the Yang family is considered a prominent family. I never thought that you would do something that would harm other people's wives and daughters, because I won $500,000 from your Yang family in the casino." Yang Feng, standing in the distance, felt his mind full of questions. Of course he knew that Sun Long's wife and children had been arrested. He had also received information in this regard, but so far, no one seems to have found out who captured Sun Long's wife and children. It is also because Sun Long's status in Shanghai City is not worthy of everyone's attention. But why did this shit pot fall on my head? Yang Feng wanted to explain, but Chen Zhe and Sun Long had already turned around and walked towards them. Even Yang Jingyun, who was trampled on the ground and freed from his restraints, quickly rushed towards the crowd of the Yang family. The war was about to break out and the atmosphere dropped to freezing point. Yang Feng swallowed his saliva. It feels like things are getting a little out of control. I know that if it is not resolved, something big will happen. No wonder I always feel uneasy when I come here. It seems that this bastard Yang Jingyun is digging a hole for himself. Uncle, hurry up and get them arrested. I'm going to torture them. Yang Jingyun, who rushed the fastest, had already arrived not far from Yang Feng, waving his hands, intending to let Chen Zhe and Sun Long see how powerful their Yang family was. At that time, they would drag Sun Long's wife in front of them and perform a live sex show to humiliate her severely and break Sun Long's mentality. But just when the two sides were close to each other, at the critical moment, Yang Fengmeng jumped up with all his strength. A flying kick landed on Yang Jingyun's chest. There was only a muffled bang. Yang Jingyun, who rushed over, was kicked away. It fell heavily to the ground and was dragged several meters before stopping. While being dragged, his skin was rubbed to pieces and he was wailing in pain. "Uncle, what are you doing? I'm your nephew." Yang Jingyun never dreamed that he had made great contributions to the Yang family and was a relative of Yang Feng, but the other party would treat him so cruelly. Except for the last time in the casino when he was beaten by Sun Long and stayed in the hospital for nearly a month, he had never suffered such injustice. "I don't have a nephew like you. When did I ever arrest Sun Long's wife and children? You'd better explain clearly, otherwise today, I will chop you into pieces." Yang Feng's eyes were blazing with anger, and he wished he could cut the man into pieces. But in order to calm the situation, he still had to figure out the whole story. "At least we know where Sun Long's wife and children are now?" Yang Jingyun immediately understood. It turned out that his second uncle was afraid of ruining his reputation. "I was the one who captured Sun Long's wife and children. They are now locked up in the basement at the back. I did everything by myself. I will never ruin my second uncle's reputation." When Yang Feng heard that Yang Jingyun personally admitted that he had captured someone's wife and children, he almost bit his teeth to pieces. But he still waved his hand and asked someone to bring out Sun Long's wife and children. Chen Zhe and Sun Long also frowned. He seemed to realize that this matter had nothing to do with Yang Feng, and he saw Yang Feng's men bringing out Sun Long's wife and children. A woman in her 30s, wearing a black long skirt, with a weak face but red eyes, rushed towards Sun Long. As for the two children, they had already fainted, perhaps because they had been hungry for too long. At this time, it was gently placed on the ground. He looked like he had suffered a lot, but at least he's alive and well. Yang Feng gritted his teeth, drew out a dagger, and walked towards Yang Jingyun with a gloomy face. Yang Jingyun was confused. "I don't know what my second uncle is going to do," but from the look in his second uncle's eyes, he felt a slight chill again, shouted in horror, "Second uncle, I am your nephew. What are you doing? You, don't be impulsive, otherwise how are you going to explain to my parents when we get back?" Yang Feng sneered and walked to Yang Jingyun's side, slashing the dagger without hesitation. It pierced his heart directly, and blood spurted out, covering Yang Feng's body. He said coldly, "You should think about how you're going to explain this to your parents when word gets back to the family." Yang Feng didn't want to offend Chen Zhe completely. Yang Ping also figured out Chen Zhe's identity, so after killing Yang Jingyun, Yang Feng bowed to Chen Zhe and looked at Sun Long beside him. "We had no idea that your wife and children were arrested. This Yang Jingyun, although he is from our Yang family, he is too unscrupulous in his daily actions. I wanted to replace him a long time ago, but I didn't expect him to do such a thing. If it were someone else, they would just do it. But these people happen to be Sun Long and Chen Zhe. Even if Yang Feng wanted to help him, it would be like a foolish dream. If the news got back to the family, no one would probably side with Yang Jingyun. Yang Jingyun's parents have more than just him as a son. Now that he has caused such a big trouble, I'm afraid Yang Jingyun's parents can only choose to keep quiet. We should even be thankful that Yang Feng killed the man. Otherwise, the old couple and their children would probably be kicked out of the Yang family." Sun Long also realized that the matter should have nothing to do with Yang Feng in front of him, otherwise, the other party would not have looked confused and even a little innocent throughout the whole process. His wife and children were also found. The people who kidnapped his wife and children were killed by Yang Feng himself. Since they had done so much, it was not in his power to pursue the matter any further. He said thank you, turned around and got into the car with his wife. Chen Zhe sat in the co-pilot seat, looking at the Yang family outside. Yang Feng just nodded, smiled, and said goodbye to Chen Zhe and Sun Long. Wait until people leave. Yang Feng's face also turned completely gloomy. Looking at Yang Jingyun's corpse not far away, he said dully, it's time to clean up those tyrannical pests in the Yang family. Otherwise, sooner or later, we will be making wedding clothes for others after we have worked so hard to build a territory. Miss Su's previous experience is still fresh in our minds. They can't follow Miss Su's old path. Yang Ping, who was standing next to him, bowed solemnly. I also had the idea of going back and carrying out drastic reforms. At the same time, in Shanghai City, south of it, there is a villa by the sea. There are densely packed luxury cars parked outside. Gradually, many families came to Beijing. Coming in and out of the villa, in the villa's hall, there was a woman with a charming figure, delicate features, but slightly haggard. And this woman's name is Han Mimi. She is also the daughter-in-law of the fifth son of the Guo family. The Guo family was able to rise to prominence because of the marriage with the Han family. For this, the Guo family also promised many benefits. According to the previous promise, her eldest son must become the helmsman of the Guo family. Even if that doesn't work, he must be the second in command of the Guo family. So many years have passed. He had 3 children in succession, but all of them died while growing up or were murdered. The old man of the Guo family has repeatedly suppressed his fifth son, Guo Wenlin, so that none of the things he had promised have been fulfilled. On the contrary, the Guo family, relying on the power of the Han family, grew into one of the 4 major families in Shangjing. Whenever I think of my 3 children who died tragically, whenever I think of the size of the elders in my family, Han Mimi felt a surge of hatred sprouting from deep within. I just want to drag the current Guo family into the abyss, no matter what means I use. Miss, the Guo family has already spread the word that they want to arrange a marriage with that Mu family. In a few days, the Tang family's banquet, besides dividing the cake among the various factions, will most likely also become an engagement banquet. More importantly, that Mu guy has already started suppressing us. Although we are much stronger than the Guo guy, we are still not strong enough to fight against the 2 of them. Otherwise, the person below hesitated for a long time and said with a bitter face, why don't you go back to the Guo family and find a compromise, and then make plans after some time? What this means is that their current capabilities are not enough to confront the Guo family and Mu Hongguang head-on. These 2 forces can only put up with this young lady. But when Han Mimi heard this, her face gradually became ferocious, and she suddenly stood up and overturned the table. Pointing at the people in the middle of the hall, he scolded, do you know that our Han family has become a laughingstock in the capital? Because of this marriage, we gave in everywhere and tolerated everything. But what did we get in return? What we got in return was the Guo family's unscrupulous plunder and greed. I can get away with it this time, but how can I avoid it the second, third, and fourth time? Then she looked around and saw a man in black clothes standing not far away, who said coldly, anyone who shakes the morale of our Han army will be killed. The man in black. He nodded indifferently and walked towards the man in the middle of the hall. No one expected that just a few words would make this young lady want to kill. All those who wanted to give advice just now retreated. No one dared to say a word. The only one left is the one who asked the eldest lady to return to the Guo family. As he was begging for mercy, he was dragged out. A few screams were heard, and then there was no movement. Guo Qingshan, you are really generous. At the Tang family, we attended a banquet and invited countless outside forces. We used Shanghai City's cakes to bring these people together. He even wants to form an alliance with Mu Hongguang in order to suppress our Han family. Have you forgotten what the Guo family relied on to turn things around? Such an ungrateful and inhuman villain. Just give Han Mimi a chance. She will make the other person's life worse than death. However, this banquet, in addition to targeting our Han family, is also for Mu Hongguang to deal with that madman. Now that this madman has the NI family's support and his incredible medical skills, I wonder how many families on the verge of decline will be eager to contact him. If this madman could gather this power, perhaps, it could have an unexpected effect. Han Mimi narrowed her eyes and decided to go meet this madman. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, not to mention that this madman is no longer the lonely man he used to be. There are a lot of things that can work in it. At the Tang family's banquet, even if I couldn't bring them down, I could still discuss them. Get the car ready. I'm going to the second hospital. Since you think our Han family is doomed with Mu Hongguang's involvement, let's have a big fight. Han Mimi narrowed her eyes, and her expression was a little crazy, as if she was going to extremes. The people around heard that Han Mimi was going to the second hospital. Even if you use your butt to think, you can understand Han Mimi's intention. He swallowed unconsciously, and his pupils shrank unconsciously. After all, working with a madman is no different from keeping company with a tiger. However, they could not question Han Mimi's decision, so they could only prepare the vehicle and go to the second hospital. What is the Han family? One of the old forces in Shangjing. Among the 4 major families, it ranks second. Back then, the Guo family was set up and was on the verge of destruction in the rolling tide of history. As a result, the old man of the Guo family at that time came to the Han family in person and asked the Han family to help. They also arranged family marriages and made many promises. In addition, the Guo family and the Han family have been friends for generations. At that time, the old man of the Han family softened his heart. He agreed to the Guo family's request and taught them everything he knew. knew. This enabled the Guo family to get out of a dead end and create a glorious period for the Guo family, becoming one of the 4 major families. If it weren't for the Han family at that time, the Yanai family would probably have risen to power. However, the Guo family, which they had supported, now turned its guns against their Han family and killed Han Nini's 3 children. How could Han Nini bear it? The black luxury car drove all the way to the underground parking lot of the second hospital, and Han Nini got out of the car. It was around 9 o'clock in the evening, and she couldn't wait to go to the 10th floor. Unfortunately, the person she wanted to find was not at work yet. When Ni Baitao saw Han Nini, she was also stunned for a moment. Of course I heard about it. Knowing what happened within the Guo family and after Han Nini's 3rd child died, this man completely broke with the Guo family. Han Nini was not polite. In terms of status, she was considered Ni Baitao's elder. As one of the old forces, the Han family has a profound foundation that is definitely not comparable to the Ni family. Little sister Baitao, if you count it up, we haven't seen each other for more than a year? Ni Baitao nodded. It's been a year and a half. The last time I saw Sister Han was at the old man's dinner party. Indeed, little sister Baitao is now so stunningly beautiful. No wonder she's hailed as one of the top 10 beauties in Shangjing. Ni Baitao quickly said modestly, those people just made up the rankings randomly. It can't be considered true. This isn't a random ranking, but I came here because I want to see Dr. Chen for something. I wonder if he's here. Chen Zhe? He hasn't come to work for 2 days. Ni Baitao smiled bitterly. She had wanted to find Chen Zhe yesterday to check on the old man. In the end, he didn't even find the person. Logically, Chen Zhe should have gone to work at around 8 o'clock today. But until now, no one has come. You haven't been to work for 2 days? Then I'll wait here. If he comes, please notify me. Ni Baitao was stunned, then asked, Sister Han, can you tell me why you are looking for Dr. Chen? He. Han Nini laughed like a silver bell and looked Ni Baitao up and down. He didn't shy away from the topic and said bluntly, you should also know what I went through in the Guo family. Back then, the Guo family came to our Han family for help and made many promises. But in the end, after the crisis, they turned their backs on us and killed my 3 children. Now they are teaming up with Mu Hongwan to suppress our Han family. Let me ask you, who can tolerate such a situation? This time, I came to see Dr. Chen because I wanted to set up a plan, contact many families that are about to fall into decline, and play a big game with the Guo family. Ni Baitao felt a huge shock in her heart, as if she had heard something incredible. Whether it is the Northern School or the Beijing School, there are actually many powerful forces whose elderly family members are about to die of illness. The situation of these forces is similar to that of the Ni family. Only the Ni family was fortunate enough to receive treatment from Chen Zhe, but other forces were not so lucky. After all, not every elderly person in the family suffers from brain diseases, and Chen Zhe now spends almost every day in the brain department. It creates an illusion. It is believed that Chen Zhe only has abilities in brain science that far exceed those of ordinary people. As a result, many families did not come to seek help. Even Ni Baitao thought so. It's probably not that easy to win over these families, unless you can control their lifeblood. Ni Baitao looked at Han Nini deeply, and Han Nini laughed out loud. Others may not be able to do this, but I'm sure Sister Ni knows how formidable the medical team our Han family has assembled is. These medical teams were only open to us Han family members before and were never loaned out. If we can move these medical teams to the second hospital and bring the elders of those families back from the brink of death, do you think these families would be willing to play a big game with us? Han Nini's target is the Guo family. Since Chen Zhe only specializes in neurology, their Han family can provide top doctors in other fields. In these last 3 days, we must make good arrangements and organize a huge force. By then, it will be clear whether we can break the deadlock. Only then did Ni Baitao realize that Han Nini had already gambled the entire family's assets. But think about it, according to the nature of the Guo family, now they have joined forces with Mu Hongwan. If the Han family sits and waits for death, it will be like a frog in boiling water, and sooner or later it will be swallowed up by the Guo family. Most likely, the old guys in their family don't want to see this situation either. Just let go and let Han Nini do something big. If they fail, those old guys can still put all the blame on Han Nini. Han Nini is also willing to be this chess piece, because she wanted revenge so badly. I really want the Guo family to pay the price they deserve. I wish I could kill all these people with my own hands. Miss Ni, I wonder if you're interested. If your Ni family gets involved, our chances of success might be even better. Faced with Han Nini's question, Ni Baitao did not dare to make a decision easily, and his expression changed several times. I have to go to the ward and ask Grandpa for instructions. Sister Han, you go to the office first. I will give you an answer later. Ni Baitao left, entered the ward not far behind him. The reason why Han Nini was not allowed to meet her grandfather directly was because Han Nini's identity was too sensitive. She could go directly to Chen Zhe, or she could go to herself, but she couldn't confront her grandfather. Otherwise, the relationship involved will become unclear. Standing in the ward, her father and Uncle Ni Chuanxiu were beside her. The noise outside was so loud just now. Of course they heard it too. Back then, in order to compete for the position of the 4 major families, their Ni family paid a lot. In the end, the Guo family took advantage of the situation, which has always been an unspeakable pain in the Ni family's hearts. If so, there will be opportunities to move to the next level. To be honest, the Ni family really doesn't want to give up. Does the Ni family want to take power? I want to, but I want it too much. Now, the situation in Shangjing is also unstable. Once the old man dies, the Ni family, even if they stabilize their family business, will fall out of the ranks of top families, and it is possible that they will will even fall into the second-rate ranks. So when they heard the conversation outside, in fact, both the old man and Ni Chuanxiu, who was in charge next to him, were extremely moved. Only Ni Yangon looked at his daughter deeply. Bai Tao, you should know that Han Mimi is dancing on the edge of a knife. There is an abyss under her feet. If she is not careful, she will be shattered to pieces in this mess. If you really want to participate, you will be pushed to the forefront of this struggle by the Ni family, just like Han Mimi, and used as a pawn in the fight along the way. If you fail, you will be abandoned without hesitation and fall into the abyss, a life worse than death. Have you really made up your mind? Ni Yangon did not want his daughter to reach that point, but he also knew that this might be the Ni family's last chance. The old man sighed slowly, but he did not interrupt Ni Yangon's question, because their Ni family owes this granddaughter too much. They have sacrificed too much, and if Ni Baitao doesn't want to, they won't force her. Even if they become a first-rate family, as long as they can preserve their family business, it will be enough for their descendants to rest assured. Ni Chuanxiu lowered his head. The room became quiet. Ni Baitao is not a fool. Of course she can see the situation clearly. I also understand that although the old man was saved, it only increases lifespan by 1 or 2 years. What about after a year or two? The once powerful Guo family defeated the Han family, so the next target would be their Ni family. If you fall from a first-rate family and still want to live a stable life, will others agree? After all, no one will dislike it, and one's own power will become bigger and stronger. Guo Qinshan of the Guo family is an ambitious person. There are not many choices left for them. Grandpa, uncle, dad, I've thought it through. I've decided to participate in this operation. Ni Yangon took a deep breath. His throat choked a little, and he silently turned his head to the side, 2 lines of tears unconsciously falling from the corners of his eyes. Ni Chuanxiu also felt a sense of depression in his heart. As the helmsman of the Ni family, he cannot act on his emotions. He also cares about this niece, but the growth of a family is always accompanied by sacrifices. Therefore, when Ni Baitao made the decision, the old man also spoke. Baitao, just go ahead and do it. Although I'm old and don't have many years left to live, don't worry, I still have some tricks up my sleeve. At this critical moment, I won't let your sacrifice be in vain. Ni Baitao bowed deeply. Thank you, Grandpa. Ni Chuanxiu also stood up. Our Ni family owes you too much, but this matter almost gambles the future of the entire family. As the helmsman of the Ni family, it is not convenient for me to say more. However, I'm just like the old man. As long as you are willing to do it and want to do it, our Ni family will fully support you. If anything goes wrong, we'll be there to back you up. The only thing you need to worry about is, for this operation, it's definitely not convenient for us to help. Everything depends on you. Do you understand? Niece understands. Uncle, don't worry, I will never bring shame to the Ni family. There was a hint of determination in Ni Baitao's eyes. Walked outside. At the elevator entrance, Chen Zai and Sun Long, along with his wife and children, came to check. The 2 children are still in a coma. My wife is doing okay, just a little weaker and thinner. She will be fine after resting for a while. However, these 2 children were obviously given sleeping pills or similar, and they were worried that if they took too much, they would suffer serious side effects. During the next examination, there will be a special nurse to help guide you. There is no need for Chen